man's name was Sejun Park. While he was returning home from buying groceries, he accidentally entered the Black Tower. Nobody knows the origin of these Black Towers, but they appeared globally. No one can enter without an invitation, and there's another way, which is the reward adventurers get after clearing it. The price of these golden tickets had soared to 200 million won each. As a newbie in the workforce, it was naturally impossible for him to afford one. So, when Sejun Park saw the portal, he rushed in, thinking it was his good fortune, not realizing that this portal was a glitch in the Black Tower. The arrival of Sejun Park was also noticed by the administrator of the Black Tower, so they needed to fix the glitch quickly. Meanwhile, Park Sejun was still elated, but the next second he suddenly froze, as he found himself not in the adventurers described square, but in a desolate pit. The only exit was as high as 3 or 4 stories, and no matter how much he shouted, there was no response. He fiddled around all day with no progress, only for his stomach to start growling. Fortunately, the food he had just bought at the supermarket had also been brought in with him. Looking at the limited amount of food, he carefully arranged them neatly. After filling his stomach, Sejun Park realized that he didn't know how long he would be trapped, and his supplies wouldn't last many days. He had to find a way out before running out of food, or he would surely starve. At that moment, he noticed the apple seeds left over from what he had just eaten, and Sejun Park had a bold idea: self-sufficiency. He then buried the apple and divided the few spring onions he had into segments. After completing all this, night had already fallen. Just then, a terrifying sound came. When he looked up, he unexpectedly saw a flying dragon, and Sejun Park was so frightened that he fainted. When he woke up again, 2 days had passed. Subsequently, he leaned against a plant unconsciously, but when he came to his senses, he wondered how there could be a tree here. Surprisingly, the spring onions he had planted 2 days earlier had grown over 2 meters tall, and even the nearby apple and cherry tomato seeds had sprouted. Normal plants couldn't grow so fast. It seems the power of the Black Tower had influenced them. In order not to disturb the young sprouts' growth, Sejun Park decided to collect the spring onions first, and he was very curious about their taste, so he took a bite immediately. The next moment, he experienced what it means to be intensely reinvigorated, as the spring onions had reached a new level of spiciness. It turned out that not only the growth rate had changed, but the spiciness had also been greatly enhanced. After Sejun Park recovered, he became curious about which floor the cave was on, wondering if it might be a height unreachable even by top players. Just then, a few drops of water fell on his face, which he found very strange. When he looked up, unexpectedly, it was a rabbit at the top of the cave. The rabbit leapt down, using Sejun Park as a stepping stone, and performed a series of acrobatic movements that stunned him. It seemed it was not an ordinary rabbit. The rabbit also showed interest at the planted spring onions, and then pointed at them, smacking its lips to signal Sejun Park. Watching the rabbit's gestures, Sejun Park realized it was asking if it could eat some, to which he complied to. Unexpectedly, the rabbit also loved spring onions, and then, Sejun Park and the rabbit sat down together to munch on spring onions. After eating, the rabbit started making a chattering sound calling outwards to the forest above the cave. This made Sejun Park very curious. Then another rabbit jumped down from above and joined the other rabbit. Seeing their intimate demeanor, Sejun Park realized they were a couple, and the rabbits confirmed this. The 2 rabbits seemed to have come with a purpose. They wanted to live there with Sejun Park. Seeing the little rabbit's weak and helpless expressions filled with eager anticipation, it was truly hard to refuse. Sejun Park also agreed to their request, but they couldn't just freeload. However, before he could finish stating his conditions, the rabbits pounced on him, expressing their gratitude. Afterwards, they began to work hard. One was responsible for watering the seedlings, and the other took care of pruning the spring onions. Sejun Park hadn't expected that the rabbits would come with their own farming tools. Mr. Rabbit's watering can continuously produce water, and Mrs. Rabbit's apron seemed to have spatial magic, able to produce farming tools like scissors and shovels. With their help, the farm work was quickly completed. Sejun Park also noticed that the cherry tomatoes were growing much faster than before. It seems the rabbits were helping the plants grow. The rabbit couple was watching Sejun Park nervously, thinking he was dissatisfied with their work, as he had previously mentioned that they couldn't just eat and live for free. However, Sejun Park acknowledged their efforts, which made the rabbit couple very happy. Just then, the rabbits started discussing and then ran to an empty corner nearby. After choosing a spot with good geomancy, Mr. Rabbit began to dig around the space. Moments later, with Mrs. Rabbit hanging up a garland, a cozy house was born. The construction had tired Mr. Rabbit quite a bit, but Sejun Park acknowledged their abilities. But just at that moment, Mrs. Rabbit started calling with intimate intent, soon beckoning Mr. Rabbit to come inside the house for a chat. This startled Mr. Rabbit. It was broad daylight, after all, but Mrs. Rabbit, not caring about the time, dragged him into the house, leaving Sejun Park to tearfully bless them. Who understands the pain of being single? Just then, a puff of black smoke suddenly came up from behind him, causing Sejun Park to jump up in pain, scorching him such that he rolled frantically on the ground. When he turned around, he discovered that it was actually coming from a plastic bottle. The refraction from the plastic bottle focused the sunlight into a point precisely precisely landing on him. When Sejun Park came to his senses, he was shocked. In such harsh conditions, he hasn't given up hope. That's right, this is the first lesson in wilderness survival, how to start a fire outdoors. However, after several attempts, Sejun Park couldn't succeed. It seemed that it was not as easy as he had imagined. Just at that moment, the rabbit couple's door was pushed open, and Mr. Rabbit came out looking haggard, then saw Sejun Park lying on the ground blowing on leaves. He immediately came over to offer help. You came just at the right time. Then, the rabbit took charge of blowing air at the leaves, while Sejun Park stood up to refocus the sunlight. The next instant, a flame was kindled. Seeing this, Sejun Park was very excited, because now he could eat cooked food. After a period of roasting, the spring onions were finally ready. Removing the charred outer layer, the taste of the spring onions became sweet and crisp. The charcoal roasting made the spring onions as sweet as candy, feeling like a wild horse running free across the plains in your mouth. Afterward, the rabbit couple imitated him and learned to eat the roasted spring onions. Just a simple couple of bites conquered them with the taste of human food. This was also the first cooked meal Sejun Park had since he arrived at the Black Tower. The next morning, he woke up. After eating and drinking his fill, Sejun Park made torches using the flame, intending to use them to light up the entire cave. But along the way, he discovered a large fish in the water that jumped out the water. Seeing the fish struggling on the ground, Sejun Park was very surprised, as he had not seen any fish here before, possibly due to the darkness. Sejun Park couldn't wait to start grilling the large fish. Before long, he took a big bite of the grilled fish. The long-missed taste of meat made Sejun Park praise it continuously, but unexpectedly, the rabbit couple also wanted to try it. Although he was surprised, he still let the rabbits taste it. In the days that followed, he learned some patterns. Every 30 days, there would be a solar eclipse here, during which a blue moon would appear in the sky, accompanied by some unknown monsters roaming at the cave entrance. Due to the low battery of his phone and computer, Sejun Park used traditional methods to keep time, and now it was the 61st day of him being trapped in the cave. Not long after, the rabbit couple also had many little rabbits. These little rabbits really liked Sejun Park, and he thus became the godfather of the rabbits. The mischievous little rabbits were exhausting for the rabbit couple, so Sejun Park volunteered to help them take care of the kids. After getting their permission, he took the of little rabbits to see his vegetable garden. The cherry tomatoes he had planted were now successfully flowering. Fortunately, he came every day to pollinate them manually, but over time Sejun Park also became somewhat overwhelmed. If only bees could fly here. At that moment, a little rabbit also tried to fiddle with the cherry tomato flowers like Sejun Park, but a little bit of pollen that fell caused the little rabbit to sneeze. After calming down the mischievous rabbit, Sejun Park was delighted to find that fruits had appeared on the tomato vine. This made him so happy that he sang and danced, his 2 months of effort finally paying off. The next morning, the first thing Sejun Park did was to put on a spring onion cold weather outfit, as a new solar eclipse was about to begin. Prepared, he then said goodbye to the rabbit couple as they went into their home. By evening, many monsters were wandering outside the cave, and Sejun Park sat inside with a vacant stare, the noise outside making it difficult for him to sleep. To prevent the outside monsters from detecting him, Sejun Park hid his scent in advance. But waiting for the blue moon to end was indeed torturous. Just when he thought he could endure a little longer, he heard a loud noise coming from outside the cave. As Sejun Park looked up towards the cave entrance, a huge red bear was also staring intently at the entrance. Seeing the colossal beast in front of him, Sejun Park's heart rate increased. Fortunately, the red bear had not yet noticed the little person inside the cave. Seeing this, Sejun Park tried to hide deeper inside the cave, but unfortunately, cans and water bottles from his bag fell to the ground. He thought the sound was too soft to attract the red bear, but the creature had already positioned itself at the cave entrance. This scene terrified Sejun Park out of his wits, and the red bear was roaring madly outside, looking ready to devour him. Overwhelmed with fright, he soon fainted. When daylight came, the little rabbits came to wake Sejun Park, finding him sleeping very deeply, so Mr. Rabbit forcefully woke him up with a slap. Sejun Park was still a bit groggy. Seeing this, Mr. Rabbit indicated to him that the blue moon had already ended. Reflecting on last night's experience, Sejun Park almost thought he was going to die. His spring onion coat was gone, and on the other side, Mrs. Rabbit had found something to cover Sejun Park with, currently shivering from the cold. Once the rabbit couple got the fire going, Sejun Park warmed up considerably. Mrs. Rabbit handed him some grilled fish which he ate. Sejun Park didn't understand how he was still alive. Thinking too much was useless, Sejun Park had decided all he could do was eat well and survive. Just then, Mr. Rabbit excitedly ran over, chattering at Sejun Park. Seeing this, he was very curious, and followed Mr. Rabbit to the vegetable garden. At this point, the cherry tomatoes had grown and matured, radiating a crystalline glow. Seeing this, Sejun Park could hardly believe his eyes, because in just one day, the cherry tomatoes had grown so much. Although the cherry tomatoes were beautiful and fresh, what surprised him was, the cherry tomatoes were actually blue. Just as Sejun Park was considering whether they were ripe, a system notification appeared before him, indicating that he had achieved the feat of harvesting bursting fruits imbued with the energy of the blue moon. The system displayed that Sejun Park's arrival here was due to a mistake by the Black Tower administrator. Seeing this, Sejun Park immediately shouted at the system, demanding the administrator send him out, but the administrator was in a dilemma about whether to kill him to cover up the mistake. This was met with strong objections from Sejun Park. Perhaps feeling guilty, the Black Tower's administrator granted Sejun Park his awakening, which meant he was about to officially become an awakened within the Black Tower. Sejun Park was looking forward to what class he would receive, hoping for his favorite, a wizard. But when the Black Tower's administrator made the decision, Sejun Park was stunned, as he had awakened as an F-class farmer. Although the job traits in front of him seemed useful, he simply couldn't accept being a farmer. Feeling annoyed, he was about to smash the cherry tomatoes on the ground, but seeing the little rabbits below, Sejun Park stopped himself, because this was the fruit of their collective labor. Seeing the scared look on the rabbit family, Sejun Park calmed down and looked again at the blue cherry tomatoes in his hand, realizing he shouldn't vent his frustration on the tomatoes, as they were the result of their hard work. Maybe being a farmer wasn't so bad after all, and Sejun Park asked the rabbits to go farming together. At that moment, a circle of light emerged from the cherry tomato in his hand. Reading the description that appeared, Sejun Park realized that this cherry tomato was not normal. It was not only very tasty, but also had the miraculous effect of permanently increasing magic energy. Now Sejun Park also realized that the cherry tomato was actually an item, and although it could only increase magic energy by 0.05, this was still surprising. Meanwhile, the Black Tower's administrator was staring intently at Sejun Park's vegetable garden. Looking at the fresh cherry tomatoes in the garden, its stomach couldn't stop growling. Sejun Park in the garden was thanking the little rabbits for their help. If it weren't for their help, the garden wouldn't have developed to this point. However, their joy was cut short when the system notification came again, assigning a new mission to Sejun Park. The mission reward was a job skill, but the cost of refusal was death. Sejun Park was momentarily so frightened that he trembled all over. Although it was called a mission, to him, it felt more like a threat. Worried about the cost of refusal, Sejun Park offered the cherry tomato to the Black Tower's administrator. The next second, the cherry tomato disappeared, and his mission was successfully completed. Since it was written that the mission reward was a job skill, Sejun Park was eager to know what it was. He acquired a level 1 sewing skill. This mundane skill disappointed Sejun Park, but since his profession was a farmer, the sewing skill seemed appropriate. Fortunately, having awakened to his profession, he could now also gain experience points from fishing. There were many piranhas in the pond, but he didn't plan to catch them all at once to level up. Instead, he decided to catch as much as he needed to eat. After grilling all the piranhas, Sejun Park loudly called over the rabbits. All of the rabbits came running, and after distributing the young rabbit share, the 2 largest fish were given to the rabbit couple. Now awakened with his profession, he also saw the rabbit couple's identity. Their original name was White Farmer Bunnies. They were better at farming than fighting. Sejun Park guessed that they must have lost their farm, which is why they wandered here. He wished he could understand rabbit language. At least then he could chat with them. After eating, Sejun Park stood up with enthusiasm, today being a big day for their farm. The rabbit couple also happily responded to Sejun Park. At this moment, their vegetable garden was thriving. The small cherry tomatoes had now become full-grown large cherry tomatoes. Looking at the normally colored cherry tomatoes, Sejun Park's eyes were filled with anticipation. The little rabbits felt exactly the same as he did. After working so hard for so long, it was finally time to harvest. Under the rabbit's eager gaze, Sejun Park's hands trembled as he reached out, and then he picked the very first cherry tomato. Moreover, by picking the right magic cherry tomatoes, Sejun Park gained 10 experience points. However, their effect was somewhat inferior to the blue cherry tomatoes. Eating them no longer permanently increased magic energy, but temporarily granted magic energy by 0.1 for 10 minutes, stacking up to 10 times. Seeing this, Sejun Park looked at the other cherry tomatoes, curious if all the rest were the same. As he had thought, all the ripe cherry magic tomatoes were consistent. Picking unripe cherry tomatoes granted less experience points. Because of this, Sejun Park understood that only the ripe small tomatoes were items, while the unripe ones were just regular food. Afterwards, Sejun Park picked a bunch of ripe cherry tomatoes, and his level increased to 4. After the busy work, Sejun Park was eager to taste the cherry tomatoes, but the rabbit family beside him expressed their dissatisfaction. Seeing this, Sejun Park hurriedly apologized to the little rabbits, as it was a collective effort, and he shouldn't enjoy it alone. Sejun Park offered the cherry tomatoes, and Mr. Rabbit finally calmed down. After dividing the cherry tomatoes, Sejun Park and the rabbits began to enjoy this delicacy. The juicy tenderness of the cherry tomatoes made the rabbits very happy, and Sejun Park popped a cherry tomato into his mouth. Chewing it carefully, the sour and sweet taste of the fruit and vegetable made him feel as if he were in the midst of summer fireworks. Watching Sejun Park tear up, the rabbit couple shook their heads, puzzled by his reaction. After eating the cherry tomatoes, the little rabbits went back to work. They used spring onions to create a storage point for the tomatoes. Sejun Park felt reassured because the little rabbits had learned to help the adults. He had also worked hard today, so he put on a homemade eye mask and prepared to sleep. But before he could fall asleep, the Black Tower administrator sent another mission. This time, the mission required him to turn in 100 magic cherry tomatoes, but Sejun Park didn't want to deal with it and turned over to continue his sleep. Seeing this, the Black Tower's administrator frantically sent reminders, forcing Sejun Park to wake up. After collecting the cherry tomatoes, the Black Tower's administrator left satisfied, and Sejun Park reluctantly opened the mission reward. What he got was a harvesting skill. Initially, Sejun Park thought it was just a regular skill, but when he continued working the next day, he found that for a farmer like him, harvesting was practically a divine skill. The still unripe or overripe cherry tomatoes, when harvested by him, would automatically turn into magic cherry tomatoes. This way, Sejun Park didn't need to wait for the cherry tomatoes to ripen, and the harvesting speed was much faster. Just as he and the little rabbits were preparing to rest, the Black Tower's administrator issued another mission to turn in 200 magic cherry tomatoes, and this time, there was no reward. Although Sejun Park had anticipated that the administrator would come back, he didn't expect that there would be no reward this time. Thinking that the administrator had given him a useful skill, Sejun Park once again handed over the cherry tomatoes, but Mr. Rabbit next to him was very dissatisfied. After that, the administrator's required quantity of magic cherry tomatoes increased each time, showing no signs of moderation, and the assignments became even more frequent, until the number rose to 500 magic cherry tomatoes. Sejun Park was stunned. He had not expected the other side to be this greedy. This time, Sejun Park decisively refused to hand over the magic cherry tomatoes. Hearing his response, the Black Tower's administrator was somewhat at a loss, as this was the first time Sejun Park had resisted the administrator's task. The greedy Black Tower administrator not only took their fruits of labor, but also gave no reward. This made Sejun Park very angry. We need to sustain our livelihood too. After all, a litter of little rabbits doesn't eat small amounts. Isn't this too excessive? But the Black Tower's administrator said that was Sejun Park's problem, not his, and demanded that he quickly hand over the magic cherry tomatoes. Hearing this, Sejun Park grew even angrier. These are the fruits of my hard labor over several days. The administrator thought he was making a big deal out of nothing. Sejun Park's last bit of patience was depleted, and this time he chose to refuse and then turned away, ignoring the messages from the other side. Seeing this, the administrator started to panic. In the following days, Sejun Park minded his own business, selectively ignoring the administrator's messages. Even though the administrator threatened to kill Sejun Park, he did not care at all. He did not want to share the fruits with someone who reaped without sowing. The administrator, however, thought it was Sejun Park's duty, that he must unconditionally obey the administrator's orders. Sejun Park sighed softly. This is exactly why I don't want to give. You forcibly dragged me here and do not recognize the efforts I've put into my work, and you give almost no rewards. Despite being the tower's administrator, you are just a heartless employer. Hearing Sejun Park's words, it was a shock for the administrator, because no one had ever dared to speak to him like that before, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Did I do something wrong? After that, the proud dragon could only carefully utter an apology, but before he could finish, he saw Sejun Park sneaking some cherry tomatoes through the crystal ball. Seeing this, he became very angry and loudly urged Sejun Park to complete the task quickly, or else he would eliminate him. Sejun Park sneaked a glance and said, I'll give you 5 this time, the rest later, because the little rabbits were fighting over the food. In the next instant, the cherry tomatoes were taken away. The administrator proudly stated that it would let it go this time, but not to expect such leniency in the future, then happily left. From this, Sejun Park speculated that the Black Tower's administrator might be an incredibly naive individual. Today was the 91st day, which is also the night of the 4th blue moon. With the experience from the previous 2 times, Sejun Park was fully prepared. He not only made a cloak, but also made a pair of earmuffs. He also ate the cherry tomatoes, increasing his magic ability, which he believed could protect against the monster's roars. However, he still hoped that the incident from last time would not happen again. As the sun was eclipsed by the moon, a blue moonlight shone on the cherry tomatoes, and Sejun Park was mesmerized, as this was the first time he had seen plants absorb moonlight. At the same time, he noticed the cherry tomatoes undergoing changes. The cherry tomatoes made a whooshing sound as they evolved into blue cherry tomatoes. At the same time, the sweet potatoes nearby also showed unusual activity. Could it be that sweet potatoes can also absorb moonlight? Driven by curiosity, Sejun Park quickly ran over and threw aside the soil covering them. Seeing this, Sejun Park was astounded. The previous sweet potatoes had evolved into a mighty sweet potato with blue moon energy. Its attributes were different from the cherry tomatoes. It increased strength ability. This was followed by a series of level up prompts. He picked the blue cherry tomatoes, holding a cherry tomato in his left hand and a mighty sweet potato in his right. Sejun Park felt like he owned the world. Just then, a mission panel appeared again, and Sejun Park expected this to happen. Unexpectedly, however, 2 tasks came simultaneously, one asking for the blue blue cherry tomato, the other asking for the blue mighty sweet potato. This time the punishment of death seemed a bit harsh. It seems if I refuse, I might really be dealt with. But Sejun Park came prepared with a strategy, which was to complete the previous task first. After collecting the several hundred cherry tomatoes he hadn't given last time, the administrator was joyous, but then looked at Sejun Park with a puzzled face, questioning if he was secretly plotting other plans. Sejun Park stated he wouldn't give them to the administrator this time. So, the administrator warned that he must give the blue cherry tomatoes and blue mighty sweet potatoes next time, then left satisfied. Looking at the blue cherry tomato and blue mighty sweet potato in his hands, he contemplated on what to do next. In this case, they obviously had to go into his own mouth. Sejun Park chewed the blue cherry tomato with a face full of enjoyment, and the next instant his whole body suddenly trembled with excitement. This rich, refreshing sweet taste, it was like a celebration in his mouth. Unable to bear it, he decided to roast the mighty sweet potato too, although it was a pity without aluminum foil, but fortunately he had versatile onion leaves. By the next morning, the solar eclipse had ended. The rabbit couple peeked out to check, because they smelled a delicious fragrance, then looked on smacking their lips behind Sejun Park. They came just at the right time. The roasted sweet potatoes infused with blue moon energy produced an enticing aroma. Seeing this, the little rabbits drooled. Just as Sejun Park was about to give the sweet potatoes to the little rabbits, Mr. Rabbit suddenly stepped in front of him and cooed at the little rabbits to stop, trying to explain something to the rabbit family. Sejun Park understood Mr. Rabbit's intentions. Mr. Rabbit thought there was only one mighty sweet potato, so he wanted Sejun Park to enjoy it by himself. Seeing this, Sejun Park was deeply moved, but he dared not tell Mr. Rabbit that he had already sneaked eating a mighty sweet potato earlier. Sejun Park couldn't wait and took a bite, but he burned his mouth and started screaming in pain as he flung the mighty sweet potato onto the ground. Mr. Rabbit started to panic, but just as he was about to reach out to the mighty sweet potato on the ground, the little rabbits were even quicker. Before Mr. Rabbit could react, the little ones had already put it in their mouths. Unfortunately, the inside of the sweet potato was still hot. The little rabbits immediately spat out the mighty sweet potato, but they still burned their mouths and then started crying in pain. Luckily, the rabbits weren't hurt. The only pity was the delicious roasted sweet potato wasted on the ground. Seeing the roasted sweet potato on the ground, Sejun Park also realized that the current resources were not enough to sustain 8 mouths, so he decided to expand the cultivation of sweet potatoes. It was precisely the sweet potato stems that the little rabbits were munching on, so he declared temporarily banning eating sweet potato stems. Hearing this, the little rabbits were upset. They began to cry and make a fuss. However, Sejun Park was not swayed by this, as they would not stop eating all day, and it wouldn't take long for these little ones to eat everything. To this, Sejun Park had an offer. If you help me plant sweet potato stems, as a reward, we'll eat tastier roasted sweet potatoes for dinner, and I can give you some special snacks. Hearing about the special snacks, the little rabbits drooled all over and they planted the sweet potatoes in an orderly manner. The eldest, strong and powerful, was responsible for digging holes. The second and third took care of planting. The fourth was the runner, and the youngest, the fifth, had it relatively easy, only needing to arrange the sweet potato sprouts. Just then, the fifth rabbit looked at the tender sweet potato leaves and his stomach started growling, thinking maybe no one would see him sneak a bite. The next second, Mr. Rabbit slapped him down, as if to say, "You little rascal, working yet sneaking food." On the other side, Sejun Park was picking cherry tomatoes because he wanted to make special snacks. Just then, his information panel kept popping up, and Sejun Park's level was upgraded from Farmer F to E. Afterward, he strung the cherry tomatoes on fish bones, making them easier to roast later. Meanwhile, the Black Tower's administrator was proudly watching Sejun Park's actions, but when Sejun Park turned around, it hid. However, Sejun Park still noticed it. It must have been spying. Moments later, the barbecued cherry tomatoes were ready and Sejun Park called out to the rabbits. Hearing this, the little rabbits immediately stopped their farm work and hopped towards Sejun Park. The freshly made barbecued cherry tomato bone skewers, stringing the tomatoes on clean piranha bones, made the fruit even sweeter and softer. The little rabbits couldn't help drooling over the barbecued cherry tomato skewers. Then Sejun Park reminded them not to be hasty, as the food was very hot just out of the fire. Seeing that the sweet potato sprouts were almost all planted, it was also time for him to prepare tonight's dinner. He then pulled out a matured mighty sweet potato, surprised to find it had produced 5 potatoes. The description states that consuming them would dissolve 10 g of fat and increase strength ability by 0.1 for 10 minutes. After harvesting a total of 15 mighty sweet potatoes, Sejun Park saw some sweet potato leaves nearby that did not look well. He didn't want to waste any, and so he still planted it. Just then, the information panel popped up again. Because Sejun Park had obtained the sowing skill, planting through himself would improve plant survival rates. He hadn't expected this to count towards the sowing skill. It seems I must do all the planting myself to improve familiarity. He then quickly signaled the little rabbits to stop, shop and took over the rest of the planting himself. Meanwhile, the administrator was fiddling with something in the room, carefully skewering cherry tomatoes and then trying to roast them over the fire like Sejun Park. Moments later, bit into them but spat them all out, not expecting them to be so bitter. It turned out it had forgotten to remove the charred skin. At the same time, the administrator was also very curious about what Sejun Park was doing, but was surprised to find Sejun Park happily eating roasted mighty sweet potatoes. Seeing this, it was very dissatisfied. How dare you guys eat roasted sweet potatoes behind the great black dragon Aileen Pratani. Subsequently, Sejun Park received a task prompt. Please offer one roasted sweet potato to the Black Tower's administrator. Refusal means death. This stunned Sejun Park, who then turned his head to refuse. Seeing the administrator's anxious reaction, Sejun Park casually said, "There's only one left. Don't you think you should offer a reward?" The administrator, not caring about formalities anymore, quickly modified the task. This time it added an occupational ability as a reward to the task. Sejun Park was very pleased with this, saying, "Then I'll offer you one." Subsequently, Sejun Park eagerly opened the reward. "Congratulations, you have acquired the seed shop ability. When used, the ability will allow you to purchase items from the seed shop once every 30 days. Sejun Park excitedly stood up. Having a store meant he could buy other things. He immediately activated the skill, but at that moment, Sejun Park remembered he had no money. Meanwhile, the information box prompted, "Since this is your first time using the store, you are awarded 1 dungeon coin." With a ding, Sejun Park money was deposited. The store transactions were in dungeon coins, with 1 dungeon coin being equivalent to about 10,000 won. Due to new user permissions, he could only display 3 items and was only allowed to purchase one of them. Looking at the seeds that are purchasable, Sejun Park fell into thought, feeling some seeds were not very useful, so only carrots were left. The little rabbits all looked at Sejun Park, making noises beside him. "Do you guys want to eat carrots?" The rabbit couple drooled, their ears involuntarily twitching, and upon hearing this, their ears made flapping noises. Sejun Park also found it very amusing, addictively repeating carrots, and Mr. Rabbit could no longer bear it and immediately delivered a flying kick. Sejun Park then purchased carrot seeds, which the rabbits looked forward to eagerly, and even the administrator was very satisfied. Next, they would plant the newly purchased seeds. At the same time, a little bee was quietly approaching Sejun Park. As Sejun Park purchased the carrot seeds, the rabbit couple anticipated them daily, even staying in the vegetable garden after meals. Since that's the case, let them watch. Sejun Park decided to rest first, because he had to manually pollinate the cherry tomatoes in the afternoon. Just as Sejun Park had just laid down, he heard a buzzing sound next to his ear. Despite his efforts to shoo it away, insects continued to fly around him, and even the little rabbits couldn't sleep. He was very annoyed. Where are these insects flying around from? Then, a little bee appeared in front of him. The little bee looked at him curiously, as she had never seen a human before. Sejun Park was so in awe that he couldn't speak. "Is this a little bee sent by the heavens in answer to my prayers? It's too cute." Just as Sejun Park thought he had gained a little worker, her information panel popped up. "You have encountered a poisonous honey bee, extremely dangerous." This scared Sejun Park into trembling. Then, he turned back to ask the rabbit couple to confirm if it was dangerous, but the rabbit couple had already run away with their children. Sejun Park yelled, "So she is dangerous, isn't she? How could you leave me alone to run away?" The next information was even more terrifying. The poisonous honey bee is carnivorous, uses its stinger to hunt monsters, and devours their flesh. The poisonous honey bee's stinger is extremely dangerous, and you must avoid it. Sejun Park quickly signaled her not to come closer. "I don't taste good. I'm just skin and bones." It was this behavior that angered her. At this critical moment, Sejun Park grabbed a nearby tomato flower. "Don't eat me, eat this instead." Seeing the fresh flower, the little honeybee surprisingly calmed down. She seemed very interested in the flower. Then, the little honeybee moved closer and sniffed the flower. Sejun Park, seeing her quiet, cautiously glanced at her. She seemed to really like Sejun Park's flower, even burying half her head in it. Watching the smile on her face, it was hard to imagine she was a carnivorous bee. Just then, Sejun Park remembered that he still had to manually pollinate the small tomatoes. He mustered up the courage to communicate with the little bee. "If you feel hungry, you might try the fresh flowers behind." The little honeybee quickly became immersed in the field of flowers. Sejun Park was very pleased. "This way, I don't need to go out of my way to pollinate the small tomatoes myself. I must say, I am a genius." The little rabbits were hiding behind a rock, and Sejun Park saw them, saying, "Do you have the face to come back? You left me alone to run away." Hearing this, the little rabbits pulled out their best act of being cute. Meanwhile, the little honeybee flew back to Sejun Park, scaring him so much that he collapsed on the rock. The little honeybee landed directly on him, then stretched out lazily, and unexpectedly, she fell asleep. "But will her stinger really not sting me?" Thus, Sejun Park's farm gained another family member. Time quickly moved on to the 120th day, and with the help of the little honeybee, the yield of the cherry tomatoes also increased. The little honeybee was very diligent, arriving at the farm early in the morning to work, then returning to the woods outside the cave at night, presumably back to her own beehive. beef. Sejun Park's dinner also got an upgrade as the little honeybee added honey, making the taste of the spring onions much better. The scene shifts to the next day, the day of the 4th blue moon, and Sejun Park had made early preparations, and his lucky outfit had also been upgraded. But what puzzled him was that the little rabbits were particularly noisy today. Just as Sejun Park signaled them to hurry back to their home, the rabbit couple was holding the little rabbits, seemingly encouraging them. The next instant, the rabbit couple quickly left, leaving Sejun Park staring in shock. Then they waved at Sejun Park as if to say good luck. Confused, Sejun Park did not know what was about to happen, but his intuition told him that something bad was going to occur. The solar eclipse had already started. Then, Sejun Park slowly turned his head to look, only to see the adorable little rabbits grow huge and each started showing their claws and teeth. Just when Sejun Park thought the little rabbits were about to attack him, a rainbow light suddenly glowed. When the light dispersed, pairs of cute little rabbit ears appeared, and the little rabbits had turned into white and black. At that moment, he understood that this was the little rabbit's coming-of-age ceremony. The scene shifts to the next day, and the rabbit couple was also happy that their children had grown up. Meanwhile, the eldest stretched out its palm and cooed. The next instant, a shovel appeared in the eldest's hand. Seeing this, Sejun Park was shocked. It turned out that once they grow into adult farmer white rabbits, they could obtain their own awakened tools, which obviously couldn't be borrowed. The eldest awoke to a shovel, the second inherited Mr. Rabbit's watering can, the third got a cart, and the fourth a sickle. Only the fifth was an exception. His name was Black Warrior Bunny, because his awakened tool was a hammer, and his profession was not a farmer, but a warrior. The little rabbit was also very satisfied with his profession. The scene shifts again, and everyone started to work. The second followed Mr. Rabbit in charge of watering, the fourth followed Mrs. Rabbit in cutting the spring onions. The eldest was responsible for loosening the soil for the plants, and with the third's cart, transporting the small tomatoes became much easier. Watching the once little rabbits gradually grow up and being able to help their parents, Sejun Park felt very gratified. However, there was still a fifth one, who became the only unemployed rabbit in the tower, since the warrior's role was to protect the farm. But here inside the cave, there were no monsters that threatened their livelihood. He couldn't let the fifth feel useless. Just then, the fifth rabbit suddenly thought of something and then started pointing at the fish pond behind them, making excited noises. Sejun Park understood what he was trying to convey. They could use the hammer to catch fish. As long as he drew the fish out, the fifth rabbit would be responsible for catching them. Sejun Park began to try this. Just then, a big fish leaped out, and the fifth rabbit timed it perfectly, striking the big fish hard with the hammer. The fifth, being a warrior, was indeed agile, but tonight's food was doomed, as it turned into fish paste, and Black Warrior Bunny was oblivious. Adhering to the principle of not wasting food, tonight's meal was fish paste, but looking at the mushy fish meat, everyone lost their appetite. After a busy day, it was unfortunate to have them eat this, making the other little rabbits very angry, and Sejun Park could only come out to comfort the poor fifth. Just practice more, and you'll get the hang of it. Thus, as the rabbits gradually got used to their roles, the seed store opened again, and Sejun Park was eager. But the next second, he was stunned because the prices of the seeds had increased significantly from the first time. Now all his wealth was 0.9 dungeon coins, and he could only afford sticky corn seeds. He must find a way to earn more money. There are 3 known ways to earn dungeon coins inside the tower. First, by receiving rewards for clearing floors. Second, by hunting monsters and selling valuable monster bodies to peddlers. Third, by completing tasks for rewards. Among these methods, clearing floors is impossible for Sejun Park, who can't leave the cave entrance, so only the last method remains. He then signaled to the administrator to ask if the reward could be changed to dungeon coins, but the administrator seemed not to know what dungeon coins are, though it said it could give someone it grew up. Sejun Park felt somewhat disheartened. How long would that take? The administrator generously told him about 300 years. It seems this method won't work either. He should focus on how to survive for now. Because of the dungeon coin issue, he could only choose corn seeds. The next moment, a pouch magically appeared, containing golden, plump corn seeds. Seeing this, everyone became more spirited, but before that, they needed to fill their stomachs. After a while, everyone had eaten their fill, but there were still a few grilled fish left, which Sejun Park planned to dry and store. The little honeybee, who hadn't come around for several days, stuck close to Sejun Park when she saw him. Just then, the little honeybee suddenly felt something approaching, and the rabbits also prepared for battle, which scared Sejun Park. Could it be a monster? Suddenly, a cat paw reached out. "Don't be nervous, I'm not a bad cat." Sejun Park was also very curious about what the cat was doing here. It jumped down and extended its pink and tender paw. "I am Teo, a peddler." Just like that, Sejun Park unexpectedly stumbled upon a lucky cat, and this was also the first time he met a peddler. However, he hadn't expected it to be a cat. Those big round eyes, chubby cheeks, and soft paws were just too much. As a cat lover, Sejun Park couldn't resist, but he had to suppress his urge to pet the cat. It turns out, the little cat Teo knew that Sejun Park was new to the seed shop community, so he came to greet Sejun Park and do a bit of business. Sejun Park was also curious about what goods Teo might have. But just then, the cat's stomach started growling, and he apologized, saying he hadn't eaten much on the way, not expecting to get hungry before starting the business. Seeing this, Sejun Park grinned. Since you're here to do business with me, I should make a profit first. He then pulled out a grilled fish. Do you want to eat? Seeing this, the cat couldn't help but drool, his big bell-like eyes showing true love. The cat hesitated for a moment, followed by a refusal. For Sejun Park, this was an easy win. Don't you want to try how delicious this grilled fish smells? Under Sejun Park's temptation, the cat finally succumbed to the allure. The cat had quite a big appetite, devouring 5 grilled fish in one go, filling its stomach to the brim. The cat thanked Sejun Park, who smiled and said, "It's I who should be thanking you." The cat then took out his goods, but Sejun Park interrupted him. "Before that, pay for the grilled fish first. That'll be 0.5 dungeon coins." The newly debuted cat didn't know the harshness of society. "Wasn't it you who invited me to eat?" Sejun Park countered. "There's no such thing as a free lunch in the world. You're not planning to eat the fish and then run away, are you? That depends on whether my friends here agree or not." Overwhelmed by the numbers against him, the cat could only tearfully empty its pockets. The cat felt it shouldn't suffer a loss for nothing, so it then encouraged Sejun Park to take a look at its treasures, confidently introducing its rare items. "This flask has been enchanted with preservation magic. Whether you pour something hot or cold into it, it can maintain the temperature indefinitely. And this mini fan has been enchanted with wind magic." Just then, Sejun Park interrupted it, bluntly stating, "The things you've brought are actually just junk." For this, the cat became very angry. "These are rare items I've procured from outside the tower. You might not recognize their value." Sejun Park spoke unhurriedly. "They don't have any magic," making the cat doubt its decisions. Then, Sejun Park told it, "There's no magic on them. The principle of the vacuum flask is to isolate it from contact with the air outside, thus preventing heat loss. The mini electric fan and the portable heater will stop working if accidentally left on, as the battery will run out." But the cat clearly didn't believe what Sejun Park said. Skaram explicitly said they were enchanted. Just then, the mini fan ran out of battery and stopped spinning. "This is the truth behind what you bought," Sejun Park said. At this, the cat finally believed Sejun Park. "That damn dirty goblin Skaram." The cat burst into tears. "Why am I always deceived?" Seeing this, Sejun Park stepped forward to comfort him. "If you don't mind, can you tell me what happened?" Thus, the cat shared the sorrows it had kept in its heart. It was originally a member of the neutral zone on the 75th floor and had long adored Meryl, the village of Grainier's most beautiful cat. It had saved up small fish to confess its love, but Meryl was very dissatisfied with his cheap fish, slapped it to the ground, and treated Teo with indifference. Just then, Oren, the rich young master of the village, appeared. He simply brought out a salmon, which captivated Meryl instantly. "What cheap stuff dare you bring as a gift? It should at least be a fine salmon." And this stunned Teo, because even if he emptied his savings, he couldn't afford one. Just like that, Meryl was whisked away by the rich second generation. Teo couldn't believe that his childhood friend would abandon him, asking, "Can you look into my eyes and swear? Were our memories not real?" Hearing this, Meryl lowered her head, and the next moment, she showed her sharp cat claws, saying, "I just gave you a few smiles, and you kept pestering me. I hate cats that reek of cheap fish like you." This made Teo start to question his life. So, he left that sorrowful place and became the peddler he is now. After registering as a peddler with 50 dungeon coins, he intended to use the remaining 5 coins to buy goods, but he unexpectedly met Skaram. Under his influence, Teo believed the lie about obtaining rare items outside the tower. With high hopes and an empty stomach, he arrived here, only to be told that he had bought a pile of junk and spent his last bit of money, and then he broke down crying. Sejun Park could see that he was really a prime sucker. Just then, he had a flash of inspiration, thinking of a win-win solution. He then suggested that Teo eat 2 grilled fish to calm down, but the cat, fearful of being tricked again, said, "You're probably waiting to ask for money after I finish eating, aren't you?" "I'm not a fool." Sejun Park offered them for free, and hearing this, the cat's eyes widened. "Really? But there's one condition." Just like that, Sejun Park found a sucker, or rather, a partner. Teo was puzzled by Sejun Park's proposal to partner up, seeing himself as a useless rookie peddler, but Sejun Park thought he was still very capable. After all, being able to find himself a quality partner proved that Teo was quite lucky. Next came the formal negotiations with the little cat Teo. Sejun Park then called over the rabbits, and soon, the rabbits arrived with a small cart. Sejun Park comfortably lay on it. Now that Teo had no startup capital, they decided to earn more money through collaboration. Teo was very satisfied with the idea, feeling it was a great opportunity to start anew. Sejun Park also looked forward to earning more dungeon coins through this collaboration, aiming to enhance the farm's productivity and scale. The counterfeit goods wouldn't sell, so Sejun Park suggested a plan to Teo, which was to sell goods for him. A portion of the sales profit would be given to Teo as a bonus. However, Teo did not understand what he meant about the bonus. Hearing this, Sejun Park patiently explained, "You can set your own prices for the goods, and no matter what price they sell at, I will give you a 3 to 5% share in dungeon coins." After the explanation, Teo understood the situation, but felt the percent share was not in his favor, so he did not respond to Sejun Park. Sejun Park understood his reluctance and immediately had the little rabbits bring over his secret weapon. Seeing the line of roasted fish in front of him, Taeo's eyes bulged. Seeing this, Sejun Park struck while the iron was hot, telling Taeo, if the collaboration is successful, not only will you get a share, but you'll also receive 10 grilled fish or an equivalent amount in dungeon coins every week. Hearing this offer and smelling the fragrant grilled fish, Taeo couldn't help but drool. But remembering his past experiences of being deceived, he felt he couldn't agree to Sejun Park's proposal. However, tears were already streaming down Taeo's cheeks. There was no helping it. Cats find it hard to resist roasted fish. Slowly wiping away his drool. If you can give 20 grilled fish, I might consider the collaboration. Sejun Park decisively took out 20 grilled fish and promised to add 5 more. Upon hearing this, Taeo could no longer hold out, as that was a total of 25 grilled fish. In addition, Sejun Park offered special benefits. Besides the weekly salary, as long as you come here, you can eat grilled fish to your heart's content without spending a penny. Hearing Sejun Park's words, little cat Taeo's heart couldn't stop pounding. After getting Taeo's agreement, they officially began their collaboration. Sejun Park prepared to sign a contract with Taeo, and Taeo even provided the paper and pen himself. Soon, Sejun Park had written all the terms of the contract, and Taeo and he decisively pressed their paw and handprints on it. Now that the signing was complete, Sejun Park hugged his new partner with relief, while Taeo finally realized what had happened. In his excitement, he had unconsciously pressed his paw print without thoroughly reading the content. Just as Taeo tried to grab the contract paper, it had already floated away. Subsequently, the contract between them was formed. As long as both parties agreed, the Black Tower would facilitate this collaboration. Sejun Park had heard about this feature of the Black Tower before, but he hadn't expected it to take effect in this way. Meanwhile, Taeo was full of regret, as this was his first contract. To this, Sejun Park said, "You'll understand in time." Then he tried to high-five the little cat, but was rebuffed by the annoyed Taeo, because it's still uncertain whether we can continue to cooperate. After all, it was clearly written in the first clause that if he didn't perform well, the contract would become void. Hearing this, Sejun Park employed the irresistible head patting on the little cat, which made Taeo floaty with happiness. After confirming the collaboration, Taeo asked what products he needed to sell. So, Sejun Park took him to the farm and picked a cherry tomato to indicate this is the product that needs to be sold. After a brief inspection, Taeo understood that it was an item that increased magic ability, which could be sold to the recently awakened in the tower for 0.01 dungeon coin each. Sejun Park set minimum price at 0.05 dungeon coin, which made Taeo somewhat doubtful, but upon reflection, he thought this might be good for him. According to the contract, if he failed to meet the target, not only could he keep the grilled fish, but he could also break the contract outright. Thinking this, Taeo actively inquired about how much he needed to take to sell. Sejun Park had already had the little rabbits bring them over. A total of 1,000 cherry tomatoes needed to be taken, and this week's 25 roasted fish were also prepared for Taeo. Sejun Park wondered how he would transport the goods, and then Taeo pulled out his bundle, a storage tool enchanted with various magics that could keep items fresh and had a large space. The next second, Taeo threw his bundle out, and once the magic was activated, the small tomatoes and grilled fish were sucked into it. Then it gently landed on the ground. This tool earned continuous praise from Sejun Park. Taeo was already shouldering the bundle, ready to set off, waving goodbye to Sejun Park and heading out to sell the magic-infused small tomatoes. A few days later, on the 38th floor of the Black Tower, a group known as the Phoenix Guild was hunting monsters. With great effort and cooperation, they slew a large spider. As they happily chatted afterwards, a rustling sound came from the bushes behind Dongshik, the team leader. Hearing the noise, the man turned around to see Taeo signaling that he was there for trade. Just when the group thought it might be some hidden ferocious beast, Taeo stepped out with his cat-like tread. The group of Awakened recognized Taeo as a peddler, and Taeo adhered to the contract by using Meowish language. This adorable manner endeared him to a group of girls. Now, Taeo understood why Sejun Park had added this condition. Indeed, as soon as he spoke, he was well received. Taeo did not hesitate and immediately pulled out the magic cherry tomatoes. At first glance, the crowd lost interest, but Taeo then urged them to check their information panels. Upon doing so, they realized it was an item that could increase magic ability by 0.01 for 10 minutes. However, when they heard that each was priced at 0.05 dungeon coins, they hesitated again. Some thought Taeo was crazy and were about to leave. However, one of the girls stared intently at the information, which clearly stated that consuming one could dissolve 10 grams of fat and could be reused. Hearing the girl's words, the others who were about to leave stopped in their tracks. To Taeo's astonishment, those previously uninterested were now eager to buy the tomatoes in large quantities. Even the team members without body concerns decided to purchase some. Meanwhile, in the cave, Sejun Park was working hard with Mrs. Rabbit. Although the magic cherry tomatoes only slightly increased magic ability, the fact that they could dissolve 10 grams of fat without side effects would surely appeal to those looking looking to lose weight. Additionally, they tasted very good. Sejun Park was convinced that the magic cherry tomatoes would be a big hit. Just as he had thought, the 1,000 magic cherry tomatoes he brought out sold out in just a few minutes. Teo crouched on the ground in disbelief, as this was the first time he had made so much money. While the little cat was out, Sejun Park and the rabbits planted carrot seeds. Many days later, these seeds had all sprouted young shoots. However, out of the 1,000 seeds obtained, only about 700 survived. The seeds extracted from the magic cherry tomatoes did not all germinate either. The same was true for the corn seeds and sweet potato stems. Even with Sejun Park personal planting, the germination rate was only around 60%. He thought this result might be due to his low farmer level, or perhaps the soil inside the cave was not fertile enough. Now that he had found a way to earn dungeon coins, he planned to work even harder at planting. Just as Sejun Park and Mr. Rabbit were full of fighting spirit, a loud noise came from behind them. It turned out to be Black Warrior Bunny, who was fishing in style. He lured a large number of piranhas with a torch, and in the next second, Black Bunny raised his hammer and stunned all the fish in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Sejun Park praised Black Bunny's fishing skills. Having caught a large number of fish, Black Bunny began to glow, a sign of leveling up. Seeing this, Sejun Park was greatly relieved. The white rabbits gained experience through farming, while the little black rabbit leveled up for the first time through hunting. Always the least useful Black Bunny on the farm, he finally got to show off in front of his brothers, although he was quickly reprimanded by the eldest white rabbit. During a break, Sejun Park began rummaging through his bag, quickly pulling out the vacuum flask that Teo had brought, and inside it, he found a few packets of leftover coffee. He felt grateful to Teo and Skaram, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to enjoy coffee in the Black Tower. Sejun Park then tore open a packet of coffee powder and poured it into a water bottle. Although he had no sugar, fortunately, there was honey from the little honey bee. Soon, a unique honey Americano was ready. After a hearty sip, Sejun Park felt an unprecedented satisfaction. Seeing the little rabbits looking interested, he passed the coffee to them. However, just after a sip, Black Warrior Bunny's face drastically changed, and he spat out all the coffee. The rest of the little rabbits also couldn't adapt to the bitterness of the coffee. Just then, Sejun Park heard a buzzing sound, turned around, and called to the little honey bee. The bee happily responded to Sejun Park. Watching the direction the bee flew, Sejun Park noticed that there was an additional beehive there. The little honey bee had moved its home inside the cave. But while Sejun Park and the little honey bee were happily interacting, a task from the Black Tower's administrator was triggered. This time, 10 magic cherry tomatoes were required, and the administrator would be very sad if refused. Seeing that even the threats had disappeared, Sejun Park was secretly delighted. However, he still handed over the magic cherry tomatoes to the administrator, who even thanked Sejun Park, bringing him a moment of relief. The administrator's attitude had changed so much from before. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the Black Tower in a goblin's home, Skaram was drinking with a companion, but suddenly mentioned the little cat Teo. Skaram was convinced that Teo would never sell those junk items. Teo out of money, he would inevitably return to the Peddlers Guild, at which point Skaram would pretend to kindly lend him money as capital, then make him forever a slave to his own interest payments. After drinking, Skaram opened his message board. Today was the day the rankings were updated, and Skaram had successfully squeezed into the top 1,000. The goblins beside him congratulated him, while also wondering when they could make it onto the list. Hearing his companion's praise, Skaram was secretly pleased, having tricked so many naive customers. But when he tried to check the merchants ahead of him, Skaram was filled with disbelief because he found that Teo was ranked ahead of him. Hearing other companions whispering, this made Skaram instantly furious and even more determined to catch Teo and steal his secret of selling goods. Teo's quick return surprised Sejun Park, but a few days later, Teo finally returned to the cave, greeting Sejun Park with great surprise. But this response had Teo mistakenly thought he had been found out, so he slipped and said that he would return immediately after selling goods next time and wouldn't stay to play on other floors. Subsequently, Sejun Park inquired a bit, and Teo honestly confessed that he had played for 4 days because he had said before leaving that he was going to sell goods on the 30-something floors, which should take about 10 days round trip, but it turned out he had 4 days to hang around after selling all the magic cherry tomatoes. Sejun Park initially thought it would take many days to sell the goods, but Teo returned in just 14 days, presumably because he sold all the tomatoes immediately upon arriving. Seeing the little cat continuously apologizing, Sejun Park suddenly grabbed his shoulders, his face mischievously demanding that Teo confess everything. In this manner, the little rabbits and Sejun Park listened to Teo's story. In a short while, he explained the situation and took out all 50 tower coins he had earned. Having received the money, Sejun Park pondered for a moment, then gave 2 dungeon coins to Teo. But what puzzled Teo was that Sejun Park's reference to him had changed to my intern, not Teo the CEO. Sejun Park explained that this was a demotion penalty for Teo, and the commission would go back to 5% once he worked hard to regain the boss position. Seeing this, Teo was not discouraged, but instead confidently stated his determination to work work hard and become the CEO again. Now, Sejun Park noticed that Teo often used meow language when speaking, which was initially required by the contract only during business interactions. However, after realizing the benefits, Teo decided to use meow language all the time. Sejun Park thought that this could definitely make the small tomatoes famous worldwide. The information page will label the grower, so people will gradually know that I invented the small tomatoes. But recalling the rules of the Black Tower, Teo was suddenly terrified into silence. In the Black Tower, there is a special feature to protect novice peddlers from having their customers poached, and the section that would indicate Sejun Park as the cultivator would not be indicated as due to Teo's status as a novice peddler. Thinking of this, cold sweat poured down Teo's back. If Sejun Park knew this, he might very well be demoted to an intern again, or worse, fired. Immediately, Teo urgently asked Sejun Park for the magic cherry tomatoes, wanting to start selling right away. Hearing this, Sejun Park told him to rest for a few days, as he had not yet given him his weekly salary. However, Teo took the initiative to pack the magic cherry tomatoes, mumbling about working hard, because to remove the block on displaying the grower's name, he must quickly earn 1,000 dungeon coins and become an intermediate peddler. Watching the excited Teo, Sejun Park and Black Bunny were puzzled. Could it be that he was dazzled by money? The magic cherry tomatoes sold by Teo received high praise from many adventurers, including the Phoenix Guild Master's daughter, who loved the little tomatoes so much that she asked him to bring more next time. Seeing this, Phoenix Guild Master Dongshik shed tears because his daughter had been moody due to unsuccessful dieting, but now she expressed her love for her father, making Dongshik unusually happy for the first time in a while. Other team members were also happy because their crush even agreed to their advances after receiving the magic cherry tomatoes. With his team's response, Dongshik and a few others then began to look for the little cat Teo. A few days later, on the 38th floor, Teo was walking along with a troubled face. His backpack could carry a maximum of 1,500 magic cherry tomatoes at a time, meaning he would have to make more than 10 trips back and forth to earn 1,000 dungeon coins. After a while, Teo arrived at the spot where humans used to gather, but looking around, he couldn't see anyone. Just then, a voice of surprise came from the bushes nearby. Seeing the little cat Teo, they seemed very happy and immediately called out to other companions. It turned out that these people had been waiting here for Teo for 2 whole days, just to buy the magic cherry tomatoes. Hearing this, Teo's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Just as the others were about to pay at the previous price, Teo quickly stopped them. The little cat raised its chubby paws, then said, "The price has gone up now." Hearing the news of the price increase, everyone started to get anxious. Seeing this, Phoenix Guild Master Dongshik asked, "How much has it increased by?" Teo confidently said, "Now it's 0.07 dungeon coins per piece." But his heart was very anxious because such a price increase might mean the tomatoes wouldn't sell. However, the next second, the Phoenix Guild Master didn't hesitate at all and immediately threw a bag of dungeon coins to buy 200 pieces. This surprised Teo so much that he meowed. The other team members also whispered among themselves, "Such a good item. It's normal for the price to be higher, and who knows how long we'll have to wait next time." Thus, everyone began buying in large quantities. In less than a few minutes, all the magic cherry tomatoes Teo brought were sold out. Before leaving, the Phoenix Guild Master asked Teo when he would return here, and upon learning it would be after 10 days, Dongshik nodded in satisfaction, as they could just make it in time. After buying the magic cherry tomatoes, Dongshik gathered his team members to go and slay the spider monster. Hearing that they would come again, Teo couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Having regular customers meant he could soon earn 1,000 dungeon coins. As he fantasized about becoming an intermediate peddler, another group of adventurers greeted Teo. It turned out that Suha recognized Teo because he looked similar to a cat she had before. However, Teo didn't like being called Kitty by several people. Seeing this, Suha quickly apologized. After some conversation, Teo learned that Suha used to have a cat very similar to him. Teo disagreed. "You must be mistaken, meow, because I am the most handsome cat in the world." He then turned and walked away, while Suha quickly pulled out a cat treat. Looking at Suha hopeful and gentle eyes, the Teo said, "I only like grilled fish. I don't care for anything else." But before he could finish, he completely succumbed to the deliciousness in her hand. How could there be something so tasty? It's unbelievably delicious, meow. In just a few seconds, Teo had polished off all the cat treats. Greedy for more, Suha took out many flavors of cat treats, but she had one condition: only if Teo would take a selfie with her will all be given to you. Hearing this, Teo didn't hesitate at all. "Not just one picture. I could pose for a lifetime." Sometime later, Teo left contentedly munching on the cat treats. His teammates were also rarely seen Suha this happy, while Suha, looking at the photos on her phone, was very satisfied and said she would bring cat treats for Teo next time because he was just too adorable. Meanwhile, in the cave, Sejun Park was conducting swimming training for the Black Bunny. He had also sealed the entrance used by the piranhas to ensure safety. The reason for the special training for Black Warrior Bunny was that a few days ago it suddenly floated motionlessly on the surface of the water, which scared Sejun Park so much that he screamed on the spot, and Mrs. Mrs. Rabbit even fainted straight away. Thinking back, he still felt a chill. Black Warrior Bunny didn't seem to care at all. After training all afternoon, Sejun Park now really wanted some sweets. He remembered that the honey prepared by Little Honeybee had already been collected. Since Little Honeybee moved in, it has often been confined within the beehive. Looking up, Sejun Park was surprised by the surroundings of the beehive. The once simple little beehive had not only become bigger but had also produced many little young poisonous honeybee. Seeing this, Sejun Park wondered if these were Little Honeybee's babies. Thinking that he hadn't seen Little Honeybee for a long time, Sejun Park went to prepare a gift for the meeting, as he should at least greet her. After picking some fresh cherry tomato flowers, Sejun Park called out to Little Honeybee outside, but their arrival seemed to have angered the young honeybee. In the next moment, the bees pointed their stingers at Sejun Park and Black Bunny. Inside the beehive, Little Honeybee heard Sejun Park's voice. Black Warrior Bunny immediately pulled out a wooden mallet, unafraid of the young little bees. Just as a conflict was about to erupt, a voice quickly stopped all the young honeybees. When Sejun Park looked up in fear, he saw a large, humanoid honeybee slowly flying towards him. Seeing the bee approaching, he tensed up, ready for the impending change. Sejun Park recognized it instantly. Could this be Little Poisonous Honeybee after leveling up? According to the message prompt, Little Poisonous Honeybee had now become a Queen Poisonous Honeybee. Although it's said that women change as they grow, the transformation of Little Honeybee stunned Sejun Park, and even the manager Black Dragon Aileen was puzzled, as this wasn't what its grandfather had described. The honeybees at Sejun Park's farm didn't eat meat, but sucked nectar from flowers. Now, the Queen Honeybee happily fluttered her wings, confirming to Sejun Park that she was indeed the previous Little Honeybee. After the confirmation, both Black Warrior Bunny and Sejun Park were astonished by the massive change. Queen Honeybee playfully posed. Her evolution was thanks to the fruits and vegetables Sejun Park had planted. Since eating the nectar in Sejun Park's cave, the scent on Little Honeybee had become stronger than before, and her body had grown fatter. Coupled with the original Queen Bee's wariness towards her, Little Honeybee understood the reasons for these changes. She too could have babies and become a Queen Bee. Therefore, Little Honeybee decided to set out on her own and built her beehive in the safest place she knew, Sejun Park's cave. Afterwards, she endured the pain alone in the beehive, and finally, after a few metamorphoses, Little Honeybee was reborn as a beautiful Queen Poisonous Honeybee. Sejun Park presented the freshest flowers to celebrate her evolution. Although the congratulations were a bit late, this was the first time the Queen Honeybee had received a gift. The happy Queen Honeybee flung herself into Sejun Park's arms, leaving him overwhelmed by her affection. Following this, the young honeybees mimicked the Queen Honeybee and cuddled Sejun Park. Queen Honeybee and the rabbit family also got along very well. A few days later, Sejun Park was suddenly woken up by the little rabbits. It turned out that Mr. Rabbit had discovered that the carrots in the farm had matured, and they were even infused with the energy of the blue moon. With the little rabbits eagerly anticipating, Sejun Park reached out and pulled out the blue moon-infused carrots, which looked very enticing. Although only one carrot has ripened early, its full name is the Agility Carrot with Blue Moon Energy, which is a higher grade than the previous Magic Cherry Tomatoes. Consuming it increases agility by 0.05. By harvesting the E+ grade carrot, Sejun Park gained a lot of experience, and his harvesting skill also increased by 2 levels. After checking the effects of the Agility Carrot, Sejun Park turned and handed it to Mr. Rabbit. Thanks to their hard work, the farm has achieved its current success. The rabbit family's eyes were filled with desire upon receiving the carrot. Seeing this, the fourth sibling, Scythe Bunny, signaled to their father, who then flung the carrot into the air. The next second, Scythe Bunny executed an amazing move, and with numerous blades flashing by, the Agility Carrot was divided into 7 pieces, each accurately landing in the hands of the little rabbits. Such cool knife skills instantly earned praise from everyone. Seeing his brother showing off, Black Warrior Bunny acted unimpressed. This blue moon not only yielded the Agility Carrot, but also produced 5 blue Magic Cherry Tomatoes. Administrator Aileen, who had been observing, immediately issued a task, and Sejun Park promptly turned over one of the tomatoes, fulfilling his previous promise. However, when Sejun Park expressed his desire for an occupational skill, Aileen indicated that it might be available in a few days. Aileen's response left Sejun Park puzzled, but before he could think further, a meow nearby caught his attention. It turned out that Teo, who had sold all the cherry tomatoes, had returned, but his arrival was mistaken by the honeybees as that of an enemy, probably because they had never seen Teo before, hence the hostility. So, Sejun Park held Teo in his arms and conveyed to the honeybees that the little cat was also part of our family. Seeing this, the honeybees then continued their work. Thanks bro, meow. Hearing Theo address him as a brother, Sejun Park pinched his little face. What, bro? Did you just call your boss bro? Realizing his mistake, Teo apologized and handed Sejun Park the money he had made, totaling 75 dungeon coins. But that wasn't the end. Teo then pulled out another bag of dungeon coins, saying, I raised the price of the Magic Cherry Tomatoes, and now there's an extra 30 tower coins. Teo thought his performance might restore his position as CEO. Despite not wanting to, Sejun Park still called Teo my intern, and the payment was still only 2 dungeon coins, and even gave Teo a scolding. Out of helplessness, the little cat could only lament that becoming CEO was not easy. Saddened, Teo then took out a cat treat and happily licked it, which caught Sejun Park's attention. Turning his head to look at what was in the kitten's hand, Sejun Park asked in surprise how Teo had gotten it. The honest little cat detailed to the greedy boss how it had gotten a cat treat by taking photos with humans, while he shared some with the little rabbits. Hearing that it was given by humans, Sejun Park thought of the Black Tower rules he had heard before. There are only 2 situations in which items from outside the tower can enter. One is like him, having brought items when summoned, and the other is when awakened hunters bring items in, limited to only about 1 kilogram's worth. However, there are no restrictions on taking items out of the tower. Any item can be taken out. Due to the limitations when entering the tower, hunters usually only bring practical items, like a solar-powered hunter phone, hunter food, and hunter square cigarette for smokers or stress-relieving snacks when climbing the tower. Sejun Park was surprised that someone would choose to bring cat treats to the Black Tower. Thinking of this, Sejun Park came up with a good idea and then stared at Teo with a mischievous smile. The kitten thought Sejun Park wanted to eat too, so it handed over the cat treat. Unexpectedly, the greedy Sejun Park snatched it all away, making the little cat quickly grab Sejun Park's clothes and ask him to return the cat treat. Seeing this, Sejun Park said, "Teo, the cat treats you got from taking photos with humans. According to the previously signed Special Clause 3, you cannot independently develop new customers." Hearing this, the little cat was instantly dumbfounded, as the greedy contract was simply a catastrophe. Next, I would like to discuss new clients with Teo the CEO. Hearing Sejun Park's proposition to let him be a CEO for an hour, and that if he performs well, he can be one for an extended period of time, Teo was successfully tricked. Immediately, Sejun Park picked up the little cat and placed it in his arms. Nearby, a little rabbit was fanning the air. The rest were grilling fish for it. Such is the treatment for a CEO. Sejun Park personally tore open a cat treat and fed it bit by bit to Teo. The treatment of a CEO made the little cat forget itself. After a while, the little cat comfortably stretched, and then it wanted to eat the grilled fish personally cooked by Sejun Park. Sejun Park happily agreed and began to cook by the fire. While grilling, Sejun Park asked Teo how he managed to reach the 38th floor without fighting monsters. Teo showed the badge on his chest. This is the peddler's certificate. To maintain the status, an expensive fee must be paid annually. The higher the level, the more dungeon coins need to be paid, and the more benefits received. Not only do they get protection from the association, but they can also use various facilities and are not attacked by monsters. This is one of the privileges that a peddler has. Sejun Park wondered if he could bring hunters here so that he could also be rescued. Teo shook his head. Only peddlers are not attacked, and moreover, it would be impossible to get here from the 38th floor in only 5 days without the peddler's pathway. Hearing this, Sejun Park asked what floor they were on, only to be shocked when Teo said they were in a cave on the 99th floor. This statement stunned Sejun Park. Seeing Sejun Park's reaction, Teo was puzzled. Didn't he know his own location? But now, Sejun Park was shocked senseless by the 99th floor, and since Teo couldn't bring people here, it seemed he would be trapped here forever. Just as Sejun Park was at his lowest point, the little cat Teo quickly stepped forward, grabbed his face, and shook it vigorously to bring him back to his senses. Sejun Park had thought he was empathizing with his distress, but it turned out that his fish had burned. After grilling another fish for Teo, Sejun Park started thinking again. The hunters have just made it to the 40th floor, and he is on the 99th. He might as well give up on leaving the tower. Meanwhile, Teo, unaware of Sejun Park's mood, continued to direct him to grill the fish properly. Seeing this, Sejun Park no longer obeyed, as an hour had already passed. Teo, who hadn't had enough of being the CEO, could only sigh softly. Then, Sejun Park noticed the peddler's certificate badge. If I had one of these, then I could go out and do business with Teo. He quickly asked Teo if he himself could become a peddler, as Sejun Park began to fantasize about them making big sales. But he was met with the kitten's ridicule. Only individuals born inside the tower can become peddlers. That's basic common knowledge in the Black Tower. Hearing this, Sejun Park felt like thunder had struck on a clear day, and he couldn't stop shaking. Then, he couldn't help but shout, "Damn it, screw this dungeon." Angry, he cursed the Black Tower loudly, and even the administrator Aileen heard him. But after venting, Sejun Park deflated. Although he was accidentally sucked into this cave, it was initially his decision to enter the Black Tower. Since he was here, enduring hardships was inevitable. Now, Sejun Park finally firmed up his resolve. Meanwhile, in the human world, some merchants eyed the magic cherry tomatoes greedily, seemingly planning to exploit this item. After learning about his situation from the little cat, Sejun Park knew that leaving the tower would be difficult. Prepared to stay, he needed to resolve practical issues one at a time. Currently, he was most in need of some necessities, and he also had to confirm the safety of the surrounding area. The little cat said, "The area around the cave is very safe, but just a bit farther away, there is Crimson Grizzly Bear." Hearing this, Sejun Park recalled recalled his previous terrifying encounter, which very likely involved the same bear. Teo was particularly afraid of it because every time they passed by, the bear would glare at him fiercely. It seems that going out is still too dangerous. Now, the planting area in the farm is expanding, and soon thousands of cherry tomato flowers will bloom. As the number of flowers increases, so will the number of poison honeybees, which could allow the little honeybees to scout the surroundings and also keep some monsters away from the cave entrance. Meanwhile, Sejun Park finally thought of a good way to get out, which involved making ropes from onion leaves and then having the honeybees tie them to a tree outside the cave. This way, he would most likely be able to leave from here. After planning his next steps, Sejun Park began to delegate tasks. Getting necessities could only be managed by Teo, and he then informed the little cat of the importance of this task and that only it could accomplish it. Teo confidently accepted, saying, "There's nothing that Teo the CEO can't do." Several days later on the 38th floor, what used to be a deserted avenue was now filled with many adventurers encamped. Teo had also arrived here, and seeing more humans than before, the little cat understood that the fame of the magic cherry tomatoes must have spread. But for him, this was perfect. The more buyers, the better. Immediately, Teo jumped in front of everyone, which startled the adventurers. But once they recovered, they all rushed towards the little cat. Teo greeted them happily upon seeing their reactions. Just then, a man forcefully pushed through the crowd and took out a bag of dungeon coins, wanting to buy all the magic cherry tomatoes. Seeing this, the previous guild members instantly disagreed, as they were Teo's regular customers and had been the first to arrive. As they were arguing, Teo spoke up to stop the adventurers. The little cat announced that from now on, the way magic cherry tomatoes were sold would change. Hearing this, the adventurers stopped their dispute and asked Teo what he meant. The cat told everyone that the magic cherry tomatoes would be auctioned in 3 batches, each containing 500 pieces, and only the highest bidder would be able to take them away. So, if you don't have money, you can go back now. The first round of the small tomato auction will start immediately. Teo setting the starting price at 35 dungeon coins. This method was informed to him by Sejun Park. He speculated that the news of the magic cherry tomatoes had spread outside the tower. When a product is in high demand, but limited in quantity, auctioning is the best way to make money. Besides this, he had also arranged other tasks for Teo, which was also a good opportunity to assess the little cat's business acumen. After a rest, Sejun Park resumed his work, and the little black rabbit went to prepare dinner for the day. However, at this time, the Black Tower administrator issued a task, and this time there was finally a reward. But Aileen needed a cup of magic cherry tomato juice with honey. Since making tomato juice was time-consuming, Sejun Park told the administrator he would make it after he finished his other tasks. But the administrator insisted it had to be done now, emphasizing that the task had to be completed immediately. Seeing this, Sejun Park didn't know if she was showing off the reward or just wanted to drink the cherry tomato juice, and he even asked if the skill could be given to him first. The administrator revealed that the reward could only be received after completing the task, as it was a rule in the Black Tower. Considering the administrator's eagerness, and because Sejun Park also wanted to see what the skill was, he immediately set out to squeeze the magic cherry tomatoes. This new beverage from the farm had previously been made by Sejun Park, and after adding honey, it received great reviews from the little rabbits. Picking up a sufficient amount of magic cherry tomatoes, Sejun Park took a deep breath, and the next second, he squeezed all the magic cherry tomatoes with all his strength. Next, he asked the queen honeybee to complete the final step, to which the queen honeybee gladly agreed, and then she produced pure honey. Then she slowly controlled the honey glob, and with a plop, it dropped into the tomato juice, thus completing a simple cup of honey small tomato juice. The message indicated that the administrator was so excited that she flapped her wings and took the tomato juice away. Meanwhile, Aileen was happily drinking the tomato juice, and the sweet and sour taste made her linger fondly. After enjoying it, the administrator gave Sejun Park a big thumbs up. Having completed the task, Sejun Park gained a new understanding of the administrator. With the system message popping up, Sejun Park received a special occupational skill, beekeeping. He had been worried that the little honeybees might not follow him after leaving the cave, but now with this skill, he could effectively communicate with the honeybees. Seeing this, Sejun Park was thrilled. Could it be that the administrator had specifically intended to solve his worries? Hearing Sejun Park say thank you for the first time, Administrator Aileen was momentarily stunned, then her face even blushed. Aileen said if he really wanted to show his gratitude, another cup of honey tomato juice would be enough. Sejun Park, still in the cave, had another question he wanted to know. Combining previous hints, he asked if the administrator was a pig with wings. Hearing this, Aileen's face, which had just been happy, instantly darkened. This was the most insulting thing she had heard. The next second, Aileen furiously rebuked Sejun Park through messages, and after finishing her tirade, she simply disappeared. Seeing this, Sejun Park was left feeling somewhat perplexed. Meanwhile, on the 38th floor, when adventurers heard that the magic cherry tomatoes needed to be auctioned, they hesitated for a moment. Seeing this, the guild leader Dongshik panicked panic. If he couldn't bring back the magic cherry tomatoes, his status as a father would revert to what it was before. Dongshik no longer hesitated and immediately offered 41 dungeon coins to buy 500 tomatoes. Seeing his team members confused, he made it clear that the priority was to secure the magic cherry tomatoes. Then, if needed, the team members could buy from him later. However, even after raising the price, other adventurers did not give up. The previous man shouted an even higher price, and hearing someone else competing, the rest of the adventurers started bidding. Dongshik hadn't expected these newcomers to be so wealthy, and he thought about crowdfunding with his team members. Just then, a loud voice startled everyone as a man shouted a bid of 100 dungeon coins. The bidder was the chairman of a large food company from outside the tower. Hearing such a high bid, Teo instantly counted down, going once, going twice, and the deal was made. Dongshik was surprised by the appearance of Michael. He wasn't supposed to be here. However, he soon saw a familiar face behind Michael. It was Chris from Dongshik's own Phoenix Guild, but he clearly remembered that Chris's group was supposed to be on a rotational break. Chris, feeling apologetic, explained that it was his sister who had asked him to bring Michael here. Understanding the situation, Dongshik realized the whole story. Chris's sister, Jenny, was the CEO of a pharmaceutical company, and it seemed that the news about the magic cherry tomatoes had fully spread and was now being targeted by big businesses. After delivering the first basket of magic cherry tomatoes, Teo quickly initiated the second round of the auction and was very pleased with the outcome. The second round of the auction on the 38th floor had already begun, with the starting price still at 35 dungeon coins. Dongshik initially shouted a high bid of 60 dungeon coins, but Michael bid 100 dungeon coins again, which greatly surprised Dongshik. Not wanting to return empty-handed, Dongshik tried to borrow money from his teammates, but unfortunately, Teo had already finalized the deal. After handing the second basket of tomatoes to Michael, the little cat announced the last round of the auction, but before he could even start the bidding, Michael again bought them all with 100 dungeon coins. Hearing this, Dongshik knew he had no chance. Seeing the saddened team captain, the nearby teammates comforted him to wait for another opportunity. Michael, who got the magic cherry tomatoes, was very satisfied. Years of doing business had taught him to recognize the excellent quality of the magic cherry tomatoes. As Teo was preparing to leave after selling his goods, the adventurer Suha and her friend came looking for him. The little cat looked at the girl in front of him. He only remembered that she had given him a cat treat but had forgotten her name. However, seeing Suha again made Teo very happy, as Sejun Park's task could be completed with Suha's help. Even so, Teo's confusion appeared cute in Suha's eyes. Just like before, she took out a cat treat to take a photo with the little cat, but remembering Sejun Park's instructions, Teo resisted the temptation and declined Suha's offer, mentioning that this time he didn't want a cat treat but needed something called coffee. Hearing this, Suha took instant coffee out of her bag. Having achieved one of his goals, Teo then asked her if she had any salt and pepper. His request puzzled Suha and her friend, but fortunately, they had indeed brought these seasonings into the Black Tower. They then gave the requests to Teo, who happily thanked Suha on the side. Before Teo left, Sejun Park had said that if someone wanted to take a photo with him, he should ask for coffee, salt, and pepper, as these would determine how long he could be CEO. After packing the items into his rucksack, Teo and Suha happily took several photos together. Looking at the many beautiful photos in her hand, Suha thanked the little cat for cooperating. Teo waved his paw to thank her for taking care of business. Seeing Teo's plump paws, Suha couldn't resist pinching them a few times, loving the soft feeling. However, Teo, observing Suha's actions, asked her what she was doing, worried that the little cat might dislike it. Suha quickly offered a cat treat as compensation, and hearing Suha say that touching his paws made her happy, Teo's big eyes showed some disbelief. Hearing this, Teo believed that his paws actually had such an effect. Meanwhile, Suha's friend also wanted to take a photo with Teo, as she was the one who had given the pepper just before. Upon this, Teo gladly agreed. After taking the photo, just as the girl was about to thank him, Teo even proactively stretched out his two paw pads for her to touch, saying that touching them would be fine as long as she gave him some compensation. In this way, the little cat completely indulged in this kind of physical trade. At this moment, he had even traded his paws for many snacks. Teo felt that with his own paw pads, becoming CEO for a few hours was nothing. He could do it for a whole day with ease, as he would surely exceed his performance targets. Teo then remembered he had other tasks to do and was about to continue when, as the girl was editing the photos, Teo suddenly appeared behind her, startling Suha. Teo came to ask if Suha was from the Republic of Korea. Hearing that the little cat somehow knew where she was from, Suha was perplexed. Teo had figured it out because she smelled similar to Sejun Park. Teo then asked her for a favor. Despite her confusion, Suha agreed. Meanwhile, at the farm, the little honeybees were happily collecting nectar, transporting part of the harvest to the containers prepared by Sejun Park. With his beekeeping skill, every bit of nectar Sejun Park collected also helped improve his familiarity. Since acquiring the beekeeping skill, and with the increase in the number of tomato flowers, the queen honeybee spawning had also accelerated, so lately it had been hard for Sejun Park to see her. Reopening the beekeeping skill message, all his abilities had slightly improved, and the number of beehives he could have had increased to 2. It seemed he would need to prepare bigger containers in the future. If only he had more bottles, but those were considerations for later. Right now, he was preparing to eat. After pulling out the carrots, Sejun Park called over the rabbit family to eat. Today also happened to be the day when ordinary carrots were ready to be harvested. Looking at the ripe carrots, the little rabbit's eyes were full of anticipation. Sejun Park distributed carrots to each of the little rabbits and then prepared to dine with his friends. Picking up an ordinary agility carrot in his hand, he checked the system message. The ordinary agility carrots are only E grade, but fortunately, like the magic cherry tomatoes, they can break down fats but also improve vision. Once the harvest increases later on, taking them to market will surely be a big hit. After eating, they began to transport the mature carrots away. Sejun Park was responsible for picking, while the little rabbits carried them to the storage point. In the middle of this, Black Warrior Bunny suddenly fell to the ground. Mr. Rabbit and Sejun Park initially thought he was tired, but it turned out that Black Bunny had taken the opportunity to sneak a carrot, which prompted his father to kick him. Looking at the full warehouse, Sejun Park thought about ending work early today. Just then, the system suddenly popped up many messages and notified him that he had reached level 10, but immediately there was also a triggered task. Sejun Park was about to inquire when the administrator explained that this was not her doing. Aileen stated that this was a level 10 occupational quest, which would grant a new occupational trait. Sejun Park had heard of exclusive job tasks before. The requirements for each task vary depending on the profession. Since his job was Black Tower Farmer, Sejun Park decided to have the little rabbits help him clear new land. Finally, by evening, Sejun Park had completed the task. The little rabbits were all exhausted, and Sejun Park himself was completely drained. Fortunately, the occupational trait he gained was very practical, which somewhat comforted him and made the swift completion of the task worthwhile. After a hard day, they were ready to rest early. After saying goodnight to the rabbit family, Sejun Park went to sleep. But just as the little rabbits were about to enter their home, Mr. Rabbit and Mrs. Rabbit stopped them, and even went as far as to shut the wooden door firmly. Despite the little rabbits crying and making noise outside, Mr. Rabbit did not respond to them. Seeing this, Sejun Park went back to ask what had happened, and after understanding the situation, he expressed strong approval of Mr. Rabbit's method. After all, they had already grown into adult bunnies. It really was time for them to become independent. But now it was getting late, so Sejun Park invited them to rest with him. Soon, the little rabbits came to Sejun Park's big bed, and sleeping with them felt really nice because it was truly warm. Meanwhile, on the 38th floor of the Black Tower, Dongshik was worrying about getting scolded by his daughter for not being able to buy the cherry tomatoes, but Suha came up behind him with Teo. It turned out that the little cat had some matters for which it sought Dongshik's help. Knowing that he was the most formidable captain from Korea present, Teo extended his paw to ask if he wanted to sign a contract. Upon meeting Dongshik for the first time, Teo directly handed him a contract. He wanted to make a deal with Dongshik, the terms of which involved exchanging 100 dungeon coins for cash, then transferring it to Sejun Park's family in the socio-district of Bucheon, Korea, and to inform them that Sejun Park was doing very well. As for the compensation, it would be 200 magic cherry tomatoes and a small amount of dungeon coins. Seeing the magic cherry tomatoes, Dongshik's eyes lit up, because if he could take the magic cherry tomatoes back, then he could once again be the best dad in his daughter's eyes. Taking the contract, Dongshik was curious about who this Sejun Park was. Could he be a hunter who is currently unable to leave the tower? Seeing this, Teo was about to blurt out, but quickly remembered Sejun Park's instructions not to tell anyone that he was on the 99th floor. Upon hearing this, the little cat said that Sejun Park had saved him on the 40th floor, which is why he was running errands for Sejun Park. Hearing this, Dongshik was shocked to learn that someone had already reached the 40th floor. It seems that the magic cherry tomatoes were an item found by that person. To this, Teo did not provide an answer. Even if the entire Phoenix Guild led by Dongshik mobilized, they could only reach the 39th floor at most. He had never heard of such a powerful hunter through official channels, which means the other party was a strong solo hunter. If this could lead to a connection, it might be possible to bring Sejun Park into the guild, and even securing exclusive rights to the magic cherry tomatoes wasn't out of the question. Thinking this, Dongshik decisively agreed to sign the contract given by Teo, and immediately took out a pen to write down his name. With the help of the system, their contract was thus established. Contracts in the Black Tower are effective even outside the tower. However, to ensure the message was conveyed properly, Dongshik arranged to meet here in 10 days and also asked Teo to make clear to Sejun Park that he, Kim Dongshik of the Phoenix Guild, guarantees to fulfill the contract properly. The next morning, in the cave, the little rabbit's house was nearly complete. Black Warrior Bunny then led Sejun Park to visit. Upon seeing the scene in front of him, Sejun Park's eyes lit up. The little house built by the little rabbits was indeed very exquisite and pretty, with onion leaves for the roof and durable mud walls. It looks like this was the handiwork handiwork of Sickle Rabbit and Shovel Rabbit, and the two rabbits responded proudly to Sejun Park. Even the simple resting nests were well constructed, and Sejun Park affectionately patted the little rabbits. To celebrate their housewarming, Sejun Park decided to throw a feast for the little rabbits today. After preparing the food, Sejun Park happily raised his glass to toast to the hard work of the little rabbits. Black Warrior Bunny received special treatment from him as a thank you for always providing high-quality fish. At this moment, looking at the carrot cup in his hand, Sejun Park once again admired the craftsmanship of the little rabbits. However, the rabbit couple up ahead were attracting too much attention, making Sejun Park very curious. He suddenly felt that something was amiss. Why did the rabbit couple seem so in need of private space? Sejun Park figured it out and then said to the little rabbits, they are probably going to have new siblings soon. Just then, a system notification arrived. It was time for the seed store to open. Busy with farm work, Sejun Park had almost forgotten about this, so he quickly opened the seed store. This time, the store offered him 3 choices: strawberry, lettuce, and potato seeds. Seeing the lettuce, Sejun Park's eyes lit up, but the thought of pork belly lettuce wraps had to be put aside for later. For now, potatoes and strawberries were under consideration. Although he had enough money, the store only allowed the purchase of one type of seed. After some thought, Sejun Park decided to buy the potatoes, as carbohydrates are more satisfying. As a large bag of potatoes appeared out of nowhere, the next seed store opening would require waiting another 30 days. Looking up at the bag filled with 100 potatoes, Sejun Park suddenly felt something was very wrong. The next second, the bag fell towards him. Fortunately, at the last moment, he managed to dodge. Otherwise, he might have been injured. The loud noise also disturbed Mr. Rabbit's cozy time. Seeing the angry Mr. Rabbit, Sejun Park apologized. Turning around, he began to sift through the potatoes with his hands, carefully examining them for a while. Sejun Park confirmed that the quality of these potatoes was definitely very high. Thinking of the various potato dishes they could enjoy in the future, he and the little rabbits were very excited. Thus, Sejun Park decided to rest well today and start working hard on planting potatoes tomorrow. And now he suddenly remembered Teo, wondering if the little cat had completed the task he had entrusted. Meanwhile, in the middleman zone of the Black Tower, many locals were busy at a market. At a general store nearby, little cat Teo was muttering about household items while flipping through items with his cat paw. It wasn't long before Teo pulled out a pot and a ladle. After asking for the price and hearing that both items together cost 1.6 dungeon coins, Teo asked the shopkeeper to give him a discount. Seeing this, the shopkeeper realized that Teo must be a new peddler who was new to this area, so he gave Teo a discount of 0.1 dungeon coins. Hearing this, the little cat looked disappointed and asked for a bigger discount. The shrewd shopkeeper knew he couldn't lower the price further, so he said that was the lowest limit. But Teo, having learned well from Sejun Park, immediately tossed the items back to the shopkeeper and turned to leave. Seeing this, the shopkeeper hurriedly stepped forward to stop the little cat. He hadn't expected Teo to walk away so decisively. Realizing he had met his match, the shopkeeper said 1.3 dungeon coins would be fine. Unexpectedly, Teo then knocked off another 0.1 dungeon coins, and the shopkeeper, with no other choice, agreed. The little cat quickly placed the money on top of a wooden barrel and hastily ran off after saying thanks. But when the shopkeeper looked down at the money, he was a bit puzzled because there was a moist mark left on the barrel, along with a few obvious drops of sweat. Around another corner, Teo was sweating profusely and his heartbeat had accelerated countless times, but he was extremely happy because he had really done it. He haggled without getting ripped off. Teo excitedly raised his cat paw. This was the method Sejun Park taught him to avoid being a sucker. The gist of it is to always bargain, no matter what the initial price is. If the merchant doesn't agree, then leave without hesitation. If the seller calls you back, come back and bargain again. Teo had seriously noted down these techniques in his notebook, and now he had really applied them and achieved success. Although it was only a few dungeon coins, it was enough to make him a smart peddler who knows how to bargain. Happy Teo leisurely strolled down the main street, but as he approached a small alley, Teo heard that voice he detested. Focusing his eyes, it indeed was Scarum, who had sold him fake goods before. Seeing that he was once again using a vacuum flask to deceive novice peddlers, Teo angrily yelled, "Scarum, you despicable stinky goblin." His voice startled Scarum, and Teo angrily walked up to him. Although puzzled as to why the little cat was here, Scarum still pretended that they were familiar with each other. Seeing this, Teo directly pushed away the goblin's arm and told the merchant in front of him that Scarum was a scammer. Upon hearing this, the goblin immediately objected, believing he had kindly sold Teo an item at a low price, only to be met with ingratitude. Hearing this, Teo became even angrier and promptly explained that the cup's insulating property was not due to any magic, but was just a piece of junk. At this moment, Scarum broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't know how Teo had come to know the truth, but his immediate concern was to preserve his reputation. Unexpectedly, the little cat directly called over a nearby patrol guard, telling them there was a goblin here scamming people. Seeing this, Scarum dropped a harsh remark and quickly fled the scene. After exposing Scarum as a scammer. The merchant in front of him thanked Teo and asked for his name. Proudly stating his own name, Teo then waved his hand and left the place. What he didn't know was that the novice peddlers he had just interacted with was eyeing him sharply, and then the merchant quietly said, "Mission suspended." At that moment, there was noise from the roof above her. In the next second, 3 animal police officers arrived in front of her. The peddler slowly took off her head covering and reproached her subordinates for not doing their job properly. One of the police officers, a white cat, was also puzzled as Teo had come out of nowhere, but seeing their boss's displeased face, it quickly apologized. The little fox in front of them was actually Jairus, an agent of the Secret Investigation Bureau of the Peddlers Association, who had been preparing for months to finally arrest Scarum. Jairus felt helpless, and then she ordered everyone to return to the Bureau headquarters. Given the failure of his mission, these officers need to write a 100-page after-action review, as everyone involved today needs to reflect seriously. Jairus's demeanor frightened her subordinates into trembling, and she slowly walked out. The Peddlers Association had already investigated information related to the unscrupulous merchant. Through continuous tracking, they had finally pinpointed Scarum. However, due to the lack of direct evidence at the moment, and not knowing how he acquired illegal products from outside the tower, they could not rashly proceed with the arrest. That's why Jairus pretended to be a novice peddler to get close to Scarum. Just as the plan was about to conclude, it was unexpectedly disrupted by the little cat. However, through Teo's relationship with Scarum, Jairus thought of another plan. Next, she plans to start with Teo to find evidence to capture Scarum. On the other side, Teo, heading to the 99th floor, was blissfully eating grilled fish, happy to have helped others. Meanwhile, in the cave, Sejun Park was teaching Sickle Rabbit how to chop potatoes. He needed the little rabbit to cut the potatoes into 4 pieces. After some demonstration, Sickle Bunny understood what Sejun Park meant. With a quick slice, the next second the potato was evenly divided into 4 pieces, which pleased Sejun Park very much. Next, he moistened the soil and then placed the cut potatoes into it, thus completing the planting process. Dividing the 100 potato seeds into 400 for planting also benefited from the information he had previously seen on the internet. Shortly after, having cultivated a 30 square meters potato field, thanks to his occupational trait, Sejun Park also gained some experience points. After some time, the potato planting was mostly complete. Now, Sejun Park organized the little rabbits to go dig up sweet potatoes, but before that, there was one more thing to do. They needed to collect sweet potato stems because planting these stems would allow new sweet potatoes to grow. Hearing this, the little rabbits immediately collapsed on the ground, wishing they could eat without having to work. Seeing this, Black Warrior Bunny suddenly thought of something. When they were younger, they wanted to plant sweet potato stems, but Sejun Park had actively stopped them, so this time it was likely to be the same. Hearing Black Bunny's analysis, they all started snickering, thinking they could get away with being lazy. However, Sejun Park quickly understood their wishful thinking and immediately said, "This time I don't plan to enjoy planting the sweet potato stems alone. I want everyone to work hard together." Upon hearing this, the 3 rabbits all sighed. Following this, the little rabbits began to get busy. Mrs. Rabbit and Sickle Bunny were responsible for cutting the sweet potato sprouts. Cart Bunny continued as usual with the transport work, and Black Warrior Bunny, who had no tools, was already out of breath. Sejun Park, on the other hand, took on the planting work. Finally, with all their efforts, they successfully cultivated a 420 square meter sweet potato field. Thanks to Sejun Park's occupational trait, he does not need to plant alone anymore because he gains experience from making new farmland. Just then, the rabbit couple suddenly raised their hands, and the little rabbits also hummed along beside them, singing and dancing around Sejun Park. It turned out this was a harvest dance the rabbits were performing for Sejun Park, and even the administrator was looking forward to roasted sweet potatoes just like them. Receiving his friend's blessings, Sejun Park eagerly looked at the earliest planted sweet potatoes, and then slowly began to brush away the soil with his hands. However, a dazzling light burst forth from the ground. Seeing this, Sejun Park was greatly shocked, and even the queen honeybee was blinded by the light. When the golden light dissipated, a shimmering sweet potato appeared on the spot where the cave had been. Its full name is the solar sweet potato, a result of a genetic mutation in sweet potatoes due to being exposed to the sun at the 99th floor. Eating it can break down 100 grams of body fat, and it also makes you immune to the cold for 24 hours. Sejun Park also made an achievement within the tower. Seeing this, he came back to his senses, realizing that a new variety had been born. Meanwhile, at the same time in Korea, Dongshik had arrived at the building where Sejun Park's family lived, and at that moment, Sejun Park, along with his friends, was staring at something on the ground, this brand new crop called solar sweet potato. Through the system message, he also realized that he had grown a new variety. The Black Tower also acknowledged that he had monopoly over the sales of the new crop variety. Without Sejun Park's permission, others cannot grow solar sweet potatoes. Although he was eager to taste it, since it was a new variety, he decided to plant more first and wait until there was a larger quantity before eating. After arranging the solar sweet potato, Sejun Park and his friends began digging for more sweet potatoes. The subsequent sweet potatoes they unearthed were all of the normal variety. Right after digging them up, Sejun Park couldn't wait to wrap them in leek leaves to roast. In no time, a batch of delicious roasted sweet potatoes was ready. Slowly breaking open a sweet potato, Sejun Park didn't eat the first bite himself, but gave it to his hardworking friends. The rich aroma made the little rabbits drool, but unexpectedly, Mr. Rabbit choked because he ate too quickly. The Black Tower's administrator was also drooling with envy, and Sejun Park was thankful that she waited for the little rabbits to start eating first. Soon after the rabbit family was full, Sejun Park handed 10 roasted sweet potatoes to Aileen. After finishing most of it, looking at Sickle Bunny beside him, Sejun Park asked that if they have finished eating, they could come help him handle the roasted sweet potatoes. Meanwhile, Aileen had already peeled a sweet potato and immediately popped it into her mouth. In just a few minutes, she had devoured all 10 roasted sweet potatoes. The gluttonous Aileen was considering asking for the remaining ones too, but looking down, she saw that Sejun Park was busy with something else. In the cave, Sejun Park, with the help of Sickle Bunny, had cut the roasted sweet potatoes into strips. Next, after they dried on one side, they would turn them over to dry the other side, and the delicious dried sweet potatoes would be ready. Seeing this, the administrator was quite angry. She didn't understand why they were cutting the roasted sweet potatoes and tossing them on the ground. Hearing this, Sejun Park explained that he was making another delicacy, which was dried sweet potatoes. At the same time, in Korea, Dongshik knocked on the door in front of him. The next moment, Sejun Park's family hurriedly opened the door, thinking it was Sejun Park returning. However, once they recognized the visitor, the family was stunned. Then they inquired who Dongshik was. After some explanation, Dongshik handed over his personal business card from the Phoenix Guild. Seeing this, Sejun Park's brother was greatly surprised because the Phoenix Guild was very famous in the country, and with Dongshik's position as the team leader, he was indeed considered a top hunter. After the pleasantries, Dongshik took out the letter entrusted by Sejun Park. However, seeing the envelope in his hands, the family mistakenly thought it was their son's will, and tears began to flow from their eyes. Dongshik quickly stood up to clarify that it was not a will but a large sum of money sent by Sejun Park, and he also informed Sejun Park's family that he was doing very well in the tower and there was no need to worry about him. Once reassured, the family's mood lightened. Next, Dongshik learned from Sejun Park's brother, Sidol, that Sejun Park had been missing for the last 5 months, which made him even more convinced that Sejun Park was a once-in-a-century genius hunter. In the 10 years since the tower appeared, no one had achieved such rapid progress. After explaining everything, Dongshik began to say goodbye to Sejun Park's family. Once he got into the car outside, the contract task he had signed earlier was completed. Meanwhile, and the little cat Teo was still on his way to the cave. Another 2 days passed, and in the cave, Sejun Park was planting the tops of carrots. He soaked the carrot tops left by the rabbits in water, and once they sprouted, he planted them all in the ground, doing this also to collect seeds after they bloomed. Looking at the previously planted carrots now blooming, both Sejun Park and the little rabbits were very happy, enjoying the feeling of gradual progress. Just then, the administrator inquired whether the dried sweet potatoes were ready. Sejun Park also wanted to know, so he got up to check. Approaching the drying sweet potatoes, he gently picked one up and immediately popped it into his mouth. The taste of the dried sweet potatoes did not disappoint him. Their crispy texture combined with just the right amount of sugar made them exceptionally delicious. The little rabbits also quickly grabbed the treats to enjoy, and everyone was satisfied with the result. Sejun Park then planned to make more next time. However, being too immersed in the deliciousness caused Sejun Park to forget about the administrator. As he was about to take a bunch of dried sweet potatoes to her, Sejun Park suddenly thought of something and asked the administrator to wait a little longer. After all, every container had been made from green onions, which Sejun Park felt was somewhat improper. Seeing this, the black dragon Aileen thought he was reluctant to give her any, and so she urged him angrily. But when Sejun Park had the dried sweet potatoes nicely packaged in gift bags, the administrator was instantly stunned. This was a skill Sejun Park had learned from a part-time job he had done before. The dried sweet potatoes were now beautifully packaged, which also made it more convenient for the administrator to store. Sejun Park thought the administrator would like it, but unexpectedly, there was no prompt in the message. It was only when Aileen realized it that she then expressed her gratitude to Sejun Park. Seeing this, Sejun Park thought he might have been misunderstood as wasting food, but what he didn't expect was that Aileen was now touched by the sweet potato gift pack, as she had never seen such adorable packaging. It looked so nice that Aileen did not want to eat it. However, Sejun Park and his friends did not have this kind of trouble. They kept eating the dried sweet potatoes. While eating, the queen honeybee suddenly flew up to Sejun Park, bringing a cluster of crystalline pollen. Through a message, Sejun Park learned that it was a cornflower pollen ball. The corn he had planted before had grown up and even blossomed with many flowers. Cornflowers don't produce honey, so the honeybees were collecting pollen. Sejun Park still wanted to taste taste it, so he decisively put one into his mouth. The pollen cluster was slightly bitter and very sweet, much like eating cotton candy, and it tasted quite good. The affirmed queen honeybee no longer hesitated and immediately encouraged the little bees to collect more energetically. In just a few minutes, Sejun Park had gathered many pollen balls in his hands. Meanwhile, Teo, who had been away on business, finally returned, but upon seeing the queen honeybee next to Sejun Park, the little cat trembled with fear. Seeing this, Sejun Park quickly comforted Teo, telling him not to be afraid. The queen honeybee also moved forward to make friends with the cat, and Teo cautiously sniffed at her, but the next second he couldn't stop sneezing because it turned out Teo was allergic to pollen. Watching the little cat recover, Sejun Park then inquired about the completion of its task. Teo confidently responded to him, and even the matter of reassuring Sejun Park's family had been well arranged by him. At this moment, seeing that the contract package had been completed, Sejun Park thought that his family must have already received the money and news. Teo also mentioned that he would go to confirm with Dongshik in a few days. Having been separated from his family for so long, Sejun Park missed them dearly. His family probably couldn't imagine that he had become a farmer in the tower. If his brother Sedol knew, he would probably tease him mercilessly. Recalling the happy times with his family, Sejun Park felt increasingly melancholic. Just then, a little hand interrupted Sejun Park's thoughts. Unnoticed, the little family from the farm had gathered around, all looking at Sejun Park happily. Seeing this, Sejun Park instantly cleared away his gloom, realizing he also had many family members here. After comforting each other, Teo excitedly reported on the results of selling magic cherry tomatoes. After deducting the costs for various expenses and the payment to Dongshik, there were still over 200 dungeon coins left. Then, the little cat poured out all of its earnings from the bag. Seeing this, Sejun Park excitedly picked up the cast iron saucepan. It had been a long time since he had touched proper kitchenware. However, at that moment, a dagger on the ground caught his attention. This was the first weapon Sejun Park had seen since entering the tower, but the blank information bar left him clueless about its details. Teo had simply found it appealing in a clearance sale and brought it back. At this time, the administrator offered to inspect it, but asked for dried sweet potatoes as payment. Although Sejun Park knew the administrator was just craving them, he agreed to her terms. Now, he could only rely on her to inspect it. In just a few seconds, the administrator indicated that the task was complete. The next second, the dagger reappeared. This weapon turned out to be a B-grade item with a speed plus 5% attribute, which could help the user increase their skill proficiency faster. What really surprised Sejun Park was that the equipment also had a name, Kane's Training Dagger. Named equipment typically has a value of hundreds of millions in the outside world, yet such a valuable weapon had been casually brought back by Teo from a clearance sale. He had originally thought the little cat was just a naive pushover, but it turned out that he had brilliant talent. After receiving the dagger, Sejun Park placed it on the leeks in front of him, then positioned himself and quickly chopped the leeks into many pieces. With this equipment, the speed of future harvests would see a significant improvement. Looking back at Teo, Sejun Park couldn't help but praise that the equipment was indeed very handy. Happy, he couldn't help but move forward to play with the little cat's paw pads. Although Teo seemed resistant on the surface, deep down he was secretly delighted because Sejun Park, like other humans, liked his paws. Next came Teo's CEO time, and the little cat smugly let Sejun Park feed him cat treats. But Teo's appearance was quite cheeky, and soon Sejun Park put the little cat down on the ground, cheekily telling Teo that time was up. Hearing this, the little cat naturally didn't want to agree, but still couldn't change the stubborn Sejun Park. Angered, Teo decided to pull out his trump card. He brought out all the spices he had obtained in exchange for photos. Seeing this, Sejun Park instantly trembled. Listening to the little cat's proud words, Sejun Park poured some of the salt into his palm and lightly tasted it with his tongue. The fresh salty flavor made Sejun Park feel alive for the first time. There was also pepper and other spices, truly flavors long missed. Seeing Sejun Park so excited, Teo asked if these were enough to make him the CEO for 2 hours. Hearing this, Sejun Park lifted the little cat happily and spun around, saying, "Forget 2 hours, you can be the CEO for 24 hours. The next morning, a rich aroma drifted within the cave, attracting the little rabbits who were still sleeping. Seeing that most of his friends were awake, Sejun Park called them to come for breakfast. He had gotten up early today to prepare food. By the fire, there were already many grilled snacks laid out. Sejun Park had also prepared skewers with only salt and others with only pepper. After the little rabbits tried them, it was clear they were not accustomed to the pepper, except for Black Warrior Bunny, who relished his meal. Seeing Teo the CEO still asleep, Sejun Park took the skewers to wake him for breakfast. Unexpectedly, the little cat's hair instantly stood up in anger because Sejun Park had tampered with the sacred grilled fish. Teo preferred plain grilled fish and was not interested in those seasoned with salt or pepper. After breakfast, they started another day of labor. With Kane's dagger, Sejun Park not only doubled his harvesting speed, but also his skill familiarity surged. After picking, he handed the harvest to Teo. However, the little cat pouted, complaining that although he was supposedly the CEO, but he had to participate in picking too. Hearing this, Sejun Park was displeased because he was the president and was also working. Tae-oh was dumbfounded, only then understanding that Sejun Park's position was higher than that of a CEO, so he too had to obediently work. With his bag packed, Tae-oh set off full of confidence, thinking that when he becomes president, he will monopolize Sejun Park's lap and petting. Thinking this, the little cat set out on its business journey. Before leaving, Sejun Park instructed it to bring back some stuff from the shopping district and something from the blacksmith's clearance sale when it returned. Hearing this, Tae-oh readily agreed and then jumped out of the cave, waving goodbye. Continuing the harvest, Sejun Park checked and saw that they had gained 90 points of experience but had only harvested 6 magic cherry tomatoes. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that the level of the magic cherry tomatoes had been upgraded to D grade, a benefit of his recent promotion to a D grade farmer. Unfortunately, Tae-oh left too quickly, otherwise the doubled effect D grade magic cherry tomatoes could have sold for a much higher price. Meanwhile, at the top of the Black Tower, Administrator Aileen pushed open the golden doors filled with treasures. At the deepest part, there was a lifelike statue made of extremely rare materials whose value was beyond monetary measurement. However, the next second, Aileen directly shattered the statue with one swipe of her claw and then placed the dried sweet potato gift pack sent by Sejun Park on top of it. It turns out the storeroom was enchanted with a permanent preservation spell, and Aileen intended to keep the sweet potato gift pack, not eat it, because it was a gift from Sejun Park and she couldn't bear to treat it as just a snack. Seeing Sejun Park sleeping unsuspectingly, Aileen kindly decided to scout around for him. However, just as she started to check the surroundings, she spotted something out of the ordinary. At that moment, outside in the forest surrounding the cave, a small red bear seemed to have sniffed something unusual and slowly began to approach forward. Aileen quickly woke up Sejun Park, warning him that danger was approaching and he couldn't go back to sleep. Sejun Park slowly lifted his head and soon noticed a red shadow above, mistaking it for a ferocious monster arriving. Aileen surprisingly appeared in front of the monster, urging the crimson grizzly cub to go away, but unexpectedly, her messages scared the little red bear. The next second, the bear slipped and fell, and Sejun Park, realizing something was wrong, quickly put on his shoes and ran forward, catching the falling red bear with precision. At that moment, he thought it was a small cat or dog, but looking down, Sejun Park realized he was greatly mistaken because the message indicated that what he was holding was actually a crimson grizzly cub. Sejun Park didn't expect that the fierce monster he had encountered before had such a cute and small cub. Then, the Black Tower's administrator asked Sejun Park why he caught the bear. Sejun Park explained that the situation was very dangerous, and if he hadn't caught it, the bear might have been badly hurt from the fall. Hearing this, the Black Dragon instructed Sejun Park to quickly send it outside because the mother crimson grizzly bear might be looking for it. But Sejun Park was very concerned. There were other monsters outside, and the crimson grizzly cub was still too young. Sending it out directly could be dangerous. Seeing this, the administrator hastily warned that the crimson grizzly bears has a large appetite. Sejun Park didn't believe it, as the little red bear was still so small. The crimson grizzly cub then ran behind Black Warrior Bunny, who also found the little one quite adorable. Just then, the queen honeybee came with the little bees to start working. Smelling the queen honeybee's scent, the crimson grizzly cub took small steps forward, but its behavior angered the surrounding bees. Seeing the hostile honeybees, the crimson grizzly cub quickly ran back to seek Sejun Park's protection. With no other choice, Sejun Park had to soothe the little bees. Immediately, Sejun Park asked the queen honeybee for help. Although disturbed by this reckless little one, the queen honeybee still agreed. Then she spat out honey from her mouth and placed it into the crimson grizzly cub's paws. The sticky honey made the crimson grizzly cub widen its eyes, likely because it had smelled the honey and come here. In a few seconds, the dark red crimson grizzly cub had eaten all the honey cleanly. Seeing this, administrator remained silent, but soon she could no longer tolerate it. At that moment, the administrator issued a task. Aileen asked Sejun Park to quickly send the crimson grizzly cub away, with a stern warning: refuse and starve. Soon, all the food would be eaten, and the fate of him and the little rabbits would be to starve. Meanwhile, the administrator was very dissatisfied with the crimson grizzly cub. Sejun Park felt she was being too stingy. The other party was still so small. How much could it possibly eat? Nevertheless, in Sejun Park's view, if the administrator hadn't scared it initially, the crimson grizzly cub wouldn't have slipped down. Hearing this, the administrator took it as a mistake and still ordered Sejun Park to immediately expel the crimson grizzly cub. The scared dark red crimson grizzly cub clung tightly to Sejun Park, looking at the pitiful little one. After some thought, Sejun Park decided to wait until its mother arrived before sending it away. Sejun Park's refusal stunned Aileen, who thought her kindness was misunderstood as pettiness. Aileen then no longer insisted and decided to let the matter go. Meanwhile, Sejun Park was still muttering under his breath, convinced that the administrator was worried about her food being shared. After Black Dragon Aileen left, Sejun Park happily held the crimson grizzly cub, which had fallen asleep by this time. Seeing this, Sejun Park was even more resolved to let it stay overnight in the cave. Early the next morning, while Sejun Park was still fast asleep, a red figure lingered near the storage area. Soon after, Black Warrior Bunny groggily opened the door but was instantly wide awake upon seeing what was in front of him. Quickly, the noise inside the cave drew Sejun Park's attention. By the time he woke up, he discovered that the Crimson Grizzly Cub was gone. Looking at his angry friends, Sejun Park curiously asked what had happened, but soon he understood the reason. The ground was littered with remnants of food, and the stored crops had almost completely disappeared, with the innocent-looking Crimson Grizzly Cub being the main culprit. Looking at the sorry state of the storage, Sejun Park was almost in tears, and the little rabbits were furious, but the Crimson Grizzly Cub was still busily rummaging and eating. Apart from the magic cherry tomatoes, nearly all the sweet potatoes and carrots that Sejun Park had painstakingly planted had been eaten. After being severely punished by the little rabbits, the Crimson Grizzly Cub hurriedly pounced towards Sejun Park. Seeing the tearful Crimson Grizzly Cub, Sejun Park scooped it up but quickly realized indeed that it had a huge appetite. Now Sejun Park finally remembered the administrator's advice and regretted not listening to Aileen earlier. Perhaps anticipating this, the administrator also informed Sejun Park at this time that the Crimson Grizzly Bears could easily consume several hundred pounds of food. Realizing that he had misunderstood the administrator, Sejun Park sincerely apologized and admitted his mistake, acknowledging that he should not have thought so little of the administrator. Aileen, however, was not concerned about this, but rather emphasized that the priority was to get the Crimson Grizzly Cub outside. After some thought, Sejun Park applied the method he had previously thought of on the Crimson Grizzly Cub. He made long ropes out of green onions, and then securely tied the Crimson Grizzly Cub with them. At this point, the little rabbits above were also ready. When Sejun Park gave the command, the little bees in the middle of the rope began to pull hard on the Crimson Grizzly Cub, with the rabbit family outside also cheering them on. With the help of his little friends, the Crimson Grizzly Cub was slowly pulled out. The sudden sensation of weightlessness made the Crimson Grizzly Cub uncomfortable, and it began to struggle weakly. Seeing this, Sejun Park offered some sweet honey to soothe the bear. "You've been away for too long. It's time to go home and find your mom." As the bear calmed down and ate the honey, Sejun Park and the Queen Honeybee said their goodbyes, and the Crimson Grizzly Cub also responded to their kindness. After sending the bear off, Sejun Park completed the task, and his reward was acquiring the seed harvesting skill. After the bear had gone, the rabbit family all returned. Sejun Park intended to treat the hardworking little rabbits well, but his own stomach growled. With a soft sigh, he decided to settle for some magic cherry tomatoes and grilled fish for the day. A few days later, inside the cave farm, Sejun Park and his friends fearfully watched the entrance as the Crimson Grizzly Cub was cheerfully greeting them, but behind it loomed a terrifying Crimson Grizzly Bear. Sejun Park was now stunned, thinking the bear had come to capture him and his friends. Watching the enormous creature overhead, Sejun Park and his friends were terrified. He suspected that the giant bear thought he had kidnapped the cub, so it was now here to prey on them. At this thought, Sejun Park couldn't stop trembling, and then he suddenly knelt down, saying that he is not tasty because all he has been eating were tomatoes, which caused the mother Crimson Grizzly Bear to make a puzzled noise. Fortunately, the administrator conveyed that the Crimson Grizzly Bear had no malicious intent. She only wanted to feed her child some honey. Understanding the administrator's explanation, Sejun Park also realized the bear's intentions. The Crimson Grizzly Bear confirmed the administrator's explanation, and she and the Crimson Grizzly Cub greeted Sejun Park and the others from outside. As a reward for the honey, the Crimson Grizzly Bear was willing to protect the area from harm and also to take Sejun Park out of the cave. Immediately, she placed her huge bear paw inside the cave. Seeing this, Sejun Park turned back to look at his friends, and the rabbits were all happy for him. Thus, Sejun Park agreed to the Crimson Grizzly Bear's request, and he sat on the mother Crimson Grizzly Bear's paw, then slowly headed towards the outside of the cave. Below, Black Warrior Bunny waved his hands, marking Sejun Park's first departure from the cave. Looking down at all the crops in the farm from above, Sejun Park felt grateful. Without his friends, he probably would have starved inside. Now, Sejun Park looked out at the outside world full of hope, finally able to see the real world inside the tower. Just out of the cave, the brightness outside made it hard for Sejun Park to adapt for a moment. Once he adjusted, he took just one look and was deeply captivated by the world outside. Rolling mountains rose and fell, and in the distance stood a skyscraping tower reaching into the clouds. Sejun Park was completely stunned by the scene before him. This was just one floor of the Black Tower, but the area was already too vast for him to see the end. This is the true appearance of the Black Tower. Sejun Park sincerely thanked the mother Crimson Grizzly Bear for bringing him out, and a distant shining light caught his attention. Seeing this, the administrator appeared in a timely manner, telling Sejun Park that it was a waypoint used for moving between the floors. Just as roaming merchants have their exclusive peddler pathways, adventurers coming from outside the tower have their own exclusive teleportation teleportation devices. If he could use the waypoint, he would likely be able to quickly reach the first level and then successfully leave the tower. But Sejun Park had a new question: how to get there. Crossing the barren land ahead by foot seemed impractical. After coming down from the giant crimson grizzly bear's paw, the crimson grizzly cub pounced towards Sejun Park. Sejun Park caught the crimson grizzly cub in his arms and asked if the crimson grizzly bear could take him to the waypoint. To this, the crimson grizzly bear's response was a refusal, as the barren land was not her territory. To reach the waypoint, he would have to kill about 3,000 monsters. Seeing this, Sejun Park remembered that this was the 99th floor, which inevitably housed many powerful monsters. The crimson grizzly bear also pointed to the forest behind them, indicating that the area was her territory and that the monsters from the barren lands usually wouldn't come here. But if they left, the crimson grizzly bear could not protect Sejun Park. Understanding the situation, Sejun Park could only sigh softly. He was very grateful to them. The crimson grizzly cub looked at Black Warrior Bunny and also hugged it excitedly. Watching the crimson grizzly cub, now even bigger than himself, Black Bunny slowly stroked its head. The crimson grizzly bear wanted her child to eat something at that moment, and Sejun Park, realizing this, reached into his bag and pulled out some honey. Smelling the aroma, the crimson grizzly cub instantly turned around, eyes sparkling as it watched the sweet honey slowly flow out, and then it began to lick the honey contentedly. At this time, Sejun Park noticed the mother crimson grizzly bear's longing. He intended to share the honey with the crimson grizzly bear, but she declined. She said she didn't need any, just to give a little more to the cub. Food was scarce in the forest, which hindered the cub's proper growth. Yet after spending a day on Sejun Park's farm, her baby had grown a lot. Sejun Park and the queen honeybee pondered the words of the crimson grizzly bear. After all, the cost of growing quickly was the consumption of the food they had painstakingly stored. The giant bear also mentioned that honey was the most helpful, making the queen honeybee a bit shy with the praise. Now aware of the scarcity of food in the forest and the administrator's earlier comments about the crimson grizzly bear's large appetite, Sejun Park asked the mother crimson grizzly bear if she hadn't eaten today. But the situation was more complicated than Sejun Park thought. In order to find this cave, the giant bear had gone hungry for 3 whole days. Seeing the pitiful mother crimson grizzly bear, Sejun Park decided to make some delicious food to fill her stomach. Beside him, Black Warrior Bunny was also full of confidence. Next, Sejun Park took charge of cooking. After receiving the items Teo brought, he became even more diligent in the kitchen. Upon returning to the cave, Black Bunny quickly caught a lot of fresh fish, while Sickle Rabbit assisted Sejun Park in preparing the side dishes. Under Sejun Park's meticulous cooking, delicious fish soup was soon ready. After taking a light sip, he declared this batch of food perfect. In addition to the fish soup, there were various types of grilled fish. Looking at the steaming food in front of them, the mother crimson grizzly bear and the crimson grizzly cub were drooling. Sejun Park prepared a nutritious tomato and carrot fish stew to nourish the mother crimson grizzly bear's body. In gratitude to Sejun Park and his friends, the crimson grizzly bear happily embraced them. Meanwhile, Aileen was observing the situation outside. It turned out that she had noticed the crimson grizzly cub that was sent out days ago. She had initially worried that the cub would call its mother to attack humans, but instead, the crimson grizzly bear just wanted to establish friendly relations with humans. So, she stepped forward early to offer help to the mother crimson grizzly bear by interpreting for them, and the outcome was perfect, as evidenced by the beautiful scene outside the cave. Moreover, if she could expand the planting area outside the cave, her food supply would increase, and with the protection of the crimson grizzly bear, her worries would diminish. Thinking about how she facilitated this wonderful life, Black Dragon Aileen couldn't help but praise her own cleverness. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Peddlers Association Investigation Bureau, Jairus was reading through Teo's various files, but the information was incomplete. Not only was there no connection with Scaram, but it also mentioned that Teo's business skills were weak. However, from the sales chart, Jairus learned that the little cat's recent sales were very high, making her curious about what kind of methods he possessed. Just then, Jairus' subordinate brought in a new mission: to catch a thief for greed, a wealthy merchant on floor 55 who had lost many treasures. Hearing that it was the notorious and scrupulous farm owner, Jairus' expression turned cold. After briefly reviewing the list of lost items, her dissatisfaction with the bureau chief grew. Having the supervisory bureau handle a theft seemed excessive. Soon after, Jairus' door was opened again, and a dog detective brought news that Teo was on floor 75. Hearing this, Jairus quickly sat up straight and told her subordinates that those task lists would be handled when she returned, as she had more important things to do now. Jairus once again donned her novice peddler disguise, vowing to thoroughly investigate Teo's situation. Unaware of this, the little cat continued blissfully buying skewers. Back in the cave, Today was the third day of their agreement, and the mother crimson grizzly bear came early in the morning to take Sejun Park out of the cave. After arriving outside, Sejun Park handed over a large pack of food to the crimson grizzly bear, which was meant for her to eat while patrolling the area. After entrusting her cub to Sejun Park for care, she would immediately go to patrol of the surroundings. As for Sejun Park and the little rabbits, they were moving luggage outside while cultivating the land outside the cave, but the soil outside was drastically different from inside the cave. Compared to the fertile soil inside, this land had many more pebbles, which made it difficult for crops to grow. Just as Sejun Park was feeling troubled, an unusual sound came from behind him. Turning around, he saw the crimson grizzly cub working hard to till the soil. Seeing this, Sejun Park came up with a solution to the soil quality issue. The crimson grizzly cub was tasked with loosening the soil and flipping out the pebbles, while he and the little rabbits would remove the stones. Knowing that the crimson grizzly cub had already been working hard for a long time, Sejun Park rewarded it with a baked sweet potato. Seeing the crimson grizzly cub, now nearly as tall as himself, Sejun Park couldn't help but marvel at its rapid growth. After treating a small portion of the land, it was now suitable for planting crops. However, due to the poor soil quality, only root crops could be planted. As for the magic cherry tomatoes, he would have to assess the condition of the land later. The crimson grizzly cub ate the sweet potato that Sejun Park had planted, ruining all the planting. Seeing this, Sejun Park quickly intervened to stop the crimson grizzly cub. Otherwise, the land that had been prepared would need to be dug over again. After being scolded by Sejun Park, the crimson grizzly cub understood its mistake. Thus, Sejun Park decided to patiently teach the crimson grizzly cub how to care for plants, otherwise the difficulty of future planting would increase significantly. A few days earlier, Teo had arrived at the 38th floor of the Black Tower with magic cherry tomatoes. This time, he brought 1,800 magic cherry tomatoes, with each batch starting at 300 pieces for auction. Although the adventurers still engaged in fierce competition, since the last big spender hadn't shown up, the amount sold was much less. As Teo was leaving, Dongshik hurriedly stepped forward to confirm that the contract had been fulfilled. To Teo's confusion, Dongshik did not participate in the auction for the magic cherry tomatoes. Hearing this, Dongshik coughed awkwardly a few times, saying that this time he needed something else. He then pulled out his phone from his waist and explained that his daughter likes cats, so he wanted some pictures of Teo. The little cat decisively agreed, and Dongshik also produced the payment required for taking photos. He had heard that Teo needed some miscellaneous items, so he brought some gochugaru chili pepper flakes. Unexpectedly, as soon as Teo took it, he tasted a few mouthfuls, and the next second, the little cat was spicy enough to jump up and even screamed in pain. After slowly recovering, Teo and Dongshik left the 38th floor separately. A few days later, Teo arrived on the 75th floor, where he was upgrading his rucksack in the shop. After the upgrade was completed, the little cat went out while his tongue was still numb from the spice. To upgrade the rucksack, Teo spent all the commissions given by Sejun Park. Fortunately, after the capacity was increased, he could carry hundreds more magic cherry tomatoes. In this way, not only could he quickly earn 1,000 dungeon coins, but he even hoped to go further and reach the position of president. Next, Teo only needed to buy equipment before he could go back, but suddenly a fragrant aroma attracted the little cat. Looking closely, Teo noticed the grilled skewer stall ahead. The greedy cat immediately walked up, ready to use the food to soothe its injured tongue. Looking at a skewer of grilled small fish in the middle, Teo inquired about the price, and upon learning it was 1 dungeon coin, he naturally asked the owner to give a discount. Unexpectedly, the owner actually agreed, and just like that, the little cat happily went to buy equipment with the grilled fish. Halfway there, a merchant blocked Teo's path. Upon recognizing him, Teo immediately realized it was the same person who had almost been tricked by Scaram before. Hearing Teo call her a sucker, Jairus was even more furious, but she still introduced herself to the little cat. Teo wanted to know why she was looking for him, and seeing his urgency, Jairus quickly said that she wanted to thank him for his help last time by inviting him to a meal. Jairus thought Teo would agree immediately, but the little cat turned around and refused right away. She then insisted, saying that even a simple cup of tea would do. Teo still refused, as he couldn't drink hot things. Jairus then offered something else to invite Teo, but this not only failed to keep the little cat, it also made Teo feel she was too clingy. Jairus grit her teeth, and then she decided to play her trump card. The next second, Jairus was kneeling in front of Teo, begging him to listen to her for a few moments. The sudden scene also scared the little cat. Jairus then pretended to be pitiful and explained her situation. She had recently become a peddler, but was not very capable. Fortunately, Teo had helped her see through Scaram last time, so she was very grateful for Teo's generous help. Therefore, she wanted to learn business know-how from the little cat, and she clearly stated that Teo was a respectable great peddler. Hearing this, Teo was instantly flattered, and the little cat's ears couldn't stop wiggling. Teo enjoyed the title of great peddler and decided to share some secrets with Jairus. The scheming Jairus was secretly pleased with herself. After agreeing, Teo told Jairus to get up quickly, as there were many onlookers around. Now, Jairus wanted to know where Teo was headed. Learning that the little cat was going to the blacksmith shop, Jairus's face immediately showed confusion. She wanted to know more, but Teo just told Jairus to watch and learn. Before long, they arrived on Merchant Street on the 75th floor, where some of the goods greatly impressed Jairus. She even pointed out to Teo that the shop next door had many top-tier items, but Teo pretended to be profound and said he does not buy ordinary things. His words made Jairus take notice. After walking a few more meters, Teo reached his destination. Seeing the sign above, Jairus also had some impression. At this moment, the little cat knocked on the shop door, and only after entering the shop did Jairus remember the introduction about this shop. It was a clearance warehouse that sold random unverified scraps. She really did not know what kind of secrets could be taught here. Teo now asked the shop owner if the prices of these items were fixed. After receiving a positive response, the shop owner allowed Teo to pick anything he wanted, as everything was on clearance and all priced the same. But in the next moment, the little cat forcefully slapped the counter, and Teo asked the owner to make it cheaper. This statement immediately shocked Jairus. Was this the so-called secret? She really did not expect that even at clearance prices, the little cat could still haggle. What surprised her even more was that the owner really did reduce the price by 2 dungeon coins. But Teo was not satisfied and continued to ask the owner to lower the price even more. Only then did the owner look up at Teo, never having seen such a bold cat. But the little cat said he would become a regular customer and asked the owner to sell it to him for 13 dungeon coins. Perhaps amused by Teo's manner, the owner agreed to sell it to him. Now Teo turned and proudly looked at Jairus, and the little fox quickly praised how impressive he was. But in Jairus's eyes, Teo's bargaining was simply obnoxious. Next, Jairus asked the little cat which piece of equipment he wanted to take. After thinking for a few seconds, Teo picked up an old box from the corner and took out a very ordinary straw hat from inside. Seeing this, Jairus quickly tried to stop the little cat because the straw hat was clearly a useless item by any standard. Upon hearing this, the owner immediately became unhappy and coldly asked if Jairus had a problem with his store. At this point, the little fox realized, and even Teo thought she was being too rude. Immediately, Jairus respectfully apologized to the owner, although she did not understand why she was doing so. Teo, having obtained the straw hat, was not displeased with it. The item was exactly to his liking. After purchasing the items, they left the blacksmith shop. Having packed the items, Teo felt he had imparted the essence of his knowledge to Jairus, so he said it was also time for him to leave. As they were parting, the little cat wished Jairus good luck with her peddling career. It was only after Teo had gone some distance that Jairus came to her senses, but she did not follow him again, as that would seem too suspicious. Just as Jairus was preparing to investigate later, she suddenly thought of something and hurriedly turned around, carefully observing the straw hat in Teo's hands as he left. At this moment, she finally remembered the task issued by the director earlier. The straw hat was one of the items lost by a wealthy man. Seeing this, Jairus was stunned. She did not expect such a coincidence. A few days later in the Black Tower Cave, Sejun Park was still patiently collecting carrot seeds. The stock of carrots had decreased significantly, causing the little rabbits to start feeling anxious. Next, Sejun Park needed to collect more seeds, planting half outside and the other half inside the cave. Having worked all morning, it was soon time for lunch. Black Warrior Bunny and Cart Bunny had already prepared fresh fish, and today Sejun Park decided to have fish soup with his friends. However, Mrs. Rabbit recently lost her appetite. Therefore, he went to pick tomatoes to make some appetizing food, leaving the fresh fish for Sickle Bunny to handle. Sejun Park arrived at the farm and picked a bunch of fresh magic cherry tomatoes. At this time, his harvesting skill also reached level 4, gaining an additional effect. Besides the original ability to bring unripe fruit to ripeness sooner, it now also increased the probability of upgrading the crop's quality. Although it stated that the probability was extremely low, it was better than nothing. If he could unexpectedly obtain higher quality magic cherry tomatoes, that would be ideal. Sejun Park didn't expect to get an additional effect upon reaching level 4 of his harvesting skill, but he was brought back to reality by Mr. Rabbit's voice. Now was not the time to be distracted. He needed to focus on preparing the nutritional meals for the pregnant rabbit. After Sejun Park's cooking, a healthy fish soup was quickly ready. He had carefully prepared it for Mrs. Rabbit, and it was very refreshing and nourishing. Sejun Park specifically instructed Mr. Rabbit to take good care of Mrs. Rabbit, and as for the farm work, they had several people to handle it, so there was no need to worry. After all, the due date was approaching, and he believed that the little rabbits would soon meet their siblings. Just then, the Crimson Grizzly Cub arrived outside and happily greeted Sejun Park. So, Sejun Park picked up the food and tools, and he and the 3 little rabbits went out to work and eat, leaving the indoor crops to be managed by Cart Bunny and Sickle Bunny. With a full box of food securely tied, Sejun Park grasped the rope made of green onions, then gestured to the Crimson Grizzly Cub that it could start pulling. Upon receiving the instructions, the deep red Crimson Grizzly Cub began to pull on the rope forcefully, using a large rock outside the cave. Now, the Crimson Grizzly Cub did not need to use much strength, so Sejun Park did not have to operate the manual special rope with the crimson grizzly cub. The little rabbits could jump out. In no time, the crimson grizzly cub had pulled him outside, and the little rabbits followed by jumping out. The large rock outside the cave was moved there at Sejun Park's request by Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear to make a manual elevator, so each time the crimson grizzly cub would pull up the lunch and Sejun Park together. Originally, Sejun Park just wanted to find any rock, but Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear brought a huge boulder. Perhaps because this is the 99th floor, Sejun Park seemed to understand. At this moment, he praised the crimson grizzly cub for pulling faster than yesterday. Sejun Park thought the bear cub was eager to see him quicker, but it turned out that the cub was staring at the breakfast in the box. Today, Sejun Park had prepared a box full of roasted sweet potatoes, which he had specifically saved from last night. Seeing this, the crimson grizzly cub was already drooling, and soon it was gobbling up the baked sweet potatoes. In just a few minutes, there was only one left inside, and the crimson grizzly cub stopped eating because it remembered the little rabbit's teachings. Then the crimson grizzly cub took the baked sweet potato in its mouth, jumped out, and started digging something in the ground ahead. Sejun Park and the little rabbits were all puzzled, and then the crimson grizzly cub gestured. It turned out it wanted to plant the baked sweet potato in the ground, and then wait for it to grow before eating it again. The crimson grizzly cub proudly patted its work, but this amused Sejun Park and the little rabbits, bursting out in laughter. Sejun Park then told the crimson grizzly cub that cooked things planted in the ground will not grow. Upon hearing this, the crimson grizzly cub was shocked by this information, but Sejun Park was then stunned, because when he turned his head, he found a fish head buried in the ground, and, even more, many piranhas planted by the crimson grizzly cub ahead. Seeing this, Sejun Park and his friends was in disbelief, realizing it was time to give the crimson grizzly cub a proper lesson. The crimson grizzly cub next to him also felt very disappointed. It had planted the food, but its own stomach was growling with hunger. Meanwhile, inside the beehive in the cave, the queen honeybee seemed to be troubled as she silently observed the cocoon of a new poison honeybee. The next day, the crimson grizzly cub got ready, with Black Warrior Bunny positioned below, preparing for the battle. They were about to attack simultaneously. The crimson grizzly cub suddenly pounced towards Warrior Black Rabbit, but the agile Black Warrior Bunny simply made a small jump, successfully dodging it, and then quickly tapped the crimson grizzly cub a few times. Just when Black Rabbit thought he had won, a chubby paw struck from behind, and the next second, the crimson grizzly cub had Black Bunny in its arms, vigorously rubbing him. Sejun Park, watching their so-called battle training, found it quite amusing, as Black Bunny and the crimson grizzly cub's fight seemed more like playing. At that moment, Cart Bunny also brought over some drinks. Seeing this, Sejun Park gratefully said, "Thank you, I was just getting thirsty." Unexpectedly, Cart Bunny was as heartwarming as ever. Sejun Park had only taken a few sips when he suddenly noticed that the little honeybees had flown out. It seemed that the poison bees were starting their patrol for the day. He intended to remind them to be safe, but unexpectedly, the queen honeybee also came outside the cave. Seeing this, Sejun Park was very surprised, because the queen honeybee should be laying eggs at this time. Slowly flying in front of Sejun Park, the queen honeybee carefully placed something in his hands and even bowed to Sejun Park, with the surrounding little bees also imploring him. After thanking Sejun Park, the queen honeybee led the little bees on their patrol. Although he did not understand their exact intention, Sejun Park knew that what the queen honeybee gave must be very important. Slowly peeling back the tender green leaves, inside was a delicate and beautiful bee cocoon. According to the message prompt, this was actually a new queen poisonous honeybee's cocoon. Sejun Park realized why the queen honeybee was so cautious. There were only 10 days until hatching, and since the queen honeybee had only recently become a queen, her bee colony was not yet fully established. If a new queen honeybee were born in a bee nest, it could threaten her unstable base. That's why the queen honeybee entrusted the cocoon to Sejun Park for hatching. Understanding the intentions of the queen honeybee, Sejun Park instantly felt motivated. He wanted to take good care of this queen honeybee cocoon and then hatch it into a wonderful queen poisonous honeybee. Now, Sejun Park was hoping time would pass faster. He could hardly wait to meet the new queen honeybee. After some time, a bouncing little cat arrived near the cave, and Teo was in a good mood, about to reach the cave entrance, and he was also ready to continue enjoying the service he deserved from being Teo the CEO. However, when he arrived outside the cave, he saw an animal he had never seen before. Thinking it was a monster that came to harm the farm, Teo quickly called out to the crimson grizzly cub. When the crimson grizzly cub turned around, the little cat immediately noticed what was in its mouth. It recognized Sejun Park's bag. Coupled with the crimson grizzly cub's huge body, Teo mistakenly thought that Sejun Park had been eaten. The next second, the little cat knelt on the ground, deeply blaming himself, as he didn't expect to be too late. Coming back from the 38th floor, Teo had a bad premonition, so he hurried back this time. However, now he faced this outcome, and the little cat was extremely saddened because the time for enjoying being Teo the CEO had not been fully used. In anger, Teo directly lunged at the crimson grizzly cub, startling the little cub with his sudden action. However, before the little cat could touch the crimson grizzly cub, Sejun Park noticed Teo had returned and immediately joyfully called out to the little cat. Hearing the voice, Teo stopped his attack and gently landed on the ground, but the next second he fiercely pounced on Sejun Park and then tightly hugged Sejun Park's head. He thought his partner had been eaten. Now, the little cat was carefully inspecting Sejun Park's entire body, especially his lap. If anything happened, it wouldn't be able to enjoy resting its head on Sejun Park's lap anymore. Seeing that Sejun Park was largely unharmed, it quickly asked about the crimson grizzly bear that had just appeared. So, Sejun Park took Teo up and explained the incident with the crimson grizzly cub and mentioned that they now have an arrangement with Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear. She keeps the cave safe while the farm friends repay her with food. After hearing this, Teo finally breathed a sigh of relief, as it had been really scared just now. However, at this moment, Sejun Park suddenly thought of something. Calling them Crimson Grizzly Cub seemed like a mouthful. It would be convenient if they had names like Teo. Sejun Park then asked Teo to inquire if the Crimson Grizzly Cub had a name. Regarding this, the Crimson Grizzly Cub was unsure. It was just a bear cub. It didn't have a name. So, Sejun Park came up with a good idea for a temporary name. Hearing Sejun Park's words, the Crimson Grizzly Cub was instantly delighted, and little cat Teo was also curious about what good name Sejun Park had thought of. Then, Sejun Park announced it. Since the Crimson Grizzly Cub is a baby bear who keeps crying Bay, Sejun Park decided from now on the bear cub would be called Bay. But as soon as this name was mentioned, everyone except Sejun Park, who was very proud, was dumbfounded. Teo even looked down on Sejun Park, thinking he was terrible at naming. Despite the cat's disdain, Sejun Park, not willing to admit defeat, asked the Crimson Grizzly Cub. After making the bear cub roll around on the ground, he proudly thought the Crimson Grizzly Cub had agreed. But Teo immediately interrupted Sejun Park, took out all the dungeon coins they had earned from this trip, and asked how long they could exchange for being Teo the CEO. Sejun Park praised the little cat and calculated a bit. Now, Teo had a total of 38 hours of Teo boss's time. Hearing this, the little cat immediately demanded Sejun Park to bring out the cat treats, as he was going to use up all the hours this time. The little cat was happily licking the cat treat, but just as the delightful moment began, a huge mouth pushed the little cat aside. It turned out to be Crimson Grizzly Cub licking Teo's cat treat. Seeing this, the little cat instantly flew into a rage. Fortunately, Sejun Park quickly intervened to hold Teo back, but the bear cub still got a fierce scratch from the cat. Immediately after, the Crimson Grizzly Cub sat down and began to cry loudly. Meanwhile, a huge tremor came from the forest, and suddenly a terrifying creature jumped out. Hearing her baby's cries, Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear leaped over to the scene. Seeing the huge dark shadow in the air, both Sejun Park and Teo were stunned. The next second, Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear landed precisely on the ground, now fiercely staring ahead, with the Crimson Grizzly Cub protected beneath her. Sejun Park and his friends were blown back. Only Teo remained in place. Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear was now glaring intensely at the little cat below, with the Crimson Grizzly Cub still crying softly. Sejun Park realized the situation was dire, and Teo was already trembling with fear, as Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear was angrily staring at the little cat. Seeing this, Teo cautiously greeted the Crimson Grizzly Bear, also clarifying that he was a peddler, possessing the privilege of not being harmed by monsters, and that the incident with the Crimson Grizzly Cub was just a misunderstanding. At this, Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear roared angrily at the cat, which instantly made Teo shiver with fright. After her anger subsided, Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear reminded Teo not to bully her child. The little cat, already frightened and disheveled, vowed to get along well with the Crimson Grizzly Cub in the future. Sejun Park also helped explain for Teo, telling Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear that it was just a little argument and the Crimson Grizzly Cub was fine. Seeing this, Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear calmed down a bit. Seeing that the Crimson Grizzly Cub was unharmed, Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear then left to continue protecting the surroundings. Only now did everyone breathe a sigh of relief, while Teo started crying on the side. Sejun Park, fearing that the little cat had been frightened too much, immediately went forward to soothe it. He held Teo in his arms and said that it was also his fault, as he should have informed Teo earlier about the changes in the cave. Seeing the saddened cat, Black Warrior Bunny gently comforted Teo by licking him. The other little rabbits also didn't want to see the cat sad, so they came forward and joined Black Warrior Bunny in grooming Teo's fur. Soon enough, the little cat also started to smile. Sejun Park and his friends now hugged each other tightly, looking at the warm scene ahead. Crimson Grizzly Cub Bay also realized its mistake, so it slowly came in front of its friends and, like the little rabbits, comforted the little cat. Teo sincerely apologized to Bay, regretting that he had scratched it. After comforting each other, tired from the morning's events, they all seemed a bit weary. At that moment, Sejun Park and his friends yawned, and then they all closed their eyes to rest together. Hearing the noise outside, the rabbit couple in the cave, after managing their affairs, came outside the cave. Slowly climbing up, Mr. Rabbit found a rucksack left on the ground and picked up the straw hat that the little cat had bought. At this moment, Mrs. Rabbit signaled signaled to Mr. Rabbit, for she had spotted Sejun Park and the children. The little friends ahead were actually sleeping together, leaning on each other's bodies, sleeping very comfortably and peacefully. Seeing this, the rabbit couple understood that they must have had a hard day. Thinking of the straw hat he had just picked up, Mr. Rabbit gently placed it on Sejun Park's head to shield him from the sun. They now leaned against the crimson grizzly cub, quietly enjoying the warmth of the moment. Perhaps feeling the presence of his friends nearby, the Sejun Park showed a hint of a happy smile. Meanwhile, outside the Black Tower space, a gathering of many huge black dragons was taking place, all staring at something at the center. An old man was seen desperately infusing magic into a glowing crystal, but the next second he was violently knocked back. Seeing this, the old man immediately became furious, not understanding why the Black Tower could not be opened. At this time, a handsome man pleaded with the old man to calm down. He was Eileen's father, Anton Pratani. Hearing this, the old man could not calm down at all, unable to see Aileen. Even Kaiser Pratani, the head of the Black Dragon family, could not help losing his temper. It had been 10 years since the last time Aileen had a seizure. They had finally found medicine for her, but unfortunately, they came back to a broken portal. Even the emergency system he had created was now unresponsive, and Kaiser had no way of knowing the situation inside. Hearing this, Anton saw it as good news. The emergency system not being triggered meant that Aileen was still alright. The black dragons nearby thought the same and together persuaded Kaiser not to be too anxious. Aileen was in the administrator's space in the Black Tower, the magical core that supports the operation of the tower, which was supposed to be managed in turns by all dragons to improve their strength. However, because of Eileen's unexpected illness, all the dragons had conceded their privilege of staying there. To find treatments and restore Eileen's dragon heart, they had to put themselves in harm's way. Anton said that everyone felt the same as Kaiser and that it was best to remain calm. Moreover, Anton believed in his daughter Aileen, who must be striving to overcome her illness. Hearing this, Kaiser also calmed his anxious emotions and then issued a command. Before the Black Tower opens, the dragons need not continue to assist him in forcibly opening the tower, and they could stand by until the tower opens. Soon, all the black dragons flew away from the area. After the other clan members had left, Anton thought that several days had passed since the last seizure, and perhaps Eileen's dragon heart had improved. Kaiser very much hoped for this outcome, but he had not seen his beloved granddaughter for so long. He didn't even know if Aileen was eating properly. Now, all Kaiser could do was silently pray for her. Unlike the concerns of the other dragons, at this moment, Aileen was blissfully eating snacks in the administrator's space. While eating, she was also reading a book, showing no signs of discomfort at all. The D-grade magic cherry tomatoes planted by Sejun Park behind her had a much richer taste than before. Previously, Aileen needed a mouthful to taste them, but now just a few were enough. But in the next second, Eileen's dragon heart, which had not beat for a long time, suddenly began to thump, causing her to immediately stop her actions. Aileen, in disbelief, placed her claw on her chest. Her dragon heart had not beat for 200 years, yet now it spontaneously pulsed and absorbed mana for a brief moment. Feeling the changes in her body, Aileen finally remembered she should have had a seizure already. After some thought, Aileen speculated it was the effect of the magic cherry tomatoes. Because the magic cherry tomatoes have a slight effect on enhancing mana, Aileen initially thought they just tasted good, but after consuming a large amount of them, she discovered they also had an effect on healing the dragon heart. Thinking that she could slowly recover, Aileen couldn't help but feel overjoyed. She had finally gotten through the tough times and had found someone worth caring for. Now that her dragon heart had a chance to beat again, Aileen decided that she would be the one to protect the farmer, Sejun Park. In high spirits, she wanted to see what the farmer was up to now, and after checking, Aileen laughed. She saw that Sejun Park had fallen asleep, so she quickly woke him up. Woken up, Sejun Park was very puzzled because the notification indicated that he had an unverified item. After searching around, Sejun Park took a straw hat off his head, not knowing when it had been placed there. Mr. Rabbit then signaled to the rucksack, and seeing this, Sejun Park understood that this was an item Teo had brought back. Immediately, Sejun Park patted the little cat, but Teo still wanted to sleep a bit more. He then took out the straw hat to check the message panel, but the unverified item only showed some unclear skills and requirements of use. However, the Land's Blessing skill on it caught Sejun Park's attention. At this moment, Administrator Aileen suggested that Sejun Park let her inspect it. Seeing this, Sejun Park readily agreed and Aileen took the item from him. After warming up, Aileen gently lifted her dragon claw and then used the identification skill. As blue magic swirled around the straw hat, Aileen was immediately amazed and also congratulated Sejun Park on obtaining a quite impressive item. After the identification was complete, the administrator issued another task to promise that Sejun Park will offer the administrator a harvest with blue moon energy from the next blue moon. Seeing this, Sejun Park remembered that the next blue moon was not far off. Now that the farm had expanded significantly, he immediately agreed to Administrator Eileen's request. Hearing this, Aileen Pratani told Sejun Park her name and asked him to make a pinky promise with her. However, initially, Sejun Park didn't think much of it. Seeing this, Aileen instantly became unhappy and even threatened him by asking if he no longer wanted the straw hat. Seeing the prompt above, Sejun Park instantly changed his expression and hurriedly said that knowing Aileen's name was a great honor for him. Then, Sejun Park slowly extended his pinky, promising that next time he would share a harvest with Blue Moon energy with Aileen. Aileen also raised her dragon claw. This was their first promise. The task was then completed. Through the prompt, Sejun Park learned that this was a relic of the saints and also one of the only 10 remaining saint relics in the Black Tower. At that moment, Sejun Park realized how remarkable the item brought back by the little cat Teo was. He had never heard of equipment named with the title of a relic before. After being identified, the minimum ability requirements for use disappeared, replaced by the stipulation that it could be used by those in the professions related to farming. The straw hat would advance as the wearer's level increased. Now, Sejun Park is a D-grade farmer, so the level of the straw hat has also been upgraded to D-grade. With the removal of various skill restrictions, the attribute panel of the straw hat now displays several additional skills, each with quite spectacular bonuses. Looking again at Teo, who is sound asleep, Sejun Park feels more certain that his judgment was correct. The little cat indeed has a golden touch. Happy, he couldn't help but go up and hug Teo, continuously kissing the little cat's paw pads. Seeing this, Teo was bewildered, not understanding what Sejun Park was doing. Seeing the little cat waking up, Sejun Park quickly told Teo that he would restore Teo's CEO privileges for the next week. Although unsure what was happening, Teo happily accepted the proposal. But now both Teo and Sejun Park are very excited. After many days, the little cat has through its own efforts once again become Teo the CEO. A few days later, in the cave, Cart Bunny was still eating. Black Warrior Bunny seemed completely uninterested. It was intensely focused on what was ahead, its little feet trembling non-stop. Not just Black Warrior Bunny, Sejun Park was also very nervous, and Teo, on Sejun Park's lap, was trembling severely because of it. Finally, Teo couldn't stand it anymore. He quickly asked Sejun Park to stop trembling. The other little friends were also lingering at Mrs. Rabbit's door. Teo, having waited for a long time, was now getting a bit hungry, so it asked Sejun Park for a cat treat. Just then, the wooden door that had been closed for so long finally opened. Sickle Bunny came out first, holding a small bundle. Seeing this, Sejun Park and his friends all wanted to know how many there were. When Sickle Bunny revealed the little rabbits in its arms, there were surprisingly 3 yellow babies. Then Mr. Rabbit also came out, holding 3 more rabbit babies. Now the 6 little rabbits were humming loudly, and the farm's little friends all gathered around them. Sejun Park planned to make some nutritious food for Mrs. Rabbit to help her recover. Seeing Teo standing far away, Sejun Park called him to come closer to see. This was the first time the little cat had seen rabbit babies, and the soft and delicate appearance touched its heart. Sejun Park also told it that from now on, Teo would be the uncle of the little rabbits and must take good care of them. Hearing this, Teo immediately gained confidence, and then it took out a cat treat from its cloak, intending to give it to the baby rabbits. This gesture amused all the little friends. Although knowing Teo meant well, Sejun Park still told it that the babies were too small to eat cat treats. Fortunately, today was a very good day, so Sejun Park did not take away the cat treat Teo had secretly kept. Next, the little cat planned to take the babies out to play, and Sejun Park reminded them to return before dinner. Soon, the farm's little friends finished their dinner. The bees then began to gradually seal up their beehive, and the little rabbits also shut their doors tightly, while Sejun Park was likewise prepared to welcome tonight's blue moon. However, he was surprised to see Teo crawling into his own rucksack and curiously asked why. Hearing this, the little cat explained that its rucksack keeps him safe from the blue moon energy, so it wanted to hide inside. The rucksack of a peddler has many uses. The large ones can even be used as mansions. Thinking this over, Sejun Park asked Teo for a favor. He rummaged through his backpack and then handed over the cocoon of the queen poisonous honeybee. Sejun Park wanted to entrust it to Teo for safekeeping. After explaining the origin of the cocoon to the little cat, Teo was surprised, but upon learning it was the queen honeybee's child, it nestled it into its own fluffy fur. Meanwhile, monsters outside were becoming restless. The night's blue moon also arrived on time, its clear light enveloping the entire 99th floor. Sejun Park was now worried about Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear and Bay's situation, but then a tremendous noise came from outside. It was the first time Sejun Park had heard such a sound of trampling the land, and he suspected that other monsters had invaded Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear's territory. But before Sejun Park could put on his earmuffs, suddenly many loud bellowing moos of cows came from outside. After a few brief minutes, the noises began to diminish, which puzzled Sejun Park. Could there really be cows on the 99th floor? As the blue moon gradually faded, Sejun Park's farm was filled with crops imbued with blue moon energy. To his great surprise, he hadn't expected to receive so many fruits of the blue moon. Even the nearby cornfield was basking in the blue moon's glow. Seeing this, Sejun Park became even more excited, as he was likely going to eat corn infused with blue moon energy. After a brief thought, Sejun Park realized this must be the effect of the harvest blessing. The next morning, the cave returned to tranquility. Soon, the little cat poked its head out and looked around. Seeing no danger, Teo informed Sejun Park. Hearing this, he confidently climbed outside. The little cat thought it would be safer to wait for Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear to return, but Sejun Park decided to check things out himself. Since there had been monsters lingering around the farm last night, he wanted to inspect the outside conditions. Seeing this, Teo no longer resisted and said that he would accompany Sejun Park. At this moment, the farm buddies are happily working when suddenly several deep trenches appear in the field, and the sweet potato field has been completely turned over. There are also many cattle hoof prints on the ground. These footprints are really too big, and Sejun Park cannot imagine what kind of creatures might have come. Moreover, such high mounds of soil have been piled up. These monsters must be very strong. However, Sejun Park soon discovers something different, so he quickly climbs to the top of the mound. Teo, worried about dangers outside, wants Sejun Park to come back quickly, but he still has something to confirm. Holding the dug-up soil in his hands, Sejun Park is very excited. This soil is completely different from the original, not only loose and soft, but also containing appropriate moisture and stickiness, making it perfectly fertile soil. Sejun Park didn't expect that beneath this land there would be such high-quality soil. He thinks that this land could potentially become a blessed place. Unfortunately, they do not have farming machinery, and it seems impractical to turn over such deep ground with Shovel Bunny by himself, but still, there are more possibilities now. Just then, Administrator Aileen asks in a panic what Sejun Park is doing outside. Aileen explains that although the blue moon has disappeared, the territories of the monsters are in chaos, and she immediately tells him to hurry back to the cave. Seeing this, Sejun Park starts his return journey and also asks Aileen if there was any trouble last night. Hearing this, she says she's fine and, as the farmer, should focus more on his own safety. Sejun Park is curious why Aileen is so concerned about him today, but he soon understands. Today is the harvest time for the blue moon crops. After returning to the cave, he specially thanks Teo for its company and then tells Aileen to look forward to what's coming. But Teo now wants to take a nap while Sejun Park begins to harvest the crops. He slowly peels off the shiny corn, and the message indicates that this is health corn infused with blue moon energy, offering a lot of experience points. Peeling back the tender leaves of the health corn, inside are crystal-like, plump blue corn kernels, which can permanently increase health by 0.1 points, and its grade is D. Thanks to Sejun Park being a D-grade farmer, the effects of the current crops have improved by 2 times compared to before. After checking all the information, Sejun Park is ready to sneak a taste, unable to resist trying the sweet flavor. But the administrator suddenly appears and reminds Sejun Park of his promise, so he goes to pick the Blue Moon Magic Cherry tomatoes. This time the Blue Moon crops are abundant, so Sejun Park gives Aileen 5 Blue Moon Magic Cherry tomatoes. After taking the items, she leaves to taste them. Aileen in the administrator's space is very happy. She did not expect to have as many as 5 Blue Moon Magic Cherry tomatoes this time. Since ordinary cherry tomatoes can make her dragon heart beat, the Blue Moon ones need no further mention. The next second, Aileen opens her mouth and stuffs all 5 cherry tomatoes inside. The improved Blue Moon cherry tomatoes are delicious, and their wonderful taste makes Aileen spin around on the spot. But coming back to her senses, she remembers the key point at hand. Now is not the time to experience the taste. She should focus on sensing the mana flow. As Aileen delves into the magic brought by the cherry tomatoes, her dragon heart, after absorbing the magic, starts beating again and continues to thump wildly. This made Aileen uncontrollably excited, but the next second she felt something was wrong because the beating of the dragon heart was too fast. Immediately after, Aileen helplessly fell to the ground, the discomfort in her chest causing the black dragon to emit a painful moan. After offering the blue cherry tomatoes to Aileen, Sejun Park continued to be busy with farm work. Sejun Park then started preparing today's breakfast. He put the blue moon corn into a pot filled with water and then covered the lid. As the fire continued to burn vigorously, the small pot on the pile of stones began to boil. Sejun Park placed a small basin in the pot and used corn leaves as a separator to achieve a steaming effect. The remaining corn leaves and corn silk, he placed them out to dry, preparing to make corn silk tea later. Just then, the little rabbits also woke up, and they happily greeted Sejun Park. Sejun Park asked where the babies were, and Mr. Rabbit pointed to the room, indicating that they were still sleeping with Mrs. Rabbit. Sejun Park took out the blue moon crops harvested this time. Besides those given to Aileen, there were still 8 blue moon cherry tomatoes, and once done, everyone could share and eat the steamed blue moon corn together. Seeing this, Mr. Rabbit pointed to the blue moon magic cherry tomatoes in his hand, indicating that having blue moon magic cherry tomatoes was enough. There was only 1 blue moon corn, so it was to be reserved for Sejun Park to eat. After understanding Mr. Rabbit's intentions, Sejun Park was touched. Although the little rabbits also wanted to eat the corn, Sejun Park felt bad about it, so he said after breakfast they would go pick corn and then have a good meal in the evening. Some time passed, and the queen honeybee was leading the little bees out to forage, while the corn Sejun Park Park cooked was now out of the pot. Looking at the glowing corn, he knew it must be delicious. Slowly taking the corn out, because it was too hot, Sejun Park gently blew on it a few times. Next, Sejun Park, holding the corn, was ready to start eating. The little rabbits were also happily eating the tomatoes, while other little rabbits had a few bites. The cart rabbit was already burping. However, Mr. Rabbit hadn't eaten yet. He wanted to take it back and enjoy it with Mrs. Rabbit. After the little rabbits had finished eating, Sejun Park started to eat delightfully. Just as he thought, the blue moon corn was incredibly sweet, and the sweet taste made it impossible for him to stop eating. In just a few seconds, Sejun Park had finished all the blue moon corn. Casually throwing the corn cob into the fire, he and the little rabbits prepared to go pick corn. The first batch of corn that was planted has all ripened. Now it's time to get to work. After harvesting, he also gained a lot of experience points. Ordinary health corn can break down 20 grams of fat and can also improve skin elasticity. Seeing this, Sejun Park thought about giving some for his mother and planned to soon send some harvest to his family along with his regards. Just then, Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear and Bay also came to the entrance of the cave, and Sejun Park climbed out. He asked how the two were doing. Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear indicated they were safe. After coming out, Sejun Park immediately poured a lot of honey for Bay, while Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear's roasted fish was still being made. However, at that moment, Teo also jumped out, saying he was going down to sell some items. Bay picked up the little cat's cape. Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear and Bay were heading in the same direction, so they offered to take Teo there. While Bay and Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear are dropping off Teo, Sejun Park prepared to tidy up the farmland. Meanwhile, next to the teleportation crystal on the other side, the Ox King was watching the minotaurs below. He ordered his people to hand over what they had collected last night, angered that each minotaur had only brought back clay. Now, having inspected over 1,000 of his people, all the minotaurs had brought were clumps of clay. This made the Ox King unable to hold back any longer. He furiously pointed at the minotaurs and scolded them, for he demanded they bring back food, but all they brought back was dirt. The minotaurs felt very ashamed. They said there was no grass left on their territory because all the food had already been completely devoured by everyone, leaving only clay. Helpless, the Ox King could only sit on his throne. He was out of options. Recalling the prosperity of the past, the Ox King did not understand why it had come to this. His territory used to be a lush green prairie. Originally, the Ox King was the strongest monster guarding the waypoint area on the 99th floor. His clan is called the Black Minotaurs, a very powerful race. But every time the blue moon arrives, they go berserk and expend a lot of energy. If they don't replenish in time, their muscles will deteriorate. Therefore, the Ox King ordered the Minotaurs to eat grass in all parts of their territory during the blue moon period. However, their clan being large monsters with voracious appetites, over time, the growth rate of the grass could no longer keep up with their eating pace. Thus, this place turned into a barren land where not a single blade of grass grows. The young Minotaurs faced a very bleak situation of low muscle development due to the lack of food. Considering this, the Ox King decided on a plan to send his people to find food again. Next up was 1003, but there was no response after calling for a long time. Finally, after a while, 1003 slowly stepped forward. He had gone too far during his rampage during the blue moon, so it took him a long time to return. Hearing this, the Ox King breathed a sigh of relief. It was good enough that he returned safely. But soon, the Ox King widened his eyes and hurried forward. Seeing this, 1003 was stunned. Quickly approaching 1003, the Ox King loudly asked what the thing on his head was. 1003 explained that the thing on his head was a fragrant red root he had found inadvertently during his rampage. He too was puzzled about when he had found it. Meanwhile, Aileen in the administrator's space finally woke up. It seemed she had passed out earlier. Slowly standing up, Aileen bumped into the chandelier. Seeing this, she was startled. She didn't expect the light to be so low when she woke up. But then, looking at the crystal ball below, Aileen finally understood that it wasn't the light's position that had changed, but that she had grown. In fact, she had grown for the first time in hundreds of years. Initially, she was puzzled by her growth. Thinking about the effects of the blue moon magic cherry tomatoes, Aileen understood. Her growth had been stagnant for a long time, and now she had absorbed a large amount of magic all at once, which brought about this significant change. However, for Aileen, the key was to keep the dragon heart beating. Even after growing, her dragon heart was still silent. Seeing this, Aileen felt somewhat dejected, as there still seemed to be no immediate cure. But at least now she saw hope, and her affection for Sejun Park grew even stronger. But upon closer examination of the content in the crystal ball, she noticed something amiss. It turned out that Sejun Park and the others were secretly eating without her knowledge. But the crystal ball was too small, and Aileen couldn't see clearly. Just as she was about to grab the large crystal ball left by Grandfather Kaiser, she got stuck in the doorway because she had grown. Left with no choice, Aileen could only shout helplessly. She too wanted to taste the new delicacies. On the other side, they had come back. Below, the buddies were still hard at work picking corn, with the cart rabbit transporting corn and carrying a little rabbit inside. Seeing this, Sejun Park greeted the young one inside. At this moment, the last pot of corn was also about to be ready, and Sejun Park asked the cart rabbit to notify everyone that it was time to eat. Slowly lifting the lid, the health corn inside was continuously steaming. At this moment, Aileen left the room, expressing her desire to try the corn and mentioning that she only needed one. However, Sejun Park had already prepared Aileen's portion, though it was not yet finished. Aileen then said she could wait patiently. After a while, the little rabbits brought over the roasted corn. Today they had prepared a lot of corn, half roasted and half boiled. Thanks to the seasonings Teo had brought back, the corn now had an extra layer of sugar coating. However, Sejun Park wanted to add something to his own portion. After sprinkling the cheese powder, he rummaged through his backpack and then took out chili powder, which he had found unexpectedly in Teo's rucksack. Following that, Sejun Park sprinkled the chili powder over the roasted corn, and just like that, his favorite dish, spicy sweet corn, was ready. Before eating, Sejun Park brought over Eileen's portion. While the little rabbits were enjoying the roasted corn, the time for the rabbit couple to look after the babies had also become apparent, but as a result, they themselves had no time to eat. Seeing this, Sejun Park thought of a good solution. He took out the spoons bought by Teo and then made the corn into individual kernels. This way, the babies could eat by themselves, and the rabbit couple would also have time to eat. Seeing that everyone had started eating corn, Sejun Park finally began to enjoy his own dish. However, at that moment, the rabbit younglings suddenly started crying out. Looking down, he instantly spit out his corn. It turned out the little rabbits had climbed into the bowl, but the sweet corn was sticky, and it immediately stuck to them. Seeing this, Sejun Park was amused, and then he helped the rabbit younglings remove the corn kernels. Now, Sejun Park could also empathize with the struggles of the rabbit couple. Managing both children and work indeed was not easy. His longing for Teo the CEO grew stronger because, with the little cat around, he could entrust the babies to it. After having a hearty meal with everyone, Sejun Park did not forget Bae and Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear. He brought out roasted fish, boiled corn, and baked sweet potatoes. Meanwhile, on the 38th floor of the Black Tower, members of the Phoenix Guild, having waited too long for the cat merchant, were becoming impatient. Another member speculated that something unexpected had happened, but a teammate had already given the tomatoes to his girlfriend last time, so why continue to buy this time? Hearing this, the man finally revealed the truth. It turns out that the magic cherry tomatoes had been driven to prohibitive prices outside the tower, now selling for 500,000 each, which is why he wanted to stock up on some to resell. On the other side, a female teammate was also discussing with Dongshik, worrying that waiting any longer would disrupt their plans, and they were also running out of supplies they brought. After some thought, Dongshik decided to let the others leave the tower to regroup, while he and the remaining two teammates would stay here and continue to wait. Originally, Dongshik thought that the blonde girl Jessica would stay behind, but unexpectedly, Suha replaced her. Upon hearing this, Suha explained that Jessica had already succeeded in losing weight and no longer needed the cherry tomatoes, so she gave the opportunity to her. Her reason for participating was not out of interest in the cherry tomatoes. Suha brought more cat treats, solely to have another chance to touch the cat's paw pads. However, the Teo they were all eagerly waiting for was still on the road. The little cat wanted to sell everything quickly and then go back to continue looking after the babies. After a long journey, Teo finally arrived at his destination. This place is the peddler pathway on the 60th floor, and it is also feels the widest to Teo. The pathway leads all the way up to the sky. It wasn't long before it was Teo's turn. He explained his merchant level and destination to the 38th floor to the little dog, and then the little cat went in. But what Teo didn't know was that behind him, 3 pairs of eyes were staring intently at him. They were from the Silver Wolf tribe, who are also the best free company in the dungeon. Their target was precisely the Teo depicted in the portrait. A few Silver Wolves had come for the straw hat bought by the little cat. However, what puzzled Silver Wolf Elko was why the wealthy greed would spend a lot of money looking for the straw hat. Hearing this, the tribe leader Elka also didn't understand. They just needed to follow the employer's instructions. As mercenaries, the Silver Wolves understood that the peddler pathway could be used by other organizations in the tower besides merchants, but what the few wolves didn't realize was that Jairus was observing them from behind. She couldn't understand why the Silver Wolf tribe was also following Teo. After careful thought, she guessed it was because of the straw hat the little cat had taken. Now she wanted to know just how important this straw hat was, enough to make a wealthy financier hire a mercenary group. Worried that Teo might run into trouble, Jairus decided to follow and see. She couldn't be sure what the Silver Wolf tribe might do. Meanwhile, the little cat hadn't realized it was being watched by multiple parties. However, no accidents happened happened along the way. Upon reaching the 38th floor, Teo loudly greeted the adventurers. Seeing this, the adventurers gathered around. During the time Dongshik and the others were waiting, members from other teams also arrived. However, the number of bidders was much less compared to previous auctions, but the little cat hadn't noticed yet. It just wanted to sell everything as quickly as possible. Hearing someone ask why he was so late, Teo simply responded that he had been delayed by some matters, but this time, he brought even more special magic cherry tomatoes. Hearing this, the adventurers showed expressions of doubt. After raising the expectations to the maximum, the little cat decisively pulled out a D-grade magic cherry tomato. Compared to the E-grade, all its attributes had doubled. Hearing this, members of the Phoenix Guild felt somewhat incredulous until they held it in their hands and checked the information themselves. Only then did they realize everything the little cat said was true. Outside the tower, the price of the magic cherry tomatoes had already skyrocketed. If it were a higher grade, Dongshik anticipated making a significant profit. Today, Teo brought 2,000 tomatoes, auctioning them in batches of 400 each. After a period of bidding, all the tomatoes the little cat brought were sold out. What made Teo even happier was that, with this transaction completed, he also earned 1,000 dungeon coins, which would allow him to upgrade to an intermediate peddler, which means he can disclose the source of his products. As Teo was fantasizing about his wonderful future life, Suha approached wanting to take a photo with him. Seeing this, Teo extended his cat paw and allowed everyone to touch it while charging them a fee. To his surprise, upon closer inspection, he found that Suha was the only one present. Seeing this, Teo was a bit stunned, and then he asked Suha about it. He learned that the reason there were so few people was because he had arrived too late, and now the little cat realized that the number of people at the auction had also been much fewer. Seeing that Teo was very disappointed, Suha took out 3 cat treats to comfort him. The little cat had initially hoped to earn more and then exchange it for more CEO privileges from Sejun Park, but now it had only gained cat treats. Just then, a voice of surprise came from nearby. 2 girls asked Teo if he was the peddler cat who takes selfies with people. Teo asked how did they know about him, and the girls responded that they saw him on Instagram. The 2 girls proceeded to ask for a selfie with Teo. Instagram, a concept unfamiliar to Teo, but the little cat quickly thought of a new business opportunity. So, he agreed to the photo request, but he also required compensation. On the other side, outside the cave, the little rabbits had already begun today's labor, all working together to repair the farmland that was damaged during the blue moon. Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear and Bay were also among them, and with their help, the work of restoring the farmland progressed much faster. A few hours later, the farmland was essentially ready for planting. Today, Sejun Park brought new crops. He slowly opened the bag, revealing some peanut seeds inside. Just this morning, through picking corn, Sejun Park had leveled up to level 16, and thanks to the high agility, his work speed had greatly increased. As for the peanut seeds, he had acquired them last night. The seed store had opened again yesterday, and considering the peanuts' effect on restoring soil fertility, Sejun Park decisively chose peanut seeds. After purchasing the peanut seeds, his points at the seed store had accumulated to 106, and with just 100 points, the seed store could be upgraded. Following Sejun Park's contribution of points, his seed store level went from rookie to ordinary. Afterward, Sejun Park could purchase up to 4 types of seeds, and the variety of crops on his farm would continue to increase. While planting peanuts, Sejun Park and his buddies began organizing the corn stalks. Thankfully, Bay's help, the progress was very quick. Sejun Park then harvested all the stalks, transported them to the ground, and placed them around the peanut fields, which could slow down the evaporation of moisture from the soil by the sun that never sets. He and the farm buddies could then wait longer between watering the peanuts, freeing up labor for other tasks. After working for a long time, Sejun Park finally finished picking the new corn seeds, which could then be soaked in water for use. But at that moment, the rabbit younglings started playing with the seeds. Seeing this, Sejun Park quickly took them away. Now, everyone was busy expanding the farmland outside the cave, and the cat was out doing business, so the rabbit younglings were quite bored. However, Sejun Park soon found something for them to do. He then called the little rabbits to come closer. From his backpack, he took out some cloth bags with seeds and placed tasty dried carrots inside them. Sejun Park allowed the young rabbits to play while distributing the dried carrots to the hardworking adult rabbits. However, some of the young rabbits started eating them, so Sejun Park had no choice but to keep reminding them. After explaining what they needed to do, the young rabbits began distributing the dried carrots to the adult rabbits. Seeing such adorable young rabbits, Sejun Park felt it necessary to discuss with Teo about preparing some cute clothes. This would surely make the babies even more adorable. Meanwhile, on the border of the barren land and the forest, 1003 was walking alone on a quest for food, but the blue moon had caused gaps in his memory, so he could only roughly remember a direction. Previously, Previously, the Ox King had plucked a small sweet potato from his head and then asked 1003 where he had gotten it. Hearing this, 1003 thought for a long time. He only remembered it was somewhere on the edge of their territory. Hearing his subordinate's words, the Ox King realized this wasn't something from his own territory and tossed the sweet potato into his mouth to taste it. Just a simple chew made all the Minotaurs drool with desire. The sweet freshness of the small sweet potato had the Ox King enthralled, so he ordered 1003 to find the place where this crop grew. After searching for a long time with no clues, but worried he will be punished by his captain's enormous muscles, 1003 dared not slack off. Soon, he arrived at the forest bordering the wasteland. However, 1003 was very afraid, worried about encountering the giant red-haired bear. But just then, a fresh scent of leaves wafted through the air. Following the scent, 1003 quickly widened his eyes. In front of him lay many very appetizing-looking corn stalks, which to him were just leaves. Seeing this, 1003 couldn't resist and immediately began to eat. The delicious taste made 1003 bellow out loud, although he had never seen leaves of this shape before. But for 1003, if it's tasty, that's enough. After a full meal, he picked up the remaining corn stalks and ran back. However, 1003's arrival in the forest alerted the Crimson Grizzly Bear. Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear quickly detected the intruder. The Crimson Grizzly Bear was very angry about the arrival of the enemy, but the priority was to first inform Sejun Park. She quickly contacted Aileen, who was still bathing. The wonderful bathing time was disrupted, and Aileen unhappily asked the giant bear what was the matter. After receiving the information from the giant bear's investigation, the administrator hurriedly woke up Sejun Park. Aileen told Sejun Park that the Crimson Grizzly Bear had spotted other unidentified creatures outside. At that moment, Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear also rushed back, and so the farm buddies all came outside. However, the corn leaves they had laboriously moved yesterday were now just some remnants left. Seeing this, Sejun Park was dumbfounded. He didn't understand what had happened. The corn stalks had been stolen clean, yet last night Sejun Park had not heard any noise. Seeing this, Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear suggested that it might have been done by the ones with horns. Thinking about it, Sejun Park also guessed that it was probably the monsters that had come to dig holes during the last blue moon. Fortunately, the monsters had only taken the covering leaves and had not damaged the farmland. Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear mentioned that she would increase the patrol area in the future, but Sejun Park still told her not to overdo it. As long as everyone was safe and healthy, that was enough. No one was hurt, which also relieved Sejun Park somewhat. After this incident, Sejun Park decided to make some preparations. Protecting the farmland could not rely solely on Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear. Everyone at least needed the ability to protect themselves in the face of danger. Time slowly moved to the next day, which was also a very important day. The little rabbits brought corn leaves to shield the queen honeybee cocoon from the sun, and after waving goodbye to Sejun Park, the buddies went down to continue their work. Today was the day the queen poisonous honeybee cocoon would hatch, and Sejun Park was to stay here until the queen honeybee emerged from the cocoon. The number of poisonous honeybees inside the cave had sharply increased to a considerable number, and if a second queen honeybee established her own hive outside, it could also better protect the nearby area. After waiting a long time, finally, the queen honeybee cocoon began to stir. Sejun Park was already feeling sleepy. He had prepared fresh tomato flowers and sweet potato flowers, just waiting to meet the queen honeybee. However, Sejun Park eventually couldn't resist and fell asleep. After a while, the bee cocoon under the corn leaves suddenly began to tremble, followed by a crackling sound. The cocoon also emitted a pure white light, and as the light grew stronger, the shaking in the onion leaf basin increased. The next second, a tender young queen bee emerged from the corn leaves, and the long-awaited Queen Honeybee Jr. finally hatched. She stared with charming big eyes, still somewhat unaccustomed to her new body. The Queen Honeybee Jr. tried flapping her wings, and after a while, she managed to ascend slowly with some effort, then landed directly on Sejun Park's chest. Looking at the sleeping farmer, the Queen Honeybee Jr. sensed a familiar aroma, and soon the system prompted her to recognize Sejun Park as her master. Looking again at the farmer's face, the young Queen Honeybee had no more doubts. She happily held the fresh flowers Sejun Park had prepared, her face showing a hint of shyness. However, just then, the scent of the Queen Honeybee came from outside the cave. She joyfully greeted her child, and the young Queen Honeybee responded to her mother. Realizing that her child was still not fully adjusted, the Queen Honeybee took her up in flight. Under her mother's guidance, the young Queen Honeybee quickly learned to fly freely, and then she bowed in gratitude to the Queen Honeybee. Having learned to fly, she came in front of Sejun Park and rubbed against the farmer's face. After bidding farewell to Sejun Park, the Queen Honeybee Jr. flew away. When Sejun Park awoke, all he could see were numerous system notifications, and he had completely missed seeing the metamorphosed Queen Poisonous honeybee. On the other side, in the barren land, 1003 had already brought back the corn leaves, and although they looked good, 1003 was still confused. But the quantity is still too little, not enough to go around. Hearing this, 1003 burped, apologizing to the Ox King, saying he just couldn't help himself. Hearing this, the Ox King did not blame him, as gluttony is their clan's instinct. After understanding, the Ox King stuffed the corn leaves into his mouth, experiencing an unprecedented deliciousness. The Ox King valued 1003 even more. Turning his head towards the distant forest, the Ox King wondered what changes had occurred there. Although he wanted to go and get more food, as the boss of this area, the Ox King's time away from the waypoint is limited. However, 1003, having gorged himself, wanted to take a nap before setting off. However, the Ox King threatened 1003 with his axe and told him to get going that instant. On the 38th floor of the Black Tower, the little cat Teo's fan count has already exceeded 20,000, and the account features various photos of Suha and Teo together. It was precisely because of the content posted that the girls had come to take photos earlier. Suha is now worried that her secrecy might anger the little cat, and indeed, Teo is currently upset, not understanding why Suha hadn't told him about the account. Immediately after, the little cat voluntarily handed over the phone, then had Suha take photos to upload. Unexpectedly for Suha, Teo even willingly struck cute poses. Whether looking pitiful or lazily enchanting, the little cat was doing its best to show off its cuteness. Suha was more excited than Teo, grabbing the phone and frantically capturing every moment of the cat. Now Suha felt immensely satisfied, as Teo's cuteness was off the charts in her eyes. The little cat told Suha, if anyone wants to meet the cute wandering cat merchant, remember to have them bring compensation to the 38th floor. For a reward, it could satisfy any pose. Teo was one step closer to his cat star dream. After taking many sets of photos with Suha, they parted ways. However, after all that activity, the little cat was also a bit tired, looking forward to the next visit here. How many people would come to take photos, and thus he could earn a great deal of compensation. It even gave him hope of becoming the president one day. Thinking of his future happy cat life, Teo couldn't help but giggle on the spot. But soon, a blast of hot breath woke him from his daydream. Seeing this, the little cat quickly protected its hairstyle, which it had managed to groom just today. However, as he slowly looked up, Teo was startled. Above the little cat's head were Silver Wolf Tribe's Elko and Urko, who were blocking Teo's way. The two fierce wolves instantly frightened the little cat into a ball. At the same time, there was a noise from behind Teo, and it was Elka, the chieftain of the Silver Wolf Tribe. The presence of the one behind was even more terrifying than the two in front. The next second, Elka swiped a paw next to the little cat, fiercely asking Teo if he had bought a straw hat at the blacksmith's workshop. The cat, shivering with fear, wondered what they wanted to do. Elka did not want to waste words, just wanting to know the whereabouts of the hat. If Teo didn't tell him, then he would be torn to shreds. But the little cat was already scared to tears, and it was choking up, unable to speak. Just as the evil wolves were about to strike, a pine nut suddenly fell to the ground. Seeing this, Elka was puzzled about what it was, but the next second, the pine nut immediately emitted a strange smoke. In the blink of an eye, the smoke quickly spread, and soon the silver wolves realized that it was a stink bomb. As they were choked by the smoke and could not open their eyes, a pair of glowing eyes quietly appeared in the smoke. Then, a small paw grabbed Teo. Seeing that it was Jairus, the little fox from before, Teo was incredulous. However, the little fox signaled him to be quiet and quickly pulled the little cat to flee from there. By the time Elka opened his eyes, Jairus and Teo had already run far away. He wanted to call his two tribe members to chase after them, but Elko and Urko were smoked down to the ground and couldn't get up. Left with no choice, Elka gave up on today's hunt. The little fox said that the Silver Wolf Tribe wouldn't be able to follow them for now, as the scent of the pine nut bomb would make it difficult for them to find the way. We can rest here for a while. After resting, Teo thanked Jairus, thinking he was going to die here today. Hearing this, the little fox said lightly, I'm only returning the favor in response. The little cat insisted on repaying Jairus and asked if she liked to eat grilled fish. Jairus saw this as the best opportunity to learn more about Teo, so she took the initiative to hit the road with Teo, just like last time, teaching her the ropes of business. Seeing this, the little cat happily agreed. However, before that, Teo wanted to go upgrade to an intermediate peddler. Hearing that the little cat was going to be promoted in just 4 months, Jairus accidentally revealed some information that she knew about Teo. The little cat was also puzzled as to how Jairus would know about that. While the little fox was thinking about how to explain, Teo assumed it must have been Skaram that told him. Seeing this, Jairus breathed a sigh of relief, almost exposing her true identity. Coming back to her senses, Jairus asked Teo the secret to his quick promotion, wondering if he had any special products to sell. In Jairus's view, without some special support, it would be impossible to collect so much money in such a short time. If Teo had obtained precious items through some unknown backing, working and made a lot of money, then she would definitely arrest the little cat on the spot. But Teo didn't hide anything. He said the products he sold were cherry tomatoes. Jairus had thought Teo would sell all kinds of things, but she really hadn't expected tomatoes. Not giving up, the little fox confirmed again with Teo. Seeing Jairus' reluctance to believe, Teo said that next time he brings them, he'll definitely show them to the little fox. Teo was also eager to level up and quickly urged Jairus to head to the merchant center. Walking behind, Jairus' understanding had been completely overturned. It was the first time she had heard that one could make so much money from cherry tomatoes. Meanwhile, in the real world, Jenny was showing off the D-grade magic cherry tomatoes his people had purchased. Taking a slow taste, Michael was amazed. Just as the outside world had described, the various effects were superior to the E-grade tomatoes he had previously purchased. At that moment, Jenny brought over their own cultivated tomatoes. Just as the two of them had anticipated, the tomatoes grown on Earth turned out to be ordinary tomatoes. Michael was not surprised by this result, and then he inquired about the results of planting inside the tower. Hearing this, Jenny answered that they had planted 100 magic cherry tomato seeds on the first floor of the Black Tower, of which 10 had already successfully germinated. Hearing this, Michael couldn't help but praise her, noting that all they needed to do now was to hire a Waken to protect the farm, and then their tower planting project would be mostly complete. Unbeknownst to Sejun Park, he continued working in the cave as usual. Meanwhile, at the merchant center on the 75th floor of the Black Tower, Teo's intermediate peddler badge was also processed. Holding the badge, he was overjoyed. After so much effort, the little cat had finally achieved results. Jairus sincerely congratulated him from behind. Next, Teo, accompanied by the little fox, headed to the trading location. The peddlers' market gathered many peddlers, where they could trade with each other, rest, boast, and even participate in auctions of many expensive goods. This place also best demonstrated the peddlers' abilities. Every peddler here was a battle-hardened veteran, and Jairus was curious to see how Teo would handle himself later. Soon, the little cat found its destination. Looking at the general store ahead, Jairus had some recollection of it. Inside, following Sejun Park's instructions, Teo bought a saw, 2 balls of wool and needles, and 2 pots. Seeing this, Jairus thought Teo planned to buy wholesale products, but the little cat reminded her that he sold cherry tomatoes. Hearing about tomatoes again, Jairus couldn't help but hold her forehead, really hoping to know what tricks the little cat had. After counting the items, the store owner said it totaled 2.4 dungeon coins. Hearing this, Jairus knew the owner had quoted high. These items weren't expensive, and the total should be around 2 dungeon coins. It was obvious that the store owner had intentionally raised the price. Now it was time to see how the naive little cat would deal with the cunning store owner. But unexpectedly, the little cat, just as before, adamantly asked the owner for a discount. Seeing this, the owner claimed he was already selling at wholesale price, but after some thought, said he could discount 0.2 dungeon coins because Teo was a newcomer. Jairus knew well that this was a common tactic among merchants: inflate the price first, then offer the customer a slight discount to entice them to complete the transaction. Most peddlers would generally choose to buy after receiving such a friendly price reduction. The little fox knew this store owner was tough to deal with, but didn't expect Teo's next statement to completely take the owner aback. He forcefully slapped the table, continuing to ask the owner to lower the price even more, which left the store owner unsure of what to do. The owner mentioned that he won't get lower prices elsewhere. Hearing the owner's reluctance to continue lowering the price, the little cat did not hesitate for a moment and immediately decided to leave with Jairus. Seeing this, the little fox asked Teo if he didn't want to continue bargaining. To this, the little cat told it that since the owner was unwilling to lower the price, there was nothing it could do. Initially, the store owner thought Teo was easy to fool, but after a round of negotiations, the owner eventually backed down. He then offered a price of 2 dungeon coins. However, the little cat always remembered Sejun Park's teachings and continued to bargain down to 1.8 dungeon coins. Left with no choice, the general store owner agreed to sell. The little fox now understood that Teo's previous success in bargaining was not due to random luck, but actually involved skill, a strategy that seemed destined to win from the start. Watching this, Jairus compared herself to Teo, realizing that if it were her, she would probably have settled at 2 dungeon coins because her upbringing made her feel embarrassed to continue bargaining. Through this additional test, Jairus gradually came to believe that Teo indeed made a significant income from selling cherry tomatoes. In fact, it wasn't as complicated as Jairus thought. The little cat simply demanded a discount 3 times. After slowly walking out of the store, Jairus thought aloud outside. Once she had cleared her thoughts, she approached Teo to thank him, and she wanted to part ways with the little cat here. Seeing this, Teo wanted to invite Jairus for a meal to express his gratitude. Hearing this, the little fox was very happy, but it did not want to cause any more inconvenience to Teo. Moreover, it had learned a lot from Teo. Over the years, years, its arrogance had grown. Jairus said that it was Teo who allowed her to reflect on herself after a long time. To this, the little cat was quite puzzled. Jairus appreciated Teo's modesty and reminded him to be careful, as those for the Silver Wolf tribe might still come looking for him. After saying goodbye, Jairus turned and left. Teo, hands on hips, remarked what a strange fox he encountered. Then, Teo set off towards the 99th floor. He was eager to have a good nap on Sejun Park's lap. Sometime later, at the headquarters of the Peddlers Association Investigation Bureau, Jairus was writing a report. After finishing, she leaned back in her chair, tired. Just then, a secretary came over to tell her that the director wants to arrange a meeting to discuss Greed's stolen items. Asking if she wanted to attend, Jairus said she would go shortly and handed over the report she had just written. This was a summary of the peddler recently under surveillance, and it included instructions to cancel the surveillance of them. The secretary noticed that this was about the cat merchant from before. Slowly opening the report, Jairus had high praise for Teo. She said that perhaps, after all this time, Teo was the first real merchant she had encountered in a while. Quickly, the next day arrived. The buddies in the cave had been busy all day, cultivating the fields. Today, they also planted corn and cherry tomatoes outside. However, just then, there seemed to be a problem with sprinkling Can Bunny's watering can. It turned out that it had run out of water. Seeing this, Sejun Park now realized that the water in the watering can was not infinite. Before he could examine it closely, Black Warrior Bunny hurriedly ran outside. He and Cart Rabbit were gesturing something in front of Sejun Park. After looking for a while, Sejun Park understood. It seemed something new had arrived in the pond. After coming inside and looking at the creatures in the pond, he was amazed. Even the queen honeybee came to join the spectacle. At this moment, deep red prawns, crayfish, appeared in the water. After arriving at the cave, Sejun Park thought there were only piranha fish in the pond, but to his surprise, a new creature had appeared. Now, Sejun Park wanted to know where the water in the pond came from, but then he also thought of a delicious crayfish feast. After Sejun Park explained, his buddies, just like him, all drooled. Sejun Park invited Black Bunny to catch them together, saying that they tasted better than they looked. Black Bunny summoned his own wooden mallet. It was a great opportunity to obtain new protein, and Sejun Park wouldn't miss it. The prawns below stared up at the people above, unsure of what they were about to do. Then, one of the crayfishes even lunged towards them. As for Black Warrior Bunny, his mallet was already smashing down on the large prawns in the pond. Just like that, new meat was added to the farm. At this moment, the crayfishes in the pond were terrified, but some of them lunged at Sejun Park on their own initiative. But for these harmless delicacies, Sejun Park swung his knife and instantly flipped them all over. Following closely, Black Warrior Bunny also quickly gave the finishing blow, using his mallet to knock all the crayfishes to the shore, while the other little rabbits were responsible for transporting them. Soon, the first crayfish was delivered to Sickle Bunny's hands, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't crack the hard shell. Left with no choice, Sickle Bunny had to seek help from Mrs. Rabbit. After catching the crayfishes, Sejun Park saw the difficulty Sickle Bunny was facing and immediately explained the reason to him. The shells were very hard, and they would need to cook them first. After some thought, Sejun Park decided to grill them. After wrapping the crayfishes in onion leaves, Sejun Park placed them next to the fire. Smelling the delicious fragrance that was emanating, both Sejun Park and Black Warrior Bunny were drooling as they waited for it to cook. Soon, the crayfishes were almost grilled. Sejun Park went to check if they were edible, peeling off the outer onion leaves, and the crayfishes inside turned bright red and shiny. Immediately, Sejun Park took them in his hands. Now that the crayfish was thoroughly cooked, he immediately demonstrated to the little rabbits how to eat it. When Sejun Park split the crayfish open, the fatty crayfish meat was immediately revealed inside. Smelling the indescribable aroma, Cart Bunny was the first to drool uncontrollably. After the demonstration, Sejun Park distributed the grilled crayfishes to the little rabbits. Soon, they were all enjoying the delicious crayfish. Sejun Park himself also started eating. The fresh crayfish required no additional seasoning, just simple roasting, yet the flavor was so exquisite. Just then, Mrs. Rabbit seemed about to throw away the crayfish heads. Seeing this, Sejun Park stopped her because there were still good things inside. Slowly picking up a piece of crayfish meat, Sejun Park dipped it into the rich crayfish roe. The combination of the two delicacies made Sejun Park only want one more thing, a nice drink to go along with it. Black Warrior Bunny next to him also wanted to try what Sejun Park was eating. Looking at the not very appealing crayfish roe in his hand, Black Warrior Bunny couldn't believe it was so delicious. With a skeptical attitude, it still took a light taste. Unexpectedly, the next second, Black Warrior Bunny was completely won over. It clutched the crayfish head and began to eat it frantically. It seemed that Black Warrior Bunny really liked the taste of the roe. Seeing how much it enjoyed it, Sejun Park picked up a new crayfish, ready to prepare another crayfish head as a treat for Black Warrior Bunny. Just then, they also came outside, smelling smelling something that made it happy. Seeing the bear coming, Sejun Park asked it to wait a moment. Soon, a pile of golden crayfishes was placed in front of Bae. Sejun Park still wanted to demonstrate how to eat the crayfish as before, but unexpectedly, the next second Bae ate it shell and all, and expressed that it was very delicious. Seeing this, Sejun Park decided not to teach the correct way to eat it anymore. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the Black Tower, in an area known as Skeleton Village, what was once a peaceful village was now in ruins, with countless villagers who had lived in peace and prosperity being slaughtered by hunters. They desperately fled the hometown where they had lived for many years. Some of the small skeletons even tried to plead with the hunters, but were mercilessly killed by a single sword strike. Its skull slowly fell to the ground, and the next second it was crushed underfoot by someone. This person was Michael, who wanted to do farming inside the tower. Seeing the arrival of the big boss, the hunters greeted him. The hunters then reported their results to Michael, saying that they had almost cleared the more than half of the skeleton village on the second level. However, Michael was not satisfied with this result and immediately asked how much longer it would take to completely take it over. According to the current manpower, the hunters estimated it would take a few more months. Therefore, Michael provided a list of debt-ridden awakens on a permanent contract, believing that with their help, it would not be difficult to conquer it within a week. For Michael, the most important thing was to find land suitable for cultivation. In no time, his group arrived at the planting spot on the first floor. The magic cherry tomatoes in the fields had just ripened. Seeing this, Michael was immediately delighted and slowly picked one of them. But seeing no information, Michael realized this was not an item. Next, he wanted to try if the taste was consistent with what he had bought. However, after only a few chews, Michael's face suddenly changed, and he immediately spit it out onto the ground. Regaining his composure, he angrily questioned the researchers, because the tomatoes they had grown had no flavor at all. The people present were incredulous, as they had used the highest quality nutrient solution, but after trying it themselves, they couldn't refute it. The taste was worlds apart from the magic cherry tomatoes they had bought. In his anger, Michael violently destroyed the plants and viciously crushed the tomatoes. But it was this action that made Michael discover something different. The tomatoes he had just crushed contained not a single seed. While they were puzzled by this, Sejun Park was still sound asleep. However, at this time, the peanut farm outside the cave was once again visited by a thief. Gently picking up the leaves placed on the ground, 1003 did not hesitate to stuff them into his mouth. The fresh taste made him linger, unaware of the danger of his current situation. Before this, Michael, who had been planting in the Black Tower, discovered the reason for the failure. The cherry tomatoes they had grown had no seeds. But this was not the first time Michael had encountered such a situation. It turns out that 10 years ago, Michael also encountered a portal, after which he successfully arrived inside the Black Tower. However, after arriving at the Black Tower, Michael wasn't much interested in advancing through the levels because he found something more interesting: the extremely fertile land inside the tower. After arriving there, Michael felt his dreams were about to be realized. If he could cultivate inside the tower, then dominating the global food market would no longer be a dream. Thus, Michael took action. After advancing to a certain level inside the tower, he chose to leave the tower and then spent a great deal of effort to convince his father. Soon, with his father's support, his tower farming project began. Michael spent a lot of resources, but after a while, his dream was nearly shattered because the seeds he planted simply would not grow. It wasn't until people gradually explored the Black Tower that someone discovered that awakeners temporarily lose the ability to reproduce after entering the Black Tower. Awakeners begin to gradually recover this ability once they reach level 10, a side effect of their bodies initially adapting to magic. Similarly, the effect of non-reproduction also applies to plants, and crops brought from outside the tower cannot level up, so they won't produce seeds. Therefore, Michael could only try to buy tower-grown crops from peddlers, but he was refused because these items had already been monopolized by the wealthy greed on the 55th floor. At that time, Michael became desperate, as he was just a novice who had reached only the 10th floor. After leaving the tower again, Michael was criticized by everyone, including his father, for spending too much. Thus, the first tower farming project ended in a dismal failure. Recalling his once-held dream, Michael was even more unwilling to give up, so he quickly stood up, ordered his subordinates to gather all the hunters to the 38th floor, and took out a large amount of dungeon coins. Michael decided to buy all the D-grade magic cherry tomatoes owned by the cat merchant. If the E-grade didn't work, he thought a higher level might have a chance. By now, Michael had gone completely mad, seeing the magic cherry tomatoes as the key to achieving farming inside the tower. After several days of travel, Teo finally arrived near the cave unharmed. Just then, he noticed something on the ground. Picking it up for a closer look, the little cat recognized it as onion leaves from inside the cave. Continuing forward, it wasn't just onion leaves. Other leaves were also scattered on the ground. As Teo picked them up along the way, he suddenly bumped into something hard. Still eating at the mouth of the cave, 1003 also felt some movement below, so he raised his head to look over. Seeing the badge on Teo's chest, he recognized the little cat as a peddler. Teo questioned 1003 about where he got these leaves. Hearing this, 1003 did not hide anything and immediately pointed to the farmland ahead, saying he had picked them up from there. Hearing this, the little cat thought he was lying, because these leaves are very precious in the cave. Not only can they be used for various things, they can even be used as toilet paper. So Teo understood that Sejun Park would not likely discard them, and thus concluded that the Minotaur must have stolen them. Hearing this, 1003 instantly became angry, saying that he swears by honor that he would not steal something from someone else. Even facing a peddler, he would not tolerate such insults. Initially, the little cat was startled, thinking that he was clearly on the right side. Teo was no longer afraid. He asked 1003 to go with him to find Sejun Park, so they could determine who was right and who was wrong. Hearing this, the Minotaur warrior immediately agreed, and just like that, a cat and a Minotaur headed towards the cave. On the way, 1003 realized that the leaves were indeed claimed to belong to Sejun Park. If he could find him, it would indirectly fulfill the task the Ox King had given him, and he could then earn the Great King's praise. However, at this time, Sejun Park was still sound asleep in the cave, and soon Teo pounced right onto him. The strong impact instantly woke Sejun Park, who then knelt down on the ground in discomfort, but the little cat kept urging Sejun Park to get up. Slowly recovering, Sejun Park asked Teo what was going on. The little cat proudly announced that it had caught a thief. Soon after, Sejun Park came out with Teo, and 1003 was already waiting outside the cave. But now, seeing the huge Minotaur in front of him, Sejun Park couldn't believe this was the thief the little cat had caught. Once outside, Teo even pointed at 1003, urging Sejun Park to scold him along. Under the watchful eyes of 1003 and Sejun Park, the little cat also presented the evidence it had collected. The farmer then recognized them as the leaves they laid out on the field yesterday. 1003 looked at Sejun Park and then said that he had picked them up from the ground, arguing that if they weren't meant to be thrown away, they wouldn't have been left on the ground like that. With the help of a system message, Sejun Park recognized that this was a black Minotaur from the Minotaur clan. Realizing this, he understood that this was the monster that had disrupted the fields during the blue moon and later stolen the corn leaves that covered the peanut fields. Now, 1003 was engaged in a fierce argument, Teo insisting that as a Minotaur warrior, he could not possibly steal. As for Sejun Park, he saw an opportunity right before him. After a fruitless debate, the little cat asked Sejun Park to prove that the onion leaves should not have been discarded. Thus, Sejun Park responded to Teo, explaining to him and 1003 that the leaves were used to retain moisture in the field. Hearing this, the Minotaur warrior was completely dumbfounded. He hadn't expected that he had actually stolen something, and immediately 1003 hastily apologized to Sejun Park. He initially did not know that those were still needed, but such a simple apology was not accepted by Sejun Park, who demanded 100 dungeon coins as compensation for the theft. This instantly shocked the Minotaur. With no choice, 1003 had to admit that he indeed had no money, which was confirmed by Teo after checking the Minotaur's pockets. But this was already anticipated by Sejun Park, who then said that if there's no money, one can repay with labor. Seeing 1003 confused, Sejun Park carefully explained, starting from tomorrow, come here to work. Each day, you'll be paid 1 tower coin as a wage for debt repayment. 1003 understood Sejun Park's intention. Just as he was about to refuse, Sejun Park mentioned that if he works here, he could eat all the delicious corn and green onion leaves he wants. With these words, the proud Minotaur warrior was instantly persuaded. Excitedly, he agreed to the method of working to repay the debt. Soon after, Sejun Park was ready to sign a contract with 1003, who could come over the next day. Seeing this, 1003 happily extended his hand. Under the wide-eyed gaze of Teo, the farmer, and the Minotaur's contract was thus formed. Sejun Park's method deeply inspired the little cat, who had never known before that one could pay with labor when out of money. Teo quickly noted this down. After signing the contract, 1003 bid farewell to Sejun Park and the others. At this moment, Sejun Park thanked the little cat for catching the thief and gaining them another worker. However, Teo asked in return how long can he be CEO for this job well done, and was disappointed to find out that it only gained him 1 month. The little cat jumped onto Sejun Park, Teo playfully demanding more time, but was refused. Soon, the next day arrived. Early in the morning, Sejun Park and Black Warrior Bunny started catching crayfish. Having tasted the deliciousness of crayfish, the Black Warrior Bunny became increasingly motivated to catch them. Today, he skillfully knocked over a crayfish with 1 strike. Now, Sejun Park is responsible for collecting and dealing the final blow to the crayfish. In just a short while, a large pile of crayfishes had accumulated. After finishing finishing the preparations for today's breakfast, Sejun Park praised Black Warrior Bunny for its increasingly skilled technique. But the next moment, Black Warrior Bunny was enveloped in a pale blue light, and the wooden mallet in its hand transformed. When the light faded, the former wooden mallet had become more aggressive. Even Black Warrior Bunny found it unbelievable, and this seemed to be its second awakening. The other little buddies were overjoyed for Black Warrior Bunny. Seeing it become stronger, Sejun Park finally felt comfortable putting Black Warrior Bunny in full charge of catching the crayfish. Sometime later, Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear called out to Sejun Park from outside the cave. They seemed to have discovered something joyous. Seeing this, Sejun Park came outside. At that moment, Bay stretched out its bare paw, then pointed towards a large rock. Looking up, Sejun Park spotted a brand new beehive. Hearing the noise outside, the Queen Poisonous Honeybee Jr. emerged. Seeing Sejun Park in front of her, the little Queen Honeybee Jr. immediately showed a smile, then swiftly flew towards the farmer. At that moment, Sejun Park realized she was the Queen Honeybee Jr. that had hatched earlier. Sejun Park happily greeted the little Queen Honeybee Jr., worried he might never see her again. It turns out her departure was to form a new bee colony. Seeing Bay wanting to get closer, Sejun Park introduced the little Queen Honeybee Jr. to it and asked Bay to protect the Queen Honeybee Jr.'s home well so they could have more delicious honey. Feeling the goodwill, Bay soon greeted the bees. However, at that moment, a loud noise came from behind. It turned out to be 1003, who had come to work as per the contract. But the next second, Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear's huge paw suddenly blocked the way, and she roared angrily at 1003, seemingly telling him to leave quickly. 1003 hadn't expected to encounter the Crimson Grizzly Bear, and though it was beyond his expectations, as a proud bull warrior, he stood his ground. He would not back down. Sejun Park wanted to stop Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear from fighting, but the Crimson Grizzly Bear, to avoid accidentally hurting them, pushed them to the side. As for it and the Minotaur, they were now facing each other. The little buddies in the cave, hearing the noise, also came outside to ask what had happened. Seeing the little cat come out, Sejun Park hurriedly asked it to persuade 1003 and Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear. If they don't stop, the ensuing battle would surely lead to injuries. Teo and Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear explained that the Minotaur came to work and meant no harm, but the Crimson Grizzly Bear ordered them to quickly return to the cave to take cover, as it could not tolerate Minotaurs infiltrating her territory. Helplessly, Sejun Park went to persuade 1003, but he was unwilling to comply. As a Minotaur warrior, fleeing was a dishonorable act. At this moment, Sejun Park really had no solution. Their battle seemed unavoidable. Meanwhile, Aileen also came asking for something to eat at this time. Seeing this, Sejun Park replied that they were too busy at the moment to prepare anything. But Aileen didn't come to help mediate. Instead, she urged Sejun Park to hurry up because she had been hungry all morning. Bay behind Sejun Park expressed the same sentiment. As for 1003, he was already ready to launch an attack. The Crimson Grizzly Bear was not afraid either. It was the ruler of this forest, and the Minotaur's intrusion was something Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear could not tolerate. Teo was now urging Sejun Park to return to the cave. Seeing that none of his companions were listening to him, and with two huge monsters about to clash, Sejun Park suddenly panicked and covered his head. Unable to bear the chaotic scene any longer, Sejun Park shouted that if no one was willing to calm down and listen to him, he would no longer provide food to anyone. At these words, both 1003 and Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear were stunned. Bay and the little rabbits were also frightened. Aileen in the management space also stopped her urging prompts, and Teo tearfully apologized to Sejun Park. Now facing the farmer's anger, everyone quieted down. The scene finally became quiet. The two giant beasts that were just about to fight now fearfully looked at Sejun Park. Hearing the farmer say he would not provide food to anyone, all the little buddies on the scene quieted down. Even the administrator, Aileen, obediently stopped making noise. Seeing that everyone was willing to listen to him, Sejun Park explained the consequences of a big fight, which would not only destroy the farmland, but also harm everyone, and there would be no more source of food in the future. To resolve the conflict between the two sides, Sejun Park decided to discuss things during breakfast. He then called on the little rabbits to start cooking together. Arriving in the cave, Black Warrior Bunny was catching fish and trapping crayfishes as usual, and the other companions were not idle either. Everyone played their part, all working hard to prepare today's breakfast. Sejun Park was in charge of cooking a variety of delicious dishes. In no time, plates of fresh and tasty food were ready. Once everything was brought outside, 1003 and Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear, smelling the delicious aroma, could not help but widen their eyes. Next, the farm companions enjoyed the food together. On Aileen's side, Sejun Park had prepared many roasted corns, and after giving thanks, Aileen went to have breakfast. Now, as 1003 was eating the food in his hands, he also reached for the roasted corn on the plate, but his claw claw collided with Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear's claw. Just a small friction and a menacing glare is shared between them. Helplessly, Sejun Park cleared his throat, and it was now time to properly introduce everyone. He explained that Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear and Bay were there to protect the farm's safety. Just as Sejun Park was about to explain the identity of the Minotaur to the Crimson Grizzly Bear, 1003 briskly introduced himself. Seeing this, Sejun Park took the opportunity to inform Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear that 1003 would be working on the farm from now on, and he would also be one of the companions. At the same time, he made it clear that fighting was absolutely not allowed on the farm. If a fight occurred, there would be no food for anyone. This consequence scared the Crimson Grizzly Bear and 1003. They did not want to return to the days of going hungry, to continue enjoying delicious food every day. The two monsters that previously did not get along now joined forces as if the earlier incident had never happened. Seeing them reconcile, Sejun Park finally felt relieved, but 1003 was now somewhat puzzled because he still didn't know what he would do. Sejun Park, while petting the little cat, explained his job is straightforward, and then took 1003 to the side of the barren land in front. Sejun Park needed him to turn over the soft soil beneath this small patch of barren land until lunchtime, just as during the blue moon. Hearing that the task was so simple and that there would be lunch afterward, 1003 was still somewhat in disbelief, but after getting confirmation from Sejun Park, he prepared to start plowing, slowly lying down to prepare. The next second, 1003's horns became even stronger. Then, it suddenly exerted force, and in an instant, it had plowed several meters away. Thinking about the delicious lunch waiting for him, 1003's enthusiasm was sky high. Sejun Park was also very happy, as this plan to create fertile farmland would advance even further. Next, he and the little rabbits also had to start working. Today, they needed to plant green onions first. Compared to other crops, green onions are the easiest to increase yield. Not only is planting convenient, but after cutting off the scallion leaves, they will continue to split and grow back over time. Then, they could take the newly split sprouts and plant them again. With everyone's efforts, a large patch of new scallions was quickly planted. Thanks to the excellent environment of the 99th floor, the scallions grew very quickly. However, with the increase in the number of crops, a new problem arose. There wasn't enough water in the little rabbit's sprinklers. Going back and forth to fetch water would significantly reduce work efficiency. Currently, the cultivated land is not extensive, but the capacity of the water bottles already cannot keep up. But just then, Mr. Rabbit underwent a transformation. Just like Black Warrior Bunny before him, Mr. Rabbit also successfully underwent a second awakening, and his sprinkler turned golden. Mr. Rabbit was very happy, and Sejun Park was also thrilled. He inquired whether the water capacity had increased, and Mr. Rabbit indicated that compared to before, the golden water bottle now had double the capacity. Meanwhile, on the other side of the barren lands, the Ox King was still waiting, but 1003 was nowhere to be seen. After some time, they completed most of the work, and then Sejun Park went back to bring up the rabbit babies. It was their first time coming outside the crater, and Sejun Park introduced Bay to the babies. Now, the Crimson Grizzly Cub was very curious and slowly sniffed the rabbit babies, which startled the babies. However, upon sensing Bay's goodwill, the babies threw themselves into the bear's embrace. Seeing this, Teo immediately became a bit unhappy, pouting jealously. Thus, the little cat confidently called out to the rabbit babies, indicating that the kids should follow Uncle for an adventure outside the cave. However, not a single baby came down. They seemed to have fallen for the soft, cuddly Crimson Grizzly Cub. Seeing this, Teo's heart broke instantly, thinking that the children had forgotten about their uncle. The little cat, trembling, shed tears, hammering the ground in sorrow. I raised you with so much love and dedication. Seeing the little cat so distressed, Sejun Park scooped it up and placed it in his arms, telling Teo not to be too sad and to eat a cat treat to ease his mood. After a while, Sejun Park asked if it was time for Teo to have another auction. Hearing this, the little cat replied with a helpless look that although it also wanted to go down, it couldn't for now. Then, Teo and Sejun Park explained their previous encounters, learning that the silver wolves were actually after the hat on his head, which surprised Sejun Park. Now, the little cat waved its hand, indicating that the auction would have to wait a bit longer. As for Sejun Park, he was somewhat puzzled. Although the hat had great effects, it was useless if not for a farmer. Could there be another farmer like him on a different floor? Thinking of this, Sejun Park came up with a good solution. The little cat quickly inquired what Sejun Park was thinking. At that moment, Sejun Park said that as a peddler, Teo had the rights of a free mercenary. If they could hire 1003, then they wouldn't have to fear the threat of the silver wolves. In the Black Tower, the requirements of mercenaries and peddlers are the same. Only locals can assume these professions. According to the agreement between the Mercenary Association and the Peddlers Association, as long as the free mercenaries pay the fees, they can can use the merchant channels at any time. Locals who are not in mercenary professions can also be temporarily hired by peddlers for protection. Although Sejun Park himself also wanted to go down with them, unfortunately, temporary mercenaries also have to be locals. Now, the little cat wondered if 1003 would agree to their request, because the Minotaur is a monster from the 99th floor. Hearing this, Sejun Park assured it that as long as 1003 was willing, he would shave off 3 dungeon coins from his debt per day as a temporary mercenary. Upon hearing the farmer's words, Teo was very excited. If Sejun Park could persuade the Minotaur warrior, it would have no worries. 3 days later, at this moment, the Minotaur warrior was in the desolate lands, but it seemed to be avoiding something. Just as 1003 thought it was safe to leave, it was stopped by a voice. The voice turned out to be 1004, a female Minotaur from the Minotaur tribe, whose arrival shocked 1003. Before his companion could ask anything, 1003 hastily said he wasn't going anywhere, but was immediately scrutinized by 1004. Judging from his glowing complexion, she assumed he was eating without telling them. 1003 adamantly tried to explain that it was not true. 1004 wanted him to take her to find food. Seeing 1003's reluctance, she immediately said that the Ox King had been looking for him lately, and if he didn't take her along, she would tell on him about his secrecy. With no other choice, 1003 reluctantly agreed. On the road, 1003 told his companion that this matter must be kept secret. 1004 immediately assured 1003 without hesitation. After a while, they arrived in the forest, and Sejun Park, who was inside a cave, heard noises outside and climbed out with the little cat. It turned out that 1003 had brought his companion here. Seeing the Sejun Park come out, 1004 happily greeted him and introduced herself. On the side, 1003 explained the purpose of their visit, asking Sejun Park if his friend could work together on the farm. However, the expansion of the field was not urgent, so they didn't need extra help. Sejun Park wanted 1004 to become a temporary mercenary for the little cat, responsible for protecting Teo's safety, with a salary of 3 dungeon coins per day. The little cat on his shoulder also pleaded, but to their surprise, 1004 immediately refused, as she did not need dungeon coins, as coins cannot be eaten. Hearing her response, both Teo and Sejun Park were stunned. Immediately, Sejun Park informed her that in addition to the salary, there would be 3 meals a day and snacks during free time. Hearing this, 1004 immediately agreed to the job of protecting the little cat. Hearing such good conditions, 1003 quickly expressed his desire to go as well. Seeing this, Sejun Park agreed to let them both go. With the protection of the 2 Minotaurs, he felt more at ease. Hearing that Sejun Park would also prepare lunch for the road, they were even more astonished. The next second, 1004 threw herself into 1003's arms, thanking her companion for introducing her to such a good place. Feeling 1004's warmth, 1003 was also very happy to be with her. Watching the 2 Minotaurs openly showing their affection, Sejun Park seemed to understand the situation. Having set the time for the trip, Sejun Park and his friends began preparing food. Soon, a large pile of green onions was cut. Sejun Park was worried whether Teo's rucksack could still hold everything, as it was already filled with lots of magic cherry tomatoes. In response, the little cat assured Sejun Park and immediately threw his rucksack upwards. Then, with a magical activation, the large pile of green onions was completely absorbed into it. Sejun Park was somewhat surprised by this, as the capacity was much larger than before. Teo proudly displayed his intermediate peddler badge and stated that the rucksack's capacity had significantly increased after the upgrade. It was not until Teo took it out that Sejun Park realized the color of the badge was different than before. However, Teo's boasting was quickly cut short as a farmer pinched his cat face, urging him to hurry up and get ready. He also reminded Teo not to forget to pass on the gifts for his family. The little cat confidently assured that it would complete the mission. After the preparations, 1003 and 1004 also embarked on their first mercenary journey. The little cat now happily waved goodbye, while Sejun Park asked them to be careful on the road and told the 2 Minotaur's warriors to protect Teo well. The other companions were also there, as they always came to see the little cat off whenever it traveled. After they had gone a distance, Sejun Park suddenly worried whether Teo might be eaten by the Minotaurs, which gave Black Warrior Bunny quite a scare. Several hours later, in the Pathway Village, a residential area for peddlers. Currently, the Silver Wolf tribe are keeping watch over the area. Now, Elke had brought 3 chicken legs, their lunch, with the last of their funds. While Elko was calling Elko to come and eat, he seemed to have no appetite. Having waited here for so many days, Elko was tired and asked if they could return to the 85th floor, as it had been a long time since they had left their tribe. At this, the Silver Wolf tribe leader, Elka, was quite angry. They had a serious responsibility responsibility on this journey. How could they return like this, facing their starving tribe members waiting at home? If they did not complete this commission, the Silver Wolf tribe would not be able to obtain food from greed, which was crucial for the survival of their tribe. After coming to his senses, Elko quickly apologized. The old Silver Wolf could only sigh, understanding Elko's feelings, and still handed over the delicious chicken leg. For this commission, the tribe had allocated money for food. Only by eating well could they have the strength to repay. But the next second, Elka sensed the long-awaited presence. Seeing this, Elke asked the leader what was going on. The old Silver Wolf looked down and finally found their commission's target. It turned out that Teo had finally arrived here. This time, Elka swore that no matter what, he must obtain information about the Straw Hat. Now many merchants couldn't help but look in the same direction, because 1003 and 1004 were too eye-catching. For a moment, the merchants were buzzing with talk, recognizing that the two Minotaurs were from the Minotaur tribe. It was the first time the present merchants had seen a monster from the 99th floor. They wondered what kind of great peddler could have such powerful mercenaries employed. Hearing someone looking for a merchant who could hire Minotaur guards, the little cat proudly declared it was him, and Teo stepped forward with pride. At this moment, he was absorbed in his own world, completely unaware of the many voices of doubt. When the little cat snapped back to reality, it only then heard others saying that he lying wasn't good. Hearing this, Teo was indignant and turned around to shout for 1003 and 1004, only to find that the two Minotaurs who had been following him were now nowhere to be seen. Near a nearby hamster's stall, the two Minotaur creatures were attracted by the cabbages being sold. Smelling the fresh aroma, 1003 shamelessly drooled, while 1004 was already asking about the price. However, the hamster owner was trembling with fear, pleading for mercy and fright. Just then, the little cat finally found the two Minotaurs. Teo was now a bit angry, as they were supposed to be there to protect him, so why were they there? Seeing this, 1003 immediately apologized. After some explanations, the little cat understood that it was their first time leaving the 99th floor, so they were curious about these things. Moreover, 1003 was also puzzled about why this place was called the Peddler Pathway. Shouldn't it be accessible to all the original residents of the tower? To this, Teo was not surprised, as the two Minotaurs had always lived on the 99th floor and were not aware of the past changes in the Black Tower. At that moment, the little cat turned its head and spotted a pile of boxes, and immediately Teo jumped onto them. Facing the confusion of the two Minotaurs, the little cat began an impromptu history class. Back then, a towering tree pierced through the entire Black Tower, with branches spreading from the 1st to the 99th floor. However, due to the abundance of pathways, they couldn't tell which ones were safe. So, the first great peddlers founded the Peddlers Association and streamlined the pathways, closing down the dangerous paths and maintaining the safe ones. The other two partners founded the Mercenaries Association and the Magic Tower, and these three associations heralded a new era within the tower. They reached an agreement among themselves. During the initial construction, each of the three associations had their roles, providing the necessary resources to each other, with the management of the corridors being the responsibility of the Peddlers Association, hence the name, the Peddler's Pathway. The little cat's erudition earned applause from the two Minotaurs, and a complimented Teo added that this was Peddlers 101 for intermediate, but in actuality, it was on page 1 of the guidebook for rookie peddlers. Although it's called the Peddler's Pathway, all residents of the Black Tower can use it, but there are paid pathways known as shortcuts, which are exclusively for peddlers. Since peddlers need to travel to many places, a fast route is essential, and this residential village is the central point of the paid pathway. From here they would travel to the 40th floor and then transfer to the 38th floor, significantly reducing the travel time. 1003 didn't expect the journey to their destination to be so complicated. After finishing the explanation, Teo did not continue on their way, because it was mealtime. Hearing that the little cat was going to take them to eat, 1003 and 1004 were very excited, but Teo said he would take them to a fish restaurant and asked the two Minotaurs if they liked fish. However, the little cat did not notice that Elka, the Silver Wolf tribe leader, had already pounced towards him. Teo sensed the sudden danger as the old Silver Wolf landed in front of the little cat. It glared menacingly at the little cat, and seeing this, Teo instantly curled up in fear, not expecting the opponent to be waiting for him here. While Elka was threatening the little cat, an enraged 1003 instantly swung an iron fist, smashing the ground into rubble. However, the old Silver Wolf reacted quickly, and the strike did not harm it. But when Elka clearly saw the Minotaur creature in front of him, he could not believe his eyes, recognizing it as a warrior from the Minotaur tribe. At that moment, 1003 coldly asked the other party's identity, while protecting Teo behind him. With 1003's protection, the little cat's fear dissipated a lot, and it quickly stated that it was indeed Elka who had been chasing it. Understanding the situation, the Minotaur warrior prepared prepared to give the old silver wolf a good thrashing. At the same time, 2 other silver wolves from above charged down, intending to help their leader attack 1003. But before Elko and Elke could get close, 1004 instantly appeared in front of the 2 wolves. The next second, she swung 2 punches, and the 2 silver wolves were sent flying in the blink of an eye. Watching his tribespeople heavily hit the ground, Elka couldn't help but worry. Beside him, 1004 teased, "So there are 2 more puppies, huh?" She then told 1003 to take good care of Teo, as she would handle the fight herself. The little cat was worried, saying it might be dangerous for 1004 to go alone. Hearing this, 1003 reassured Teo, asserting that they were monsters from the 99th floor, and these pups were no match for them. Besides, 1004 was even stronger than himself. Listening to 1003's confidence, plus the blush on his face, the little cat was puzzled. Teo then said that there was no need to kill the silver wolves. 1004 agreed to this, saying she will try not to. The 2 silver wolves in front finally recovered, saying they could still hold on. Elko asked the leader what they should do next. After some thought, Elka decided they couldn't give up. If they failed this time, they would never have another chance. The 3 silver wolves then readied themselves again. Now, a battle was about to ensue between the Minotaur warriors from the 99th floor and the silver wolf tribe from the 85th floor. Meanwhile, in the cave of the sky, Sickle Bunny was trimming the fur of Card Bunny. Before long, Card Bunny's fur became very smooth and comfortable. Black Warrior Bunny and Sejun Park praised Sickle Bunny on the side. It was now Sejun Park's turn. He just needed his hair trimmed a bit shorter. But as Sickle Bunny was getting ready to start, a hot breath puffed on its face from Bay's nose. Suddenly, Sickle Bunny's nose became very itchy. Then it sneezed explosively, and unfortunately for Sejun Park, Sickle Bunny accidentally took a tuft of his hair. Seeing this, both Sickle Rabbit and Bay were terrified, while Sejun Park was still naively looking forward to his new hairstyle. Back in the peddler village, Elka hesitated no longer and immediately led the 2 wolves in a charge towards their opponent. Seeing this, 1004 showed no fear and was about to throw a punch with all her might. But the next second, Elke appeared in front of her and viciously bit down. She firmly clamped onto 1004's right hand, which was about to punch, while Elko also didn't remain idle, biting at 1004's leg. At this moment, the 2 wolves had effectively restrained the Minotaur warrior's movements. Seeing this, Elka's claws suddenly reached forward, grabbing 1004's horn to find a leverage point. The old silver wolf prepared to deliver a fatal blow, biting down on 1004's neck in an instant. In just a few seconds, the cooperation among the 3 silver wolves was nearly perfect. However, Elka immediately realized something was amiss, because there was no scent of fresh blood. 1004's skin was as tough as steel, and his teeth could not penetrate it. Realizing the old silver wolf's shock, 1004 calmly stated that of course Wolf's fangs would not tear a Minotaur's skin. As soon as she finished speaking, her left fist struck Elke like a whirlwind. The severe impact heavily wounded the silver wolf, but 1004's counterattack was far from over. She grabbed the helpless Elke and then violently threw her forward. The poor silver wolf was smashed into a pile of wooden planks. Seeing this, Elko was immediately frantic and momentarily let go of his bite. By the time Elko reacted, it was already too late. 1004 showed no mercy, lifting her leg and violently kicking him away. Elka, still biting at the neck, was shocked. He hadn't anticipated 1004's combat strength to be this formidable. In his surprise, 1004 had already grasped the old silver wolf in her hand, and the next second, she harshly smashed him onto the ground. At this moment, Elka realized they had lost, but he really couldn't accept it, knowing so many of his tribespeople were waiting for him. However, 1004's iron fist was about to strike him down, and in this moment, the old silver wolf remembered events from many years ago. Back then, his father was still teaching him. They were the pure-blood silver wolf tribe of the Black Tower, stronger than any tribe. Their spirits are destined to become guardian angels of the tribe after death. This was the fundamental strength of the silver wolf tribe. They could inherit the spirit will and strength of their ancestors. It was for this reason that Elka's father taught him, "Our honor is our ancestors' honor. Do good and live a life of dignity. Then, you will get a response from the ancestors one day." But misfortunes always come unexpectedly. The Black Tower faced an unprecedented famine. Other tribes even started infighting, just to plunder resources. Soon, conflict also erupted within the Silver Wolf tribe, and Elka's father was killed by another wolf tribe while protecting him. Years later, the once hopeful youth, Elka, had become the tribe leader, protecting his people. To ensure the children could live well, Elka reluctantly worked for the wealthy tyrant, Greed. This was opposed by his tribespeople because it was Greed who had caused their current situation. The Silver Wolves did not approve of their leader's actions. Working for that despicable boar was an insult to the Silver Wolf tribe's honor. Despite how painful it was inside, Elka still countered his people's words because he truly had no other options. Even in his unconsciousness, he was still worried about the children of his tribe. Fortunately, 1004 had not delivered a killing blow, and Teo confirmed that Elka had just fainted. At that moment, 1004 asked if they should break their legs so they wouldn't have to worry about being tracked anymore. Thinking this over, Teo repeatedly refused, believing it to be too cruel. After some thought, the little cat decided to take them back. Such matters were best left to Sejun Park to handle. Meanwhile, in the cave, Sickle Bunny and Bae, panicked by the holy glow of the skin, were still discussing how to explain themselves. Sejun Park thought the haircut was done and reached out to touch his head. The next second, he stood up in alarm because there was a bald spot on his head. However, Sejun Park couldn't see it himself, and he regretted not having Teo by a mirror. The nearby Queen Honeybee also noticed the bald spot, and seeing this, Sickle Bunny hurriedly apologized to Sejun Park. Not wanting his friend to feel too bad, he repeatedly reassured him that anyone could make a mistake, and he just needed to wear a straw hat so no one would notice. But as he talked, Sejun Park became despondent because it couldn't really be covered up. Just then, Mrs. Rabbit also came outside, and upon learning of the situation, she was shocked and immediately wanted to retrim Sejun Park's hair. Although saddened, Sejun Park returned to the haircutting spot. Mrs. Rabbit decisively pulled out her own scissors. Sometime later, in the administrator's space, Aileen was comfortably reading a book, but soon, she had finished all her magic cherry tomatoes snacks. Now that she was grown up, the original portion was no longer satisfying, but she was hesitant to ask for more, worried the farmer might mistake her for a pig with wings once again. However, she could no longer worry about that now, and Aileen began to call for Sejun Park through a large crystal ball. Upon closer inspection, she noticed the situation in the cave. Just then, Sejun Park saw Aileen's message and slowly turned his head back. The man merely changed his hairstyle, yet it made the noble black dragon blush. Before this, due to Sickle Rabbit's slip-up, Sejun Park had a bald spot on his head. Fortunately, Mrs. Rabbit successfully remedied it. By the time Aileen wanted to find Sejun Park, she discovered that his appearance had greatly changed. Seeing the radiant Sejun Park, Aileen was instantly astonished. Seeing no messages in the message bar, Sejun Park asked her if something had happened. Aileen in the administrator's space was now at a loss for words. The farmer's new look made her heart flutter, and her face turned even redder. But at that moment, Sejun Park continued to move closer, making Aileen extremely flustered, so she warned him against coming closer. After a while, Aileen finally regained her composure and then clarified her purpose. It turned out she needed some food, preferably some crayfish. Seeing this, Sejun Park explained that the food in the pond had been diminishing these days. The number of crayfishes slowly decreasing, and there weren't as many piranhas either. So recently, the farm mainly focused on vegetables, and after eating them for several days, Sejun Park felt somewhat hungry from the lack of protein. Fortunately, he could offer Aileen something else as a substitute, and he immediately took some corn. Aileen was very thankful to Sejun Park for this. The next second, she accepted the food. As she was leaving, Aileen couldn't help but say that the new hairstyle really suited Sejun Park and looked very good. She then hurriedly left as if fleeing. Hearing Aileen's praise for the first time, Sejun Park appeared very happy. Next, he planned to continue diving into his work. In the administrator's space on the other side, Aileen's hands trembled as she held the food, and her heart was pounding. Touching her own dragon heart, she was very puzzled, not understanding why her heart was beating so fast. After a moment, Aileen quickly shook her head. She thought it must have been the sudden change in Sejun Park that startled her. Turning around to go eat, but looking again at the food in her hands, Aileen suddenly remembered what Sejun Park had said, and she began to search through the bookshelf. Before long, she picked up a fit cookbook. With this book, Aileen was now full of confidence. Her face flushed. She seemed prepared to make something for Sejun Park. Several days later, Teo finally arrived at the 38th floor of the Black Tower. Seeing the arrival of the peddler, the adventurers excitedly welcomed him. The little cat did not disappoint everyone. This time it brought 3,600 level D magic cherry tomatoes, auctioning them in batches of 400 each. Hearing such a large quantity, the adventurers were initially surprised. Then a fierce auction unfolded. Everyone was enthusiastic about the higher grade tomatoes, and within just a few minutes, only 2,000 remained. At that moment, someone offered 1,600 dungeon coins to buy the remaining magic cherry tomatoes. Such a wealthy adventurer immediately impressed the little cat. The bidder also revealed their identity to others. It turned out they were sent by Michael. After selling all the magic cherry tomatoes, Teo waved goodbye to everyone. Other adventurers, although dissatisfied, could not compete with the huge multinational company. Dongshik and others lamented the increasing difficulty of buying magic cherry tomatoes, but fortunately, he knew Teo, and as long as they dealt through the little cat with Sejun Park, they expected to have access to many resources. resources. Just then, the adventurers sent by Michael exclaimed because the previously hidden name of the producer was now visible. They were curious about who this farmer Sejun Park really was. Hearing this, Dongshik became very anxious, quickly grabbed the magic cherry tomatoes, and told the others to let him have a look too. Slowly opening the message panel, Dongshik immediately felt uneasy as the producer's name indeed appeared on it. Learning that Sejun Park's occupation was a farmer, he was startled once again. The other adventurers made a quick decision and immediately called everyone back to the guild camp on the first level. They needed to ascertain Sejun Park's identity and ensure he would be brought to their faction. Thinking about the valuable information they could gain from this operation, the leading adventurer was already fantasizing about a promotion. Hearing the other party's words, Dongshik felt quite helpless. He didn't want to miss the opportunity to win over Sejun Park, and more importantly, the exposure of the name meant that Sejun Park's family could be in great trouble. To the wealthy outsiders, magic cherry tomatoes are more precious than jewels. If the producer is known within the tower, they would certainly try to kidnap Sejun Park's family as leverage to monopolize the supply. From what Teo had told him before, Dongshik knew that Sejun Park could not leave the tower, which meant he likely wasn't aware of the situation outside. Just then, the little cat actively sought out Dongshik, but before Teo could even greet him, Dongshik scooped him up and rushed to a secluded area. Once they reached an open space, he carefully checked the surroundings. Then, he gently set Teo down on the ground and asked why the producer's name had suddenly appeared. Hearing this, the little cat explained about the redaction of the producers to protect rookie peddlers and its own promotion to an intermediate peddler, but it was curious why Dongshik was so anxious. Dongshik shared his speculation. Since Sejun Park's real name had appeared, his family might face danger. The outside world is obsessed with their magic cherry tomatoes. Originally, the producer's name was obscured and nobody knew the situation, but now that the real name was exposed, someone would definitely try to harm Sejun Park's family to secure a monopoly. Upon hearing Dongshik's explanation, Teo instantly panicked, fearing blame from Sejun Park and unsure of what to do. Seeing this, Dongshik reassured the little cat, promising that their guild would do everything possible to protect Sejun Park's family. With urgency, Dongshik wanted to quickly return to the first floor. Before leaving, Teo asked him for another favor. He took out a basket of health corn and agility carrots, then asked Dongshik to deliver them to Sejun Park's family. The payment for this was 200 magic cherry tomatoes. After checking the information on the two types of crops, Dongshik realized these were also items that would cause a scramble. He then promised Teo that he would definitely deliver the goods, and the two waved goodbye. Looking at these magical crops before him, Dongshik thought it was time to tell the guild master about this matter. Sometime later, at the entrance to the 38th floor pathway, 1003 and 1004 were waiting with the three wolves for Teo. At that moment, Elka was still very indignant. Thinking that the two minotaurs were serving as bodyguards for such a lowly peddler, Elka angrily stated that it seemed the legends about the 99th floor were false. Hearing the silver wolf ranting nearby, 1004 really wanted to beat it up again, but 1003 stopped her. Just then, Teo finally appeared. Teo ran back quickly. With the situation being urgent, he asked the two minotaurs to get ready to immediately return to the cave. Hearing it was about Sejun Park's family, 1003 did not hesitate and immediately, along with 1004, picked up the three silver wolves and set off. However, Teo looked at the stalls ahead and asked them to wait for him. He then quickly picked up a string with a purple gemstone. Upon learning that it cost 2 dungeon coins, the little cat couldn't resist starting to bargain. Just like before, it wanted the seller to lower the price a bit. Several days later, Dongshik had already been rapidly teleported out of the tower. He was wearing a padded jacket, and he brought all the collected information about Sejun Park to his master. Dongshik's master, named Han Taijun, is the former guild master of the Phoenix Guild and also serves as a member of the Korea Awaken Association. Seeing his master after a long time, Dongshik asked about his health. Hearing this, Taijun was silent for a while, then suddenly became fiery, with flames literally rising from his head. Thinking that a talent who had already reached above the 40th floor had been kept a secret from him, combined with being trapped in a room as cold as a refrigerator, Dongshik felt very uncomfortable from his master's fury. Seeing this, Dongshik asked his master not to be so angry. After all, he himself had secretly climbed to the 52nd floor. Taijun now wanted to know if his disciple had withheld any information, but the content was essentially already in the report. However, regarding the profession of a Black Tower farmer, both Taijun and Dongshik had never encountered it before. After understanding the situation, Taijun sat back down. Seeing the scars on his master's hands, Dongshik understood that the curse of the flame affecting him had spread even more. To this, Taijun was indifferent, only feeling a bit itchy. If it weren't for the curse, he would have liked to immediately enter the tower to search for Sejun Park. After a brief exchange with his disciple, Taijun was curious as Dongshik's visit surely had a purpose beyond just these matters. It turned out Dongshik was concerned that people from other countries might investigate Sejun Park's background, so he wanted to request support from the Awakened Association to help protect Sejun Park's family. Hearing this, Taejun assured Dongshik that they had been notified and were ready to guard, ensuring no foreign country would steal such a talent. As for the protection, Taejun delegated Dongshik to arrange it, with the Awakened Association responsible for providing manpower. He also revealed that before Dongshik's arrival, people from several countries had already attempted to make contact, but fortunately, they had been stopped by their personnel. As he was leaving, Dongshik took out the reward given by Teo, which he presented as a gift to his master. With these magic cherry tomatoes, there would be some effect on the flame curse. This was the first time Taejun had truly gotten his hands on the magic cherry tomatoes, and he did not hesitate to pop them into his mouth. Just like the rumors, they indeed tasted very good. After saying goodbye to his master, Dongshik delivered the vegetables brought by the little cat to Sejun Park's home. Seeing this, the family was quite puzzled, but Sejun Park's brother, Sedol, immediately recognized the popular weight loss magic cherry tomatoes. After delivering the goods, Dongshik explained the current situation. Since many people were targeting Sejun Park, his family might also be in danger, and the Awakened Association wanted to take on the job of protecting them, so Dongshik suggested that Sejun Park's family should move as soon as possible. Hearing this, Sejun Park's parents were a bit stunned, as they hadn't even finished paying off their house loan and wondered where they could move to. Dongshik then mentioned that he had already prepared a house for them in another location. Learning it was a well-known luxurious neighborhood, Sedol curiously asked if the area was filled with celebrities. Dongshik mentioned that if they moved there, they would be living next to his own house, but his daughter, Sarah, was indeed a member of the famous girl group LJSN in Korea. Hearing this, Sedol was surprised, as LJSN was the hottest group in the country. The thought that Dongshik was the father of his idol made him immediately bow down in respect. Persuaded by Dongshik, Sejun Park's family accepted the suggestion to move. Meanwhile, in the Black Tower administrator's space, Aileen was cooking while looking at a cookbook. As she sprinkled one precious ingredient after another, a strong golden light suddenly burst from the pot, so intense that Aileen couldn't look directly at it. When the light subsided, she looked down and couldn't help but feel delighted. Meanwhile, outside the cave, the green onions that Sejun Park had planted 2 weeks ago had finally grown, and now they could be harvested. He was curious whether the green onions outside the cave would also be an item. Slowly cutting off a leaf, however, there was no prompt. Sejun Park thought he had grown ordinary vegetables, but then Black Warrior Bunny pointed to the base of the green onion. Understanding its meaning, Sejun Park pulled up the green onion with its roots. Sure enough, the system soon delivered a message. He had harvested a detoxifying green onion, which even reached a C+ grade. Not only did it taste better, but it could also neutralize poisons below C+ and improve liver function. After reading all the information, Sejun Park was very excited. Next was to taste and see how it was, and he and Black Warrior Bunny quickly took a few bites. According to their unanimous opinion, it tasted no different from the green onions they had eaten before. Since they were not poisoned, the detoxifying effect could not be determined at the moment. Fortunately, the enhancement of liver function should be a great help to those who like drinking, and selling it should not be a problem. At that time, Shovel Bunny came looking for Sejun Park, as it was time to eat, but there were no more fish and crayfishes in the pond. Seeing this, his companions were very disappointed. The only source of protein was gone. With no choice, Sejun Park stated that they might have to go without meat for a while. Just as everyone was feeling sad, Aileen suddenly appeared. She said that to celebrate 200 days since Sejun Park entered the tower, she had specially prepared a commemorative gift by hand. She then issued a quest, the content of which was to submit a cherry tomato, and the reward would be Aileen's gift. Subsequently, a large iron pot fell down, but the contents made Sejun Park frown. Inside was a dark cuisine, the first dish Aileen the dragon had made, and the prompt indicated that consuming it would result in a C-grade toxin poisoning. Seeing the system message, Sejun Park quickly realized that it was actually an item. Aileen said she had put a lot of effort into making it and was now exhausted, and she told Sejun Park that he must finish eating it because if he didn't, Aileen would kill him. Then she went to sleep. Seeing this, Sejun Park was dumbfounded and anxiously asked what Aileen meant. After Aileen completely disappeared, Sejun Park turned to his companions, attempting to recruit them to eat it for him. Hearing this, the little rabbits quickly fled the area. Abandoned by his friends, Sejun Park couldn't help but tear up. The queen honeybee, smelling the odor, even went directly outside the cave. As for the kindly black dragon, it was now contentedly resting. Just then, Black Warrior Bunny thought of something and quickly called Sejun Park. It then picked up the detoxifying green onion that had just been harvested. Seeing this, Sejun Park suddenly understood that eating the green onion would counteract the C-grade poison. Even though the soup looked unappetizing, at least now he could be sure that drinking it wouldn't be fatal. After quickly eating the green onion to gain immunity to the poison, Sejun Park prepared to start eating. He was still hoping that the taste wouldn't be too bad. He then bravely took a sip, but just touching it with his tongue was was unbearable for Sejun Park. The next second, he spat it out. The sudden outburst scared his companions, who were howling in chaos. Although he anticipated it would taste bad, the strong foul smell still made it hard for Sejun Park to swallow. He now wondered if Aileen, this winged pig, was trying to kill him. But having come this far, Sejun Park decided to finish it all. As he gulped it down, he kept telling himself that he can do it. Just as he thought he had reached the bottom, a live blobfish suddenly appeared, startling the poor farmer so much that he accidentally flipped the pot out of his hands. Unfortunately, the overturned pot, with its remaining poisons, spilled into the pond. Seeing this, the farm's companions were all dumbfounded. After finishing the soup, Sejun Park successfully gained stat points. Just when he thought it was over, the message panel suddenly exploded with notifications, one of which was a notification that Sejun Park gained experience for killing a giant electric eel. After quickly reading all the information, he was surprised as to why there would be a giant electric eel. After collecting the rewards, Sejun Park and his companions lay by the pond's edge. Now that the water inside was polluted, Cart Bunny was very dissatisfied with this. Seeing this, Sejun Park quickly apologized, unable to do anything else in his panic. It seemed they would not be able to use the water for a while. Although the rabbit family's water cans was large enough for everyone's needs, the residual poisons had flowed into the pond entrance. If the crayfishes and piranhas were poisoned to death, the situation would become even worse. They really lost their source of protein. But just now, the message mentioned a giant electric eel. Sejun Park speculated that on the other side of the pond cave there might be a larger ecosystem. He wondered if the recent decrease in fish was due to problems inside. At this moment, Sejun Park was motivated. As long as they could find a way inside the pond cave, then they could secure more sources of protein. Hearing Sejun Park's words, Black Warrior Bunny was eager to try. Seeing it wanted to swim into the cave, Sejun Park immediately stopped it. Even though they had eaten the detoxifying green onion, the cave entrance was too small. If something went wrong and he got stuck and unable to come out, it could be dangerous. Although he knew Black Warrior Bunny was thinking of everyone's well-being, Sejun Park didn't want to send Black Bunny to such a dangerous place. He then said, "Let's wait until the poisons have diluted before making plans." At the same time, he reassured everyone that there was plenty of stored food, so there was no need to worry. Hearing this, the companions also perked up. They still had to work hard together. Meanwhile, at the 99th floor's transportation crystal in the Black Tower, the Ox King was still quietly waiting for 1003's return. He was now wondering if 1003 had forgotten the task he had assigned. Turning his head, he asked 1001 nearby, only then learning that 1004, who had been sent to find 1003, hadn't returned either. After thinking it over, 1001 was worried that they might have strayed into the territory of the Crimson Grizzly Bear or the Queen Poisonous Honeybee in search of grass. After all, these are extremely dangerous monsters. Regarding this, the Ox King was not very worried. Both 1003 and 1004 were very strong and wouldn't be easily defeated, but 1001's words still concerned him. He then stood up and instructed 1001 to summon his subordinates here. During this time, 1001 would temporarily take over his position. The Ox King prepared to personally go and retrieve his tribespeople. After a while, the area outside the cave was filled with many green onion leaves. These are prepared for 1003 and 1004, enough for 100 minotaurs. Seeing the tall pile of grass, they happily jumped on top, enjoying the soft and comfy feel. Sejun Park then suggested that they take some when they go to sleep. Just then, the skill wishing for a good harvest of the straw hat activated, and the next second, freshly harvested green onions began sprouting green shoots, and the yield of this green onion field would increase by 50% over the next week. Since green onions already grow quickly, with the boost from the prayer for abundant harvest, their growth was visibly faster. Sejun Park looked back happily, while Sickle Bunny was full of confidence, ready to help Sejun Park with the harvest. At this moment, Aileen finally had enough rest, and she asked if the nutritional soup she made had been finished. Seeing this, Sejun Park showed off his physique, thanking Aileen's soup for helping him level up and becoming stronger. Aileen then asked about the taste, to which Sejun Park didn't know how to respond. Seeing the farmer hesitate to give feedback, she seemed quite sad. Sejun Park then hurriedly said that the taste was very good. Upon receiving confirmation, Aileen immediately prepared to make another pot. This startled Sejun Park, who then explained that Aileen had said she was so tired after cooking last time that she went straight to sleep. He was already happy just being able to talk with Aileen and didn't want her to exert herself making food. He would take over all the cooking duties himself. To get Aileen to agree not to make any more dark cuisines, Sejun Park's face was filled with sincerity. On the other side, Aileen hadn't expected the farmer to be so considerate of her. She was now overjoyed and grew even fonder of Sejun Park. And having received Aileen's assurance, Sejun Park was ecstatic. However, before Sejun Park could breathe a sigh of relief, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Everyone was confused about what was happening. The next second, sensing danger, Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear immediately got ready for for battle. Then, in the green onion field ahead, the area boss of the 99th floor, the Ox King, shockingly appeared. The Ox King had come to the green onion fields near the cave. He immediately let out a roar, and his powerful presence almost made Sejun Park and his companions lose their footing, forcing them to cover their ears. Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear protected everyone under her, watching as the Ox King charged over, leaving Sejun Park and the others in a state of panic. At this moment, Administrator Aileen sent a message. She informed Sejun Park that the opponent was the Ox King, the boss guarding the 99th floor's waypoint, but that they couldn't leave their territory to guard it. Seeing the administrator's message, Sejun Park then realized that the opponent was the monster blocking his way to get out of the tower. However, Aileen was also puzzled as to why the Ox King would appear here, so she stated she would go and communicate. In the administrator's space at that time, Aileen was browsing through books left by her grandfather, Kaiser. It was clearly recorded that guardian bosses are not supposed to leave their territory, but given the urgency of the situation, she immediately used her administrator's rights to try to summon the Ox King for a dialogue. To her surprise, the next second, the Black Tower indicated that the action could not be executed, leaving Aileen dumbfounded. It was the first time she had encountered a communication failure, and out of helplessness, Aileen quickly relayed the message to Sejun Park. The little rabbits were already very scared. As for Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear, she was ready to fight. Hearing Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear's voice, Sejun Park and the others were very worried, so they quickly urged the Crimson Grizzly Bear to flee together, as the boss-level Ox King was not something she could handle. However, Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear did not back down and continued to stand in front of everyone. The next second, the Ox King forcefully stomped his hoof and then leaped into the air, his powerful presence bearing down on them, and the farm's companions thought they were doomed. Even Aileen panicked. With this axe strike, Sejun Park might be wiped out directly. In just a moment, Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear had already pounced. Unexpectedly, the Ox King's axe fell to the ground. Noticing that Sejun Park was unharmed, he turned around in surprise. He was confused because the Ox King's target was not them, but the green onions that Sejun Park and his friends had prepared for the Minotaurs. At this moment, the Ox King delightfully took a bite of the green onion leaf, and then couldn't help but let out a satisfied moo. Seeing this, everyone was stunned as in he, just a bull, a gigantic bull, that likes green onions. However, they didn't dare disturb the Ox King, just quietly watching as it ate heartily. But soon, the Ox King seemed to think of something. He grabbed a large bunch of green onion leaves, then picked up its axe with its mouth, and amidst Sejun Park's shouts of surprise, this formidable 99th floor boss actually ran off like a bandit. Watching the Ox King run further and further away, Aileen understood that it was returning to its own territory, the waypoint. Not until the Ox King completely disappeared did everyone finally breathe a sigh of relief. They had really been scared. After calming down, Sejun Park was very thankful for Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear's protection. Faced with such a monster, she didn't back down at all. Although none of the companions were hurt, the farmland had suffered severe damage. Immediately, Sejun Park and the little rabbits started cleaning up, the fruits of their long labor now a mess. Everyone was quite downhearted. Seeing Aileen worried about him, Sejun Park first thanked her, but then mentioned that he was still somewhat glad. If he had known earlier that the opponent loved green onions, he would have brought green onion leaves to visit the Ox King sooner. Because of the information previously obtained from 1003 and Aileen, the Minotaur tribe is known to highly value honor, and being their king, it would be even more so. Hearing the farmer's words, Aileen was catching on to Sejun Park's intentions. Sejun Park then flashed a wicked smile. After destroying such a large part of the farm and stealing their crops, how many fold should I make him pay for his debt? Before long, Sejun Park had prepared the food. They needed to hurry up and have lunch today, as they would have to continue cleaning up the mess made by the Ox King later. But facing a meal that was entirely vegetarian, the little rabbits started to make a fuss. Lately, they had been quite troublesome due to the lack of meat. Faced with this, Mrs. Rabbit was also helpless. So, Sejun Park gestured to Bay, who was nearby. Now look, even Bay is eating well and not saying a thing. You'll become adults soon when the blue moon arrives. Don't you want to become adults? The baby rabbits then obediently started eating. With Bay as a role model, and considering the non-fussy Crimson Grizzly cub, Sejun Park of course had to praise it properly. But what puzzled him was that recently, Bay hadn't grown at all. Sejun Park thought there could only be two possibilities. Either Bay wasn't eating enough, or it was sick. While Sejun Park was playing with Bay, Teo finally rushed back to the cave. Hearing its voice, Sejun Park was immediately delighted. But turning his head, he was curious about what 1003 and 1004 were carrying. Subsequently, 1003 explained, they are from the Silver Wolf tribe. At this moment, Teo jumped onto Sejun Park's shoulder, and the little cat explained that it was these three silver wolves who had attacked him earlier, fortunately having been subdued by 1004. Not knowing what to do, they brought them along for Sejun Park to decide. Seeing this, Sejun Park wanted to ask them some questions, but they were still sleeping. It turns out, on the way here, Elka was too noisy, so 1004 before had knocked them out. At this time, the little cat also noticed the mess in the farmland behind them, curious about why it was so disordered. Immediately, Sejun Park explained to the two minotaurs that the Ox King had been here. Hearing the farmer's words, they were instantly worried, not understanding how their king knew to find them here. However, eating was still the main priority, and they would look into this matter in detail later. Soon after, the two minotaurs happily went to eat, leaving Sejun Park and the little cat to guard the silver wolves. At this moment, Teo was about to tell Sejun Park something important, but suddenly, the old silver wolf, Elka, stood up. This dangerous aura made Sejun Park and Teo quickly turn around. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Bei forcefully repelled Elka, preventing any harm to them. Now, Bei was staring intensely at the enemy in front, and the old silver wolf, enraged to the extreme, took the opportunity of the two minotaurs' absence to cause trouble. But Bei's strength made Elka realize this was another big problem. Just then, Teo hurriedly reminded Sejun Park that his straw hat had disappeared. Right after that, Elka and Elko instantly jumped away. Hearing the noise, the two minotaurs also turned back, but the straw hat was suddenly seen in Elka's claws. The old silver wolf, having no desire to fight after obtaining the item, left Sejun Park and Teo lamenting the opponent's cunning. Ahead, the old silver wolf quickly warned Elka and Elko, but they hadn't run a few meters before they were suddenly blocked by a massive figure ahead. The behavior of the few silver wolves undoubtedly enraged the Crimson Giant Bear. Watching Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear's demeanor, everyone was extremely nervous. Elka and the others immediately dared not move, as the three wolves were already scared stiff. Then, the Crimson Giant Bear suddenly slammed into the ground. Although it did not directly attack the silver wolves, it still instilled them with endless fear. Seeing this, the old silver wolf immediately put down the straw hat and signaled its surrender. Soon, Sejun Park retrieved the straw hat, simply dusted it off, and put it back on. Fortunately, the straw hat had not been damaged during the snatching ordeal. Next was dealing with the silver wolves. Whether it was Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear and Bei, or the two minotaurs, they were all very angry at the three silver wolves. 1004 regretted not breaking their legs earlier, and Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear expressed her support, quickly stepping forward. The little cat told Sejun Park of Bei's intent, as it thought they should eat the wolves, which startled Sejun Park. Thus, he quickly soothed Bei and asked Queen Honeybee Jr. to help prepare some honey for Bei to eat. After the Crimson Grizzly Cub followed Queen Honeybee Jr. away, Sejun Park signaled everyone to calm down and sit to talk properly. Hearing this, the companions cooled down a bit. Elka was incredulous. It was curious about Sejun Park's identity, wondering why these powerful monsters would listen obediently to him. As for Elko next to it, it immediately covered its eyes in fear, because it remembered the stories that circulated in the Black Tower about someone who could command the monsters of the 99th floor, saying in fear, he must be the Black Dragon. Legends have always existed in the Black Tower that the Great Black Dragon, who governs the 99th floor, is the true ruler of the Black Tower. But no matter how Elka looked, Sejun Park seemed to be a frail human. It suddenly thought of a possibility that the Great Black Dragon was deliberately showing weakness. He wanted to know why the Silver Wolf tribe was after Teo and this straw hat. However, the next second, Elka was on the ground with its tribesmen, sincerely apologizing, stating they did not know the little cat was a subordinate of the Great Black Dragon. Hearing this, Sejun Park was somewhat stunned. He didn't know whom the other party was referring to as the Black Dragon. At the same time, in the administrator's space, watching the upheaval in the cave, Aileen suddenly became excited because she thought of a fun game and quickly sent a message to Sejun Park. Aileen suggested that Sejun Park represent her to display the Black Dragon's majesty, which would also help subdue the Silver Wolves. Seeing what Aileen had suggested about representing her, Sejun Park finally understood that Aileen was not just a flying pig, but a fearsome Black Dragon. But it made sense. After all, she could issue tasks and rewards to him. Since pretending to be the Black Dragon and showing authority would make Aileen happy, Sejun Park started to bluff. He put on what he thought was a very arrogant expression and loudly told the Silver Wolves that he was the Black Dragon. Seeing this, the three Silver Wolves bowed even lower, while the two Minotaurs nearby were somewhat dumbfounded. Aileen was horrified with how Sejun Park was acting. Now, 1003 still confusedly asked Sejun Park whether his identity as the Black Dragon was real. In response, 1004 thought it was being rather foolish. The little cat naturally understood that Sejun Park was pretending, but his recent antics gave Teo the creeps. However, Teo played along, thinking that since he was a subordinate of the Black Dragon, he should act even more arrogantly. At this moment, Elka apologized again sincerely, understanding it had made an unforgivable mistake, but still hoped to be given a chance for forgiveness. Seeing this, Sejun Park said that he was willing to make an exception and forgive the Silver Wolves, but on the condition that they pay a sum of dungeon coins as compensation for the life-threatening danger that Teo faced. This large sum undoubtedly frightened the three Silver Wolves, while the little cat was inexplicably moved. It didn't expect to be so precious in Sejun Park's eyes. Immediately after, Sejun Park quickly prompted to Teo to prepare a contract. Teo said, "If you have no money, then you must repay with your labor." His words puzzled Elka, and then the little cat explained the rule. At this, Elke hurriedly reminded the chieftain because Elka and the great landowner Greed still had a contract. With no choice, the old silver wolf continued to beg for mercy and apologize. As for signing a contract to work here, they probably couldn't do it. This made Sejun Park and Teo somewhat incredulous, and Aileen in the administrator's space was angry because Sejun Park, now pretending to be the Black Dragon, was being refused by the Silver Wolves. Fortunately, Sejun Park was not angry. He just smiled slightly and then asked Elka why he refused. After some thought, the old Silver Wolf then said, "Because the 85th floor where their tribe is located has been experiencing a long-term drought. There is now a severe shortage of food, so strong tribespeople like them come to work for the great landowner Greed in exchange for food. And this time, the task issued by Greed was to find the stolen straw hat. Due to the failure of the task, the tribe's food source will definitely be cut off. So Elka cannot agree to Sejun Park's proposal as it would cause the young members of their tribe to starve." Upon this, Sejun Park suddenly asked for the old Silver Wolf's name. After being informed, he asked Elka to look around and see where they were. Slowly looking around, and with Sejun Park's explanation, Elka realized they were in front of a large farmland. Sejun Park said he would add other conditions to the contract. The 10,000 dungeon coins would be paid by the entire Silver Wolf tribe. During the period he works here, Sejun Park would also provide food for the whole tribe. He then asked if Elka was willing now, but before the old Silver Wolf could speak, Elke and Elko were overjoyed because they would no longer have to work for that wild boar. They survived and would have food to eat. Thus, they agreed to the proposal to work on the farm. Elka was very grateful to Sejun Park, as things had finally come to a satisfactory resolution, and everyone appeared very happy. Aileen was also surprised by this outcome, but she thought Sejun Park handled it well, and she praised the farmer greatly. Soon the contract was written up, and once both parties pressed their prints and it was witnessed by the Black Tower, the Silver Wolves became Teo's underlings, responsible for ensuring the little cat's safety in the future. At this time, Teo took the 3 Silver Wolves to greet the others. Teo stated that 1003 and 1004 were their seniors, and they should respect the 2 Minotaurs even more in the future. As for Sejun Park, he was now considering the landowner Greed mentioned by Elka, who seemed to be a significant figure in the tower. The little cat was happy to have underlings, and it asked Sejun Park to prepare some grilled fish for it to enjoy a meal with the Silver Wolves. However, Sejun Park's reply stunned Teo. Learning that there were no fish in the pond, the little cat immediately threw itself on the ground in a tantrum, even declaring that it would not go to work if there were no fish. Sejun Park was also helpless as he was already trying his best to find a solution. Fortunately, the poisons in the water had largely diluted. Now, Sejun Park asked if Black Warrior Bunny was ready, and hearing this, Black Warrior Bunny was full of confidence, and they were about to officially explore the other end of the pond. Then, it picked up a wooden mallet and leapt into the air, smashing the rocks above the cave entrance the next second. As the rocks fell, the entrance to the mysterious waters appeared. Now the entrance was large enough that there was no risk of being stuck. Black Warrior Bunny dove in without hesitation, but quickly swam back. Because it was too dark inside, it couldn't see anything. So, Sejun Park asked Teo if he had something that could provide light. At this time, the little cat was still playing with the baby rabbits. Hearing Sejun Park's words, Teo began searching through his backpack, unsure if he had anything similar. To make searching easier, the little cat dumped out everything inside. Among the items, a purple necklace caught Sejun Park's attention, which Teo had previously purchased in the peddler's pathway. The message indicated it was a grade E necklace with a scratched jewel, with the rest of the details unknown. Sejun Park asked Administrator Aileen to help appraise it. Merely a few seconds after taking it back, Aileen indicated that this item was very suitable for current use, which made Sejun Park somewhat excited. Then he quickly handed a basket of magic cherry tomatoes to Aileen, and soon after the appraisal, the message indicated that the item was named the Necklace of Light, and after appraisal, the necklace looked completely different from its original appearance. The function of this Necklace of Light is the skill, Light, and the higher the user's level, the stronger the light shines. After reading all the effects, Sejun Park hurriedly shared the good news with his companions. With this, we can see clearly inside the cave. Seeing this, Teo said, "If it's helpful, can I get more Teo the CEO time?" Hearing this, Sejun Park grabbed the little cat's paws. And indeed, Teo's paws brought good luck. Considering the little cat's consistently excellent performance, Sejun Park decided to restore its position as Teo the CEO. Starting today, Teo would also be the CEO of the distribution of their crops. Hearing this, Teo was very happy. Today it had finally become the official CEO again. At the same time, to celebrate the little cat's promotion, Sejun Park allowed Teo to be the president for the day. Immediately after, Teo issued an order for everyone to use the necklace to bring lots of fish back. Both Black Warrior Bunny and Sejun Park were full of confidence at this moment. Sejun Park first tested the function of the Necklace of Light. Indeed, as described in the message, It emitted light when worn. Thinking that the higher the level, the stronger the effect, he took off the necklace and let Black Warrior Bunny try it. Sure enough, when Black Warrior Bunny wore it, the light it emitted was many times brighter than Sejun Park's, so bright that he could hardly open his eyes. Although he already knew the outcome, the vast difference still made Sejun Park feel a bit jealous. However, with this light, seeing in the dark hole won't be a problem anymore. Just in case, Sejun Park had Black Warrior Bunny eat some more detoxifying green onions and made it a safety rope out of green onions. He then instructed Black Warrior Bunny to hold tightly onto the safety rope and to quickly pull it twice in case of danger, and he would immediately pull it up. Considering the inconvenience of a mallet underwater, Sejun Park also gave Black Warrior Bunny his dagger and a bag. With all the preparations done, Black Warrior Bunny confidently waved at Sejun Park, took a deep breath outside, and the next second, it dived into the water without hesitation. The cave, just as Sejun Park thought, was a passage connecting to another ecosystem. Just swimming for about 10 seconds, Black Warrior Bunny saw a light and accelerated its descent. Soon, it arrived next to a broken stone wall. After coming out from inside, it turned out to be a vast water area, the likes of which Black Warrior Bunny had never seen before. It was very curious. Nearby, Black Warrior Bunny saw many fish, turtles, sharks, and even a giant whale. However, Black Warrior Bunny knew its mission was to find crayfishes and fish, or any edible meat. After looking around for a while, it noticed a gigantic creature ahead, with many crayfishes and fish floating nearby. Seeing the toxic substances emanating from them, Black Warrior Bunny immediately understood that they had absorbed the poisons from the big pot. Now, Black Warrior Bunny set its sights on a gigantic electric eel. After getting close, it took out its dagger and started cutting from above the eel. Suddenly, a glow emerged, revealing a clump of golden substance inside. Seeing this, Black Warrior Bunny was puzzled, so it slowly reached in and found that it was the insides of the electric eel. Having obtained such a valuable item, Black Warrior Bunny was already imagining Sejun Park's praise. Immediately, it put the gallbladder into the bag and then took out a green onion rope and tied it around the eel. Black Warrior Bunny planned to bring the electric eel back as food, but just then, it suddenly sensed a dangerous presence. The next second, a giant shark appeared and opened its mouth to swallow the electric eel. Seeing this, Black Warrior Bunny was quite frightened. Fortunately, the great white shark's target was only the electric eel, which allowed it to escape the ordeal. However, the green onion rope tied to the eel was pulled, causing a sudden change that made Black Warrior Bunny drown. Luckily, the shark's sharp teeth split the eel in two, so Black Warrior Bunny was not dragged away. With its last bit of strength, Black Warrior Bunny quickly pulled the safety rope. Feeling this, Sejun Park immediately had everyone get ready. Everyone pulled together. The next second, Sejun Park pulled the rope with all his might, and the baby rabbits also helped. Soon, with everyone's effort, Black Warrior Bunny was pulled out, but it was in very bad shape. This left Sejun Park in a panic. He loudly called out to Black Warrior Bunny, but Black Warrior Bunny still had its eyes closed. Seeing this, everyone was momentarily frightened, all worried about Black Warrior Bunny's condition. Seeing the urgency of the situation, Sejun Park was focused on helping Black Bunny, and he handed his hat to the Queen Honeybee for safekeeping. Then he prepared to perform CPR on Black Warrior Bunny. Unexpectedly, the next second, Black Warrior Bunny suddenly opened its eyes. Startled by Sejun Park's appearance, it shot a lot of water from its mouth onto Sejun Park's face. Fortunately, Black Warrior Bunny finally woke up, and upon seeing this, the rabbit couple quickly embraced their child. At this moment, Sejun Park was also very happy, but Black Warrior Bunny blamed him because he had almost been kissed by Sejun Park. Seeing Black Warrior Bunny's disdain, Sejun Park felt somewhat displeased. After all, it was almost his first kiss as well. Meanwhile, in the administrator's space, Aileen was amused by the scene in the cave, but Sejun Park felt his mouth was a bit salty. At that moment, Aileen sent a message explaining that Black Warrior Bunny might have entered the Sea of Dimensions, which exists between each floor of the tower. Due to the powerful monsters in the sea, safe passages are used to traverse the floors. However, water also flows into the Sea of Dimensions, just like the pond in the cave. The Sea of Dimensions, home to various creatures besides monsters, also contains many delicacies. Now, Sejun Park finally understood why marine creatures appeared in the cave's pond. Once Black Warrior Bunny had rested, Sejun Park excitedly asked if there were any edible fish inside. Hearing this, Black Warrior Bunny opened the bag and pulled out a clump of golden substance. The message showed that it was the insides of the electric eel, grade A. If consumed, it would grant lightning-related abilities, though the minimum requirement was having at least 10 points in mana. Seeing the information, Sejun Park became even more excited. Could it be that Black Warrior Bunny had found a giant electric eel? Black Warrior Bunny affirmed this positively. Then it also picked up the safety rope, and with Black Warrior Bunny's sudden force, the tied remnants of the eel were brought out. Seeing this, all the little friends were astounded, and Cart Bunny even drooled helplessly. Once the eel was out of the water, many piranhas and crayfishes surged out, apparently attracted by the eel's body. In no time at all. The entire pond was once again filled with high-quality seafood. At this point, Sejun Park hugged Black Warrior Bunny. He and his friends were very grateful to Black Warrior Bunny. To celebrate today's harvest, Sejun Park decided to hold a feast to celebrate properly. After a while, all the food was prepared. But now, Sejun Park learned that his family was in danger. Taeo mentioned that Dongshik had told him this, and Dongshik also promised to protect Sejun Park's family. This worried Sejun Park. He hadn't expected the magic cherry tomatoes to become so popular. After thinking for a while, Sejun Park told Taeo that next time, it should find out how Dongshik was protecting his family and to get some detailed information. As for Kim Dongshik, who had helped him a lot, Sejun Park decided to thank him. Hearing from Taeo that Dongshik liked magic cherry tomatoes, Sejun Park then thought of giving him some crops as a reward next time. After discussing the important matters, Sejun Park started to feed the little cat some cat treats, but the insides of the electric eel fell out during the process. Seeing this, Sejun Park remembered that the information said eating this could grant a new skill related to thunder and rain. Hearing this, Taeo became quite hostile. Static electricity makes his fur stiff and ruins it. Since entering the tower, Sejun Park had learned skills related to agriculture, but gaining a skill related to lightning might make him more like an adventurer. Seeing how happy Sejun Park was, the little cat urged him to eat it quickly, but Sejun Park sadly said that he couldn't eat it right now because using the gallbladder requires a minimum of 10 mana points, but his current mana is only 8.05. Hearing this, Taeo immediately started to mock him relentlessly, as that was indeed very weak. Annoyed, Sejun Park thought little cat's mana couldn't be much higher. However, Taeo stated that he wouldn't tell his own mana level. This infuriated Sejun Park, who then quickly took out the light necklace and put it around Taeo's neck. Unexpectedly, the necklace emitted a strong light, dazzling even Bae. Now, the humiliated Sejun Park trembled, realizing he was the weakest in the entire farm. At that moment, Bae gestured towards its mouth, but Sejun Park refused because the necklace was not edible. Nearby, 1003 and 1004 were happily eating, and the 3 silver wolves had grilled fish brought by Cart Bunny. For this, Elka was very thankful. The other little rabbits were also enjoying the feast. Then Sejun Park came over to ask if the food was to their liking. Seeing him, the 3 silver wolves bowed, thanking the great black dragon for the blessing. But Sejun Park noticed the expression on the old silver wolf. "You must be missing the people of the 85th floor." Hearing this, Elka did not refute. It indeed worried about its tribe not having food. Sejun Park then told Elka that the blue moon was soon to come, and at that time, it could return. During this period, as long as they help in the farm, many grilled fish will be given for Elka to take back. Next, they needed to plant and harvest the delayed crops, which required Taeo to lead the silver wolves to help. The little cat immediately agreed, and then set off with Elka and the others. Next, Sejun Park needed the help of 1003 and 1004 to take him somewhere. Hearing this, 1003 was puzzled about where to go. The next second, Sejun Park made a shocking statement, saying he wanted the 2 minotaurs to take him to collect a debt from the Ox King. Upon hearing this, 1003 and 1004 were instantly stunned. Meanwhile, at the 99th floor's waypoint, many minotaurs were eating green onions. They hadn't eaten for a long time, and the green onions brought back by the Ox King were highly liked by the clan. However, the Ox King was not happy about this. It seemed quite depressed. It initially went to the border to look for the 2 minotaurs, encountering red bears and other creatures along the way. But having not seen delicious grass for so long, the Ox King became overwhelmingly excited and left all other matters behind. As per tradition, the Ox King should have been disqualified as a black minotaur warrior, but fortunately, this trip yielded great rewards. Moreover, the crops on that land were obviously deliberately planted, but recalling the creatures it encountered then, the Ox King couldn't remember who the real owner of the plantation was. After some thought, it figured that it was planted by the white farmer bunny nearby, although it didn't understand why the crimson grizzly bear was related to the white farmer bunnies. As the king of the black minotaur warrior, it should not steal, but the Ox King is the guardian of the 99th floor's waypoint, and the time allowed to leave is only 1 hour. Fortunately, each arrival of the blue moon resets this timer. Even though it's a short time, the Ox King decided to pay the price for the stolen grass after the blue moon. After all, having found a food source, it needs to keep negotiations to provide food for its people. However, now there is a new problem, which is that the Ox King doesn't know what it should pay them with. What it doesn't know is that Sejun Park is already preparing to go see it. But before he leaves, he needs to harvest as much mature crops as they can before heading out. Sejun Park was extremely hot, and the queen honeybee kindly held his straw hat for him. Sejun Park continued to harvest the magic cherry tomatoes. Amidst the daily hard work, his professional level unexpectedly rose to C grade, which surprised Sejun Park. He didn't notice that his job grade was so close to leveling up. Meanwhile, a message informed him that his professional trait had been enhanced, and he had even obtained a hidden skill called Friend of Nature. This is a talent for being close to nature, and it has a special effect. It makes communication with animals and plants with whom he doesn't share a language go smoothly. Seeing this effect, Sejun Park suddenly thought of something, so he tentatively called out to Mr. Rabbit. Hearing the sound, Mr. Rabbit responded, which startled Sejun Park and made him fall. Getting up, he hurriedly asked Mr. Rabbit to respond again. Seeing this, the sickle bunny nearby was puzzled and asked, "Uncle, is there something wrong?" This address made Sejun Park very happy. Then he picked up the sickle bunny and gave it a baffling rubdown. The sickle bunny indicated it was about to use its sickle to slash him, to which Sejun Park grabbed it and said, "Do you want to mess up my hair like last time?" At this remark, it was the little rabbit's turn to be stunned that they indeed could be understood now. At that moment, Sejun Park happily announced that he had acquired a new skill, the ability to communicate with creatures of nature. After confirming this, Mr. Rabbit and Sickle Bunny were very excited, so they quickly called everyone over. After hearing the explanation from the two rabbits, Mrs. Rabbit was also very surprised. However, she soon asked her husband skeptically, "Didn't Sejun Nim eat something strange again?" It was only when Sejun Park spoke directly to Mrs. Rabbit that she realized that their languages had indeed become mutually intelligible. Black Warrior Bunny was even more excited, as it had always had many things it wanted to say to Uncle Sejun. Sejun Park and his companions felt the same, each having countless things they wanted to share with each other. Meanwhile, the Queen Honeybee shyly called out and hesitantly asked Sejun Park, "Can you really understand?" To this, Sejun Park gently stroked the Queen Honeybee's head and assured her, "Of course, I can clearly hear every word you say." The farmer's words brought a smile to the Queen Honeybee's face, and she happily threw herself onto Sejun Park, followed by the other poison honeybees. Today was the happiest time for Sejun Park. He told his companions that they must quickly spread the news outside the cave. Mr. Rabbit thoughtfully passed him a straw hat. When Sejun Park put it on, the message panel appeared again because his level had increased, so the straw hat of St. Patrick of Earth had also upgraded, unlocking a new skill, Growth Promoter. Specifically, it accelerates the growth of 10 types of crops for 7 days, with no side effects. After reading this, Sejun Park was even happier. This skill was simply awesome. With this effect, he now had another idea. After going outside the cave, Sejun Park planted some solar sweet potato and immediately activated the Growth Promoter skill. Indeed, under the influence of this skill, the seedlings soon began to grow. With the growth promotion, he no longer had to worry about the yield of solar sweet potatoes. However, as space was limited, Sejun Park planted them between the green onions fields. Then, accompanied by a flash of golden light, the seedlings grew once more, which puzzled Sejun Park. A message appeared and he understood that the solar sweet potato shoots had benefited from the green onions fields' wish for a bountiful harvest effect. His harvest would also increase by 50%. This double benefit pleasantly surprised Sejun Park. With the effects of two skills, the sun pumpkins and sweet potatoes would mature sooner than expected. Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind. It turned out that Bay had pounced towards Sejun Park. Immediately, he was directly overwhelmed by the little bear on the ground. Bay excitedly expressed that it had just heard from Black Warrior Bunny that Sejun Park can now understand them. Following that, Bay's address as dad left the farmer stunned. Sejun Park didn't expect that. Having never dated, he suddenly became a dad, and he even asked if this was appropriate with the mother Crimson Grizzly Bear. The Crimson Grizzly Bear didn't mind. She said, "For Bay, Sejun Park is like a father." The Crimson Grizzly Bear then bowed again. She was truly grateful for Sejun Park's help with herself and Bay. After listening to the mother Crimson Grizzly Bear's words, Sejun Park didn't think too much about it. He didn't mind having such a cute son. Now the little bear could finally happily say, "Finally, there's good food." Hearing Bay mention many foods, Sejun Park decided to let it eat something special, as he had just harvested a new crop, which was the perfectly ripe giant potato. Its full name is Strength Potato. The potatoes were put into a pot with water, covered, and then cooked over fire. In no time, a deliciously boiled potato dish was ready. Besides, there were many other foods as accompaniments. At this moment, Sejun Park's face could not help but smile, and another interesting event was added to his tower adventure. As for Administrator Aileen in the Administrator's space, she was now eating boiled potatoes. After enjoying it with his companions, he prepared to set off for the Ox King's territory. But hearing that Sejun Park was about to leave, Bay immediately lay on the ground and burst into tears, saying it had to go with Sejun Park no matter what. Sejun Park and his companions checked the items they needed to bring. Having just finished eating, they harvested many green onions leaves together. After checking, Sejun Park came over to get the little bear to stand up, telling Bay, hadn't it forgotten what it had promised before? Hearing this, the little bear was very sad, but still said it would take good care of the Queen Honeybee Jr., as it had promised Sejun Park before. Seeing this, Sejun Park comforted Bay, saying he would be back soon, and told the little bear not to be sad, as they would see each other again soon. The Queen Honeybee Jr. overhead was also gently stroking Bay's head, and with everyone's comfort, the little bear became calmer. After everything was ready, Elka bent down on the ground, indicating that today it would personally serve the Great Black Dragon. Subsequently, Sejun Park, Teo, and Black Warrior Bunny sat on the back of Old Silver Wolf. The path to the Ox King's territory was led by 1003 and 1004. The companions behind waved goodbye, and the little bear was no longer sad, as it continued to assume the responsibility of protecting the Queen Honeybee Jr. As for Sejun Park and Black Warrior Bunny, this was their first time leaving the cave to go elsewhere. With Elka's help, their speed of travel greatly increased. After just a short while, they arrived at the desolate lands. As they were about to reach their destination, Sejun Park suddenly noticed a strange area. In the distance, there was a large forest, but it emitted a sinister aura. Hearing Sejun Park's question, 1003 explained that there were creatures who were jerks there. At this point, 1004 began to roughly describe the situation of the 99th floor. It turned out that the 99th floor was divided into many territories, such as the territory of the Crimson Grizzly Bear where Sejun Park was previously, and now they were heading to the territory of the Minotaur clan. As for the place in the distance emitting a sinister aura, it belonged to the territory of the corrupt beings of the West. Although they were not always called the corrupt beings, 1004 mentioned that it was a dangerous place, best avoided. Her words piqued Sejun Park's curiosity, and it seemed he would need to consult Aileen for more details when he returned. But in the next second, a clump of mud hit Sejun Park's face, and the next thing he knew, he was on the ground. This scene alarmed his companions, who all worried about Sejun Park's condition. Fortunately, Sejun Park said he was not seriously hurt. When he looked ahead, he saw many minotaurs eating mud. Sejun Park was somewhat stunned. Was it because there was nothing to eat in the desolate lands? Seeing this, he finally understood why the two minotaurs were so excited about the green onions leaves earlier. Now 1004 was very angry, and she asked who was throwing things around. After hearing the sound, a blonde minotaur came from the front. Seeing 1004 and 1003, it was curious about why the two minotaurs were together, mistaking Sejun Park and the others as toys brought by the two minotaurs. It was about to ask for them when the next second, it was met with 1004's ruthless iron fist for its rude behavior. As for the blonde minotaur that took a punch, it had already fainted and was lying in the mud. Seeing the powerful 1004, 1003's face couldn't help but flush slightly. After a while, tribe members went to inform the Ox King that the missing 1003 and 1004 had returned. Soon, with the Ox King's approval, the two minotaurs stepped forward and explained their return from the territory of the Crimson Grizzly Bear. Hearing this, the nearby minotaurs were all very surprised, and the Ox King was overjoyed, as this meant he wouldn't have to make a trip himself. So, the Ox King asked Sejun Park and his group to come over, but he mistook them for subordinates of the Crimson Grizzly Bear. When only Sejun Park and the little cat arrived, the Ox King was puzzled, wondering why there was no white rabbit, but instead an unknown creature leading the way. At this point, Sejun Park and Teo introduced themselves. Although he had not heard these names before, the Ox King still acknowledged their hard journey here, noting that Sejun Park and the little cat looked weak. He then mentioned his care for weaker creatures, offering to rescue them from oppression if they were being mistreated in the Crimson Grizzly Bear's territory. After hearing the Ox King's words, Sejun Park knew there was a misunderstanding. He explained that, on the contrary, the mother Crimson Grizzly Bear and its cub were helping him, and that this trip was not to seek rescue, but to receive compensation for the crops stolen by the Ox King. If you do not want to be called a thief, it would be best to make amends. The word thief instantly angered the Ox King. Being the strongest monster on the 99th floor, the Ox King has a strong sense of honor and would not allow himself to be called a thief. Even facing such a formidable creature, Sejun Park and the little cat did not back down. Sejun Park loudly told the Ox King that the green onions leaves were crops he had planted, but the Ox King not only took them boldly but now shamelessly got angry first. After listening to Sejun Park's words, the nearby minotaurs started realizing that the grass the king brought back was planted by someone else. Now, the Ox King realized that Sejun Park was the true owner of the farmland and quickly apologized to him. Because it is a protector of the waypoint and its actions are time limited, it had to leave in a rush at that time. As for compensation, the Ox King believes it is necessary, as it had already planned to make payment. So, the Ox King asked Sejun Park what he needed. Even if it was one of those legendary items from inside the tower, he would do his best to satisfy. The main purpose of Sejun Park's visit was just one, and he then mentioned that he wanted to use the waypoint. The farmer's words made the Ox King turn to look back, as the waypoint was something he had always guarded. However, after thinking for a while, the Ox King agreed. If this is what Sejun Park wants, then I have no choice but to agree. For my own honor, I believe it is worth it. With that, he stood up from his seat and invited Sejun Park to come forward. Seeing this, Sejun Park was very excited, and Teo was happy for him, because the little cat knew that Sejun Park had always wanted to leave the tower, and today he had finally arrived at the place closest to the outside of the tower. As long as he could use the waypoint, he would have the hope of returning outside. Standing in front of the waypoint, Sejun Park was somewhat lost. Ever since he knew there was a waypoint here, he had always wanted to come to this place. seconds. Slowly approaching the waypoint, Sejun Park reached out with a trembling hand. When he placed his hand on the crystal, the message panel transmitted a prompt. The 99th floor teleportation point has been stored, locating other waypoint. However, soon the message indicated that Sejun Park could not use the waypoint because he had not stored any other floor's waypoint. The news that he could not leave stunned Sejun Park. Seeing this, the Ox King then realized that Sejun Park was not an original resident of the Black Tower. He then said, "Although I don't know how Sejun Park came to the 99th floor, outsiders must start from the first floor and register the waypoint on each floor to have the right to use it. This has always been the rule of the Black Tower. The reason he can't leave is that Sejun Park has only one teleportation point on the 99th floor." After hearing the Ox King's words, Sejun Park despaired. He had thought he had a chance to leave the Black Tower, but now the little hope he held has completely vanished. Although Sejun Park had come with the worst expectations, now that he had personally confirmed there was no way to leave, he still felt an inevitable sense of emptiness. At this moment, the Ox King spoke, stating that he had fulfilled Sejun Park's request and no longer owed anything. Hearing this, Sejun Park also recovered his spirits and stood up, then confirmed what the Ox King had said. However, he now had a proposal and wanted to know if the Ox King was interested in hearing it. Sejun Park had the little cat open the bundle. Upon receiving the instructions, Teo immediately acted. In the next second, countless green onions leaves began to appear continuously. Seeing the tall pile of grass, all the minotaurs in the area were stunned, their faces showing a longing expression, and they also recognized it as the food the king had brought back last time. The Ox King tremulously asked Sejun Park what he meant. To this, the farmer simply stated that it was just a little gift for a neighbor. His words puzzled the Ox King, but the food in front of him was so tempting that the Ox King couldn't help but drool. However, Sejun Park now spoke despondently, saying that if they could increase the planting area, they could have such green onions every day. But unfortunately, they were short on manpower, and clearing the land was labor-intensive. So his proposal was to trade with the Minotaur clan, exchanging food for the Minotaur's help. After some time, on the other side, Bay was sitting on a dirt mound, waiting with the Queen Honeybee Jr. for Sejun Park's return. At this time, the little bear was very gloomy, but soon it and the Queen Honeybee Jr. noticed what was happening ahead. Elka was bringing Sejun Park and the others back to the cave. When he saw his friends, Sejun Park greeted them happily. The little bear was even more excited. It ran while cheering that Dad was back. Sejun Park jumped down from the back of Old Silver Wolf and immediately embraced the approaching Bay. At that moment, the little bear told Sejun Park that it had been strong and had not continued crying. Mr. Rabbit also came outside upon hearing the voices, surprised at how quickly his friends had returned. Upon seeing Mr. Rabbit and Mrs. Rabbit, Black Warrior Bunny quickly went up to share the experiences of this trip. Sejun Park then waved to the back, and soon after, several Minotaurs walked up. They were the first group to come to the farm to clear the field. Sejun Park explained that the Ox King had agreed to his proposal and that the Minotaur clan would help with the farming. The few Minotaurs were now full of energy, eager to start working. Observing the Minotaur's strong muscles was full of envy. Hearing that they also knew 1003, the little bear became even happier. It also mentioned that it was the one that guided 1003 around the field, and that it would do the same for them. The few Minotaurs happily followed Bay away. Seeing this, Sejun Park did not stop them but turned to discuss with the little rabbits about preparing food. Meanwhile, Teo, who had returned with them, was still lying down, asleep. At the same time, in the waypoint area, there was a series of shouting voices. The Minotaurs were playing rock, paper, scissors, a game 1003 had devised to decide who could go to the farm to work first, and the first 10 were chosen in no time. Looking at his tribespeople, who were no longer as listless as before, 1005 was also very happy. It asked the Ox King if their territory could turn into a grassy plain full of green grass if they cultivated the land. The Ox King agreed, expressing hope for their future life. A few days later, the poisonous honeybees were flying one by one to the front, collecting nectar into bottles. Meanwhile, the little bear was guarding them closely. Sejun Park had thought that because the blue moon was about to descend, that the honeybees might not have time to collect nectar, but surprisingly they were able to fill all the bottles Teo had bought back. Sejun Park reminded the little bear to eat sparingly. Then he asked the mother Crimson Grizzly Bear if they were going to the deep forest today. After receiving an affirmative answer, Sejun Park prepared to give the little bear some more honey. Elka also told Sejun Park that they needed to go back to welcome the blue moon. The issue of food made Old Silver Wolf a bit hesitant to speak, but seeing this, Sejun Park told him not to worry, as he had already prepared everything. He then presented the wolves with the food they were going to bring, which included seafood recently caught by Black Warrior Bunny, some of which were even salvaged from the Sea of Dimensions. Seeing such an abundance of delicacies, the silver wolves prostrated on the ground, thanking Black Warrior Bunny. In response, Black Warrior Bunny told them not to mind, as this was a small matter for him. Just as Sejun Park was thinking about how to help the silver wolves take the food back, Elka pulled out his backpack. Although it wasn't as big as those of peddlers, since the three of them had one, they were still able to fit all the food inside. After packing, the backpacks rested in the palms of the 3 silver wolves. Now that the food for everyone during the blue moon had been arranged, Sejun Park began to say goodbye to his friends. After bidding farewell, the mother Crimson Grizzly Bear and the silver wolves left, with the silver wolves heading to the 85th floor. Watching his friends gradually disappear, Sejun Park sighed, knowing that it was now his turn to prepare his own matters. Seeing the farmer's serious expression, Administrator Aileen asked if he was worried about the farm. Sejun Park admitted that he was always uneasy with each arrival of the blue moon. Nearby, Black Bunny waved its hand, saying it was going to help its parents with work. Understanding Sejun Park's concerns, Aileen told him to trust his teammates and smugly asked the farmer if he had ever seen her come out to subdue monsters during the blue moon. The administrator's words momentarily took Sejun Park back to his first month in the cave. However, Sejun Park was still worried because each time the blue moon rose, the monsters would become incredibly ferocious. Even the adorable little rabbits, if they didn't hide in their rooms, couldn't avoid it. The destruction caused by 1003 to the farm a month ago also worried Sejun Park this time. Although he had already asked them to stay as far from the farm as possible, the situation still made him anxious when the blue moon arrived. Unable to guarantee that his method would be effective, Sejun Park shared all his worries with Aileen. In response, Aileen said that this time she would personally guard the farm herself. Sejun Park also realized that the black dragon he saw during the first blue moon must have been Aileen. With this realization, his spirits lifted, and Sejun Park said he trusted Aileen. Seeing this, Aileen beamed with joy, encouraging Sejun Park to continue planting vigorously, promising that the great black dragon, Aileen Pratani, would not let him down. After ending the conversation, Aileen stretched a bit and then placed her hand on the door, pushing it open. Aileen slowly walked outside. She had been in the library left by her grandfather for too long. Soon, Aileen reached the top of the administrator's space. It turns out she was on a huge floating island, which also had a black tower where Aileen was residing. This floating island was located in the sky of the 99th floor of the black tower. Feeling the breeze passing over her body, Aileen felt very comfortable. She hadn't been out in a long time and was now preparing for the arrival of the blue moon. She slowly reached out to open a panel, and now it was her turn to protect Sejun Park and the others. The next second, many information bars appeared in front of Aileen, and this time, the great black dragon Aileen would take action personally. As time passed, the rabbit family had mostly entered their cabin. Sejun Park was saving the fire kindling to make cooking easier the next morning. After securing it, he suddenly heard a noise nearby. It turned out that the little cat was hugging the rabbit babies and crying loudly, moved by the thought of the little rabbits he had cared for growing up. Seeing this, Sejun Park approached and told the little cat to quickly get back into the bag, as the blue moon was about to arrive. Just as Teo was about to close the bag, Sejun Park urgently called out to him, then handed over another cocoon of the poisonous honeybee queen. This was given to Sejun Park by the original queen honeybee that morning. Recently, the bee swarm had grown much stronger, and the emergence of new queen honeybee cocoons was inevitable. Hearing this, the little cat gladly accepted it, and Teo indicated that he would, like last time, keep the cocoon in his soft fur. Meanwhile, the sky was gradually darkening, and the blue moon was about to cover the still unset sun. When night fully fell, the area near the cave became instantly quiet, but only in the cave itself. The rabbit babies were roaring. Sejun Park was sitting in front of the little rabbits, and although he had seen it once before, he could not get used to this. Then, the cries of many monsters came from outside, which surprised Sejun Park. Had Aileen not set out yet? But he had only walked a few steps when he realized that the rabbit babies were looking at him fiercely. They should have turned into white rabbits under the blue moon, but for some reason, it hadn't happened yet, and they had become even more ferocious. Watching the little rabbits hissing at him, Sejun Park thought about calling out to wake them up, but to his surprise, the rabbit babies suddenly rushed towards him. Just when Sejun Park thought he was going to be scratched, a dragon's roar suddenly came from the sky, and the little rabbits calmed down. Looking up at the huge dragon shadow in the sky, Sejun Park was very happy. Aileen had finally arrived. Simultaneously, the farm outside the cave also welcomed its first uninvited guest. This was a branch monster from the 99th floor, eyeing the farm ahead under the influence of the blue moon. But suddenly, it noticed the situation in the sky, only to see a huge black dragon flying close above the branch monster. Under Eileen's pressure, the monster regained its senses and quickly fled the area. But in the next second, the huge body of the black dragon became much more blurred. It turned out that this was not Eileen's real body. Since she could not leave the administrator's space, Aileen used a magical artifact left by her grandfather to simulate her adult illusion during the blue moon. That means Aileen can protect the farm remotely, but the downside is that the illusion gradually disappears as it nears the ground. What excited Aileen the most was that after this, Sejun Park's eyes must have been filled with the imposing image of herself. Next, Aileen would continue to control the illusion to fly until the blue moon ended. After the appearance of the black dragon, the previously ferocious monsters had become much quieter. quieter. Just then, the little rabbits behind Sejuan Park finally began to evolve. When the rainbow-like light dissipated, the originally yellow little rabbits had transformed into white farmer rabbits. Watching the transformed children, Sejuan Park was instantly overjoyed and immediately hugged 3 of the 6 little rabbits in his arms. Seeing this, the little rabbits were also curious, wondering what was going on with their Uncle Sejuan. Soon, a blue light emanated from behind Sejuan Park. Looking around, some of the crops under the moonlight had already taken on the energy of the blue moon. Seeing this, both Sejuan Park and the little rabbits were very happy. Next, it was time for them to harvest the blue moon crops. Before long, wisps of fog began to rise slowly in the cave. Sejuan Park and the others were now cooking food over a fire. Once all the food was cooked, he placed it on large plates. The harvest of blue moon crops included sweet potatoes and potatoes. As always, blue moon cherry tomatoes. To reward Aileen for her hard work, Sejuan Park brought the cooked blue moon food to her. Receiving the food, Aileen thanked the farmer and suggested that she should protect them during the next blue moon as well. Aileen was comfortably lying on the couch. Controlling the illusion today had indeed tired her out, but fortunately, the results were worth it. Holding a blue moon sweet potato, Aileen was eager to see if it could keep her dragon heart beating. She slowly put the small sweet potato into her mouth, and soon she heard the sound of the dragon heart again. And unlike before, this time Aileen could feel a steady flow of magical power inside her body. Before she could rejoice, the Black Tower issued a prompt. It indicated that a hidden dish called honey potato had reappeared in the Black Tower. Realizing something, Aileen thought it matched what she had guessed. This hidden dish was precisely caused by Sejuan Park pouring honey on the blue moon potatoes. Seeing this, Aileen in the administrator's space was quite infuriated because Sejuan Park had given her potatoes without honey. Looking at the new prompt, she immediately thought of a good way to obtain the honey potato. After confirming the special job skill she would give to Sejuan Park, Aileen couldn't help but marvel that this was indeed a perfect reward for the farmer. Meanwhile, in the cave, Sejuan Park's culinary creation was complete. The honey potato infused with the essence of the blue moon could permanently increase mana by 0.3. With the first bite, Sejuan Park wanted the little rabbits to eat first. Just as the other little rabbits were preparing to grab some food, one of the little rabbits quickly intervened. It stated that their dad had said before that the blue moon crops should be given to Uncle Sejuan to eat because Uncle Sejuan was very weak. Upon hearing this, the relief in Sejuan Park's heart died completely. Persuaded by the little rabbits, Sejuan Park tearfully ate the blue moon honey potato. The potato coated in honey had an even finer texture. Just as he was savoring the delicious taste, the message panel appeared again, clearly displaying Sejuan Park had caused the tower's hidden honey potato to reappear, which surprised him. Soon after, Aileen sent a new mission to serve the tower's administrator with honey potatoes. The reward was a special job skill, and if he refused, the administrator who only ate the blue moon potato would be very upset. Seeing this, Sejuan Park hurriedly explained that he had merely sprinkled honey on the potatoes. Thinking about the possibility of gaining a new skill, Sejuan Park accepted the mission. After confirming with Aileen that ordinary potatoes were also acceptable, he started the preparation. The process was very simple, and in just a minute, the new mission was completed. The skill rewarded by this mission was called cooking, which could enhance the taste of dishes made with tower ingredients, and the effects would also increase accordingly. Seeing the effects of this special skill, Sejuan Park was quite shocked because it also recorded a recipe, precisely the honey potato he had just made. However, he was still very satisfied with this skill. Next, he called the little rabbits to help make breakfast for the other companions. And today, Sejuan Park's 8th blue moon since arriving at the Black Tower finally came to an end. The blue moon on the 99th floor had disappeared, and the branch monster chased away by Aileen slowly returned to the forest in the west, unaware of the unwelcome guests on its way home. Suddenly, the branch monster was tripped by a root. It collapsed to the ground, the poor monster thinking it had run out of energy. But then, a giant tree claw suddenly appeared above its head. By the time the branch monster noticed, it was already firmly grasped by the head, and countless branches wildly spread out. The powerless branch monster was mercilessly devoured, and the attacking monster was a corrupted ent. The corrupted ent slowly emerged from the shadows, then stared fixedly at the desolate lands beyond the forest, motivated by another forest on the far side that it and its companions yearned to reach. Meanwhile, as Sejuan Park was tasting the food, a new sprout quietly emerged from a pile of charred crops behind him. Meanwhile, at the 85th floor of the Black Tower, old Silver Wolf Elka successfully brought food back to the tribe. The children who received the food were very thankful to the tribal chief. Seeing Elka about to leave, his wife seemed reluctant to let him go, but now that the blue moon had ended, Elka had to return. Hearing his wife's request to see the children before he left, old Silver Wolf gently told her that he served the great black dragon, so he could not afford to delay. Casually adjusting his cloak, Elka left for the 99th floor with 2 wolves. After some time, in the peddler village, there were several figures frantically running, which were 3 gray little rabbits apparently being chased. The slightly lagging little gray rabbit noticed the situation behind and was about to call its brother. However, a ferocious fox had already reached the side of the little gray rabbit, and then it was struck by the fox's sharp claws, falling to the ground the next second. The two little gray rabbits in front stopped when they saw this, but what they didn't realize was that another fox had already blocked their path. By the time the little gray rabbits turned their heads, they inevitably fell into the clutches of the predator. Their pained cries echoed through the village corridor, attracting old Silver Wolf Elka as well. Now, the little gray rabbit was firmly caught, and the fox was complaining that it had been running many floors to catch these slaves who had escaped from the farm. Next, the foxes prepared to eat one of the little gray rabbits, as no one would care if one less escaped slave was missing. Just as the ferocious fox was about to bite down, it was suddenly struck on the head by a giant claw. It turned out that Elka had intervened to save the poor little gray rabbit. Slowly catching the little gray rabbit, old Silver Wolf glared at the foxes in front. At this moment, the foxes recognized Elka and did not understand why he interfered. If this incident were reported to Greed, it would surely bring disaster to the Silver Wolf clan. But now, Elka was not afraid of the wild boar, instead telling the few foxes to scram before his teeth bite the back of their necks. Faced with the menacing Silver Wolf, the foxes had no choice but to leave dejectedly. Elki looked at the chief for what he did. For this, Elka could only apologize. He had acted subconsciously once more. Elka believed they should take the little gray rabbits back. If they stayed here, they might be captured by the foxes. Looking at the three little gray rabbits trembling in fear, old Silver Wolf sighed and decided to take them back to the cave. Perhaps they could be of some help to the great black dragon. Before long, it was noon, and Sejuan Park was very happy. He said he had some important news to share, which was that after eating the crops from this blue moon, he had successfully increased his mana to 10 points. Hearing this, his friends all fell silent, thinking it was going to be something significant. The little cat even asked outright, was it something to brag about? To this, the farmer quickly took out the insides of the giant eel, as Sejuan Park had now reached the mana requirement to use it. Eating it would grant him a new skill, but Teo was not interested at all. It yawned and then said it wanted to go back to sleep. However, Sejuan Park insisted on keeping Teo there to watch him acquire the skill. After eating it, it wasn't as bad as he had imagined. It even had a bit of an orange tang to it. Soon after, the message panel indicated that Sejuan Park had used the insides of the giant eel and successfully learned the skill Rain and Thunder. Unlike obtaining skills through missions, this time it was shown as learned. The Rain and Thunder skill had 3 different effects, but unfortunately, due to his limited magic power, Sejuan Park could only use it to create dark clouds. Make it rain and throw thunder were currently locked for his safety. After reading all the descriptions, Sejuan Park was dumbfounded. If he couldn't use rain or thunder, then the skill was almost useless. However, he still wanted to try it and immediately waved his hand to create dark clouds. Quickly, in front of Sejuan Park, some gases began to gather, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into a cloud. But because Sejuan Park's mana was so weak, the cloud was pitifully small. The little rabbits couldn't bear to discourage Sejuan Park, so they all went back to work. As for the little cat, it comforted him, saying that although it was weak, Sejuan Park was still their president. Only Bay was happy for its dad, thinking the skill was cool because it could block the sun, and Bay believed that the cloud would definitely get bigger in the future. Hearing the little bear's consolation, Sejuan Park felt much happier. Even Teo somewhat agreed, and it gestured for Sejuan Park to move the cloud over to provide some shade. Just then, Elka and the others returned, but soon Sejuan Park noticed that beneath old Silver Wolf were 3 little gray rabbits. Immediately, Sejuan Park approached and asked who they were. The little gray rabbits, very frightened, begged not to be eaten. Seeing that they were covered in wounds, Sejuan Park felt very distressed. Sejuan Park realized the little gray rabbits must have gone through something, so he turned to ask the Silver Wolves. But just as Elka was about to recount what had happened earlier, Mrs. Rabbit was so shocked that her farming scissors dropped to the ground. Looking at Mr. Rabbit and Mrs. Rabbit, Sejuan Park voiced his confusion. Mr. Rabbit finally spoke up, unable to believe that the little gray rabbits were still alive. One of the little gray rabbits was especially excited, as it turned out that Mr. Rabbit was their uncle. The companions were somewhat confused about what was happening, while the little rabbits were already hugging each other, unable to hold back their tears after such a long separation. Having not eaten for a long time, upon seeing many fresh delicacies, they couldn't help but feast heartily. Sejuan Park and his companions did not disturb them, knowing well that the little gray rabbits must be terribly hungry. When one of the little gray rabbits choked accidentally, Mrs. Rabbit quickly handed over some water, while Sejuan Park told them to eat slowly. Hearing the little gray rabbits thank him but addressing him as the Great Black Dragon, Sejuan Park said they should just call him Sejuan in the future, and he told Elka the same. Now that everyone is companions and family, there is no need to call him the Great Black Dragon anymore. At Sejuan Park's request, the old Silver Wolf also changed his way of addressing. Sejuan Park began observing the little gray rabbits, and timely messages indicated that they were Gray Rabbit Artist, Gray Rabbit Wood Craftsman, and one was Gray Rabbit Architect. After eating, the little gray rabbits shared their experiences of escaping from a foreign land, revealing that they all had technical skills. Sejun Park then curiously asked them which floor they had come from. When the gray rabbits said it was the 55th floor, Mr. Rabbit was greatly surprised, as he hadn't expected his nephews had been on the 55th floor all along. Mr. Rabbit then excitedly asked if the Rabbit King, Queen, and Princess were still there, and what about the monsters that attacked the kingdom. Seeing Mr. Rabbit shake the little gray rabbits until they were dizzy, Sejun Park and Mrs. Rabbit quickly intervened. Hearing Sejun Park ask what he had just said, Mr. Rabbit slowly began to tell a story. It turned out that a long time ago, the 55th floor was where the rabbits lived, in a place called the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Seeing Mr. Rabbit quite despondent, Sejun Park quickly asked about the current state of the kingdom. Mr. Rabbit stated that about several decades ago, the Red Ribbon Kingdom had been destroyed. Once, the Red Ribbon Kingdom was a peaceful and beautiful place where rabbits lived happily. Some little rabbits chose to farm diligently, while others were responsible for creating various crafts, all contributing their strength to maintain a peaceful life. But one day, shadows of destruction suddenly appeared and consumed the Red Ribbon Kingdom. The battling rabbits fought back desperately while also trying to protect their people as they fled. Unfortunately, their resistance was ineffective, and the Red Ribbon Kingdom was quickly and utterly destroyed, and the royal family also disappeared. With the loss of their king's leadership, the little rabbits, in order to avoid the monsters, had to scatter and flee. Mr. Rabbit and Mrs. Rabbit also escaped from the 55th floor, and after many difficulties, they finally arrived at the cave. Now, Sejun Park finally understood why harmless little rabbits appeared on the monster-filled 99th floor. Mr. Rabbit continued, saying they had thought the 55th floor had been destroyed by the monsters, not realizing that some still remained there. The little gray rabbits mentioned that they and their families had not managed to leave through the passage and had to hide from the monsters, but then those monsters suddenly disappeared. However, when they ventured out, they found other dangers in the devastated wasteland. Elka added to the conversation, slowly mentioning a name called Greed. After the Red Ribbon Kingdom was destroyed by monsters, Greed led a massive wild boar tribe to occupy the now ownerless 55th floor, declaring himself the great landlord. What followed was the endless exploitation of the little rabbits by the wild boars, and the land of the Red Ribbon Kingdom became a large farm that only produced food. The three little gray rabbits were at their limit and finally risked everything to escape from the farm. Sejun Park felt very sorry for the gray rabbits' plight and immediately had Black Warrior Bunny lead them to rest. Under the escort of the little rabbits, they headed into the cave. At this time, Sejun Park asked Elka, was the straw hat also something Greed was looking for? Greed is a wealthy man who exerts considerable influence over the tower through food. However, I despise that wild boar. Working for Greed disgusts me. Whenever he has the chance, he will ruthlessly exploit the residents. Teo mentioned that it also knew Greed's name because food circulates through the merchants around the tower, and most of that food comes from Greed's farm. Sejun Park then asked if they might be pursued to the 99th floor. Elka reassured him, because the 99th floor is very dangerous, so no matter how much money is spent, those cowardly mercenaries would not dare to come here. Hearing the Silver Wolf's words, Sejun Park finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, in Greed's castle on the 55th floor, the wild boar Greed was very angry because the foxes told him that the little gray rabbits had successfully escaped with the help of Silver Wolf Elka. However, after some thought, Greed didn't care, believing that when the food runs out, Elka would surely come back begging. More importantly, they had another major issue, rejecting the merchants who came for food, thus restricting the circulation of food. Although the major associations raised issues, but it is still within their control. Another opportunity is coming, just like how he took control of the 55th floor several decades ago. But this time, his goal is to control the entire Black Tower. Time slowly moved to the next day, and Sejun Park, as usual, called the little cat to wake up. But when Sejun Park went to wash his face, he found that a wash basin had appeared by the pond, complete with a ladle, which excited him greatly. Immediately, Sejun Park started to wash his hair, guessing that all these were likely done by the gray rabbits. After washing his hair, Teo suddenly called Sejun Park over. In front of them, not only had a furnace appeared, but also a sitting table and eating utensils, all of which Sejun Park had needed. The little cat mentioned that Pimik, Pibik, and Pirik had made him a bowl with their own paw prints on it. It turns out the three little gray rabbits had their own names, and to show their gratitude, they had made furniture for their fellow farm companions. Sickle Bunny received a gift from Gray Rabbit Artist. Hearing Sejun Park call them, the little gray rabbits turned back to greet him, and then they thanked Sejun Park again, explaining that they made these items to help as much as possible. As for Sejun Park, he suddenly took the little hand of the architecture Gray Rabbit and asked if they needed a job. Listening to Sejun Park's words, the little gray rabbits were momentarily taken aback. After receiving their joyful consent, the cave farm officially welcomed new companions. Mr. Rabbit and his family all warmly welcomed the little gray rabbits. With three such skilled technicians, Sejun Park believed the farm would become more and more prosperous. The little gray rabbits were even more confident about this. Next, Sejun Park wanted to ask them to first build some rabbit dens, not only for the little gray rabbits, but also because the newly grown little white rabbits needed their own homes too. Although they had been trying hard to build houses, they seemed to be having some difficulties. The gray rabbit architect immediately agreed, as this was its area of expertise. Seeing this, the little cat also wanted a mobile house, and the gray rabbits said they could make a cat tower for Teo to live in. Looking towards where Sejun Park slept, Sejun Nim, "Don't you have a home?" Hearing Sejun Park reply that he didn't, the little gray rabbit wanted to build him a house. However, there was no longer enough space in the cave, but they could build outside for Sejun Park, where materials were also very accessible. Hearing this, Sejun Park was instantly excited, as it seemed he would soon have his own house. Recently, with a lot of help from the Minotaurs, much of the wasteland had been reclaimed. Thus, Sejun Park asked what materials were needed. The gray rabbit architect suggested that sand or clay suitable for making bricks would be best. Hearing this, Sejun Park and Teo immediately thought of a place, and they then headed to the barren lands, because the territory of the Minotaur family just happened to have high-quality clay and sand. After the gray rabbit architect inspected it, he confirmed that this clay was very suitable for making bricks. The Ox King was puzzled about what Sejun Park was doing with the clay, as it was one of their current food sources. Sejun Park told the Ox King that this was a new deal. Next, the little gray rabbit would teach the Minotaurs to make bricks, and the bricks could be exchanged with his farm for green onions. Upon hearing this, the Ox King immediately ordered his people to stop eating the clay, as it was all to be saved for making bricks. Sometime later, the companions outside the cave were each busy with their tasks. Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear and the little bear were responsible for gathering wood. The Minotaurs continued to till the land as usual. The little rabbits loosened and cultivated the soil, and Mr. Rabbit and the others with watering cans took up the task of watering the crops. When the little bear took breaks, it would spar with Old Silver Wolf. Their competitions were quite spectacular, and Sejun Park cheered them on from the sidelines. After the competition, he rewarded the little bear with a bottle of honey, and Elka, who had never eaten it before, was also tempted. Seeing this, Sejun Park naturally did not forget him and immediately took out a bottle for Elka. Watching Sejun Park, Old Silver Wolf seemed somewhat taken aback, having never expected to obtain delicacies so easily. After resting, Sejun Park went to help his companions with their work. He was harvesting sun pumpkin sweet potatoes, which amounted to exactly 15 from one plant. After gathering them, Sejun Park's skills were also upgraded, and he was very pleased with these solar sweet potatoes. However, after working on the farm for a while, Sejun Park felt very hot, so he summoned dark clouds to shade himself from the sun. Wiping his sweat, he felt very comfortable. Sejun Park looked at the piled up green onions and thought it might be time to build a sturdy warehouse outside. Just then, Teo came outside and greeted Sejun Park. Sejun Park wanted to know when the little cat planned to go down to sell crops again. This time, he was prepared to have Teo take some detoxifying green onions down, as adventurers might need them. More importantly, they had planted too much recently, and aside from what was prepared for the Minotaurs, they simply couldn't store anymore. Since that was the case, it agreed to take 100 green onions down to try selling them. Although doubtful about the sales volume of green onions, the little cat always trusted Sejun Park's decisions, as he had never been wrong. However, as a cat, Teo found the smell of green onions was not good. Just before finishing packing, Sejun Park called it to eat. Worrying that its fish might be eaten, the little cat instantly became anxious, which caused Teo to unintentionally pack some solar sweet potatoes as well. After packing everything, the little cat hurried to get its roasted fish. Meanwhile, on the 67th floor of the Black Tower, a large frog seemed to have spotted prey, but before it could strike, it was hit by an arrow from behind. Above the frog, a monster also saw it as prey. This was one of the lizard men belonging to the 67th floor. Quickly hopping beside the frog, it was about to enjoy its meal when suddenly, a red figure swooped in. This was a strange red locust, which the lizard man caught and ate immediately, surprised by its taste. Since the lizard man had apparently never seen this kind of creature before, it quickly sensed something was amiss in its surroundings. Looking up, the lizard man was shocked, because in front of it was an endless swarm of red locusts. They swarmed madly towards the lizard man on the ground, accompanied by many groups of locusts, a scene reminiscent of the destruction of the Rabbit Kingdom. Facing so many red locusts, the lizard man was unable to fend them off, and in just a moment, it was completely overwhelmed by the swarm. When the locusts left, all that remained on the ground was the lizardman's equipment. On the other side, in the 99th floor's administrator space, Eileen's crystal ball was ringing frantically. The Black Tower's alert system was so noisy that she could hardly sleep, leaving the Black Dragon with no choice but to get up. Aileen then placed her hand on the crystal ball, wanting to see what exactly was happening, but in the next second, countless alerts from the Black Tower kept popping up. It turned out that the 67th floor was being invaded by billions of locusts. The name red locusts immediately drained Aileen of all composure. This species had invaded the Black Tower about 100 years ago, and after several decades, the 55th floor floor had been devoured. It was her grandfather, Kaiser, who had acted then, successfully preventing the destruction of the 55th floor. So Aileen hurriedly used her administrator's authority to try to connect to the tower's external communications, but she discovered that she couldn't send the message out because her current abilities were insufficient to open the channel connected to the outside. However, the next notification from the Black Tower made her even more anxious. In just a short time, 0.01% of the 67th floor had already been devastated, and the rate of devastation was still increasing. For a moment, Aileen was stunned, constantly thinking of a solution. As for Sejun Park and his companions, they were preparing today's food, chopping the eel caught by Black Warrior Bunny into pieces, then frying it in eel oil, the aroma of which was making the little cat uncontrollably drool. At this moment, Sickle Bunny brought over the chopped sweet potatoes, and Sweet Potatoes' uncle, "What new dish are we making? Something even tastier than honey potatoes." Then he asked his companions if they had heard of candied sweet potatoes. Following that, Sejun Park started to make it. After heating the collected eel oil, he put the sweet potatoes in, carefully turning them with chopsticks to fry the surface until crispy. Next, he added honey to fry together. In no time, Sejun Park's version of simple candied sweet potatoes was ready. To his surprise, this dish was also included in the cookbook. Watching the fragrant candied sweet potatoes, both Black Warrior Bunny and Teo were drooling with desire. The little cat quickly took the opportunity while Sejun Park was busy to eat the fried fish. Although this batch of fried fish was not acknowledged in the cookbook, Teo was eager to eat it. Recently, Sejun Park had developed an interest in seeing which foods could trigger the cookbook. A large feast was prepared, and Sejun Park and his companions gathered around. For the Minotaurs, the most comfortable part of every day was mealtime after work. The silver wolves also ate happily, and with everyone's effort, not a bit of food was left. The little cat even mentioned that it couldn't eat another bite. After resting for a while, Teo gathered the silver wolves. Today, they were going down to sell goods. However, the little cat suddenly noticed the food beside Sejun Park, which was left for Aileen because there had been no response when he called her earlier. Teo mentioned that she might still be sleeping. Sejun Park also hoped that was the case, hoping nothing had happened to Aileen. Meanwhile, in the Black Tower's administrator's space, Aileen was still fixing the communication system, but the recently restored Dragonheart was still not strong enough to let her contact her kin outside, which made Aileen feel very guilty, but she could not think of a solution for the moment. Aileen was so anxious because the 67th floor was now in dire straits. At the same time, in the central management headquarters, leaders from various major associations were gathered. Leading them were Mason from the Peddlers Association, Hannibal from the Free Mercenary Association, and Iona from the Magician Association, each belonging to the fox, tiger, and hamster species respectively. Little Fox Jairus was also in the conference room, somewhat surprised, as it was her first time seeing the president of the Magicians Association. She did not know what had happened to bring all the leaders of the major organizations together. Mason from the Peddlers Association spoke first. He reported that according to the information they had, the Red Locusts had already consumed a lot on the 67th floor. Although they had sent people to defend, there had been no improvement in the situation. Hannibal then asked about the passageways, concerned that if they were not controlled in time, the Locusts might invade other towers. Mason assured him that the Red Locusts were outsiders and could not enter the passageways. What really worried him was the waypoints, where the Locusts could potentially invade other floors. Hannibal expressed that if the Locusts reached the floors above, the consequences would be unimaginable. The leaders of the various organizations were instantly anxious because one of the Black Tower's 5 major granaries was above the 67th floor. If the granary was destroyed, a great famine would come again. Some new executives appeared puzzled when a voice sounded, mentioning the once flourishing Red Ribbon Kingdom on the 55th floor. The voice belonged to Iona, the leader of the Magicians Association. It turns out that the Red Ribbon Kingdom was previously the largest food hub, which was later devoured by red locusts, leading to the previous era of great famine. At this point, Iona couldn't help saying that if it weren't for that wild boar seizing the opportunity. But before he could continue, Mason quickly interjected, "Please calm down. Greed is not a bad person." Iona scoffed at Mason's words, retorting coldly, "A good person? Are you referring to the exploitation of the rabbit tribe and then monopolizing the food distribution lines?" Upon hearing this, Hannibal suddenly became angry, thinking Iona's words were too harsh. In the subsequent discussion, all the leaders were very anxious about why the Great Black Dragon had not yet come out to protect the Black Tower. The direction of the discussion frustrated Iona, so she stood up and slowly began to recount the history of the Black Tower. Over the past 1,000 years, there have been several invasions by red locusts. Under the protection of the Great Black Dragon, the Black Tower and its inhabitants have always been safe. The Black Dragon has always quickly driven away the outsiders, but in the last locust invasion, for some unknown reason, the Black Dragon did not act swiftly. It was only when nearly half of the 55th floor was destroyed that the locusts were successfully eradicated. At that time, most of the granaries were concentrated in the Red Ribbon Kingdom, so the kingdom's destruction destruction led to a food shortage throughout the Black Tower. We must all do our best to protect the Black Tower before the Black Dragon arrives, or the order of the tower will once again collapse. This time, I will represent the Magicians Association and dispatch 200 war mages to resist the invaders. She wanted to know if the leaders of the other organizations were willing to join together. On the other side, when Elka went to the 38th floor, he first made a trip back to the 85th floor. Teo did not refuse, but he reminded them not to stay too late. At that moment, several little silver wolves approached the little cat, wanting to know if Teo really was the great Black Dragon. The little cat, always fond of showing off, certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity. Teo claimed that he sort of was. He is a vital underling of the Black Dragon, the intermediate peddler Teo. As soon as he said this, as expected, it won the admiration of the little silver wolves, who then started chanting the little cat's name. After being praised, Teo was instantly delighted and then tossed sticks of roasted fish to the little silver wolves. But just as he was about to continue, he suddenly felt something different, slowly pulled it out, and it was Sejun Park's solar sweet potato. This greatly shocked Teo. He couldn't understand why it was in his own backpack. Hearing this, Elka asked the little cat what had happened, seeing which, Teo quickly brushed it off, not wanting Sejun Park to find out, and then urged Elka to hurry off. Now the only thought in the little cat's mind was to destroy the evidence, so Teo took the 3 silver wolves and rushed to the 38th floor. On the other side, in the cave farm, Sejun Park was anxiously searching because his harvested solar sweet potatoes had disappeared. Even after turning over all the green onions, Sejun Park still could not see any trace of the sweet potatoes. After thinking it over, he quickly suspected it might be Teo's doing. Following this thought, Sejun Park confirmed it because the green onions and sweet potatoes were stored together, so the little cat must have accidentally took them. Just as Sejun Park was considering how to punish Teo, a message suddenly came through indicating that the seed store had reopened. This time, for random crop seeds were offered, and the prices of previous seeds had significantly dropped. However, a seed called the flame bean appeared, a crop Sejun Park had never heard of, and one seed cost 5 dungeon coins, although he now had enough money. But once the flame bean seeds are purchased, no other seeds can be bought because the seed store only allows a 5 dungeon coin expenditure. With the increase in farm rabbits, Sejun Park decided not to risk choosing the flame beans and instead bought all the carrot, chongyang pepper, and strawberry seeds, which are currently the best choice. Despite the many plants to be grown next, the thought of eating chongyang peppers and strawberries instantly filled Sejun Park with energy. After getting a large number of carrot seeds, he shared this news with Mr. Rabbit, who would then take on the task of planting the carrots. As for Sejun Park, he planned to plant the other seeds as well. A few days later, in the real world, Master Taijun, with the help of the magic cherry tomatoes, went outside to relax. It had been a very long time since he last saw the outside scenery. However, the man behind him, his disciple Sihyuk, reminded him to be wary of the curse of the flame spreading, and then suggested that they return inside where it's safe. But Taijun was also curious about something, whether Dongshik was still on the 38th floor, as he hadn't seen him for many days. Hearing this, Sihyuk spoke about the current situation on the 38th floor. Due to the deadly poisonous gas of the spider swarm, Dongshik and his team faced extreme difficulties in their campaign. Without sufficient antidote, it was impossible to approach the spider's nest. Moreover, it was difficult to find an alchemist capable of producing antidotes, so the guild's campaign had not progressed. Understanding the situation, Taijun asked about Sejun Park's family, as during Dongshik's absence, it was Sihyuk who was currently responsible for guarding the family. Their bodyguards escort and monitor with minimal exposure to the lives of Sejun Park's family. The only incident was when someone from a foreign association tried to approach Sejun Park's younger brother, but they were decisively rejected in the end. Hearing that all was well, Taijun was even happier, but the next second, his curse acted up, so he quickly took out a magic cherry tomato and slowly ate it, after which his body gradually recovered. The presence of the magic cherry tomato made it much easier for Taijun to counter the curse. This item could help many people, so he firmly believed that Sejun Park was a rare talent for the country. After relaxing, Taijun bid farewell to his disciple and returned to his room. Sihyuk believed that one day his master's flame curse would be resolved, and he and Dongshik would continue searching. As for Dongshik, he was currently in battle, facing many poisonous spiders. Seeing that the spiders were endless, Dongshik was quite troubled. Helplessly, he informed his companions to retreat so that they can reorganize and try again. But just then, a team member urgently warned Dongshik as an attack from a spider above him was about to hit him. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Suha intervened just in time to block the attack for Dongshik. However, in the haste, she was accidentally scratched on the cheek by a spider claw. She managed to repel the spider with full force. Then she quickly drew her long sword from her waist and fiercely stabbed it into the mouth of the poisonous spider. The fatally wounded spider died on the spot, but the poisoned Suha was already struggling to hold on. Dongshik urgently asked the team's magician to use healing magic, but it did not work well, only temporarily temporarily slowing the spread of the poison. This made Dongshik very anxious because all the antidotes they had brought were used up, and it was too late to take Suha to find an alchemist. Just as Dongshik was pondering what to do, the little cat Teo had already arrived behind him and asked him why he was here, as the place was still some distance from the trading place. However, before Dongshik could reply, Teo noticed his subordinate Suha. The little cat quickly went over to ask why she was lying down, and a nearby team member explained that Suha was poisoned. Hearing this, the little cat immediately became very worried and told her to rest well. Dongshik quickly asked if there was an alchemist nearby selling antidotes, but after thinking for a moment, Teo said there were none nearby. However, the little cat soon thought of a possible solution, so Teo hurriedly searched his backpack and quickly took out the detoxifying green onions. Hearing the little cat's words, Dongshik was curious about what the green onions could do, but after examining the information panel in his hands, he immediately realized it can detoxify the spider's poison and quickly handed it to Suha to eat. Slowly eating a piece of the green onions, Suha's condition began to improve. The next second, the poison in Suha's body immediately disappeared, and even her wounds healed quickly, which she found incredible. Beside her, Teo and Dongshik also finally breathed a sigh of relief. After being rescued, Suha hugged the little cat, thanking Teo for his help, confirming to herself that Teo was indeed the best cat in her heart. However, after the incident, the money-minded little cat promptly set a price of 5 dungeon coins, while mentioning that this was a special discount available only to its subordinates. Dongshik was curious about where the green onions came from, and Teo told him that they were a new crop raw for sale. The little cat's words surprised everyone present, as the green onions could quickly eliminate the E+ grade poisons. With the detoxifying green onions, Dongshik believed that they could soon conquer the poisonous spiders on the 38th floor. His look at Teo became even more excited, which made the little cat somewhat puzzled, so he quickly asked Teo how many green onions he had brought. Hearing that there were a full 100, Dongshik did not hesitate to say he would buy them all. Just then, discordant voices came from behind them. Seeing that it was people from other guilds, Dongshik was quite surprised. They also criticized him for secretly buying the crops without others knowing. Dongshik realized that these people arrived so quickly because they were watching over the Phoenix Guild, and that they were going to interfere with the raid led by Dongshik. At that moment, a serious-looking man told the little cat that if it showed preferential treatment to one guild, it would face complaints from others. You will lose many customers. Dongshik understood that this was nonsense because the magic cherry tomatoes were extremely popular, and no matter what Teo did, there would always be people eager to buy. But with many people watching, fairness and reputation were crucial for a peddler. Considering the issue of fairness, the little cat decided to hold an auction as before. Hearing this, the others also agreed. At the auction, Teo would sell the magic cherry tomatoes first, and only then would the detoxifying green onions be up for sale. The little cat brought 6,000 C-grade magic cherry tomatoes this time, with each batch starting from 500 pieces for auction. Its announcement caused a stir among the crowd, as the grade of the magic cherry tomatoes was one level higher than the D-grade ones sold at high prices outside the tower last time. They knew well that the C-grade would be even more popular. The first bidder turned out to be a member of Dongshik's guild. The allure of C-grade tomatoes made it hard for him to restrain himself. After a brief silence, everyone began to actively participate in the bidding. In just 1 minute, a member of Dongshik's guild had already bid 600 dungeon coins. After a while, the auction of the magic cherry tomatoes ended. Next, Teo was going to sell detoxifying green onions, with 100 in total, auctioned in batches of 10 with a starting price of 100 dungeon coins. This time Dongshik was the first to bid, and observing guilds around him naturally did not want to give in. Fortunately, after Dongshik bid 155 dungeon coins, he finally successfully bid for a batch of detoxifying green onions. Teo quickly completed the transaction, which made Dongshik very happy. It seemed that as long as the bid reached the expected value, the little cat would decisively make the sale, so he thought of continuing to bid aggressively in the next round. But when Teo announced the start of the next round, the leading man immediately called out a higher price. The little cat naturally agreed without hesitation. In each subsequent round, before Dongshik could speak, the leading man would offer a higher price than the last. The little cat instantly agreed every time, which made Dongshik blush with embarrassment, but it was futile because the opponent was simply too extravagant. The continuously higher bids made the little cat overwhelmingly happy. Compared to Dongshik's vigorous bidding, other guilds were strategically capturing Teo's attention. Thus, by the end of the auction, Dongshik had only managed to buy 10 green onions. Looking at his dejected appearance, members of other guilds did not forget to mock him, saying they would wait for the Phoenix Guild at higher levels as they left. At this point, members of Dongshik's guild realized that they should not have been so impulsive to spend all their money on magic cherry tomatoes. But Dongshik reassured them. After the auction ended, Suha brought Teo to find Dongshik, and then they chatted in a secluded place as usual. The little cat and Dongshik learned about the current situation of Sejun Park's family, writing down all the information they got, and Dongshik also mentioned that members of the Korean Association were taking turns protecting Sejun Park's family. Then Tae-oh remembered that Sejun Park wanted to reward Dongshik for protecting his family. He had prepared some gifts, including 200 magic cherry tomatoes and 50 detoxifying green onions. This made Dongshik very excited, as the detoxifying green onions were crucial for their raid plans. Now, the little cat also told Dongshik that any needed crops would be sold to him at a low price in the future as a reward for protecting the family. Hearing this, Dongshik was of course very willing. He would do anything to protect Sejun Park's family well. He thought today's conversation was over, but then the little cat stopped Dongshik as he was about to leave. It said that there was a secret item to be traded today, and this opportunity would only come once, then immediately asked Dongshik if he was interested. Taeo's words made Dongshik stop. He was indeed attracted by the secret item. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Minotaur were one by one bringing bricks to the outside of the cave, while some were building houses with the little gray rabbits. Watching the house take shape, Sejun Park and his friends were amazed. They hadn't expected that in just a few days, the exterior would be nearly complete. The gray rabbit architect stated that this was also thanks to the hard work of the Minotaurs, but the interior structure could only be completed by the three siblings, so that would take some time. Next, they needed to discuss the interior layout with Sejun Park. Subsequently, Sejun Park and the little rabbits went inside. Seeing this, the little bear also got curious, so it followed along with the little bee queen to the inside of the house. Sejun Park was sharing his ideas for arranging the furniture, but then he suddenly heard a noise from behind. Slowly turning around, he was startled because the door of the room was too small, making it impossible for the little bear to enter. Sejun Park quickly told the little bear not to come in, which confused the little bear. So, Sejun Park patiently explained, because you are too big, coming in now would collapse the house. Hearing this, the little bear stopped. Sejun Park still needed to inspect the house, so he asked the little bear to wait on the other side and eat some honey. But the longer the little bear watched from the side, the more uncomfortable it felt, because it also wanted to go inside and see Dad's house like the little rabbits. The Queen Honey Bear Jr. could only comfort the sad little bear. Unexpectedly, the little bear started crying, understanding that it was all because it was too large. If it could just shrink a bit, it could sleep with Dad. As the tears of the little bear dripped onto its paws, the next second, its body seemed to undergo a strange transformation. Meanwhile, Sejun Park was asking the little gray rabbit if they could use the green onions as a mattress on the bed, to which the little gray rabbit thought it would be too firm. But just then, Sejun Park heard the little bear calling him again. Immediately, a red creature pounced on him, the huge impact knocking Sejun Park right into a pile of green onions. Black Warrior Bunny and Gray Rabbit Architect were scared by this scene. Sejun Park was bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. Soon, he felt something licking his cheek, and standing on top of Sejun Park was surprisingly a red little bear. The little bear was now happily raising its paws because it had successfully shrunk. Looking at the joyous little bear saying it had shrunk, Sejun Park was taken aback, curious how the little bear did it, as small as when they first met. Fortunately, the message prompt explained that the little bear had now evolved into a crimson giant honey bear. Black Warrior Bunny patted the little bear's shoulder, liking its new look. Sejun Park then asked if the little bear could grow big again. Hearing this, the little bear tried hard, and indeed, it instantly reverted to its large form, startling Sejun Park and the others. But nearby, 1003 explained that wanting to become smaller was suppressing his growth, which commonly happens in young monsters afraid of becoming adults. Hearing this, Sejun Park's smile faded. At this moment, the little bear was also trying hard to control its shrinking. Then it pounced on Sejun Park, weakly saying, "Can I go to Dad's house now? I can hug you like Black Rabbit Hyung does." It was only then that Sejun Park finally understood what the little bear wanted was the same affection as before. He then apologized to the little bear. "Dad didn't understand your feelings." Following that, Sejun Park picked up the little bear and said he would take it to see the house. Next up was checking the placement of the beds in the house. However, the little bear suddenly said it wanted to go back to the cave to play with the Rabbit brothers, which reminded Sejun Park of bad memories. Black Warrior Bunny shook its head frantically, signaling Sejun Park to find a way to refuse, because otherwise, the stored food would suffer again. Meanwhile, on the 38th floor, the little cat had already taken out the secret item, which turned out to be the solar sweet potato it had unintentionally brought. Slowly checking the detailed information on the sweet potato, Dongshik was shocked because it clearly stated, grants temporary flame resistance. This was closely related to his master, Han Tae-jun, Korea's legendary strongman and the first human to reach the 52nd floor. At that time, Tae-jun engaged in a battle with a flaming wild boar at the 52nd floor waypoint. After 3 days and nights of intense fighting, both sides sustained fatal injuries, resulting in a draw. Consequently, Tae-jun suffered from the curse of flames and could only delay its onset by injecting magic or lowering his body temperature. Since then, everyone knew that Han Tae-jun might retire, yet he alone persisted, refusing to give up. Looking at the sweet potato, Dongshik's heart filled with hope. With this, he could temporarily suppress his master's curse and then defeat the flaming wild boar to lift the curse of flames. Then the living legend of the Korea Awakened Association could return, and they had also gained plenty of detoxifying green onions. Dongshik was even more grateful to Teo, expressing that these were exactly what he needed. The little cat, on the other hand, secretly laughed, knowing that its mistake would go unnoticed. Quickly, Dongshik took out dungeon coins to complete the transaction. After bidding farewell to Teo, he happily returned to find his teammates. Seeing Dongshik bring out a large basket of green onions, everyone was amazed and guessed that they were obtained from the little cat. Dongshik told everyone that with these green onions, their chance to conquer the 38th floor had arrived. Hearing this, the team members were overjoyed, and without hesitation, they ate the detoxifying green onions and went to tackle the poisonous spiders. Without the poisonous gases affecting them, everyone's fighting spirit soared. After some time, in the 75th floor merchant market of the Black Tower, many natives were frightened by the scene ahead because a little cat was followed by 3 large silver wolves. Today had been another perfect sales day, and Teo was in a great mood. It decided to take its wolf subordinates for a big meal. While Elka and the others were excited, the little cat seemed to have noticed something, activating its treasure hunting ability once again. Soon, Teo found a stall and instantly took a liking to a bracelet on it. Just as it slapped its paw down, another paw landed on it at the same time. Seeing the little cat, who was a step ahead of her, Iona was somewhat surprised. Teo quickly adjusted his posture, ready for the upcoming conversation. Teo snatched the bracelet away, and, realizing that the Teo was an intermediate peddler, Iona was slightly surprised but still demanded that Teo hand over the bracelet because it wasn't something a little cat could have. Iona's words made Teo unhappy, so he told Iona to move along. Being called a little thing really angered the magician leader Iona. When Elka came over to ask what was happening, he was terrified upon seeing the hamster below because Iona was the archmage of destruction of the Black Tower. From that wand alone, Elka confirmed Iona's identity. After all, it was known as the Staff of Calamity, a legendary item in the Black Tower. Legend has it that with one wave of the wand, mountains would turn into flat land. With 2 waves, rivers would become seas. Iona was the true embodiment of destruction, and the old silver wolf hadn't expected to encounter her here. Iona was also puzzled, wondering if the little cat didn't recognize her. Originally, Iona wanted Teo to retract his words, but now, feeling very upset, Iona decided to make the little cat apologize with his life. Seeing this, Elka hurried forward to stop them, stating that Teo was a subordinate of the Great Black Dragon. Hearing this, Iona subsided her anger. She then asked about Elka's identity, and the old silver wolf respectfully introduced himself. Then Iona stated, if what was just said is false, pretending to be a subordinate of the Great Black Dragon would be enough for Elka and the others to pay with their lives. The old silver wolf swore there was absolutely no deceit, and Teo echoed this, stating that he truly was a subordinate of the Black Dragon. As for Iona, she demanded proof of their identity, and the best way was to take her to see the Great Black Dragon. However, the little cat didn't want to take Iona for free, which terrified Elka, turning his face pale as he hadn't expected Teo to be so bold. But the little cat was a peddler and wouldn't do anything without profit, so if Iona wanted to see the Great Black Dragon, she would have to pay for it. The old silver wolf had already been shocked by the little cat too many times today. Iona, on the other hand, found it amusing and couldn't help but laugh heartily. She liked the determined look in the little cat's eyes and asked what it needed. Hearing this, Teo said that he was buying things for the Black Dragon, and the accessories from earlier were among those items. Iona agreed to pay and generously added that if there was anything else Teo liked, he should feel free to ask. For Iona, seeing the Great Black Dragon was worth any cost. Inside, the little cat was overjoyed, not expecting to encounter such a pushover today. So, Teo led them to stroll through the merchant street. With the little hamster footing the bill, the little cat bought things extravagantly, like ordering 100 ordinary bottles, and even picked out gifts for the silver wolves. Seeing this, Iona was already a bit dumbfounded. The items were supposed to be necessities for the Black Dragon, yet the little cat was choosing things it liked. Helpless, Iona still agreed, hoping that the cat wasn't deceiving him. At that moment, Teo suddenly brought a wizard's hat and placed it on Iona's head, which fit perfectly. The little cat's gesture warmed Iona's heart, and while thanking him, Iona mentioned that wizards didn't actually need such hats. But the only response he got was the little cat urging him to pay. Having no choice, Iona asked about the price. Hearing that everything together cost 20 dungeon coins, she immediately took out the money to pay. However, Teo suddenly stopped the shopkeeper from taking the money, asking for a discount and wondering why Iona didn't negotiate the price. Such bold haggling was something the shopkeeper had never seen, but he still reduced the price by 3 dungeon coins. Surprisingly, the little cat insisted on further discounts until, after 3 rounds of bargaining, Teo was finally satisfied and left. On the way, the little cat thanked Iona for his generosity today. Iona was now very puzzled. She had expected Teo to ask for expensive items, yet it was just cheap knickknacks, and he even haggled to save money. Unable to understand, Iona chose to ask about the Black Dragon's location. Hearing hearing Teo say it was on the 99th floor, she became even more confused. Iona asked, "Isn't it in the administrator's space?" The little cat didn't answer directly but told her that she would find out when they arrived. Despite the uncertainty, Iona chose to believe him. Meanwhile, on the 38th floor, with the help of detoxifying green onions, Dongshik and his team had already dealt with the poisonous spiders, marking the successful conquest of the 38th floor by the Phoenix Guild. Looking at the glowing waypoint behind them, Dongshik eagerly stepped forward to check it, and the guild members were all very excited. After Dongshik touched the crystal, a message appeared, asking if they wanted to go to the 39th floor. Sometime later, at the Gagel's Tower Farming Project's headquarters on the 2nd floor, Michael also received the news that the Phoenix Guild had conquered the 38th floor. His subordinates reported that the rapid conquest was due to the new detoxifying green onions crop sold by the cat peddler. This made Michael even angrier, as he had invested a lot of money but hadn't even gotten a single magical cherry tomato. Now there was a new crop. Even as the vice president of Gagel, Michael knew that if the tomatoes didn't show results soon, he might face everyone's opposition. At that moment, a farm researcher rushed in, saying that something strange had happened on the farm. When Michael walked into his farm, he was dumbfounded because the tomatoes they had planted had turned into plants resembling man-eating flowers. Jenny thought it was a mutation caused by the injected growth hormone, and Michael couldn't understand why she hadn't destroyed this monster-like plant immediately. Michael decisively squatted down and cut the plant, and the Black Tower message followed. From the message displayed, cutting down these contaminated tomatoes could earn experience points. Seeing Michael's shock, Jenny explained that the mutated plants had become monsters. Unlike regular plants needing water and nutrients, these mutated tomato plants required food like insects or other monsters. Thanks to these mutated plants, Jenny had successfully leveled up and believed the research was successful. This was an unprecedented discovery, and if handled well, Jenny believed it could even change the tower's order. Michael agreed with her and decided to abandon the existing crops, replacing them with contaminated tomato plants. If they couldn't grow magical tomatoes, he would turn the place into an experience points farm. Sejun Park, far away on the 99th floor, knew nothing of this. The cocoon given by the bee queen was about to hatch, so Sejun Park waited just like last time. Soon, the cocoon emitted a white light, and the third-generation bee queen successfully emerged. A message also indicated that she recognized Sejun Park as her master. Looking at the extremely cute third-generation bee queen, Sejun Park happily greeted her and, along with the first two queens, presented her with fresh flowers, which made the third-generation queen very happy. Next, the first two queens took her to learn how to fly. Meanwhile, Sejun Park lay down to rest contentedly. He hoped these peaceful and stable days would continue. However, before he could close his eyes, he was sprayed with black ink on his face. The sudden change made him sit up abruptly, and when he looked up, it was the little bear. The little bear excitedly shared, "This is a new creature from the pond." Ignoring the ink on his face, Sejun Park began to pay attention to this new discovery. Previously, attracted by the giant squid in the bear's hand, Sejun Park hurried back to the cave, but the little rabbits' faces were already stained with ink. Seeing this, Sejun Park burst into laughter, and Mr. and Mrs. Rabbit went to wipe the children's faces, with Mrs. Rabbit mistaking the Black Warrior Bunny as also stained with ink. After cleaning the little rabbits, Sejun Park stared into the pond, now filled with many giant squids. They and Black Warrior Bunny were the first to discover them, curious about what these things were. Upon hearing this, Sejun Park explained that these squishy things were squids, and they were very delicious. The pair were still skeptical, so Sejun Park cooked on the spot. He heated up eel oil, then stir-fried it with green onions and carrots, and finally added squids and chilies obtained from Teo. Soon, a fragrant spicy stir-fried squid dish was ready. Next, he also made grilled giant squid and raw squid salad. Looking at the array of delicious dishes on the table, Black Warrior Bunny and Bae couldn't help but drool. After calling over their friends, Sejun Park and the others began to enjoy the meal delightfully. The little rabbits hugged the grilled giant squid and ate joyfully. They seemed to favor the raw salad, and Mrs. Rabbit was fed by Mr. Rabbit himself. Black Warrior Bunny hadn't expected such delicious creatures and now wanted to visit the deep sea again. Following that, the little bear excitedly said it also wanted to follow Brother Black Rabbit. To this, Sejun Park asked if Bae had learned to dive yet, but it seemed unsure. Immediately, Sejun Park decided to teach the little bear once he was done with the farm work. Meanwhile, on the other side, Teo and the Silver Wolves had already started their return journey. But at that moment, there was a situation at the teleportation portal ahead, with many merchants and residents being held back. It turned out that the major associations had disabled this high-speed passageway, requiring everyone to use other channels. The little cat asked what had happened, and Elko was also unclear. Shortly after, they found out the situation. It turned out that the red locusts had appeared again in the tower, so many channels were being controlled. Upon hearing this, even Silver Wolf Chieftain broke out in a cold sweat, while Teo was unaware of these. He didn't understand what this meant, and Iona nearby explained that these were pests known as the harbingers of disaster, born to destroy everything. Their their appearance was meant to take away the homes on which the tower residents relied. The mercenaries' joint army was controlling the passageways. Iona said she was supposed to join them too, but now it had decided to use the lightspeed passageway to meet the Great Black Dragon. This puzzled the little cat, who was just a mid-level wandering merchant. The lightspeed passageway was for high-level merchants. Hearing this, Iona reassured it and then pulled out a glittering gold medal from under her cloak. Teo instantly recognized it as a gold medal that only big wandering merchants could possess, allowing unrestricted use of all shortcut routes. Immediately after, the little cat excitedly expressed its desire to get along well with Iona, but it was met with a refusal from the little hamster. Soon after, Sejun Park and his companions had already started working. Due to the rapid growth of the green onions, they had almost become a forest, and they were struggling to keep up. The green onions were so tall that Sejun Park couldn't see his friends, only hearing the sound of chopping green onions. Just then, a shout from Sickle Rabbit came from ahead. Sejun Park immediately went to check. Seeing Sejun Park coming, Sickle Rabbit informed him that the green onion in front of it couldn't be cut. To this, Sejun Park thought it was impossible. He then reached out to break it directly, but unexpectedly, the next second, his hand was cut by the green onion leaf. Sejun Park truly didn't expect the green onion in front of him to make him bleed. He gently touched it with his hand and discovered that this particular green onion was as hard as steel. However, these were just the leaves. After grabbing the root of the green onion, Sejun Park pulled it out. Through a message prompt, he learned that this was a brand new variety, the tough blade green onion. It was a new variety evolved to avoid having its leaves cut. Grown by the head of agriculture, it has a shelf life of 90 days, is rated C grade, and does not taste good. The appearance of a new crop excited Sejun Park, but he was disappointed that it had no special effects when eaten. However, regarding its leaves as sharp as metal, Sejun Park took one and tried it out. Unexpectedly, just a swing harvested a swath of green onions. Using green onions to cut green onions was something Sejun Park had never imagined. This new variety indeed had great uses. Just as he was happy, Aileen finally sent another message. Seeing her choke up and ask for help, Sejun Park quickly asked what had happened. Hearing this, Aileen couldn't help crying, tears flowing down the message window. After some explanation, Sejun Park and others understood that a creature called the Red Locust had invaded the 67th floor. Mrs. Rabbit was very scared, and Mr. Rabbit told her to calm down, as it was not good for the babies in her belly. Seeing their reaction, Sejun Park wondered if these were the monsters that had once destroyed the Rabbit Kingdom, also asking what exactly this group of creatures was like. Aileen explained that the Red Locusts were a group of monsters that would devour everything to increase their numbers and continue to evolve. If they were not dealt with, all life forms on the 67th floor would die, and the creatures would gradually invade other floors. At this moment, Sejun Park also understood the danger of these monsters. Aileen said she had her circumstances, so she couldn't take measures herself, and apologetically stated that she needed everyone's help. Sejun Park told Aileen not to worry, assuring that they would do everything they could to help. "We will give it our all, because this is our home too," Sejun Park firmly said. "I won't just watch as the monsters disturb our peace." The little rabbits also responded to Aileen, assuring her to trust the tower's residents. Watching everyone discuss solutions together, even the Great Black Dragon couldn't help but shed tears. Sejun Park wondered what method he could use to help, since he couldn't go down himself. While he was thinking, Teo also rushed back to the cave. Sejun Park was about to tell him about the locusts, but the little cat mentioned that there were new guests today first. Iona slowly stepped forward, showing respect, and then curiously asked Sejun Park if he was the Great Black Dragon. Sejun Park looked at the hamster in front of him, still a bit slow to react. Meanwhile, the little bear was also very interested in Iona. Teo explained that Iona did not believe he was a subordinate of the Great Black Dragon, so he brought her here. As for the little hamster, it formally introduced itself as Iona, the president of the Magicians Association, and greeted everyone. Just then, Aileen sent a message to Sejun Park, also reminding him that the Magic Association president was a high-ranking entity within the tower. Realizing Aileen wanted him to keep up the act, Sejun Park admitted it and then told Iona that she was a guest and couldn't just sit on the ground like that. Soon, a round table was prepared for Iona, along with some honey tomato juice. Sejun Park awkwardly stated that there was nothing special and it would have to do. The little cat, observing the little bear, was surprised at how small it had become. Sejun Park, on behalf of Aileen, asked Iona what she wanted with him. Seeing this, just as Iona began to state her case, Sejun Park took the initiative to ask, "Is it because the locusts appeared on the 67th floor and have spread to the 68th floor that you came to find me?" Hearing this, Iona was surprised. So the Great Black Dragon knows everything, but why doesn't he step forward? To this, Sejun Park used the words Aileen had said before, indicating that he too had his circumstances. However, before they could continue, the little cat and Bae wanted to eat. Seeing such a relaxed atmosphere, Iona doubted if Sejun Park really was the Black Dragon. Moreover, Bae's calling someone dad made her even more confused. Upon closer observation, Iona noticed that apart from black hair, there seemed to be nothing special about Sejun Park. He seemed completely completely unrelated to the Great Black Dragon, more like a human race that had recently entered the tower. Most importantly, Iona could not sense any powerful magic from Sejun Park. These signs made Iona increasingly confused, and without understanding it, she took a sip of the honey tomato juice. The next second, Iona was shocked because, after drinking this thick red liquid, she actually felt an increase in magical power, and it was sweet and delicious. Seeing the hamster's reaction, Sejun Park explained, "This is magic cherry tomato juice with honey, made from the magic cherry tomatoes grown by the little rabbits and the honey of poison honeybees." Hearing this, Iona wanted to see the magic cherry tomatoes. Mr. Rabbit then brought a small basket, and after seeing it, Iona asked in disbelief, "Are these from the residents of the Red Ribbon Kingdom?" To this, Mr. Rabbit affirmed, after losing their homes, it was Sejun Park who took them in. After checking the message, the little hamster was surprised, as these crops were ones it had never seen before. It wanted to know if there were others, so Sejun Park listed all the crops on the farm, even those not yet harvested, like peanuts. Hearing about peanuts, the little hamster showed clear interest. They were distracted by the little bear and little cat nearby, as the little cat gave its cherished cat treat to Bay. At this point, Iona finally took a good look around, noticing everyone was happy and harmonious. After some thought, she concluded, could it be that Great Black Dragon is taking care of homeless monsters while researching food scarcity issues? Perhaps Great Black Dragon's magic is weak for the sake of the small animals. Thinking that the Great Black Dragon had given up his freedom to dedicate himself to food research in the tower, and realizing how foolishly she had misunderstood, Iona immediately apologized to Sejun Park. She expressed that she had not felt this profound grace in time, and now needed to repay the disrespect towards Great Black Dragon with her life. Seeing this, Sejun Park was taken aback, but he didn't ask further. Instead, he took out a tough blade green onion, wondering if Iona might find it helpful. After checking the crop's information, Iona found that it was also the first time she had heard of the tough blade green onion. Sejun Park told a story. In winter, just a blade touched by blood could easily hunt a terrible wolf, because the hungry wolf would lick the blood on the blade. As time passed, the wolf's tongue would be cut by the blade, and the blade would continue to have blood, but due to the cold, the wolf wouldn't notice. Thus, the wolf would slowly lick its own blood to death. After hearing this story, the cat told Elka never to lick a tough blade green onion, as it would give it fish to eat instead. After hearing this, Iona understood Sejun Park's intention. The locusts can't distinguish between regular onions and tough blade green onions. The locusts tasting the fresh onions would continue to eat the tough blade green onions, and those that went on to chew the tough blade green onions would be killed directly. Red locusts are a kind of monster that will cannibalize each other when injured, so with the tough blade green onions, resisting them shouldn't be a problem. Now Iona was truly convinced that Sejun Park was the Great Black Dragon. Not only was he solving the food issues inside the tower, but he also researched weapons to eradicate the locusts. Seeing this, Sejun Park realized he might have caused an irreversible misunderstanding, but regardless, Sejun Park said this idea was worth experimenting with. The tough blade green onions had just been dug up and needed to be cultivated to increase their number. Hearing that Great Black Dragon wanted to experiment, Iona said not to worry, as it had just caught a few red locusts. Then she opened a magical space, slowly reached inside, and quickly pulled out her magic wand. With a small wave of Iona's hand, several terrifying locusts appeared, bound by powerful magic. Seeing this scene, the companions were also frightened by the locusts. Iona mentioned it had taken a lot of effort to catch these for experimentation. The little hamster asked what to do next. Sejun Park asked it to wait a moment. He immediately went to sort out the onions. After arranging both the green onions and the tough blade green onions, he asked Iona to release the locusts. As soon as they were released, the locusts headed straight for the crops in front of them. The onions, emitting a fresh scent, were simply irresistible to the locusts. After quickly devouring them, they noticed another plant ahead and one by one, eagerly rushed towards the tough blade green onions. The locusts opened their mouths wide and bit down hard, but the next second, they were sliced in two by the tough blade green onions. Lacking intelligence, they couldn't see their comrades' deaths and kept rushing one after another towards the deadly delicacy. Once several locusts had all died, Sejun Park was very excited. The effectiveness of the tough blade green onions exceeded his expectations. At that moment, the Black Tower also sent a message informing Sejun Park of his great achievement in using crops to eradicate pests. As a reward, the Black Tower would grant him a new occupational trait, gaining experience by using crops to eliminate pests. This effect surprised Sejun Park. It was a trait perfectly suited for this disaster. For him, the new occupational trait was simply fantastic. Meanwhile, in the human world, as soon as Dongshik exited the tower, he immediately looked for his master. Hearing that his apprentice had conquered the 38th floor, Taijun was very happy, but he knew that if Dongshik sought him out immediately upon exiting, there must be a good news. Upon hearing this, Dongshik took out the Sweet Sun pumpkin potato. After reviewing its effects, Dongshik and his associates expressed that the entire association was looking forward to the legend's return. The ability to neutralize the flame curse within 5 hours reignited quieted Taijun's long silent heart. A few days later, the red locusts were striking the 67th floor of the Black Tower, and many tower warriors were desperately fighting them, but the overwhelming numbers left the warriors in despair. Just when everyone felt helpless, Iona finally arrived at the battlefield. She formed a huge flame array in the air, and Iona's arrival surprised all the small animals. With a fierce wave of her wand, a large part of the battlefield was engulfed in fireballs, and countless locusts were turned to ash in this strike. Although this was only a small part of the locusts, it left the allied warriors dumbfounded. Without waiting for everyone to continue being amazed, Iona hurriedly threw out the tough blade green onions, then instructed her companions to quickly plant them at the front of their position. The lizard men did not hesitate to obey. They had just planted the onions when the red locusts in front were deeply attracted by the green color and swarmed towards the tough blade green onions. But the next second, the situation drastically reversed. The locusts seemed to have met their natural enemy, dying one after another under the tough blade green onions. The warriors couldn't believe what they were seeing. The troublesome locusts were willingly going to their deaths, and in a short time, the dead locusts had piled up. Then an animal asked, "What exactly is this thing?" To this, Iona replied to everyone, saying it was a blessing from the great black dragon. This left all the animals somewhat puzzled. Following that, Iona began to inspire all the warriors. "No need to fear the red locusts anymore. Just attack the enemies that pass through the onions, and we can drive them out of our home." After Iona shouted "Hail to the great black dragon," all the magicians with her unleashed their full firepower. The warriors below, as if they had received a spiritual pillar, launched a total offensive against the locusts. Meanwhile, on the 99th floor, the little bees were collecting pollen from the corn. As for Sejun Park, after seeing the stream of battle reports, he understood that using tough blade green onions to eradicate locusts was feasible, although he didn't know the specific situation on the battlefield. Next to him, the little bear was holding a tough blade green onion, and with all its might, it actually broke the onion as hard as steel. Watching Bei show off to him, Sejun Park also appeared very happy. Previously, he had been worried that the tough blade green onions were too hard and would be very difficult to divide. Luckily, Bei's strength was great, easily breaking them. Originally, a few days ago, to build a defense line against the locusts, Sejun Park had traded tough blade green onions with Iona. Initially, Sejun Park intended to give them directly to Iona, stating that he wanted to contribute his strength to protect the Black Tower without compensation. However, Iona refused. She first thanked the great black dragon for his grace, but stated that she could not receive them for free, otherwise there would surely be incidents of abuse of these crops within the tower. Thus, Iona suggested acquiring them through trade, which would also be helpful to the great black dragon's merchant subordinates. After the negotiation, Iona stated that she would go down to lead everyone in battle, and later, she would entrust the association to transport the goods. At that time, something happened that surprised Sejun Park. The little bear ate the bodies of the red locusts, even eating them together with the tough blade green onions. Sejun Park wanted to make Bei spit them out, but the little guy had already swallowed them all. What Sejun Park didn't expect was that Elka also expressed a desire to taste the red locusts. Eventually, he realized that locusts are a good food source for the monsters inside the tower. Afterward, Elka and the others became part of the team transporting tough blade green onions. After saying goodbye to Sejun Park, Elka headed to the 67th floor. It had another purpose for the trip. From the messages sent by Iona, it was known that the lizard men fighting on the 67th floor would use the locusts as food, but because the number of locusts was too great, the supply far exceeded the consumption, so much so that there was even no place to store them. However, the locust bodies had to be dealt with because other locusts would eat them and gain energy to reproduce. Fortunately, after negotiation, the Silver Wolf tribe took responsibility for transporting the dead locusts to the 99th floor, then selling these locusts as food to help rebuild the drought-stricken 85th floor. Recently, through tough blade green onions and locust bodies, the farm again made a considerable profit. While Sejun Park was happy, he also urged the intern to fan him. During this, the little cat, while complaining of arm pain, asked if he could still be the sales cat. This was also a punishment for its carelessness in taking the sweet sun pumpkin potatoes. Sejun Park mentioned that if the shoots hadn't been distributed in advance, then it might never have been possible to grow this variety again. Regarding this matter, Teo promptly admitted his mistake and promised never to do it again. However, he still told Sejun Park that he had sold the sweet sun pumpkin potatoes to Dongshik, so there wouldn't be a problem. Teo emphatically said that he saw Dongshik really needed the sweet sun pumpkin potatoes, and his action once again increased trust between them, so he thought he had done well. But in response to the little cat, Sejun Park ruthlessly demanded another 30 minutes of fanning. Watching Teo tearfully say he couldn't do it anymore, Sejun Park hinted that his shoulders were a bit sore. Hearing this, Teo threw down the fan and hurried over to massage Sejun Park. Just then, experience points notification popped up again, and Sejun Park knew the red locust were attacking again. These past few days of continuous experience gaining had finally brought his level to 20, and he had also received a new job task: reach level 21 after acquiring 1,000 crops. This task was easy, activity, and Sejun Park was eager to complete it. However, the little cat insisted he sit still, saying its massage wasn't finished yet and even claimed there was something wrong with Sejun Park's face, wanting to take this opportunity to give him a proper massage. But when the cat's paws needed his face, Sejun Park always felt somewhat uncomfortable. Meanwhile, on the western edge of the forest, right now, a corrupted ants was shivering. However, the next second, a huge red bear paw smashed it flat without hesitation. The mother crimson grizzly bear had been eliminating invading monsters these past few days and didn't understand why. Starting not long ago, the trees from the west had been invading her territory, so she decided to strengthen patrols afterward. It was now noon, and the mother crimson grizzly bear knew it was time to return home. After casually picking up a broken tree root, she slowly headed back, thinking about whether Bae had eaten properly and what delicious food Sejun Park had prepared for today. She was ready to go back and eat. On the other side, Aileen had already started eating. Now that a solution had been found for the red locust problem, her appetite had improved a lot. At this moment, Aileen drank a lot of honey tomato juice in one go. Recently, being upset had prevented her from eating well, and Aileen planned to make up for the meals she had missed these past few days. Seeing her eat so happily, Sejun Park felt much relieved and even promised to give her some dried sweet potatoes later. Just as the notification of killing locusts popped up again, it had appeared many times today. Sejun Park couldn't help but wonder just how many more experience points were needed to level up, including the tower's warriors. They would soon be able to deal with these invaders. Afterwards, Aileen placed her dragon claw on the crystal ball, pulling up the current contribution leaderboard for eliminating the locusts. Sejun Park was at the top, with Iona right behind him. From the rankings, Aileen could see that the tough blade green onions were a success. Thus, she cheered Sejun Park on, saying that driving away the locusts was not far off. She also mentioned that there were rewards for those who contributed to eliminating the locusts, but Aileen didn't tell him exactly what they were, only hinting that the higher the contribution, the better the reward. Seeing this, Sejun Park couldn't help but feel excited. Afterward, he also casually pulled out a carrot. This carrot of agility had already reached C grade. Eating it not only breaks down fat, but also increases one's agility. Sejun Park handed out the carrots to his companions, asking the little rabbits to distribute them. Just then, Teo rubbed his cat eyes and came over, telling Sejun Park that he was about to set off. The little cat had previously arranged to meet Elka on the 88th floor, then head down together to the 38th floor. Wishing him a smooth journey, Sejun Park reminded the little cat not to pick up the wrong items again. Hearing this, Teo was a bit indignant, as he is not the type of cat to repeat mistakes. But before they could continue chatting, the artistic gray rabbit came over and happily informed everyone that the house was completed. So, Sejun Park led his companions over for a tour. Upon closer inspection, Sejun Park was very satisfied. The gray rabbits had even finished the kitchen. It was exactly as Sejun Park had envisioned. He also had everyone lie down together on a huge bed, which was a fire kong made by the gray rabbits, and it was very warm to lie on. Sejun Park was curious, as he clearly hadn't mentioned the details, yet the little gray rabbits had managed to build it so perfectly. The architectural gray rabbit gave the answer it had previously taken on a similar commission. After a while, it went outside to chat. At that moment, the little bear seemed to have found something. It and Teo were curious about the small door beneath the house. Immediately, Sejun Park opened it for them, only to discover inside the sickle rabbit and the artistic gray rabbit. Both rabbits blushed instantly as their sweet romance was disrupted, and the sickle rabbit promptly issued an eviction order to the companions and reminded them to knock next time. After escaping outside with Bae and the others, Sejun Park was still a bit out of breath. At this moment, Sejun Park shed some helpless tears, having been driven out of his own home. The little bear curiously asked, "Dad, are you sad?" Now, Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear had also returned, and upon seeing her, Bae greeted her very happily. Sejun Park wondered why she was much later today, and if she had been too focused on patrolling lately. Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear explained that there was no choice, as the surroundings of her territory had been too chaotic these days. She placed the large tree she had brought on the ground. The companions were curious about what it was. Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear thought it might be useful, so she brought it back. After the meal, Teo learned that Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear was going back to the forest, so he asked her to take him along for part of the journey, and Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear happily agreed, as it would make the trip less boring. After saying goodbye to Sejun Park and the others, the little cat left the cave with Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear. A while later, the gray rabbit craftsman prepared to handle the tree wood Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear had brought. The gray rabbit craftsman thought the wood quality was very good. The gray rabbit craftsman took out its little axe and told everyone it was going to make another bed for itself. Sejun Park was ready to go and clean up the surroundings with his companions, but just then, the gray rabbit craftsman saw the big tree suddenly flicker with red light. The next second, it was bound tightly by the tree's newly grown branches, causing the gray rabbit craftsman great pain, and it quickly cried for help. Hearing the noise, Sejun Park and the others hurriedly turned around and saw the tree they had just been dealing with come to life. The moment they sensed the danger, they immediately attacked. attacked. After growing instantly larger, it pounced towards the corrupted ant. The little bear's target was clear: to save the gray rabbit craftsman. Attacked by Bay's sharp bear claws, the tree roots binding the gray rabbit craftsman snapped instantly, and the gray rabbit craftsman was thus rescued. But the crisis was not over, as the corrupted ant, enraged, immediately targeted the little bear. Fortunately, Bay was not weak. It bit into the opponent's tree roots and then tore all the roots apart. A fierce battle between Bay and the corrupted ant ensued. Sejun Park wanted to help but didn't know what to do, so he quickly contacted Aileen. Seeing a corrupted ant, the great black dragon was also puzzled. Immediately, Aileen hurriedly checked the data, and soon she found the corrupted ant's weakness. It turned out that the center of the opponent had a carnivorous fruit, but now that the corrupted ant was fighting with the little bear, Sejun Park couldn't confirm the position, so he urgently asked Bay to shrink. Hearing Sejun Park's words, the little bear also turned into a cub bear form. The next second, Sejun Park charged forward decisively, plunging his weapon directly into the center of the corrupted ant. Accompanied by the monster's painful howl, Sejun Park realized there indeed was something inside. The moment he successfully pulled out the fruit with his dagger, the corrupted ant collapsed to the ground. The status window notified him that he had gained 5 experience points. Sejun Park still couldn't believe it was over just like that. At that moment, the little bear suddenly asked him to turn around. Looking back, Sejun Park discovered many monsters ahead and realized that the farm was facing invaders. Through the window message, he learned that these were corrupted Ant's small branch scouts. Seeing this, they immediately transformed back into its giant form. Sejun Park quickly told the little gray rabbits to call over other combat-capable companions. The little bear had already charged at the enemies. Facing these small creatures, it decisively leaped up. In the next second, Bay smashed down onto the ground, destroying many of the small branch scouts with this strike. Next, Bay became even more formidable, easily shattering other enemies as it charged into the mob. Sejun Park was also not idle. He could handle these small creatures, raising his weapon and cleaving them with force. However, seeing that monsters were still streaming in from behind, he wondered where they all were coming from. Just then, after receiving a message from the Gray Rabbits, Black Warrior Bunny and Sickle Rabbit were the first to come to support. Hearing Sejun Park say that the monsters must not get close to the farmland, Black Warrior Bunny no longer held back and went all out, quickly hammering down and smashing the small branch scouts before they could react, then turning them into wood chips. Black Warrior Bunny's impressive fighting instantly dazzled Sejun Park. After receiving praise, Black Warrior Bunny didn't forget to strike a pose, but unexpectedly, a creature lacking in martial virtue tried to sneak attack Little Black Rabbit. Fortunately, it was unsuccessful and was turned into pieces the next moment by Sickle Rabbit. Its sickle was also very sharp against the small branch scouts. Black Warrior Bunny was even impressed by his brother's appearance. After elegantly landing on the ground, Sickle Rabbit told Black Warrior Bunny not to get distracted, as it was very dangerous. At this time, Cart Rabbit and the others also picked up weapons to come and defend the farm. The third-generation Poison Queen Honeybee also led the little bees in support. Soon, everyone was fighting fiercely with many small branch scouts. With the help of their companions, the situation was largely one-sided. Sejun Park encouraged everyone to put in a little more effort, and they would soon drive away the invaders. But just then, Black Warrior Bunny suddenly noticed a new development and quickly alerted everyone to look behind. As Sejun Park and the others looked back, they discovered that behind the small branch scouts, there were many corrupted Ents large branch scout following. Seeing monsters as tall and strong as the previous ones charging over, Sejun Park realized that these were not mere small branch scout to contend with. Knowing the situation was unfavorable, he urgently called for his companions to retreat first. Seeing Sejun Park in danger, they quickly ran over and then blocked the monsters chasing after Sejun Park and the others. The little bear would not allow the fellow in front of him to bully Dad. The rescued Sejun Park was very anxious. There were too many corrupted Ents large branch scout, and Bay definitely couldn't hold out. But Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear had just gone out, and the Minotaur King and the others were too far away. While Sejun Park was frantically thinking about what to do, a corrupted Ent had already launched a sneak attack from behind him. By the time Sejun Park realized it, it was almost too late to dodge. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the Minotaur King appeared behind him, and with just one axe stroke, he split the giant corrupted Ent in two. Seeing the Minotaur King greeting him, Sejun Park was astonished. Also arriving were 1004 and 1003. Their timely support finally put Sejun Park at ease. At this moment, a huge explosion occurred behind the corrupted Ents, with several monsters being blasted into the air. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear had returned. She was very angry now, as these creatures dared to invade her territory and even attempted to destroy Sejun Park's fields. Sejun Park was very curious about how everyone knew the farm was in danger. Aileen popped up a dialogue box, stating that she had called them. She had just discovered the approaching monsters from afar and contacted the Crimson Giant Bear and the Minotaur King, urging them to rush to the cave. The Great Black Dragon confidently patted her chest, assuring Sejun Park that there was no need to worry anymore. Learning all this, Sejun Park felt even more grateful to Aileen. With the help of his companions, he was instantly filled with confidence and then told everyone that after defending the farm, they would have a grand feast to celebrate. Hearing that there would be food, the Minotaur King and the others were even more motivated, and Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear was the same. As for the little bear and Black Warrior Bunny, they happily jumped up and down. Next, the defense battle of Sejuan's farm officially began. With the arrival of the Ox Warriors and Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear, everyone charged towards the invaders together. Meanwhile, on the 67th floor, the ground was piled with countless locust corpses. The little cat and Elka had arrived there. Teo curiously said, "Weren't you saying on the way that this place was a lush green forest?" Upon hearing this, the Silver Wolf chieftain said, "It's all been gnawed clean by the locusts." Soon, the little cat noticed, "Aren't the Silver Wolves only responsible for transporting locust corpses? Why are they doing other things?" Elka explained that it was a joint army mission requiring help to clear the damaged land, as the personnel in front were too busy fighting to handle it. Teo curiously asked, "Is there a reward?" To this, the Silver Wolf chieftain said, "No, after all, it's not that difficult." However, hearing this answer, the little cat was infuriated and then angrily turned around, also asking Elka to follow. Seeing this, the Silver Wolf chieftain was confused, not understanding what Teo was intending to do. The little cat directly told him, "I'm going to get money." Soon, they arrived at the joint army's camp. A lizard men warrior was blocking the newcomers below, and the little cat asked it to move aside as he wanted to meet their leader. Hearing that not just anyone could enter, Teo immediately became unhappy and then asked the lizard men to call Iona out. Of course, the lizard men warrior was reluctant, seeing the little cat as just causing trouble. Teo loudly declared that he and Iona had a very important relationship. As he said this, the warriors in the camp were all stunned, not expecting that the little cat in front of them was well acquainted with a big figure of the Black Tower. Elka was once again scared into a panic by Teo. The wolf quickly inquired what Teo meant. Seeing Elka's expression, the little cat also didn't understand why there was any surprise, because in its eyes, it was Sejuan Park's subordinate, and since Iona had kowtowed to Sejuan Park, the little cat considered itself a subordinate of Sejuan Park, so their relationship must be very close. So, Teo loudly said it again. Iona in the tent also heard the little cat's voice and quickly ran out, saying not to speak of things that might cause misunderstandings. Next, Iona led the little cat inside. Just now, she was discussing the next round of battle with other members, and now Iona asked what the little cat was there for. Teo then told her that this visit was about the contract issue with the Silver Wolves. Originally, it was just about cleaning locust corpses, but it turned out they were also tasked with cleaning the battlefield, which was an unreasonable contract. Hearing this, Iona asked the lizard men next to her, who was indeed Toro, the leader of the lizard men tribe. Toro explained that his people were all fighting, and those who left were children and the elderly and weak, who lacked the capacity to clean up the aftermath, so they had asked for the Silver Wolves' help. To this, Teo told him that additional work required additional compensation. Toro wanted to know how much money was required. Then the little cat directly said, "Forcing my subordinates against their will, so each Silver Wolf should be paid 1 tower coin, totaling 100 tower coins." Hearing the amount required, Toro immediately became angry. Toro also regarded the little cat as a corrupt wandering merchant. Seeing this, Iona clarified that the little cat is a subordinate of the Great Black Dragon who protects the 67th floor's land, all thanks to the tough blade green onions brought by him. Teo then took over the conversation. "If something big happens here next time, the lizard men tribe will have to bear the cost." Understanding the stakes, another lizard men advised the chief to be calm. Reluctantly, Toro agreed to pay. After receiving the money, Iona walked out with the little cat. Along the way, Teo's face was brimming with a smile. Just as he was about to hand over the money to the Silver Wolf chieftain, Elka refused, saying, "We are the little cat's subordinates, so the money from selling locusts is enough." With that, the little cat kept the money. They would also buy things for the Silver Wolves and told Elka not to be taken advantage of in the future. For any increase in work, they should rightfully demand payment. Teo also thanked the little hamster for standing by him just now. Iona thought it was appropriate and also apologized to the Silver Wolf and the little cat, as she was at the front line commanding and was unaware of these issues. Next, Teo told Elka that it would be sufficient for him to go to the 38th floor by himself, and he would take the locust corpses back to the 99th floor. Looking at the little cat beside him, Iona felt somewhat sentimental. The lizard men tribe is known for not giving up their possessions easily, and this incident used the Black Dragon's subordinate as a pretext to successfully demand compensation. Teo would likely become famous in the tower for this, but certainly not without some disapproval. However, Iona understood that it didn't matter. After all, the Great Black Dragon was behind them. But now, this tower has become thoroughly corrupt, and food has become a crucial power that can influence the tower. Certainly, many people would now take notice of the little cat. After walking a bit further, Teo said that this was far enough. After bidding farewell to Iona, the little cat started on its own journey. Although today's events might be exaggerated, Iona still believed that one day, the little cat would truly become a famous wandering merchant within the tower. Meanwhile, back in the top floor, Sejuan Park faced another level up. Today's day's battle against the corrupted Ents had tired him out, and he had just taken a short rest. Now that the battle was over, the Minotaurs were cleaning up the giant tree trunks. It had been almost a day since the battle ended, and the attack by the corrupted Ents was fierce, but with the help of Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear and the Minotaur King, they also played a significant role, so the fight was easily resolved. Sejun Park was able to level up thanks to the care of the little bear, who stunned a corrupted Ent and let him deliver the final blow. To prevent such situations in the future, Sejun Park also asked the Minotaurs to help take the monsters' bodies to make fences. After tidying up, there was finally time to check on these monsters. Sejun Park stated that these must be the Western monsters that 1003 had mentioned before. Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear found it strange that the corrupted Ents had never invaded her territory before, but had been coming frequently recently. Sejun Park watched her eating tree roots and wondered if they really tasted good. Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear also apologized to him, thinking she had not patrolled well. Sejun Park told her not to worry about it. Patrolling such a large area alone definitely couldn't cover everything. Later, when the power of the second and third generation queen honeybees expanded, he would have them help patrol the borders. Hearing this, Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear happily thanked Sejun Park. At this moment, Sejun Park asked why the corrupted Ents would come here. Aileen answered him, saying that the corrupted Ents are like a virus, an annoying being that will corrupt any powerful tree around, no matter what it takes. So, the strong trees on the 99th floor are mostly contaminated. If there are no objects to corrupt, they just lie dormant. As for the reason they are awake and active, Aileen asked Sejun Park if he has a guess. After reading Eileen's words, Sejun Park pondered for a while. Sejun Park understood that it seemed to be the crops in the farm that had attracted them. Just as he was about to think about the next steps, his stomach suddenly growled. Looking at the expectant little bear, Sejun Park remembered that he hadn't eaten anything since the fight. Soon, he began preparing delicious meals for everyone. The little rabbits helped Sejun Park together. The food that needed to be cooked was done by him and some little rabbits. 1004 and the little bear were responsible for carrying it over. 1003 and others prepared the needed corn leaves, and other companions were roasting many fish. Soon, piles of delicious food were almost ready. Once Sejun Park brought over the fried fish, everyone began to happily enjoy the meal. In no time, the food was almost all gone. The Minotaur King finished eating and also drank a glass of honey magic cherry tomato juice. Appearing very satisfied with his first taste, he showed a blissful expression on the spot. Aileen in the administrator's space was naturally not left out. Seeing that Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear hadn't had enough to eat, they quickly tugged on Sejun Park's clothes. Seeing this, he felt very sorry and was just about to continue cooking when he turned around and saw something quite surprising. It turned out that the Silver Wolf Chieftain had returned with a full load of locust corpses. With so much food, both Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear and the little bear were very happy. Then Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear continued eating the food Elka had brought. Just then, Sejun Park suddenly heard a noise from behind. Seeing Mrs. Rabbit in discomfort, he hurriedly asked what was happening, only to find out that new rabbit babies were about to be born. This caused a panic among everyone present. It was too late to go inside the burrow, so Sejun Park asked them to go to his house instead. After a tense wait, Sejun Park opened the door of the cabin. Looking down at the scene, everyone was captivated. Mrs. Rabbit had successfully given birth, and looking at the three adorable rabbit babies, everyone was very happy, and Sejun's farm welcomed new members once again. Meanwhile, in the Flame Mountains on the 52nd floor of the Black Tower, the wild boars, long dominant in this area, encountered an old adversary today. Below was Taejun, the legendary awakener from South Korea. Upon meeting, the wild boar taunted, "I thought you'd have been killed by my flame curse by now." Hearing this, Taejun retorted, "Are you enjoying living with one eye?" This immediately angered the wild boar, which lashed out right then. With a fierce swipe downwards, it smashed the solid ground, but this attack clearly didn't affect Taejun. After dodging the attack, he took out a sweet sun pumpkin potato and decisively took a big bite. Having absorbed the sweet sun pumpkin potato, Taejun gained strong fire resistance, and the flames engulfing him dispersed entirely. Seeing this, the boar was dumbfounded, feeling that Taejun had become somewhat different. But before the wild boar had time to ponder what had happened, Taejun quickly charged at it. Seeing this, the boar struck again, not believing that a human could defeat it. Faced with a huge wave of fire from the monster, Taejun didn't dodge at all. He was then engulfed by the fiery wave. Thinking it had killed its enemy, the wild boar couldn't stop laughing, but soon it widened its eyes because Taejun emerged unscathed. With his fire resistance, the boar's attacks were ineffective. Seeing Taejun preparing for close combat, the wild boar lashed out immediately and actually managed to grab Taejun's body. Seeing this, the wild boar thought that even if the flames were ineffective, its strength alone could crush the human. However, Taejun casually remarked, "It's been so long since we fought, you seem to have forgotten I'm a magician." The next second, a magic circle appeared on him. At Taejun's summons, spheres of blue magic orbited in the air. Hearing his opponent declare his identity as a magician, the wild boar instantly felt uneasy. The wild boar also realized it had been careless. Unfortunately, as the magic spheres fell, it had no chance to resist. Soon, the wild boar lay defeated at Taijun's feet. After many years, Taijun didn't expect he could successfully avenge himself. At this moment, the status window also indicated that he had defeated the boss monster of the 52nd floor, and the land that had been continuously burning due to the flame curse was successfully restored today. After discovering that the curse on him was lifted, he understood that he, like the land beneath his feet, had been reborn. All this was thanks to the sweet sun pumpkin potato in his hand. Just then, a voice caught Taijun's attention. A little cat suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Grass is suddenly growing from the ground. This was also the first meeting between the little cat Teo and the top warrior Taijun. Upon discovering that it was a wandering cat merchant, Taijun immediately became happy, while the little cat was quite surprised. Seeing the sweet potato in the other's hand, it immediately loudly questioned Taijun about where the item in his hand came from. Taijun patiently explained to the little cat. After a while, Teo was surprised, not expecting that the old man in front of him was Dongshik's master. After learning everything, it couldn't help praise that Dongshik was indeed an incredible disciple. Taijun agreed with this. After explaining, Taijun mentioned that he still had to thank the little cat for bringing the sweet potato, promising to repay this kindness. Just as Taijun had finished speaking, the little cat immediately asked him to repay the favor now. Hearing this, Taijun did not refuse and asked how he could help. What he didn't expect was that the little cat had a very unique request. Teo proposed to sign a contract with Taijun, wanting him to become a subordinate, but Taijun refused because he didn't want to be bound. However, at the little cat's persistent request, Taijun thought of a good idea, which was to become friends. If something happened, he would help as a friend. Teo found the word friend very new and wondered if it applied to anything. To this, Taijun said it had to be reasonable. Soon, the little cat decided to be friends, and it had one thing to do right then, telling Taijun to go to the 38th floor with him. In Sejuan's farm, Sejuan Park was making delicious food. The soup in the pot had been simmering for a long time, and he and the little rabbits thought it was ready. The ingredients for Sejuan Park's dish this time were the meat of red locusts. Part of it was for making soup, and part was cooked directly for eating. Seeing his companions enjoying the food so much before, he tried making it himself. Unexpectedly, he was the first person to cook with locusts. Watching the fragrant meat in the bowl, the little bear's drool dripped onto the table. Sejuan Park picked up a piece of locust meat that looked like lobster and decisively took a big bite. But soon he realized something was wrong, because no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't bite off a piece. In the end, due to its elasticity, he accidentally hit the wall. Hearing the noise, Black Warrior Bunny thought something had happened. At that time, Sejuan Park received another alert. Thankfully, he had just eaten a detoxifying onion. Unlike Sejuan Park, the little bear ate with ease. After preparing the food, Sejuan Park brought it over to his companions. The soup he made today was specially simmered. Seeing the food brought by Sejuan Park, Mr. Rabbit and Mrs. Rabbit were very thankful to him. Unlike the large pieces of meat, this time it was small pieces of meat simmered into soup, with detoxifying onions and strength potatoes added, so Sejuan Park could enjoy it too. Slowly tasting the soup, Sejuan Park suddenly stood up excitedly, which made his companions wonder what was wrong. The little bear then asked, "Did something happen?" Sejuan Park then told Bay that he had discovered a special flavor in this bowl of red locust soup. It tasted like chicken. However, the little bear didn't know what chicken was, but hearing that it was Sejuan Park's favorite thing, Bay immediately said, "If Dad likes it, then I like it too." This was also the first time since coming to the Black Tower that Sejuan Park had discovered meat that tasted like chicken. Earlier, after drinking his homemade locust soup, Sejuan Park discovered that its taste was very similar to chicken. Tasting his favorite thing for the first time in hundreds of days, he began to eat bowl after bowl. After finishing all the food, Sejuan Park and his companions comfortably lay down to rest. But now he suddenly felt something was wrong, as if he had forgotten something. Just then, the administrator Eileen's message timely appeared. She asked, "Have you finally remembered me?" It turned out that from the time Sejuan Park and the others started eating, Aileen had been watching them. Seeing this, Sejuan Park wanted to explain, but Aileen angrily said that she had helped the farm through danger and was preparing to give Sejuan Park a new reward, expecting him to save some soup for her. Hearing this, Aileen felt very wronged, and she loudly said that Sejuan Park was too much. Seeing the administrator's complaint, Sejuan Park immediately felt it was not good, so he quickly explained that Aileen had misunderstood, as he had originally planned to make a special soup just for her. Upon hearing this, the administrator no longer cried, and Aileen curiously asked, "Special soup only for me?" Sejuan Park nodded affirmatively. Sejuan Park explained that the soup was just a test to see if adding onions could detoxify, and that he had always been thinking of Aileen. Hearing Sejuan Park's words, Aileen was initially stunned, then her cheeks turned red. She hadn't expected Sejuan Park to be thinking about her all this time. At that moment, Sejuan Park also started making a new soup for Aileen. Seeing this, the administrator slowly put down the crystal ball, stating she would wait patiently and wanted to watch Sejuan Park make it. Seeing what Aileen said, Sejuan Park's face immediately changed. He understood that he had to do well, otherwise it would be disastrous. For Aileen's soup, Sejuan Park chose magic cherry tomatoes and carrots, along with the essential detoxifying onions. After carefully simmering for a while, he slowly scooped up a spoonful to taste. The flavor was very satisfying to Sejun Park, exactly the effect he wanted. This batch of red locust cherry tomato soup, like the previous one, not only could enhance magical power within 30 minutes, but also provide a feeling of fullness for 3 hours during combat. The reason for using magic cherry tomatoes instead of potatoes was also because Eileen's favorite was the magic cherry tomatoes. After serving a bowl, Sejun Park invited her to taste it first. However, the administrator's window popped up a "give me everything," followed by Eileen's further request for Sejun Park to give her all the soup in the pot. Soon Eileen received a full bowl of red locust cherry tomato soup, and the aroma that wafted from it made her appetite soar. After happily tasting a spoonful, the flavor of the tomato soup stunned Eileen, and she began to eat voraciously. While eating, Eileen's tail was constantly swaying back and forth. After finishing all the tomato soup in one go, she felt immensely happy, even saying it was the most delicious thing she had ever eaten. Moreover, it included her favorite magic cherry tomatoes instead of potatoes, and the meat in the soup was very tender. Indeed, Sejun Park had been thinking of her, otherwise it wouldn't have turned out so well. After the misunderstanding, Eileen's cheeks turned even redder because the boost in magic caused her dragon heart to beat wildly. On the other side, seeing that Eileen hadn't reacted for a while, Sejun Park asked if her mood had improved a bit. After getting a response, Sejun Park also breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, Sejun Park relaxed and told Eileen that he hadn't forgotten her just now. He was just excited because it had been a long time since he had tasted chicken, and he took out a large basket of dried sweet potatoes as compensation. Eileen told him that she had indeed felt a bit upset earlier due to being neglected. Sejun Park then said, "I will never forget you." This made the great black dragon even more wildly speculative, and that long silent dragon heart continued to throb uncontrollably. The next second, the window popped up again, but the content surprised Sejun Park because there was a new mission, and the reward would grant him a new skill. Eileen also said, "You'll definitely like this reward." As a large basket of dried sweet potatoes gradually disappeared, the window indicated that the mission was completed. The skill rewarded this time is called Landowner. It allows Sejun Park to have the abilities of a designated companion. The designated tenant farmer will have his professional skills, and Sejun Park will receive a 1% compensation. Such a special skill made him curious, so Sejun Park called the little bear over. After bringing up the landowner's skill interface, he designated Bay as his first tenant farmer. At this moment, the little bear also saw the window above its head, and just as it was curious about what it was, Sejun Park suddenly asked the little bear how many seconds it would take to pick magic cherry tomatoes. Hearing this, Bay immediately geared up, and after hearing that 100 were needed, it confidently promised to complete it quickly. The next second, Bay shot out like a rocket. The huge wind force even blew away Sejun Park's straw hat. Just as Sejun Park had just retrieved his hat, the status window instantly chimed in because the little bear had already reached the farm and started picking tomatoes. Realizing that his experience points had increased, Sejun Park also understood what the 1% compensation meant. Previously, when the little rabbits and the little bear were picking crops, he could not gain experience, but now with the landowner's skill, he imagined his leveling would further accelerate. In his excitement, Sejun Park found the little rabbits who were still resting. Hearing that Uncle was about to start the day's work, Black Warrior Bunny said it felt sleepy and wanted to rest a bit more, but Sejun Park quickly swiped his finger, then made Black Warrior Bunny the second tenant farmer, and immediately called everyone to get to work, saying that it's better to move when feeling sleepy. If you lie down after eating, you'll become a cow. As they went to work, the farm faced another crisis. Unexpectedly, the corrupted Ents had launched another invasion, this time appearing directly in the farm's tomato field. Previously, as they were heading out to work at the farm, they encountered a group of branch scouts invading again. When they appeared near the tomato field, the little bear and Sejun Park were already prepared for battle. After lighting the tree roots with torches, they decisively threw them out. As the blazing tree roots smashed into the group of monsters, they immediately achieved excellent results. The small branch scouts, initially fierce, halted their advance after being hit by the flames. Sejun Park and the little bear took the opportunity to start their attack, only needing to deal with those that hadn't been burned. The small branch scouts were easy to handle, but the large monsters that followed were more challenging. This gave Sejun Park a headache, but fortunately, his helpers weren't limited to just the little bear. Despite the size difference, many of the large corrupted Ents were smashed to bits by Black Warrior Bunny's hammer. Sejun Park wasn't too worried about this attack, as Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear was also near the farm. Despite the number of large corrupted Ents, they all ended up as debris in the face of the formidable Crimson Giant Bear. Black Warrior Bunny's performance in battle was also very impressive. Seeing his companion's strong fighting power, Sejun Park knew they were sufficient to handle the situation. At that moment, a small monster tried to sneak attack, but luckily Sejun Park reacted quickly, easily splitting it in two with a swing of his dagger. Today's battle was easy, thanks also to Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear, who had first spotted the invaders and reacted promptly at the onset of the invasion. Since the last invasion, Sejun Park had been concerned about a recurrence, so he discussed with Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear the idea of moving their home closer to the farm. This would not only better protect the farm, but also allow them to eat locust meat anytime. Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear and Bay were very happy about this and soon went to their original home to pack their belongings. Thus, this invasion was quickly resolved. After dealing with all the monsters, Sejun Park thanked Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear. The only thing that concerned him was the mess left on the ground after the battle. Fortunately, as he was cleaning up, the Minotaurs happened to come to work. With their help, the cleanup process was greatly accelerated. Recently, due to these corrupted ents, many of the newly expanded farmlands were destroyed, and Sejun Park regretted not being able to fully utilize his landowner ability. As he continued picking up the wood, he found a monster that hadn't quite died. It hadn't been completely burned by the fire. Unfortunately, as soon as Sejun Park's foot stomped down, the branch scout was utterly extinguished. He was very troubled by these monsters, and the repeated invasions made Sejun Park increasingly curious about how to completely eradicate the branch scouts. On the other side, on the 52nd floor, the little cat was perched on Taijun's head. After walking a bit further, they found the path ahead was blocked. The little cat then began to wonder where Taijun was actually heading. It had assumed that the old man, like Dongshik, was ascending step by step through active teleportation points. But now, Taijun said, he came up through the dimensional fragment fruit. At this statement, Teo was startled because the Lindgren is made from the fruit of dimensional fragments, containing some malevolent energy and originally not created within the Black Tower. It is considered an illegal item. If encountered, it must be declared to the Passage Management Bureau. After hearing the little cat's explanation, Taijun realized that the dimensional fruit he had used before disappeared because it had been discovered by the residents. Fortunately, this time he had hidden the dimensional fruit. Looking at the object behind Taijun, the little cat was somewhat incredulous. As Taijun lifted a cloth, a strange plant appeared, which was the dimensional fruit capable of opening the passage. This was the first time the little cat had seen such a plant, but aware that the dimensional fruit would soon wither, Taijun mentioned that they needed to hurry. Understanding that the old man wanted him to use an illegal method, the little cat proudly refused. Seeing this, Taijun pulled out 2 cat treats. Hearing the little cat boast about not being tempted, he threw the cat sticks. Instinctively reacting, Teo still caught the food before it hit the ground, but the next second it realized that the spot where it caught the cat treats was right above the dimensional fruit. At this, Taijun smirked triumphantly, then jumped directly into the open portal. For the little cat, this was undoubtedly a new experience, and fear was clearly written on Teo's face. After a while, this place turned out to be the Phoenix Guild camp on the 38th floor of the Black Tower. Hearing noises in the bushes, Dongshik stopped his work. Realizing it was Master Taijun who caused it, he was relieved, and Dongshik also noticed the little cat that came with him. Having hitched a ride through the dimensional fruit, was not only dizzy, but also clearly experiencing motion sickness. Seeing the little cat with his master, Dongshik quickly asked how they met and whether the curse had been successfully resolved. Soon, Taijun told his disciple that he had dealt with the wild boar, and the little cat was someone he met on the way. Teo then miserably said, "Don't throw me to a crop again." Hearing this, Dongshik immediately understood that his master had used the dimensional fruit. There isn't much left of the dimensional fruit in the national stockpile, but Taijun didn't care and instead turned around to ask the little cat some questions. It turns out that Taijun used some extra dimensional roots on his way to the 52nd floor to confirm the situation from the 40th to the 52nd floors. He asked many natives if any other hunters had come through, and all the residents gave the same answer. Apart from Taijun himself, no other outsiders had reached these levels. So now, Taijun had only one question, which was where exactly Sejun Park was. At this, the little cat stammered on the spot because it realized big trouble was brewing, and the lie it shared with Sejun was about to be exposed. However, Sejun Park in the cave didn't know about the little cat's situation. He was picking fresh magic cherry tomatoes. After his picking skills had upgraded, the farm's yield had also improved. He could now harvest B-grade magic cherry tomatoes. While he was happy, the little rabbits called out that it was time to make the last dish. Hearing this, Sejun Park said he would come right away, but just as he was about to go, he suddenly felt something was off. The previous branch scout had made him uneasy. After carefully checking inside the cave, Sejun Park didn't find anything unusual. He had only walked a few steps when he caught a glimpse of the place where he used to cook, which was emitting a faint smoke. Sejun Park had thought the fire had long been extinguished since there was no need to keep a fire in the cave after building the outside house. Concerned that the new little rabbits might encounter it, he prepared to completely extinguish the fire. However, after spreading the ashes on the ground, a small sapling sprouted out. The new sprout born from the ashes shocked Sejun Park, but the next second, he heard someone calling him master, a voice that appeared directly in his mind, startling Sejun Park. At the same time, next to the little sapling, a pair of tender feet appeared. It was a transparent little girl, who happily said she had been waiting underground for this day and told Sejun Park her name was Flame. Flame turned out to be the apple seed that Sejun Park had originally planted. After hearing the little sprite Flame's introduction, Sejun Park immediately understood the situation in front of him. She was indeed the little sapling on the ground. Previously, when Sejun Park was preparing to light the fire, a little girl appeared before him. Little Flame told Sejun Park that this was the happiest she had been ever since she became conscious. Sejun Park felt puzzled by her name, as it didn't match that of an apple tree. He wondered why Flame, being a plant, could talk. Upon this, Little Flame quickly told Sejun Park that she is a fire apple tree and that she can speak through magic that conveys her consciousness, which is why she took this name and transformed into this form. She thought Sejun Park didn't like her, so she seemed a bit downhearted. Flame explained that she did this to please her master. Seeing this, Sejun Park hurriedly explained that he really liked her and complimented Flame as the cutest. Thinking that he was facing a magic apple tree, Sejun Park couldn't help but marvel. He also wondered if the apples brought by Flame were really that amazing. Hearing Sejun Park's words, Flame shyly said she wasn't that great. Originally, as a seed, because she felt intense heat, she started to root downwards to survive. Little Flame kept going down and down endlessly. She didn't even know where the end was until one day, her roots finally made a new breakthrough. Then, Flame went out to check the situation and unexpectedly discovered an underground river. Thus, with the cold river water, Little Flame withstood the heat from above the soil. In the darkness underground, she was hoping every day to break through the surface and sprout anew, and to reunite with her master. Therefore, now seeing Sejun Park again, Flame expressed that she had no regrets. After hearing her story, Sejun Park felt sorry, blaming himself for placing a bonfire above the plant and always forgetting to clean up. Flame, however, believed that it was because of Sejun Park that she became so strong. After speaking, a flame suddenly sprouted from the center of the sapling, and Flame showed Sejun Park her ability. Sejun Park was again surprised, not expecting that Flame could control flames. Flame proudly said she was a fire apple tree. Sejun Park applauded her, and Flame was very happy. Her appearance deeply attracted Sejun Park, as she was just too cute. Flame said, although she can only do so much now, she will grow quickly and then help Sejun Park. Such a clever and sensible little sprite instantly healed Sejun Park. He gently consoled Flame. You must have suffered a lot underground. Now that you are on the surface, don't push yourself. From now on, just grow up healthy, because overexertion can make one sick. Being petted made Flame very happy, and she promised Sejun Park that she would grow well. Then, Flame coquettishly asked Sejun Park to continue petting her little sapling. This day became the most beautiful day in Flame's life. However, Flame still had a secret she kept from Sejun Park, that her roots had actually entered the dimensional sea. Regarding this, Flame hoped everyone would keep it a secret, as it would surely surprise Sejun Park. Meanwhile, at the Phoenix Guild campsite, Taijun again asked the little cat where Sejun Park was currently. Hearing the master's recent words, Dongshik finally remembered that when Teo told them he was at the 40th floor, Sejun Park had saved them. After the lie was exposed, the little kitty began to stutter, looking unwilling to reveal too much. Sejun Park had already attracted worldwide attention on Earth, and for those outside the tower, he was a very important figure. As the leader of the Association of the Republic of Korea, Taijun wanted to know Sejun Park's current situation, whether he faced difficulties that prevented him from leaving the tower, and whether he needed their help. Taijun sincerely begged the little cat to tell him at least a bit of general information. After hearing this, Teo suddenly went to rummage through his backpack, then took out a contract, stating that what they said next must be kept confidential, and asked Taijun to sign a contract. The contract required both parties to tell the truth, and the violation would cost them their lives. Teo said if Taijun wanted to know more, he had to sign this contract. What the little cat did not expect was that Taijun agreed without hesitation. Dongshik wanted to stop him, but didn't expect that Taijun also wanted him to sign the contract. Then, the two men and one cat entered the tent and began to write their names. Soon after, the tower officially recognized the contract as valid. Taijun even staked his own reputation, stating that what he said next would be confidential and true. Now, it was the little cat's turn to tell them Sejun Park's location. Soon, Teo said, Sejun Park is not on the 40th floor. What I can tell you is that Sejun Park previously said he was on a floor that humans cannot reach, a very, very high floor, and he cannot come down. The little cat's words made Dongshik incredulous, while Taijun had an as expected expression, confirming his suspicion. After waving goodbye to the master and apprentice, once Teo completely disappeared, Dongshik asked the master if Sejun Park's situation was really as described, because no matter how strong an awakened one is, they must rely on Lin Gen to reach higher floors, and Sejun Park was even growing crops in such a place, which made Dongshik think he was at least around the 60th floor, perhaps caught by a monster and forced to plant. However, Taijun told Dongshik that the little cat was telling the truth. He had suspected as much from the sweet sun pumpkin potato description, which stated that these crops grew at the tower's highest point, fully absorbing sunlight. Taijun then asked Dongshik, where's the tower's highest point? At this, Dongshik was even more shocked. Then, Taijun said, although he did not know the specific reason, he had realized that Sejun Park was most likely on the 99th floor. Taijun's guess was very accurate, and at this time, Sejun Park was busily working working on his farm. After a while, in Teo's hometown of Graner Village, in the residence of the village's richest man, Azriel, due to the invasion of red locusts, Azriel was worried that the Black Tower might face a food crisis like before. Recently, the price of food in the village had tripled, which made Azriel very troubled. Just as he was frowning, his son Oren was nearby, being affectionate with his girlfriend. Azriel finally lost his patience and angrily questioned his son if he had been listening to him. To this, Oren said he was listening and dismissively said, "Even if the prices have gone up, we're so rich, there's nothing to worry about." Watching his son not only ignore him, but also go to comfort his frightened girlfriend, and seeing him idle all day, Azriel made up his mind to make Oren go to the merchant district to buy food immediately, or else he would disown him. After giving Oren a bag of money, Azriel sent him out. Oren was very angry about this, feeling that buying food was not difficult at all, so he set off with the servants. However, unbeknownst to Oren, the goblin Scarum seemed to have set his sights on him. Soon after, Oren and his men reached the 75th floor's food street, but when he prepared to buy food, he found the prices far exceeded expectations. What originally cost just 1 tower coin now costs 3 to 4 times as much. After a round, Oren was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't understand why the food was so expensive. His 2 men provided the answer, explaining that since the war started, merchants from several levels had been buying up food but not releasing it to the market, causing the food prices to skyrocket. However, Oren quickly thought of a way, which was to bypass the merchants and buy food directly from the farms. With this great idea, Oren did not hesitate and immediately decided to take his men to the Merchant Association because he decided to become a wandering merchant. He also encouraged his men, saying he would support them, and even boasted grandly about making 10 times what was in his tower pocket, ultimately buying countless food. Just as Oren fantasized about becoming a legend in Graner Village, Goblin Scarum greeted him. Hearing Oren's plan to become a wandering merchant, Scarum told him that he had good stuff that could make money fast. Oren was puzzled by this, so Scarum informed him that these were unique treasures from outside the tower. Sometime later, on the 75th floor's Merchant Street, Teo was buying items entrusted by Sejun Park but did not buy everything at once. Considering the space issue, Sejun Park had made a list, and after Teo bought the necessary items this time, he continued walking. At that moment, the little cat suddenly noticed an item that seemed to be attracting him. After confirming, Teo asked the boss for the price. Just then, Oren unexpectedly spotted the little cat. Hearing someone calling him, Teo turned around and was startled. He hadn't expected to meet Oren again, but quickly, the little kitty noticed the badge on the other's chest and curiously asked, "Did you become a wandering merchant?" Oren firmly responded to the little cat and said that thanks to a kind-hearted goblin, he was able to succeed. Most importantly, Oren learned that Teo, the stupid cat, had made a lot of money, so he also wanted to try it out. Then, Oren questioned Teo about how much he earned with the items from outside the tower. With that, the little cat realized that it was with Scarum's help that Oren had become a mid-level wandering merchant. The little cat quickly warned Oren that the goblin was not a good person, and regarding the items from outside the tower, the little cat offered to help Oren deal with them. Unexpectedly, Teo's goodwill was rejected by Oren, who even accused the little cat of being ungrateful. Oren accused Teo of monopolizing the items from outside the tower and even reported the goblin who had helped him to the Passage Management Bureau as a fraud. Teo wanted to explain, but Oren gave him no chance, thinking that Teo hadn't changed at all and was still the poor guy who had been rejected by Meryl. Mentioning this painful memory, Teo no longer wanted to argue with Oren about Scarum. He was more curious about how Meryl was doing. Unexpectedly, Oren's men very honestly said that the day Teo left, Meryl had dumped Oren. Oren, unable to save face, angrily said that he is the one who dumped Meryl. Teo comforted Oren not to be sad, but Oren pushed him away. Next, Oren solemnly told Teo that he had heard that the Minotaur King on the 99th floor liked items from outside the tower, and he planned to go to the 99th floor to sell stuff. After saying this, Oren mocked Teo again, then left happily, leaving only the dumbfounded little cat. Nonetheless, Teo still wished him a smooth journey. The little cat was thinking about what those so-called treasures from outside the tower were all about. Of course, they were all fake. Time flew by, and a few days passed. Today, the corrupted Ent prepared to invade the farm again, but fortunately, the companions were ready to fight early on. After a few days of understanding, Sejun Park finally realized that the real target of these monsters was Little Flame. Unfortunately, those who dared to invade the pit farm were doomed to have no return. Sejun Park slowly picked up the locust soup and drained it with his companions, and Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear was no exception, as drinking locust soup significantly enhances attributes. After handing the finished bowl to the second-generation Little Queen Honeybee, Sejun Park and everyone prepared to charge. The battle began, and Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear was the first to strike. The combat power of the little bear was also not inferior, and they were responsible for dealing with the large monsters. As for Sejun Park, he was in charge of handling the smaller monsters. However, Black Warrior Bunny would also deal with those large corrupted Ent. After dodging a monster that had been knocked down, the opponent took the opportunity to trouble Sejun Park. At this critical moment of life and death, off. Little cat Teo finally appeared in time, unable to tolerate anyone trying to harm Sejun Park. The next second, Teo's claws swiftly swung, instantly slicing the large corrupted ant into pieces. Looking at the handsome little cat who had rushed back to save him, Sejun Park felt grateful. Sejun Park was extremely excited. As for Teo, he asked what the deal was with the monster in front of him. Sejun Park explained that the ultimate goal of the corrupted ant was to corrupt the apple tree inside the cave called Flame, which he had just found out about recently. Before the little cat could further clarify the situation, a small monster charged towards Sejun Park. However, with Teo by his side, how could Sejun Park possibly get hurt? Sejun Park told the little cat, seeing the monsters closing in, to talk after the monsters were handled. At that moment, the little cat remembered something and then turned to rummage through his backpack. Soon, Teo took out an item. It mentioned that this was something it had found during a lucky moment. Hearing this, Sejun Park immediately beamed with joy, and then he quickly called Aileen, who responded to him right away. The next second, the item brought by the little cat disappeared, and the empathetic manager naturally understood that Sejun Park wanted her to appraise it. Within a few seconds, the appraisal was completed, and Sejun Park also offered a small tomato to complete the quest. When the item reappeared, it had transformed into a shiny hatchet. Holding the weapon, Sejun Park felt a surge of strength throughout his body. According to the message prompt, the name of the hatchet was the Great Warrior Wuka's Throwing Hatchet, and as a named single-item weapon, Sejun Park understood it must have great effects. He felt himself become much stronger in an instant. Through the status windows prompt, the hatchet did not disappoint. Its skill could not only better split things, but 10 seconds later, it could even return automatically. Seeing this, Sejun Park was just thinking about how to use the hatchet when he looked up and saw that Black Warrior Bunny had been accidentally caught. With the situation urgent, he no longer hesitated and quickly aimed at the corrupted ant, directly throwing the hatchet. This strike was so powerful that not only did it free Black Warrior Bunny, but it also caused the huge corrupted ant's body to split. In the next second, it could not hold on and broke in half. Seeing this scene, Black Warrior Bunny could hardly believe it, and Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear was also startled. They had not expected Sejun Park to kill the monster with one strike. Little Bear was very happy because now Sejun Park no longer needed to run away. This joy made him even more motivated to fight monsters. Sejun Park had not expected this either. The status Windows experience gain confirmed that indeed he had resolved the monster. The hatchet truly lived up to its reputation as a named weapon, even in his hands, capable of defeating enemies with a single strike. Then, Sejun Park hugged the little cat and kissed its head wildly. Thanks to Teo, he had acquired such a useful weapon. However, Sejun Park's kisses were not over when another corrupted ant suddenly attacked. Seeing this, Sejun Park calmly raised his hand to use retrieve. The hatchet in the distance suddenly moved, swiftly flying back the same way, and successfully chopped down the attacking monster. Holding the returned hatchet, Sejun Park was rarely so dashing. This powerful weapon left him and the little cat beaming with joy, and then the defense battle unfolded again. Sejun Park and Teo charged confidently at the monsters. Soon, the battle came to a close. The Minotaurs were responsible for clearing the dead monsters, and 1003 were among them, carefully cleaning up the debris. After the cleanup, 1003 called out to Sejun Park outside the cave, telling him that he was going to clear the land. As for Sejun Park himself, after repelling the enemies, he returned to the pit to wash his face. After receiving 1003's message, he responded, "Take your time." Today's battle left Sejun Park aching all over, but it was all worth it. His level had unconsciously risen to 25, and his attributes had also improved nicely. Looking at the skills on the panel, Sejun Park suddenly felt a bit narcissistic. Thinking he was so great, he couldn't help but want to kiss himself. Just then, manager Aileen sent an unfinished message. After being discovered by Sejun Park, Aileen hurriedly withdrew the message. Sejun Park curiously asked what she had said, and Aileen excused herself by claiming there was an error with the status window. This awkward excuse naturally did not convince Sejun Park, who continued to inquire, can the status window really malfunction? However, Aileen did not answer him. Mr. Rabbit continued watering with the children, and little cat Teo, having just heard Sejun Park mention Flame, went up to greet her. Flame happily responded to Teo, instantly piquing the little cat's curiosity. Observing Flame in her phantom state, it couldn't help but fiddle with her back and forth with its paws. Even though Flame was a phantom and couldn't actually be touched, the continuously toyed with little Flame soon couldn't stand it anymore and emitted a flame at the little cat. Though she didn't really intend to hit Teo, it was the first time the little cat had seen an apple tree that could use fire, and it was somewhat surprised, apologizing to Flame and stating it shouldn't have joked. After receiving Flame's forgiveness, Teo took out a fish from his bag, hoping Flame would help grill it. Seeing this, Flame said it was easy, so with a wave of her little hand, the apple tree fired flames again. Shortly after, as the flames grilled, the little cat smelled the aroma of grilled fish. After tasting the grilled fish, Teo repeatedly praised Flame for being amazing. After Sejun Park cleaned himself up, he came over to tell Teo not to bully Flame. Teo explained that he wasn't. He had just asked her to help grill the fish. Hearing how amazing Flame was, Sejun Park was naturally very pleased. Just as the growth-promoting time of the straw had arrived, Sejun Park asked Little Flame if she could use the growth-promoting effect on herself. Flame skeptically asked, "Can such a precious skill be used on me?" Sejun Park said, "Of course, because you are still very small." Hearing this, Flame gratefully accepted and stated she needed to grow up healthy quickly. Then, Sejun Park used magic power and applied the skill towards the sapling. However, the status window informed him that because the apple tree had great potential, it required 10 growth-promoting skills. The next second, Sejun Park immediately felt a strong attraction as his magic power continuously flowed into the apple tree. This feeling surprised Sejun Park, as the magic power seemed to be sucked away. The growth-promoted Little Flame instantly filled with strength, but her sapling didn't grow much taller. After using the skill, Sejun Park uncontrollably sat down on the ground, feeling as if he was completely drained. Seeing this, Flame was worried about Sejun Park's health, but he reassured her not to worry, probably because he was just too tired from the battle, and he would be fine after some rest. Hearing Sejun Park's words, Flame said she could help alleviate some of the fatigue. Sejun Park was also curious about how she would do it, and soon he noticed some white flames appearing on Flame. Following her guidance, these flames slowly rose and eventually enveloped Sejun Park bit by bit. Once the white flames completely consumed his body, Sejun Park found he no longer felt tired, and his body was very relaxed. Through the message, he then learned that this was Flame's purification skill. Sejun Park became even more convinced that Little Flame was a magical apple tree. He then asked Flame if she had any other abilities. Flame replied that she had another ability, named Flame of Friendship. Its effect allows others to temporarily have the ability to control fire or enhance the power of fire. After hearing this, Sejun Park thought this skill might have excellent effects in future confrontations with monsters. At this moment, the somewhat neglected little cat Teo became anxious and quickly urged Sejun Park to listen to him. Teo told Sejun Park that someone named Han Taijun was looking for him. He found out you're not staying on the 40th floor. Hearing this, Sejun Park was initially puzzled, then greatly surprised. He asked the little cat to explain clearly. After some understanding, he learned that the person named Han Taijun was the strongest hunter in his country. More importantly, the little cat had become friends with him, thus exposing Sejun Park's situation. Teo explained that this was why, but he told Sejun Park not to worry, as this matter had already been contracted and would not be leaked. After weighing the options, Sejun Park thought it would be good to be acquainted with Han Taijun and his disciples, as it could provide security for his family. Thus, he told Teo to continue providing crops to them in the future. This incident made Sejun Park see the little cat in a new light. After all, the initial sale of Sweet Sun pumpkin potatoes was a mistake, and unexpectedly, the little cat gained a powerful friend through this. After the message was conveyed, Teo had another favor to ask Sejun Park. "Do you remember why I became a wandering merchant?" Teo asked. Sejun Park recalled for a moment, then remembered. "Wasn't it because a cat named Oren or something stole your girlfriend?" Then, the little cat excitedly said that it had met Oren again, and the other had also become a wandering merchant. More importantly, like itself, he had been deceived by Scarum. Knowing that Oren was taking junk from outside the tower to the Minotaur King, Sejun Park was also surprised. As for Teo's request, it was simple. Teo wanted Sejun Park to help him make Oren see that Scarum was a swindler. Sejun Park thought for a moment, and from the little cat's message, several wandering merchants were rushing to the 99th floor. He quickly became interested, so he agreed to help Teo. After some time, Oren and his group arrived at the 99th floor through the passage. The desolate scenery along the way made Oren wonder what had happened on the 99th floor. At that moment, Oren felt hungry, so he asked a junior next to him for some food. However, the junior told him that all the food had been consumed at the start of the journey, and the only remaining food had been eaten at the beginning as well. At this time, another little cat was already fed up, complaining that they hadn't purchased any necessary travel supplies, feeling sure it would starve to death. Oren, however, was full of confidence, saying, "When we get to the Minotaur King, we'll ask for some food and drink. After all, I've brought valuable things, surely we'll be welcomed." However, the junior reminded Oren that, according to the map given by the goblin, they still needed about 2 days to reach the Minotaur King's place. Just when the three cats were thirsty and hungry, a sound suddenly came from behind. Turning their heads, they saw Pushcart Rabbit and his brother approaching with their goods. Upon meeting, Pushcart Rabbit immediately began shouting, "Ice cold water." Oren and his two juniors rushed over, eager for the merchant in front of them to hand over the water. However, when Pushcart Rabbit said a bottle of water cost 0.5 tower coins, Oren was stunned by the exorbitant price. To this, Pushcart Rabbit calmly asked them to look around and explained, "It's not easy to get water here." He was really uncomfortable from thirst, and after hearing Pushcart Rabbit's words, Oren accepted it, but he found he had no tower coins. Then, Pushcart Rabbit curiously asked, "Are you the wandering merchants looking for the Minotaur King?" Oren proudly said they had brought many precious items to trade. Pushcart Rabbit then told Oren that since they were guests of the Minotaur King, they could buy on credit. Oren thought it was just a verbal promise, but Pushcart Rabbit immediately handed over some papers. It turned out to be a contract guaranteeing the credit, stipulating that if the money wasn't paid back within 3 days, 10 times the tower coins would be owed. Such harsh terms immediately made Oren shout out. Pushcart Rabbit explained that resources on the 99th floor were too scarce, and it was hard to make a living without such measures. Pushcart Rabbit also mentioned that if they had no money, they could pay with their bodies. Oren thought to himself that there was no way he could not pay back. As long as he met the Minotaur King and completed the trade, he would earn enough money. So, he decisively signed the contract. After the contract was signed, the 3 cats took the water. Oren told Pushcart Rabbit to come for the money in 3 days, believing he would surely earn a large number of tower coins through the trade. Pushcart Rabbit wished Oren good fortune. By the next day, the water they bought was almost gone. After drinking the last drop from the bottle, Oren complained, "Just drinking water makes me hungrier." However, due to the high temperature, after walking a bit, he was thirsty again and asked the junior for water. The junior wanted to refuse, but under Oren's pressure, could only agree with tears. Just then, another junior saw something ahead. The junior quickly told Oren, "There seems to be a restaurant not far away." Oren initially didn't believe it, but after sniffing carefully, he immediately smelled the aroma of grilled fish. As they approached, the little bunnies introduced, "This is the only rabbit restaurant on the 99th floor." The 3 cats quickly asked Sickle Rabbit to grill fish for them. However, when the little bunny said a fish cost 1 tower coin, Oren was shocked again. Sickle Rabbit explained reasonably, as there were no lakes or seas nearby, fish were hard to find. Seeing Sickle Rabbit pull out the same contract as before, Oren grabbed it and signed his name without hesitation. After the contract was established, they immediately wanted the grilled fish. Sickle Rabbit was naturally willing to satisfy them and then started grilling. Soon after, golden grilled fish was placed in front of the 3 cats, and they couldn't control their drooling. The next second, they crazily enjoyed the delicious food. During this, they also ordered other foods like charcoal grilled squid, and Sickle Rabbit satisfied them one by one, until their stomachs were completely full. The 3 cats lay down on the straw mats to rest, while the little bunnies cleaned up the scene. Oren muttered about hurrying to sell the goods to the Minotaur King and then coming back to pay, but because they had eaten too much, the few cats all lay down and fell asleep. Sickle Rabbit and Art Gray Rabbit silently watched, and before leaving, they didn't forget to say goodnight to the 3 cats. After some time, Oren heard some noise nearby and woke up to find the junior trembling. Looking up, they saw a Minotaur appear before them, immediately dispelling Oren's drowsiness. The Minotaur asked if they were looking for the Minotaur King. At this time, Oren and his companions were very scared and frantically explained that they were wandering merchants. Unexpectedly, the Minotaurs not only did not harm them, but instead expressed that they would take them to meet the Minotaur King. Upon hearing this, Oren was overjoyed. With the help of the Minotaurs, the 3 little cats smoothly reached the teleportation crystal. However, the shocking scene ahead left them speechless. Then, the Minotaur King finally spoke. "Is it you who were looking for me?" Suppressing his fear, Oren responded that he had brought many precious items and wanted to trade with the Minotaur King, specifically emphasizing that these were items from outside the tower. Hearing about the items from outside the tower, the Minotaur King stated that he needed an expert to confirm the value of these items. With a wave of the Minotaur King's large hand, a person stepped forward from behind him, and it was Sejuan Park. When the Minotaur King addressed Sejuan Park as the Great Black Dragon, the 3 little cats were immediately confused. The quicker reacting Oren was surprised to encounter the Black Dragon here. At that moment, Sejuan Park introduced himself. "I am the Great Black Dragon, and I possess the ability to appraise rare magical artifacts, so lies do not work in front of me." Then, he asked Oren to bring out the so-called items. Now, Oren began to think about how to handle this sudden turn of events. The Black Dragon is the strongest creature controlling the tower. If it liked his items, then he wouldn't need to worry about the Minotaur King and other monsters. If he could win over the Black Dragon this time, Oren might become a well-known figure within the tower. Thinking this, Oren hurriedly dumped out all his items and said, "Here they all are." Sejuan Park crouched down to carefully examine the items, only to discover that they were just junk from Earth. Among them, a used lint roller he was holding. Sejuan Park wondered how Scarum managed to get these things. Seeing the Black Dragon select a lint roller, Oren immediately began to tout its advantages. "This is a magical tool that can easily remove dust and hair." Sejuan Park casually asked about the price, not expecting Oren to blurt out an asking price of 50 tower coins on the spot. Even Oren's 2 juniors were shocked, as Scarum had sold it to them for only 5 tower coins. Oren continued to claim it was a very precious magical tool and thought his price was not high. After all, such things were almost impossible to buy within the tower. Hearing this, Sejuan Park sighed lightly, and the next second coldly said, "Lying is useless in front of me." He picked up the lint roller and told Oren, "This is just a consumable, very common on Earth. Overall, all the items Oren brought were just trash, not the so-called magical tools." The same was true for the other items. Sejuan Park's words panicked Oren, who argued, "Everyone says these are magical tools." He also hinted that perhaps the Black Dragon was lying in order to buy them cheaply, but Oren soon realized he had misspoken, and the response was an angry punch from the Minotaur King. The Minotaur King questioned Oren. How dare you say the Great Black Dragon is lying? Although not hurt, Oren was terrified, and Sejun Park was also somewhat panicked. Oren and the two cats repeatedly apologized, admitting they shouldn't have tried to deceive the Great Black Dragon, and requested forgiveness for their rudeness. At this moment, Oren finally understood that since the Great Black Dragon had the ability to discern, Teo had been right. Scarum indeed was a swindler. Please at least spare our lives. Meanwhile, Sejun Park reminded Oren, I shall spare your lives. However, what about the debts you've accumulated along the way? Hearing this, Oren was even more shocked. Then, Sejun Park also stated, I run some businesses inside the tower, and the food and drink you consumed earlier were on credit from my shop. As soon as the words fell, Sickle Rabbit and his companions came out and calculated a bill for Oren, adding up all the water and food multiplied by 10 times. Oren owed about 500 tower coins in debt. Additionally, Sickle Rabbit mentioned they charged for lodging and miscellaneous fees, and if converted to bricks, the three cats would need to make 100,000 bricks to repay the debt. Sickle Rabbit's words left Oren puzzled, not understanding what the so-called bricks meant. The Minotaur King timely added, if you can't pay with money, then pay with your body. Hearing this, Oren suddenly remembered that the little bunnies had also mentioned paying with their bodies. Then, Sejun Park took them to see how to make bricks. Watching the hardworking Minotaurs, the three cats finally understood what bricks and paying with your body meant. According to the calculations made by Sickle Rabbit, the three cats needed to make 100,000 bricks to repay the debt. You must make 100,000 bricks here. Oren and his juniors were stunned by the size of a brick. It was impossible for them to make 100,000 bricks. Sejun Park calmly said, you indeed cannot finish. Even if you can barely make 10 a day, it would take 10,000 days. Most crucially, during this period, the costs for lodging and food would still accrue, and the number of bricks would also increase. This meant that the three cats would be trapped here forever. Hearing this, Oren and his two juniors quickly begged for mercy, hoping the Great Black Dragon would forgive them and willing to do anything as long as it wasn't making bricks. Hearing this, Sejun Park told Oren that he could give them a chance. The head of the distribution department just happened to need some manpower. Sejun Park explained, you only need to pack goods into bags and then work in the farm's distribution department for 10,000 days, selling goods during this period to repay the debt. At the same time, Sejun Park promised that they would be provided with a roasted fish each day, and working on the farm would not incur additional debts. Hearing this, Oren promptly agreed, and he and his two juniors were very grateful for the Black Dragon's forgiveness. Next, a new contract was drafted. For Oren, working 10,000 days was much better than making bricks. The key was not only solving the food problem, but also working under the Great Black Dragon, giving Oren no reason to refuse. After the contract was signed and came into effect, Sejun Park congratulated them on becoming interns in the distribution department. When Oren asked what to do next, Sejun Park answered, the head of the distribution department will tell you. The next second, little cat Teo finally made a grand appearance, becoming their direct supervisor. The first time they saw Teo, Oren couldn't believe it, questioning, how could the manager possibly be Teo, this beggar? However, the response he got was a ruthless punch from the little cat. Teo coldly told Oren, you should show some respect to your supervisor. After reprimanding Oren, the little cat grandly introduced itself, saying it was the Black Dragon's first subordinate and the head of the distribution department, and informed Oren and the others, from now on, you three are under my command. Seeing this, the other two cats were very sensible, immediately calling Teo boss, while Oren, as if in a dream, ultimately had no choice but to submit and obey Teo. After some time, everyone returned to the pit farm. Now, the little cat was introducing Oren and the others to the work environment and saying they should try out the job content first. Seeing this scene, Sejun Park was very pleased. Not only did Teo get his revenge, but he also gained many subordinates to sell crops, and the addition of 3 backpacks was sure to bring in more revenue. All this was also thanks to the cooperation of the Minotaur King. Hearing Sejun Park's thanks, the Minotaur King modestly said, don't mention it. This is also following the Black Dragon's instructions. Most importantly, as neighbors, we should help each other. If I could receive a more sincere thank you, I'd be even happier, the Minotaur King said while drooling. Hearing this, Sejun Park understood what he meant and said, you can take the green onion leaves and tomato vines next to you back home. Seeing the Minotaur King's excited look, Sejun Park was somewhat helpless. Looking back, it turned out to be Teo scolding his subordinates. Then, Teo's voice came from the farm, the green tomatoes are not ripe yet, don't pick them. Also, if you remove the top of the small tomatoes, it greatly reduces their commercial value. The 3 cats obviously had no knowledge about tomatoes and kept making one mistake after another, which made Teo a bit angry, and he immediately ordered them to sit down properly. He would personally demonstrate how to properly harvest crops next. Seeing such a comical scene, Sejun Park couldn't help but remark Teo really forgot how he was at the beginning. However, since the little cat was the head of sales, Sejun Park let him be. Watching the 3 cats being overwhelmed by his knowledge, Teo became increasingly arrogant. Ever since Teo became the distribution manager, facing Oren who had become his subordinate, the little cat became more arrogant arrogant. While working, Oren pondered why Teo could become a subordinate of the Black Dragon. What displeased him more was his own situation, feeling like he had become Teo's servant. However, before Oren could think further, the next second, Teo smacked him in the head, which enraged Oren, who then demanded, "Why did you hit me?" The little cat calmly replied, "It's working hours, and you were spacing out." An angry Oren grabbed Teo by the collar, seemingly ready to start a fight. But at that moment, he felt a terrifying presence overhead and turned to see it was the old silver wolf, Elka. Oren quickly released his grip on Teo's collar, daring not to make another move. Oren's attitude changed instantly, quickly claiming he only saw a bug on Teo's shirt and wanted to help clean it off. The little cat coldly responded, "If you don't learn how to behave properly, you will be scolded." After continuing to pick for a while, Teo went to check on the work of the other two cats. Learning they were the fastest to fill their packages, Teo immediately praised them on the spot and shortened their contract by 1 day. Seeing this, Oren hastily asked if he had any rewards, but because of his sluggish work, the little cat instead extended Oren's contract by a day. At this time, Sejun Park also came over and asked Teo with concern, "How is it going? Are you about to go down to sell things?" The little cat replied, "It's okay. It's just that their packages are too old and have very little usable space." To this, Sejun Park consoled, "No worries, you can slowly upgrade later." Then, noticing that Sejun Park was fully armed, Teo curiously asked him where he was going. Sejun Park excitedly answered, "I'm going to check out the western forest." This made the little cat somewhat puzzled. After some time, everyone gathered together, and at the farewell, Teo finally learned that Sejun Park was going to confront those monsters, which made him worry about his safety. Sejun Park reassured the little cat, "Go ahead and sell things without worry. With Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear and Little Bear around, there's nothing to worry about. You being overly concerned will make Little Bear unhappy." Sejun Park also mentioned that he had a secret weapon for his trip. Teo felt that this time was different from the battles on the farm. This was going directly to the monster's den. Old Silver Wolf Elka thought this was very interesting. With Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear and Little Bear accompanying him, Teo didn't say much more. Sejun Park urged him to hurry down. "This time, you need to set a good example for the new interns." Understanding that it was time to go selling, Teo reminded Sejun Park to be careful. Then everyone waved goodbye. This was Teo and the three cats' first sale, and Sejun Park and his group were ready, having traveled a long distance towards the west. Soon, Sejun Park and Little Bear reached the fallen monster's territory. The spookiness of this place far exceeded Sejun Park's expectations, and the scent from the withered trees was almost unbearable for Little Bear. Before long, Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear suddenly alerted Sejun Park, having spotted the enemy ahead. Indeed, many corrupted ants appeared in front of them, blocking their path. At first, Sejun Park thought they were no different from ordinary trees, but Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear insisted he stop. Sure enough, the next second, the roots in the ground began to move, and then all those corrupted ants came to life. Their stench was several times stronger than the monsters that had invaded the farm earlier. Sejun Park didn't expect these corrupted ants to also have different types, and one of the corrupted ants launched the first attack. Fortunately, Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear acted in time to protect Sejun Park, but faced with the simultaneous attack of many corrupted ants, Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear was quickly entangled by the vines. Sejun Park understood that it was his time to act. He flung his straw hat from his head and drew the two weapons at his waist. At this moment, a flame suddenly rose above Sejun Park's head, which was the secret weapon prepared by Flame. However, before Sejun Park could display it stylishly, Little Bear covered his head with its paw, thinking that Sejun Park's hair was on fire, and even blew on the flames for him. Fortunately, Sejun Park stopped Little Bear in time. Next, Sejun Park's two weapons rubbed against each other, preparing for battle. The friction between Sejun Park's two weapons generated a similar flame, and now he had the ability to control fire. The small flame quickly grew into a fierce blaze under Sejun Park's control, and the fire rapidly flew towards the monsters. The dry corrupted ants encountered fire like meeting their nemesis. After the vines were burned off, Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear successfully escaped. Seeing the effect of the fire, Sejun Park was very excited, but as the fire grew bigger, he quickly told Little Bear and the others to retreat. If they didn't leave soon, he worried they would be engulfed by the flames. The fire was even fiercer than Sejun Park had anticipated, and he urged Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear to speed up. However, they soon encountered a new situation. A group of corrupted ants blocked their path. This time, they were almost caught in a dilemma. Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear quickly asked, "Can we still use that ability from earlier?" After receiving an affirmative response from Sejun Park, she told Little Bear what to do. As they approached the corrupted ants quickly, Sejun Park activated Flame's ability again, and the flames were launched once more. However, Little Bear suddenly jumped over Sejun Park's head and went straight for the ball of fire. The next second, to Sejun Park's surprise, Little Bear suddenly grabbed the flames and then threw them with force. The impact of this strike far exceeded Sejun Park's original flames, covering the entire forest in a massive fire explosion. This great fire also caught the attention of the Minotaurs in the desolate land. The Minotaur King, curious, asked, "What exactly happened in the western forest. Shortly after, the little bunnies in the pit also saw the smoke rising in the distance. Mr. Rabbit recognized it, thinking it must be Flame's ability. He had just heard Sejun Park say he would use Flame's power. Just then, Sejun Park and his group successfully returned, but during their passage through the flames, not only was Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear completely blackened by smoke, but Sejun Park and Little Bear were not spared either. Seeing their disheveled appearance, their friends were instantly very worried. After returning to the pit farm to rest, Sejun Park quickly recovered his spirits and thanked Flame's ability, stating that without Flame's help, they might not have been able to return this time. Mr. Rabbit then told him, "You are still a bit reckless." To this, Sejun Park helplessly said that recently, monsters invaded the farm every day, which he couldn't stand anymore. However, he believed that after this fiery lesson, the monsters would stay quiet for a long time. Just as he was preparing to sleep, Sejun Park discovered that his beekeeping skill had reached level 4, and subsequently, the little queen honeybees happily sought him out. Sejun Park curiously asked, "What happened?" The first generation queen honeybee told him, "Please suggest which flowers to make honey jelly. This is an ability you gained after leveling up." The queen honeybees were happy for Sejun Park because honey jelly is not only delicious but also enhances abilities. Hearing that honey jelly could enhance his abilities, Sejun Park immediately became interested. In another part of the manager's space, Aileen was luxuriously soaking in a bath, enjoying her drink contentedly. Sejun Park's red locust cherry tomato soup made Aileen very satisfied. She drank it several times a day. Recently, Aileen felt she had grown again. Her wings were much larger than before. Although she was already progressing quickly, Aileen felt it wasn't enough. She was very much looking forward to the restoration of the dragon heart, leaving the manager's space, and finally flying majestically in the sky during the blue moon. Thinking of seeing Sejun Park then, Aileen couldn't help but look forward even more. After raising her head, Aileen looked at the crystal ball. Recalling earlier events, Sejun Park had said he wanted to try Flame's ability. Aileen decided to see how things were going, but just a few steps out, Aileen suddenly felt a blank in her mind, followed by a hard fall to the ground. Intense pain came from the dragon heart. Aileen sought Sejun Park's help, but she couldn't even make it to the crystal ball. In the end, she murmured Sejun Park's name before completely losing consciousness. Fortunately, the Black Tower sensed the manager's crisis and activated an emergency system, seeking help from the last person Aileen called out to, Sejun Park. Meanwhile, Sejun Park was unaware, watching the little bees work hard. Since making honey jelly required pollen, the little bees were collecting pollen, and the jelly production was proceeding smoothly. The task of making honey jelly was entrusted to the queen honeybees. Under their nimble little hands, batches of delicious honey jelly gradually formed, even attracting Mr. Rabbit's attention. Nowadays, this type of honey jelly could only be made using specific honey and pollen. After reviewing the related information, Sejun Park was also curious about how exactly honey jelly could enhance abilities. In the Black Tower, it was extremely difficult for any awakened to enhance their abilities, usually requiring extensive trials. If it could be achieved by eating, it would shock the entire Black Tower. Little Bear, like Sejun Park, was also looking forward to the completion of this delicacy. Before long, the first generation queen honeybee found Sejun Park, telling him the jelly was ready. Just smelling the sweet aroma, Little Bear couldn't help but drool. Seeing this, Sejun Park quickly raised his hat and asked Little Bear to call everyone to come and taste. Upon hearing this, Little Bear immediately set off to notify everyone. Meanwhile, the queen honeybees prepared to make some more. Sejun Park opened his status window to see that this batch of jelly could enhance abilities related to magic, likely because it was made using magic tomato pollen. However, unfortunately, Sejun Park himself didn't have any magic-related abilities, which made him a bit disappointed. At this moment, Little Bear had already called everyone over. Since there was a limited quantity, Sejun Park told everyone to taste one piece each first. Although it couldn't enhance abilities, Sejun Park was still curious about the taste of the jelly. Little Bear thought about saving some, which made Black Warrior Bunny unable to hold back a laugh, teasing him. Little Bear then asked Sejun Park for another piece. After all, the honey jelly is so small, how can I save it? The rest should be given to Sister Aileen. Sejun Park told it that Aileen really likes small tomatoes, and she would surely like jelly made from small tomatoes even more. Then, Sejun Park began calling Aileen's name. However, the status window of the Black Tower soon showed not a message from Aileen, but a shocking notification: Aileen's is dying from the Dragon Heart Rampage. This news made Sejun Park panic instantly. Immediately afterward, the Black Tower issued a new mission, asking Sejun Park to help stabilize Aileen's Dragon Heart. Sejun Park quickly inquired of the Black Tower why the Dragon Heart was out of control. Little Bear and the others, hearing that Aileen was in trouble, were also very anxious. At the same time, the Black Tower told Sejun Park that Aileen had absorbed too much magic, and the solidified Dragon Heart could not withstand it, leading to the runaway. Knowing this reason, Sejun Park suddenly realized it might be because of the food he had previously given to Aileen, most of which could increase magic power. Thinking of this, Sejun Park was so scared he almost couldn't stand. He urgently impatiently asked the Black Tower how he could help Aileen. Fortunately, after screening, the Black Tower finally offered a solution. Sejun Park had something that could help Aileen. Sejun Park's mind raced, realizing that Aileen's abilities weren't strong enough to handle the absorbed magic power. Luckily, the honey jelly could precisely enhance magic-related abilities. At that moment, Little Bear proactively handed over its uneaten portion of jelly, suggesting that Sejun Park give it to Sister Aileen. The other friends were also anxious, and everyone quickly picked up their honey jelly, ready to send it to treat Aileen's dragon heart. Sejun Park swiftly collected the jelly into his hat and hurriedly transmitted the jelly to Aileen through the Black Tower's window. Accompanied by a mission completion notification, the jelly traveled through the window and entered Aileen's mouth. After consuming a large amount of honey jelly, the next second Aileen's body emitted a golden glow. Soon, the status window indicated that after the enhancement from the honey jelly, Aileen's dragon heart had stopped going berserk. Sejun Park anxiously asked the system, "Is she okay?" The Black Tower provided a temporary safety response. The dragon heart had stabilized for now. Sejun Park felt puzzled. Although the situation was temporarily stable, if Aileen's dragon heart could not continue to grow, there was still a risk of losing control again. However, relieved that there was no immediate danger, Sejun Park finally breathed a sigh of relief. He believed that a solution for the solidified dragon heart would be found in the future. Meanwhile, in the space outside the Black Tower, connected to the tower, the crystal emitted a strong light. Aileen's father Anton and grandfather Kaiser also noticed it. Soon, a status window appeared on the crystal, displaying a record of activities during the emergency system activation of the Black Tower. Seeing this message, Kaiser immediately guessed that Aileen's dragon heart had acted up. Anton thought the emergency contact was Kaiser, but Kaiser said he hadn't received any messages. He explained that if Aileen had called for him, he could have bypassed the Black Tower's management area and stopped her outburst directly. If not, under the protection of the Black Tower's security system, they could not open the passage to the inside of the Black Tower. As Kaiser and Anton worried about this, the Black Tower finally sent out the activity record. After reading the information, Anton's mood relaxed a lot, and he showed a relieved smile, because not only was Aileen still alive, her dragon heart was more stable than before. However, at this moment, Anton noticed that his father Kaiser's mood was off. Kaiser was downhearted because the person Aileen last called was not him, but a stranger named Sejun Park. Seeing Kaiser's reaction, Anton sensed trouble and quickly explained, "The other party must have been helping Aileen all along. Regardless, it is crucial to open the portal as soon as possible." However, the next second Kaiser transformed, indignantly saying, "My granddaughter used to call for me, but this time it was someone else." Kaiser realized that someone must have stolen his granddaughter's heart, which made him very jealous as a grandfather. Anton continued to urge his father, "It's too embarrassing to have an outburst here." But by then, other clan members had already noticed their situation and were used to Kaiser's reaction, even joking about it. However, in the shadows, a dragon was silently observing all this, feeling that this might be a good opportunity. A while later, Aileen finally showed signs of awakening. It seemed she had had a terrible nightmare, and the next second, she was startled into jumping up. At that moment, Aileen realized she was still alive, carefully felt the changes within her body, and was surprised to find that her dragon heart was more stable than before. A somewhat puzzled Aileen turned her gaze to the crystal ball and, after gently placing her hand on it, the Black Tower quickly informed her of what had just happened. After reading the information, Aileen understood that she had called for Sejun Park in the end. Aileen was curious about what method Sejun Park had used and, noticing the effect of the honey jelly, she guessed the process. An item that could enhance abilities was indeed what she needed most at the moment. The only regret was that she had eaten the jelly while unconscious, so Aileen didn't know its taste. But regardless, having received someone else's help, as the Great Black Dragon, she must sincerely reciprocate. Therefore, she decided to give Sejun Park some form of compensation. Soon, Aileen went to her treasure room, searching through a plethora of precious items for a long time, yet she couldn't find a suitable gift. Thus, the Great Black Dragon began to ponder what a farmer might need. While she was thinking, a large statue in front of her caught her attention. Aileen thought, "If I give this, Sejun Park will surely love it." Meanwhile, there was peace at the farm. Sejun Park and the others, having been busy, were now resting well outside the house. After some sleep, Aileen's message popped up again. Seeing the message, Sejun Park immediately perked up and hurriedly asked how she was. Hearing that Aileen was fine, Sejun Park also breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he almost harmed Aileen with his small tomatoes. Aileen reassured him, saying she didn't blame him, and explained that her condition flares up once every 10 years, thanks to the small tomatoes that she managed to get through at this time. Seeing this, Sejun Park truly relaxed, previously thinking he had harmed Aileen. At this moment, Sejun Park remembered that Little Bear and the Little Bees had made a lot of honey jelly, and he planned to give some to Aileen. Hearing that Sejun Park wanted to bring her jelly, Aileen laughed and issued a new task, saying she wanted to repay her life-saving debt first. Aileen told Sejun Park, "Just shout towards the sky, and you will receive something great." She also reminded him to go to a more open area. Thus, the friends went to an open area not far from the house. Sejun Park took a deep breath and shouted Eileen's name towards the sky. The friends thought something exciting would happen, but nothing did. Just when Sejun Park was puzzled, the status window suddenly indicated the task was completed. The reward was an Aileen 100th anniversary fountain. The next second, a massive statue appeared out of nowhere above Sejun Park's head. Seeing this huge object falling from the sky, everyone was momentarily stunned. Fortunately, as the statue touched the ground, Sejun Park and the others managed to dodge it successfully. The sheer size of the item completely bewildered Sejun Park. In front of this giant statue, they were almost as small as ants. At this time, the statue's mouth moved and then spewed out a large amount of water. From the window's message, Sejun Park learned that this fountain was a gift from Eileen's grandfather, and it has a water-producing skill up to level 50. However, the statue's remaining 2 skills were displayed as question marks. As Aileen said, the gift was indeed big. She also told Sejun Park that the fountain could save time watering the farm. After hearing this, Sejun Park remembered that as the farm expanded, Mr. Rabbit and the others were somewhat lagging in watering speed. With this fountain, there was no need to fetch water from the cave anymore. After understanding the use of the fountain, Sejun Park was very thankful to Aileen. But when he inquired about the other skills, Aileen admitted she did not know them. Following Eileen's instructions, Sejun Park tried to control the statue. Accompanied by his summon, something resembling a handle appeared. From the message, he learned this was the fountain's controller. However, Sejun Park felt it was just like a game controller. With a mindset to just try it out, Sejun Park started to operate the controller. To his surprise, the fountain really moved, a scene that opened the eyes of his friends. Sejun Park excitedly said it was as fun as playing a game. As he controlled it, Little Bear and Little Rabbits even mimicked the statue's actions. However, as everyone was enjoying themselves, due to Sejun Park's inexperienced handling, the dragon head suddenly rushed down. Fortunately, Little Bear acted in time, punching the statue but also breaking the fountain's dragon horn in the process. Seeing this, Sejun Park jumped and his friends also exclaimed, disturbing Aileen, who was resting. Aileen came over to ask what had happened, and Sejun Park hurriedly explained that it was nothing. They were just carefully examining the fountain. Little Bear and the others also chimed in. In fact, before Aileen arrived, Builder Gray Rabbit had quickly repaired the broken horn, hiding the traces of the accident. Seeing that nothing serious had happened, Aileen happily went back to rest. Sejun Park was relieved she hadn't noticed the change in the gift. Meanwhile, on the 67th floor of the Black Tower, Elka was collecting the bodies of locusts with his clan members. Today, he also brought his son, which worried Elka's wife a bit. Elka reassured her, "Don't worry, with the blade leaks here, it's very safe." The coalition had already figured out the locusts' attack patterns and timings, and currently, the lizard men were gathering blade leaks and planting them where the locusts were expected to attack next, preparing to counterattack during the locusts' resting phase. Elka also stated that he would fight to the death to protect his family. At that moment, Elka's child picked up a locust and excitedly reported the good news to his parents. However, suddenly, numerous red locusts attacked from behind the little silver wolf, startling Elka and his wife. In a life-or-death moment, lizard man warriors stepped in timely, swiftly killing a large number of locusts, saving the little silver wolf. The attack pattern of the locusts had changed, and the lizard man warrior loudly informed all comrades to retreat immediately. In the next second, the locusts furiously charged towards the coalition soldiers. By the following evening, the 9th blue moon finally arrived at the pit. Aileen appeared in the sky again, and Sejun Park looked up at her, unable to help but remark, "Aileen is really beautiful." While admiring Eileen's beauty, he also turned to ask about the condition of Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear. The deep red giant bear stated that she was fine. Under the influence of Eileen's power, their spirits had stabilized and would not enter a frenzied state. For Sejun Park, this was undoubtedly good news. Then, Mr. Rabbit and his friends ran over, telling him that the blue moon crops had sprouted at the farm. Hearing this, Sejun Park immediately put on his hat and hurried to the farm. They started with the blue moon small tomatoes, and this time, the crop was larger than before, with Cart Rabbit filling up a whole cart. Little Rabbit also told Sejun Park that blue moon crops had appeared in the cornfield as well. Therefore, Sejun Park quickly entered the cornfield and indeed saw 2 corn cobs that had absorbed the essence of the blue moon. At this moment, Eileen's message arrived, stating she had used her power to stabilize the 99th floor and was feeling very tired. To stabilize her dragon heart, Sejun Park decided not to give her small tomatoes but instead sent the 2 blue moon corn cobs to Aileen. After bidding farewell to Aileen, Sejun Park was preparing to collect other crops when he suddenly discovered a corn plant emitting a red glow in front of him. Out of curiosity, he approached and gently plucked the corn. Instantly, a message popped up in the status window, revealing that this was a new variety called Exploding Stamina Corn. This corn was surprising not only because it could break down fats and boost stamina, but also because it could make hair grow thicker. Most importantly, the corn would expand tenfold when heated. Sejun Park had successfully cultivated 3 new crop varieties in the tower, and this news would soon reach the Food Supplies Association. For Sejun Park, the most most shocking aspect was the ability of the exploding stamina corn to enhance hair growth. After confirming what he had seen, Sejun Park was ecstatic, as if he had discovered a treasure. His commotion caught Little Bear's attention. Seeing Little Bear, Sejun Park even asked, "How does my hair usually look?" Little Bear's response was straightforward, "Not good." Hearing this, Sejun Park immediately ordered that they all start planting exploding stamina corn the next day. He planned to keep some as seeds, then suddenly remembered the description that the corn would expand when heated. Driven by curiosity, he decided to seek out Flame for help to see the change when heated. To Sejun Park's surprise, Flame had undergone significant changes. Little Flame told Sejun Park that she had grown up, and Sejun Park was curious if this was related to absorbing the essence of the blue moon. Confirming this, Flame nodded, stating that she had been filled with strength after basking in the moonlight. Flame also informed Sejun Park that she had gained a third ability called Flame of Protection and offered to demonstrate it for him. As Flame activated her ability, Sejun Park was instantly enveloped in a mysterious blue flame that felt ghostly yet not hot. Flame explained that these flames would protect their master well. Sejun Park happily accepted Flame's power and took out the exploding stamina corn, asking Flame to help heat it. After some thought, Flame devised a method. She instructed Sejun Park to seal the top of the corn first and then proceed with heating. With Flame of Protection protecting him, Sejun Park could confidently apply heat. During Flame's continuous heating, Sejun Park was unharmed. Soon, the corn in his hand began to swell. After the heating was complete, Flame allowed him to open and check. Sejun Park slowly untied the tie corn silk and discovered that the corn kernels had turned into popcorn. Excited, Sejun Park called his friends over, sprinkled a little salt as seasoning, and they began tasting this unexpected treat. Grabbing a handful and putting it in their mouths, Little Bear and Sejun Park were amazed by the deliciousness of the popcorn, and Black Warrior Bunny and the others were no exception. After finishing, Sejun Park even joked that it seemed Little Bear's fur had become nicer, to which Little Bear laughed and said, "Daddy's hair is denser too." Just as Sejun Park wondered whom Little Bear had learned to speak this way from, a huge tremor suddenly came from above the pit, leaving the companions at a loss. Weren't the monsters supposed to have been appeased by Aileen? Then, Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear quickly came to inform Sejun Park to come out and see. Sejun Park went outside the pit, and the scene before him was unbelievable. The corrupted Ents had launched another attack, and two new types of monsters had appeared. The information indicated that the yellow ones were Poison Mist corrupted Ents, and the purple ones were Sticky Flower Attack Soldier corrupted Ents. What was worse, this time the scale of the monsters was far beyond before. Sejun Park hadn't expected the monster attack to come so suddenly, having thought they would have a break after the last battle, but these creatures had chosen to strike during the Blue Moon period. However, Sejun Park was not frightened. He instructed his friends to get ready to burn these monsters with torches. However, the next second, the Sticky Flower corrupted Ents launched an attack, targeting everyone's torches. The corrupted Ents' sticky projectiles quickly knocked the torches from everyone's hands, leaving a sticky liquid on their hands. Just then, another anomaly occurred below. Sejun Park saw a poisonous mist spreading, making the situation even more dangerous. Black Warrior Bunny quickly pushed Sejun Park away, sensing the poisonous nature of the mist. This was an attack launched by the poison mist corrupted Ents. Faced with the dense poisonous mist, Sejun Park and the others could only continue to retreat. At this moment, Little Bear directed Sejun Park's attention forward, where amidst the monster lines, an immense and terrifying corrupted Ent appeared. Its roots were even larger than those of the ground tree demons. Soon, a message was provided. This was a fallen corrupted Ent that had absorbed the energy of the blue moon, its size as if it could reach the sky. Sejun Park hadn't expected that the corrupted Ents could also absorb the power of the blue moon and become stronger. Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear warned that things had become very tricky, and Sejun Park deeply agreed. Facing such an exaggerated blue moon corrupted Ent, he wasn't sure how he could defeat it. However, behind him was the home that the companions had built together. Sejun Park didn't want to give up. He wanted to strive to face the enemy, but the current situation seemed to have reached its limit. The little rabbits felt fear, and everyone's morale gradually waned. Just then, Sejun Park suddenly heard someone calling his name from behind. Slowly turning around, the companions couldn't believe their eyes. The giant statue had actually moved on its own and could even speak. The statue spoke again. "I am the great dragon Anton Furtani, Eileen's father, and I've come to help you." Hearing this, the companions were all stunned, and Sejun Park was equally shocked, not expecting Eileen's father to personally come to their aid. At this moment, Anton explained that the statue had been created to address Eileen's illness, and for some reason, the portal to the Black Tower couldn't be opened. Therefore, they could neither enter the tower nor exercise their powers. Fortunately, when they reached the 99th floor, the tower could still receive faint signals from outside, allowing them to control the movement of the statue. Then, Anton thanked Sejun for successfully rescuing Aileen. Seeing this, Sejun Park quickly waved his hand, saying that it was the least he could do. Next, Anton mentioned that he hoped to receive Sejun's help in the future. Hearing this, Sejun Park appeared confused, wondering how he could help. The next moment, Anton stunned him. He told Sejun and that he wanted him to replace Aileen in managing the Black Tower. Upon hearing this, Sejun Park felt powerless, saying he was just a farmer who couldn't even leave the 99th floor. He then pointed to the nearby monsters, saying he couldn't even deal with those ents, let alone manage the Black Tower in Eileen's place. At this moment, it seemed the monsters sensed something, becoming even more agitated, and the situation grew increasingly tense. After all, the monsters were heading toward the farm. Upon hearing Sejun Park's words, Anton still believed he could handle it and reassured him, "When facing the impossible, we'll be here to help you." Anton's use of "we" left Sejun even more puzzled. Just then, the statue changed once again. The next second, a voice emerged from the statue. The figure introduced himself as Eileen's grandfather, Kaiser Furtani. Kaiser complained that he couldn't see his granddaughter because of Sejun Park. If it were up to him, he'd crush Sejun with his fingers, but he was too important to be disposed of. Though unsure of what had happened, Sejun introduced himself and apologized for the trouble. Surprisingly, Kaiser seemed delighted to meet him, impressed by his politeness. As for the details, Kaiser said they would talk about it later. His goal in controlling the statue at this moment was simple: to eliminate the troublesome monsters. Immediately, the massive black dragon statue leaped into the air, and the next second, it flew straight into the sky. The statue's takeoff caused Sejun Park and the others to be blown over. Once it stabilized above the monsters, Kaiser coldly stared at the creatures below. Not bothering to waste more time, a stream of dragon flames slowly emerged from the statue's mouth. As the bluish dragon flame condensed into a ball, Kaiser unleashed it at the monsters. In an instant, the fireball reached the monsters' heads. The ents didn't even have time to react before Kaiser's dragon flame completely engulfed them. With the eruption of the dragon flame, the entire 99th floor felt the violent tremor. Even the administrator's space was no exception. Though dust fell from the room due to the shaking, this didn't affect Eileen's peaceful slumber. She even murmured Sejun Park's name in her sleep. After the dragon flames exploded, only a huge crater remained, with all the invading ents completely incinerated by the flames. Sejun Park and the others, protected by Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear and staying farther from the blast, were unharmed. At this moment, Sejun Park was thoroughly impressed by the power of the dragon. The ents, along with an entire mountain, had been completely destroyed in one go. After resolving Sejun's problems, Kaiser controlled the statue to fly back and told Sejun to check the crater, saying there was an item that could enhance his power. Upon hearing this, Sejun Park became interested, and he and his companions headed toward the crater. Upon getting closer, they noticed some ant fragments scattered around. Sejun Park, accompanied by Black Warrior Bunny and the little bear, slowly descended to investigate, while the smaller rabbits stayed above. After walking for a while, Little Bear saw something glowing ahead. They slowly approached the glowing spot and discovered it was a seed emitting light. Sejun Park realized that this must be the item Kaiser mentioned. After picking up the seed, the status window sent a prompt. It was a seed left by the ents, absorbing the blue moon's energy. Eating the seed would enhance all attributes by 10 points, and if planted in the ground, it would grow into a strengthened ent. Kaiser directly suggested that Sejun Park eat the seed to make his body stronger. The reason Kaiser made this suggestion was because once the seed germinates, the newly grown ent will become even more powerful. However, even though the enhancement the seed offers is very tempting, Sejun Park found it hard to swallow and felt troubled about directly eating the seed. So, he shared his thoughts with Kaiser, asking if he could cook it first before eating. Upon hearing this, Kaiser seemed very surprised. He hadn't expected that Sejun Park could cook. In response, Sejun Park explained that although he didn't have professional cooking tools, he still had some small tomatoes with him. He then took them out. Kaiser took the small tomatoes and casually tossed them into the statue's mouth. It turned out that anything swallowed by the statue would be transported to the location where Kaiser was. After carefully checking the information on the small tomatoes, Kaiser suddenly recognized that this crop was the one that made Eileen's dragon heart race. Unlike his father Kaiser, at this moment, Anton's attention was drawn to something in the little bear's hand. He didn't expect that the red locusts could actually be eaten. Given that these locusts had made it to the 99th floor, they had likely been around for a while, and for Sejun Park to use them as ingredients was even more surprising to Anton. Anton sincerely marveled that the residents inside the tower had never considered these scraps as resources, yet Sejun Park was able to use them to create various functional foods. Moreover, these crops and items also helped Eileen's dragon heart recover. All of this made Anton even more curious about Sejun Park. He became increasingly interested in the Black Tower farmer profession, as even he himself had never fully understood the potential of this role. Perhaps, this profession would become Eileen's hope for recovery. Just as Anton was planning to learn more about it later, Kaiser hurriedly ran over, and Anton couldn't help but feel helpless, as it was quite uncharacteristic for the head of a family to act this way. However, Kaiser appeared very happy and pulled out a small tomato to show his son. Anton had originally thought there was something wrong about the crop, but Kaiser simply said that the small tomato tasted very good. This remark left Anton speechless, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, in the crater, Sejun Park was calling out to Eileen's grandfather, but after Kaiser received the small small tomato. He fell completely silent. Helpless, Sejun Park decided to stop waiting and called the little bear and black warrior bunny to prepare to leave. Upon hearing Sejun Park's call, the little black warrior bunny wanted to follow, but the little bear seemed very insistent. The little bear turned around, excited, and asked if it could take the large tree branch with it because it also wanted a weapon like black warrior bunny. Although the information showed that the branch was enhanced by the blue moon, seeing how tall and big it was, Sejun Park helplessly told the little bear that it couldn't take it home. Upon hearing this, the little bear seemed a bit disappointed because it had already named the big branch. However, just as the little bear touched the branch, its eyes suddenly brightened. Sejun Park, still saying let's go home and I'll find you a suitable weapon later, was surprised by a strange sound from nearby. Turning around slowly, Sejun Park was shocked by what he saw. The giant tree branch was now easily held in little bear's hand, and it began to shrink little by little. Facing Sejun Park's confusion, the little bear explained that the branch was also an item. Through a new message prompt, Sejun Park discovered that it could change size at will by infusing it with mana. This feature left both him and Black Warrior Bunny stunned. However, Sejun Park was also happy for the little bear since it finally had a weapon of its own. By the next day, the little bear had already mastered how to use the weapon. It was now sparring with Black Warrior Bunny. Watching their fun sparring, Sejun Park felt very gratified. However, not long after, Sejun heard other sounds behind him. Turning around, he saw that the silver wolves had brought back some of the remains of the red locusts from the 67th floor. Seeing this, Sejun quickly thanked them, saying they had worked hard, but he found it strange that Elka didn't seem to have come back with them. Upon hearing this, the silver wolf nearby explained that the clan leader had hurriedly left to search for the missing Iona. Sejun was puzzled. Could something have happened on the 67th floor? The silver wolf then told him that a new battle had recently broken out on the 67th floor due to the attack of the red locusts. Hearing this, Sejun started to worry about everyone's safety. Fortunately, the silver wolf reassured him that thanks to the help of the coalition warriors, no one was injured. Although the attack by the red locusts was fierce, after the blade-shaped scallion was wielded again, and with the support of many lizard men, the crisis was successfully resolved. The locust bodies piled up like mountains, but just to be safe, they still needed to report the situation to the leader of the coalition, Iona. Even though Sejun knew that the silver wolves on the battlefield were fine, he still didn't feel at ease about Teo and the others who had gone down. Meanwhile, in the Passage Village, there was a branch tower of the Mage Association. They had learned that Iona had gone out. Elka, after some inquiry, asked when Iona would be back, but the people at the Mage Association were also unsure. Elka continued to ask whether Iona had mentioned his whereabouts. After thinking for a moment, the other party replied that Iona had mentioned going to Granner Village. Upon hearing this, Elka and the others remembered, as Granner Village was Teo's hometown. On the other side, Teo was ready to step onto the teleportation passage. At that moment, it noticed that some of its subordinates had fallen behind and loudly called for a few cats to catch up. Oren, who had fallen far behind, quickly shouted for Teo to wait for him, but in his hurry, Oren accidentally bumped into a hamster on the ground, and they both fell. Oren, in pain, looked very displeased and immediately questioned the hamster why it tripped him. The hamster on the ground, which was Iona, became even angrier upon hearing this rude remark and retorted, saying that it was Oren who had bumped into her. Hearing this, Oren was unwilling to back down and continued to ask, "Do you want to die, little rat?" Upon hearing this, Iona immediately prepared to make a move. At that critical moment, Teo came over, wondering why Oren was so slow. Then, Teo noticed Iona on the ground and was surprised, asking, "How did you end up here?" Iona was also surprised to meet him here. Teo told Oren that he knows Iona and that they had always been close. Then, Teo curiously asked what had happened. In response, Iona told Teo that Oren had bumped into him just now. Before Teo could speak, Oren, worried that things might get complicated, immediately knelt and apologized, hurriedly explaining that he had been too anxious, which was why he had knocked Iona over. He then urgently asked Iona for forgiveness. Seeing Oren like this, Teo also pleaded for him. In consideration of Teo, Iona finally forgave Oren. After a brief conversation, Teo learned that Iona was on her way to Granner Village to meet someone. So, Teo told Iona that its hometown was Granner Village. Upon hearing this, Iona was a bit surprised and immediately suggested to Teo to come with her. Teo, however, seemed hesitant, but the next moment, Oren suddenly rushed forward and pleaded with Teo to go to Granner Village. He said that there was something important he wanted to tell his father. Unfortunately, Teo still refused, as he had to hurry to the 38th floor to sell something. However, Oren didn't give up and said that if Teo was willing to go, he would pay 1,000 tower coins as a reward. Seeing that Teo was still hesitant, Oren further said, "Don't you want to return to your hometown in style? I believe that when Meryl sees your success, she will regret it." Upon hearing this, Teo finally agreed to go to Granner Village. After receiving Teo's reply, Oren appeared to be happier than anyone else. As for Iona, she was very curious about who Meryl actually was. Unfortunately, Teo told him not to worry about it. Just thinking about being able to show his success to everyone back in his hometown, Teo's heart was filled with anticipation, and similarly, so was Oren. However, what Oren looked forward to was was returning to Granor Village and once again stepping on Teo. Beside them, Iona became even more curious about Meryl, and so the group stepped onto the passage leading to Graniel. Along the way, Teo also introduced to Iona that Granor Village was a beautiful and peaceful place. However, when they arrived, they were shocked by the dilapidated scene in front of them. Many of the cats looked emaciated, and there was not a single sign of life in the village. The food selling spots were also completely empty. Teo was puzzled by this. He didn't know what had happened to the village, so he turned around to ask the cat, Jeff, who was traveling with them. However, Jeff couldn't explain the reason either. He remembered that the village had been fine when they left. At this point, the noise from behind drew everyone's attention. The newcomers turned out to be Jeff's mother and sister. To everyone's surprise, when Jeff's mother saw her long-lost son, she appeared both happy and worried. Jeff immediately asked his mother why she had become so thin, and also asked where his other siblings were. Jeff's mother, with a worried tone, told them that the village's lifeline, Lake Zenka, had recently been plagued by many frog-like monsters that had interfered with the fishing activities. Because of this, the village's self-sufficient food supply had been cut off. The young people from the village had gone together to exterminate the monsters, but they had only barely managed to return alive. On top of that, the price of external food had skyrocketed, and the cats in the village could no longer afford food. Many cats had to go hungry. Upon hearing this, Teo was somewhat confused, as such frog monsters were rarely seen. But Jeff's mother explained that although individual frog monsters were easy to deal with, Lake Zenka was now covered with thousands of them. What was even worse was that not long ago, the Mercenary Association had sent people to assist, but for some unknown reason, the monsters in the lake had only increased. Hearing this, Iona asked where those mercenaries were now. Jeff's mother replied that they were currently at Azrael's residence, Oren's father. Once most of the situation was clear, Teo took out a lot of fish from its backpack and told everyone to use the fish to fill their stomachs first. He then asked Jeff's mother to distribute the fish to every villager. As for Jeff and the other cat, Teo told them to stay for now and take care of the family. Teo treated the two cats' fish as an internship benefit, but warned them that if they dared to run away, the contract period would double. Jeff and his younger brother were very grateful to Teo for this. After that, Teo prepared to head to Oren's house. However, when Teo turned around, Oren had already disappeared. Seeing this, Teo was stunned, then quickly realized Oren had run away. Iona calmly said, "Let's slowly catch up to him." At that moment, Oren was running frantically towards home. Just as they had expected, Oren had never intended to work under Teo. It was convinced that once he returned home, he would easily resolve the contract issue. However, before Oren could be happy for too long, a silver wolf suddenly leapt out. Upon seeing Elka, Oren froze in place, completely losing the ability to move. Elka angrily asked, "Why aren't you by Teo's side? Don't tell me you were trying to run away." In response, Oren hurriedly explained that he was just going home to handle something, but Elka clearly wasn't fooled. It coldly warned Oren, "Tell me Teo's location right now, or I'll kill you on the spot." Just as Oren was at a loss for what to do, the next moment, another voice came, "You might not be able to do that." As soon as the words fell, Elka was suddenly ambushed. After steadying himself, Elka was stunned, not expecting the black wolf to appear here. Oren was now being protected under the black wolf's body. As both sides stood in a stalemate, Elki and Elko finally caught up. Seeing the black wolf ahead, they too were confused, not understanding why the black wolf had appeared here. The black wolf, likewise confused, retorted, "Why would the Silver Wolf clan come to such a small village?" And below, Oren seemed to have grabbed onto a lifeline, quickly begging the black wolf to save him. Hearing this, the black wolf motioned for Oren to go ahead, saying that it had been commissioned to escort him. Although the exact reasons were unclear, and with someone helping to stop the Silver Wolves, Oren no longer hesitated and hurriedly turned to leave. Seeing this, Elka demanded that the black wolf move aside, only to be told that Oren was the son of its employer and that it had been tasked with protecting his safety. Upon hearing this, Elka glared at the black wolf, threatening, "If you don't move, we'll attack." In response, the black wolf, Harp, remained unfazed, sneering as he replied, "Try me if you dare." Harp confidently declared that, in both strength and skill, the Black Wolf clan was superior to the Silver Wolf clan. Then, Harp introduced himself as a trusted subordinate of the Black Wolf clan's leader, Hagel, and stated that he could easily handle the 3 Silver Wolves. However, just as he finished speaking, Harp was immediately engulfed by a violent burst of flame magic. When the flames subsided, Harp had fallen unconscious, losing all awareness. Looking at the Black Wolf lying on the ground, Elka and the other Silver Wolves were stunned. The one who had struck was none other than the timely arriving Iona. Teo, standing behind them, gratefully said, "Thanks Iona." Elka, Elki, and Elko were almost in big trouble. Then, it asked Elka why they hadn't returned to the 99th floor. Elka explained that they had specifically come to meet Master Iona. But before Elka could explain further, Iona interrupted, saying, "There's something more important right now." Hearing this, Teo asked, "Did you see Oren?" Elka Elka briefly explained what had just happened. Upon learning that Oren had successfully escaped, everyone decided to head to Azrael's mansion to pursue him. Meanwhile, inside Azrael's mansion, a huge black wolf was sitting in the room. Azrael sat beside, clearly waiting for something. This black wolf was none other than the leader of the Black Wolf clan, Hegel. Azrael, somewhat puzzled at this moment, spoke up. Why hasn't Harp returned yet? I told him to go right after I got the message. In response, Hegel calmly told Azrael to wait a bit longer, reassuring him that Harp was his right-hand man and had never failed to handle things properly. Just then, Oren suddenly pushed open the door. Seeing this, Azrael turned to Oren, coldly asking, "Why have you disappeared for so many days? Did you meet Harp on the way here?" At this moment, he noticed that Oren had not brought back any food and looked thoroughly disheveled. Upon seeing his father, Oren immediately rushed up and cried, telling him how he had been deceived by Teo and a goblin. Upon hearing this, Azrael was confused because he remembered that Teo was Oren's childhood friend, and he remembered Teo as a kind and simple little yellow cat. However, upon hearing his father's words, Oren immediately retorted, "Teo isn't kind at all. He's evil. Not only did he deceive me out of my money, but he also forced me to sign a contract to work." Oren continued, saying that Teo had someone behind him, a self-proclaimed black dragon, but that black dragon had neither horns nor wings. They had teamed up to deceive both himself and the Rabbit clan, forcing everyone to work for them. Hearing Oren's words, Hegel suddenly became enraged and coldly said, "Is that true? Anyone daring to impersonate the great black dragon is unworthy of even life as repayment." At this point, Oren quickly reaffirmed his statement, saying that the person was indeed pretending to be the great black dragon. Although Oren didn't understand why Hegel was at his house, he knew that the Black Wolf clan had always been known for worshipping the great black dragon, and as their leader, Hegel was no exception. A plan formed in Oren's mind, and he prepared to take advantage of Hegel. He immediately requested that Hegel take action and teach Teo a lesson, making sure they received the punishment they deserved. However, Hegel spoke in a deep voice, "I'll have to see for myself before making any judgment." He then instructed Oren to lead the way. At that moment, a servant from the residence came to report, saying that several guests had arrived outside. Upon hearing that it was Teo and his group, Oren seemed very pleased and immediately whispered to his father, "Is that thing still in the warehouse?" Azrael looked slightly puzzled, while Oren seemed to have a plan forming in his mind. Meanwhile, Teo stood outside, shouting loudly for Oren, but received no response. Elka suggested barging in, but Teo refused on the grounds that it would be impolite. Fortunately, after a short while, Oren finally opened the door. As soon as they met, Oren mocked, "Teo, you lowly bastard, what are you doing in my mansion?" Having changed into new clothes, he looked particularly proud. Upon hearing this, Teo calmly replied, "To be exact, isn't it your father's mansion and not yours? Sooner or later it will be mine. Coming here is useless. I will never become your slave again." To this, Teo dismissed it, saying, "With the contract in place, breaking the Black Tower's contract is no joke." Iona, who was standing nearby, coldly added, "Violation of the contract will result in severe punishment." Then, Teo opened the contract window, pointing at the terms and saying to Oren, "Also, starting now, the contract duration has been extended by 1 month. If you don't come down." Oren suddenly interrupted Teo, saying he wanted to see the content of the contract. Teo replied indifferently, "Then open your own window and see for yourself." However, Oren insisted, "I just want to compare it. I'll be quick." Seeing Oren's repeated requests, Teo reluctantly agreed. However, as Oren got closer, he suddenly pulled out a bottle of green potion, intending to harm Teo. Sharp-eared Elka immediately sensed the danger and loudly warned, "Teo, be careful." In the next moment, Oren threw the green potion toward Teo. However, it was too close, and Teo didn't have time to avoid it. Just as it seemed to be too late, a blue magic appeared suddenly, forming a barrier that enveloped Teo. The barrier successfully blocked the green potion, and Teo was unharmed. This scene left Oren dumbfounded, and the atmosphere immediately became tense. After the sudden crisis passed, an even greater danger followed. It was the angry Elka who struck. Oren barely dodged, but was still sent flying by the Silver Wolf's strength, crashing heavily to the ground. Oren never expected his plan to fail. At that moment, Iona picked up the potion bottle from the ground, examined it carefully, and said, "This is contract nullifying potion. This kind of item, when thrown at the target's status window, immediately invalidates the contract. So you had this precious item with you? What a waste." Upon hearing this explanation, Elka and Teo were both filled with rage, while Oren, feeling backed up, became even more arrogant. Just then, Oren grabbed Iona from the ground, holding him hostage, and threatened, "Don't move. If you don't immediately nullify the contract, I'll have this hamster lose his life." Teo, trapped in the barrier, was desperate and tried to rush out but was powerless to do so. Elka coldly responded, "If you harm Iona, you will die here." However, Oren didn't care, sneering, "Do you really think I'm scared? I have more than just this ability. Now, let my backup, Hegel, come out and deal with you." Hearing Oren's words, the 3 silver wolves immediately stood stood in full alert. However, contrary to Oren's expectations, Hegel did not appear. This situation left Oren puzzled, and he muttered to himself, "Why hasn't the Black Wolf leader come out?" Iona sneered and said, "It seems Hegel has abandoned you." Upon hearing this, Oren immediately became furious and shouted, "Shut up!" Suddenly, Oren noticed something was wrong as he realized his body couldn't move. While Oren was bewildered, Iona calmly landed on the ground and coldly said, "I just cast a paralysis spell, so you can't move now. Did you think I was weak just because I'm small? You're gravely mistaken, Black Cat. I'm Archmage Iona, the leader of the Black Tower Mage Association. Underestimating me, plus betraying Teo, you will pay the price for this." With that, the magic staff in her hand began to emit powerful magical fluctuations. Oren was completely stunned, unable to understand how Teo had made connections with such a top-tier powerhouse. Meanwhile, Teo, who was inside the barrier, looked at Iona, who was unharmed, and said with ease, "It's actually quite comfortable in here." Moments earlier, when Oren called Hegel's name and he didn't appear, Oren was thoroughly scared stiff. However, he didn't give up and kept calling for Hegel. But no matter how much he shouted, Hegel never appeared, leaving Oren with a confused expression. In fact, Hegel had been watching everything inside the mansion. At this moment, it began to resent Oren, thinking, "I only agreed to teach a lesson to someone pretending to be a black dragon subordinate, but I didn't expect to run into Iona." Hegel soon realized that it had likely been deceived by that black cat. Just then, Iona turned her magic staff toward the window and said to the outside, "Hegel, you're there, aren't you? Come out quickly." Upon hearing this, Hegel, helpless, could only comply and stepped out. Seeing the massive black wolf suddenly appear in front of them, Elka immediately recognized him as the leader of the Black Wolf tribe, Hegel. Upon seeing this, Teo looked slightly confused, while Elka explained, Hegel is a high-level mercenary and is very well known in the Black Tower. However, what was surprising was that the top-tier mercenary, the Black Wolf, lowered his head and greeted Iona with, "Long time no see. What's the deal with this cat? Are you planning to help him kill me, your own employer?" At these words, Hegel immediately broke out in a cold sweat and explained, "Of course not. I was deceived by him." Hegel's response surprised everyone present. Iona is Hegel's employer. At this point, Azrael rushed forward, apologizing to Iona while loudly scolding Oren. "What exactly were you doing just now?" However, in the next second, Iona directly intervened with magic, shutting Azrael's mouth, complaining that the father and son were too noisy. Iona then turned to Hegel and said bluntly, "Looks like the task I entrusted to you has failed." In response, Hegel didn't argue but calmly admitted his failure. Teo, feeling curious, asked, "Was the target the monster in Lake Zenka?" Iona confirmed and explained to everyone, "Not long ago, I sensed an anomaly in the Black Tower. For some reason, the reproduction of certain monsters had undergone a huge change. The power of dimensions gathered in Lake Zenka. If these frog monsters continue to expand, the entire aquatic life on 55th floor might be wiped out. However, because of the locust attack on 67th floor, I've been swamped, so I handed the extermination task to Hegel and his group. But now it seems the situation has gotten worse." Hegel felt deeply sorry for this. He explained that by the time they arrived, thousands of monsters had already hatched in Lake Zenka. Also, the Black Wolf tribe faced significant limitations in underwater combat, which was why the task had failed. However, Iona didn't accept Hegel's explanation. Initially, those monsters were in underwater caves. As long as you destroyed those eggs, the task would have been over. It's because you didn't do this that the village is in such a terrible situation now. Hegel tried to defend himself, stating they had arrived according to Iona's calculated hatching time. But Iona mercilessly retorted, "As top-tier mercenaries, you should have arrived before that time, not waited until the hatching period to act. This is basic common sense. Being a top-tier mercenary without such awareness, now any excuses won't hold up." However, Iona wasn't planning to argue further with Hegel. The failure of the task and the village's dire situation had made it extremely angry. At this moment, Iona made a decision. Not only you should be punished, but those two cats must also be punished. This mansion must also be destroyed. As Iona's magic gathered in the air, the magical aura around them became increasingly terrifying. Below, Azrael and his son trembled in fear, while Elka, sensing the power, immediately judged, "If Iona really casts the spell, even we won't be able to escape." Hearing this, Teo became very anxious. It kept pounding on the barrier, trying to break out. After repeated efforts, the barrier was indeed broken. At the same time, Iona had already prepared to attack. Teo, having left the barrier, used Elka's body to swiftly pounce toward Iona in the air. This move caused Iona to briefly regain some of his composure. The sudden appearance of Teo took Iona by surprise. Before she could ask what Teo was trying to do, Teo, not being close enough, fell down. At the crucial moment, Teo grabbed Iona's magic staff, preventing even worse consequences. Seeing this, Iona was momentarily stunned, not knowing how to react. "It's safer to stay where you were." Unexpectedly, Teo immediately rebutted, "It's not safe at all. If you don't stop, stop. Everyone here will be in danger. It then boldly asked, do you want to harm me? Upon hearing this, Iona immediately responded, of course not. With Teo's persuasion, Iona's anger gradually subsided. She slowly snapped her fingers, and the fireball in the air dissipated. This left Hegel in disbelief. He hadn't expected that the Archmage, whose wrath no one could stop, would actively cancel the spell, and all because of an ordinary-looking cat. This made Hegel wonder if this little cat was truly a subordinate of the Black Dragon. After everything settled down, Teo gratefully said to Elka, thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have even gotten close to Iona. I almost missed getting Oren's 1,000 tower coins. This left Iona somewhat dumbfounded. Were you trying to stop me just for money? Of course not. The real reason is that Azrael's mansion holds many precious things, like that potion that can nullify contracts. It'd be such a waste to destroy them. Instead of killing them, we could take those things as punishment. Iona, after hearing this, agreed and accepted Teo's proposal. She released the magic on Azrael and his son, and, under their guidance, everyone entered the mansion's warehouse. When the warehouse door opened, the pile of items inside shocked everyone. Teo was unceremonious, directing the silver wolves to carry the items, while Iona was drawn to some of the items ahead, because in front of her were the extremely rare magic books from the tower. Iona, who loved collecting ancient books, was mesmerized upon seeing them. Azrael, noticing this, volunteered, if you're interested, just take them. Unable to resist the temptation, Iona rushed over to flip through them. Many of these magic books were even the earliest versions compiled in the Black Tower, making them extremely rare. On the other side, Teo took a string of ornaments from the warehouse, but before it could examine them, Hegel approached. Hegel asked if Teo had time and then made a shocking request. It hoped Teo would accept the Black Wolf tribe as its subordinates. Hearing this, Teo was immediately startled, not understanding why Hegel would make such a request. Meanwhile, in the 99th floor administrator's space, Aileen finally woke up, feeling quite pleased. She stretched lazily, realizing she had slept for quite a while. The first thing Aileen planned to do upon waking was check on Sejun Park. However, when she infused magic into the crystal ball, the Black Tower sent a flood of system messages. Aileen discovered she had over 1,000 unread messages, and feeling averse to reading them, began deleting them one by one. After clearing the messages, she eagerly used the crystal ball. Thanks to the partial recovery of the dragon's heart, Aileen was now able to project a larger image with the crystal ball, but the enlarged image brought some trouble. She couldn't find Sejun Park. At that moment, she noticed the little bear was waving a branch around, playing. Seeing the little bear's adorable appearance, Aileen was instantly amused. However, she soon noticed something was off. Meanwhile, the little bear, growing more excited with its play, suddenly saw a message from Aileen. Aileen curiously asked the little bear about the tree branch, to which the little bear replied that it came from a corrupted ent that had absorbed the energy of the blue moon. Upon hearing this, Aileen was stunned, unsure of how to react. She hadn't expected such a creature to exist, so she asked if it was difficult to deal with it. Immediately, the little bear began recounting what had happened last night, mentioning how they had met Eileen's family through the statue, and that in the end, Grandpa Statue had defeated the Ents. After hearing the little bear's words, Aileen was initially confused, but soon she realized and confidently said, it must have been Grandpa Kaiser who helped you. On the other side, Black Wolf leader Hegel explained the reason to Teo. It turned out that, long ago, the Black Wolf tribe had been a race that worshipped the Black Dragon. Hegel hoped that by becoming Teo's subordinate, it would get closer to the Great Black Dragon. Therefore, it earnestly requested Teo to accept the Black Wolf tribe as its subordinates. However, Teo thought for only a few seconds before directly rejecting Hegel. As for the reason, Teo calmly stated, I don't like subordinates who don't know how to get things done. Based on your failed mission, I don't see any ability. Upon hearing this, Hegel was confused and asked, if that's the case, why can Oren still remain your subordinate? It doesn't do anything either. Teo immediately responded without hesitation, Oren is very rich. That one sentence left Hegel speechless. Then, Teo turned to Elka and said, take these back and distribute them to the cats in the village. After learning that most of the items were packed, Teo prepared to leave, but seeing that Hegel still hadn't given up, Teo stopped, turned to it, and said, I'll stay in the village for a few days. During this time, if you can find something I like, I'll consider taking your tribe as my subordinates. Upon hearing this, the Black Wolf leader was immediately overjoyed and sincerely thanked Teo for giving this opportunity, promising, I won't disappoint you. Meanwhile, in the 99th floor of the Black Tower, Sejun Park was carefully examining the Ent seed he had obtained. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that if he ate it, it would definitely cause a stomachache. So, he decided to show the seed to Flame. Flame examined the Ent seed and sensed a dark energy within it. Hearing this, Sejun Park asked, can we use purifying power to cleanse the seed first and then plant it? This idea was approved by Flame, who also thought it was worth a try. So, Sejun Park brought the seed pot, and once everything was ready, Flame began using her purifying power on the seed. Through the system prompt, Sejun Sejun Park saw that the purification rate of the ant seed had reached 1%. Upon seeing this, he immediately realized that purification was feasible, but it would definitely take a lot of time. Fortunately, Flame said it was fine. Sejun Park thought to himself that having such a reliable partner was truly great. At that moment, a system message popped up. He opened it and saw that the seed store's opening hours had arrived. The seeds available for purchase this time included black beans and pumpkins. However, he noticed that the prices of these seeds were nearly 10 times higher than last time, including the onion and radish seeds. Previously, 100 carrot seeds only cost 0.1 tower coins, but now they've risen to 1 tower coin. In response, the construction Gray Rabbit said, "Hearing about this price change reminds me of when the Red Ribbon Kingdom perished, which might have been due to the 67th floor. It was the largest grain warehouse at the time, which caused a great famine in the Black Tower, leading to food supply problems. The residents who had experienced that event would begin hoarding food as soon as they heard about the war on the 67th floor." The construction Gray Rabbit speculated that the wealthy landowners who had risen through the famine wouldn't miss this opportunity. They must be manipulating food prices, causing them to soar rapidly. Sejun Park agreed, feeling that this was very likely. With the circulation of food and seeds reduced, the prices would naturally rise. Plus, with the news brought by the Silver Wolves, it seemed the war on the 67th floor would continue for a long time. Sejun Park understood that relying solely on blade-like green onions could only alleviate the situation but wouldn't truly solve the problem. After thinking for a while and not coming up with a better solution, he had no choice but to focus and start selecting seeds. In the end, he decided to buy onion seeds. The reason for choosing onion seeds was simple. Onions could enhance flavors and pair well with many dishes, making them very practical for him. Just after receiving the seeds, Aileen sent a message asking if Sejun Park had met her father and grandfather. Sejun Park immediately replied, "I met Anton and Kaiser through a statue." Aileen continued to ask, "Where's the statue now?" Sejun Park told her the statue was placed outside, but after defeating the ants, it lost signal. Just then, Kaiser's voice suddenly came from outside. It turned out that Kaiser had controlled the statue to find Sejun Park. Upon hearing the voice, Aileen became very excited and urged Sejun Park to go up and take a look. This made Sejun Park a little flustered. He quickly grabbed the rope and began climbing up. As soon as he reached the hole, Kaiser greeted Sejun Park. Hearing her grandfather's voice so close, Aileen immediately began pouring out her long-held longing through the window. However, because Aileen sent too many messages, they blocked Sejun Park's view. In his panic, his foot slipped and he failed to grab the rope in time, slowly falling toward the ground. At the crucial moment, Kaiser intervened just in time, controlling the statue to grab Sejun Park's foot and successfully pulled him out. Once outside, Kaiser asked, "Were those messages from Aileen?" "Yes, but why didn't Aileen send the messages directly to you?" Upon learning that the messages were from his granddaughter Aileen, Kaiser was immediately moved, tears streaming down his face. He grabbed Sejun Park and began to inquire about Aileen's situation over the years through the window. However, being held by the stone statue was obviously uncomfortable for Sejun Park. His face was pressed painfully, and he couldn't help but cry out in pain. Hearing his scream, the rabbit couple below looked very confused. Fortunately, after Anton took control of the statue, Sejun Park was finally freed. Anton then explained to Sejun Park, "Since we are using the statue and have no physical bodies, we can't directly receive Aileen's messages, but through your window, we can see Aileen's words." Next, Anton began to explain why they couldn't enter the Black Tower. "There is a problem with the internal system of the tower. In short, the door won't open. Although the administrator had powerful magic and theoretically could open the tower door, under Aileen's current situation, this was clearly impossible." Upon hearing this, Sejun Park curiously asked, "Is there any other way?" Anton suggested they first check the state of the Black Tower and then asked Aileen, "Has there been any unusual activity in the Black Tower recently?" However, Aileen seemed unaware. Seeing this, Anton suggested that she check the crystal ball to see if there were any system messages with color hints. Upon hearing her father's words, Aileen said, "There were blue and red hints, but I didn't look at them and just threw them into the trash." Upon hearing this, Anton was instantly dumbfounded, and Sejun Park was also surprised that Aileen had completely ignored the red hints. Helpless, Anton could only say, "This is not the right way to handle it. I'll have to slowly teach you these basic things." Moments later, Anton patiently began teaching Aileen. He explained the operational mode of the Black Tower administrators in detail and mentioned, "The Black Tower will display green prompts, which are very important. If you see them, make sure to check them carefully." During the lesson, Mr. Rabbit brought over some drinks. As Sejun Park took a sip, he curiously asked, "What does the green prompt represent?" "When a species within the Black Tower is on the brink of extinction, a green prompt will appear." Sejun Park was surprised and said, "I didn't expect the administrators to be responsible for this too. This concerns the balance of the Black Tower. Our responsibility is to ensure that countless life forms live harmoniously inside the tower. Does that mean humans are also within the scope of management? After all, both humans and red locusts are considered outsiders. It's different. The red locusts are invaders who entered the Black Tower without proper procedures, while humans entered with the Black Tower's permission. Whether it's fighting monsters or taking treasures, these activities fall within the rules allowed by the tower. However, if human actions cause disorder inside the tower, the situation would change. But for now, human strength is still insufficient to affect the Black Tower. Just as they were chatting, Aileen suddenly sent a message. There has been a big problem. It turned out that she had just received a green prompt. The blue carp in Lake Zenka was on the verge of extinction. Sejun Park was surprised. We just talked about this, and it happened so soon. Anton reminded Aileen, just follow the process I taught you. Aileen quickly entered administrator mode. Anton mentioned that when dealing with a green prompt, a lower-level administrator could be assigned to handle it if one couldn't take action directly. This was the most effective method. Among the many names, Aileen quickly found Sejun Park's name. With the appointment completed, Sejun Park received a mission to go to the 75th floor to investigate the blue carp situation. He had now become a middle manager of the Black Tower. After the mission assignment, a glow appeared on his arm, symbolizing the administrator's mark. Looking at the black dragon mark on his arm, Sejun Park felt very confused. Fortunately, Anton explained in time, this is the mark of a middle manager. At this moment, the Black Tower sent another message. Sejun Park would be teleported to the 75th floor in 1 minute. For a moment, Sejun Park was a bit dazed because everything happened so suddenly. He had never been to any place other than the 99th floor, and if he was going to fight unknown monsters, it could be very dangerous. In response, Anton reassured him, don't worry, you can take some subordinates with you this time. He then asked Aileen to confirm in administrator mode. To ensure Sejun Park's safety, Aileen quickly took action. Within a few seconds, she located the designated subordinates. Without hesitation, she chose the companions from the 99th floor to accompany him. However, when she was about to press the confirm button, the system displayed, you cannot appoint them. The tower manager's mana is lacking. Upon seeing this, Sejun Park was stunned and couldn't help but ask, does this mean I have to go alone? At this moment, Aileen also became a bit anxious. She tried to simplify the selection by only choosing the Ox King and Mother Crimson Grizzly Bear as subordinates, but because the two monsters were too powerful, there still wasn't enough mana. Looking at the 5-second countdown on the screen, Sejun Park panicked. However, no matter how much Aileen tried, the system still showed insufficient mana. Just as Sejun Park was preparing to face the teleportation alone, Aileen finally found two companions who could be successfully assigned. With her confirmation, Little Bear and Black Warrior Bunny became his companions. As the teleportation time arrived, Sejun Park, Little Bear, and Black Warrior Bunny were all teleported to the 75th floor's Lake Zenka. Anton, who remained behind, could only silently pray for their safety. At the same time, Sejun Park and the others arrived at Lake Zenka on the 75th floor. Seeing his familiar companions arrive, Sejun Park breathed a sigh of relief and told Little Bear and Black Warrior Bunny, I'm here instead of Aileen to investigate the extinction of the blue carp. He also noticed that Black Warrior Bunny brought some detoxing green onions and reminded him to keep them safe. After a brief rest, they began their investigation. First, Sejun Park decided to observe the surroundings. However, before they could walk far, they were stunned by the sight before them. It was the destination of their journey, Lake Zenka. Such a beautiful place had never been seen by either Sejun Park, Little Bear, or Black Warrior Bunny. Seeing their surprised reactions, Sejun Park suddenly had a good idea. He suggested that everyone play in the lake for a while to relax. They quickly jumped into the water and happily played a game of splashing each other. Little Bear even mischievously turned into his giant form, causing splashes that made Sejun Park and Black Warrior Bunny retreat in surprise. After getting tired of playing, they lay down quietly in the lake to rest. Once on shore, Sejun Park skillfully started a fire to dry his soaked clothes. While the clothes were drying, Little Bear suddenly said, I'm hungry. Hearing this, Sejun Park also felt his stomach was empty. He helplessly said, we came in such a hurry, we didn't bring any food. So, he suggested they go look for food together. While looking for food, Sejun Park also planned to register the teleportation point on the 75th floor to make it easier to come back in the future. Just before leaving Lake Zenka, Sejun Park suddenly bumped into an invisible barrier, which not only made him grimace in pain, but also confused him. Why can't I get through? At that moment, a system message from the tower arrived, informing him that the activity area couldn't exceed Lake Zenka. Feeling frustrated to be trapped here after finally leaving the 99th floor, Sejun Park angrily kicked something nearby. To his surprise, the next second, he felt a sharp pain in his foot. Seeing his father injured, Little Bear immediately ran over in anger, ready to teach the object a lesson. However, when Sejun Park turned around and saw what Little Bear was holding. He quickly shouted, "Little Bear, wait!" It turned out that Little Bear was holding a fresh pineapple, and Sejun Park had accidentally kicked it, which caused the injury. Hearing Sejun Park's words, Little Bear curiously asked, "What is this?" Sejun Park patiently explained, "This is a pineapple, a very tasty fruit." Then, he began cutting the pineapple. The sour and sweet taste of the pineapple made Little Bear and Black Warrior Bunny unable to stop eating. They happily ate, and Black Warrior Bunny even said, "There must be more pineapples nearby." He then suggested they go find more. At this moment, Sejun Park kept the root of the pineapple. While handling it, he said, "As long as I remove the excess flesh from the root and store it well, I can grow more pineapples when we return to the 99th floor." Black Warrior Bunny, hearing this, couldn't help but praise, as expected from Farmer of the Tower. After Little Bear finished the pineapple in his hand, he happily said, "I want more." But just then, a noise from behind startled Sejun Park. He turned around and saw a huge frog coming out of the lake in front of him. This was the first time Sejun Park had seen such a massive frog. At that crucial moment, the Black Tower's message arrived, clearly stating that these frogs were one of the reasons for the blue carp's near extinction. Immediately after, the manager's quest appeared. They needed to eliminate 2,291 frogs in Lake Zenka. Upon seeing the quest requirement, Sejun Park was stunned on the spot because the number was just too much. Over 2,000 frogs was an astronomical figure, and he couldn't calm down for a while. At this moment, the frog swarm in front of them began to stir, and several frogs in the front row had already charged toward them. Sejun Park wasn't prepared and was startled. Fortunately, Little Bear and Black Warrior Bunny reacted quickly, immediately attacking the oncoming frogs to protect Sejun Park. They faced the incoming monsters without fear, and easily wiped out a large group of frogs. Seeing this, Sejun Park finally calmed down and mustered the courage to join the battle. He observed the frogs' movements and noticed that their tongue attacks were extremely fast. He carefully dodged and seized the opportunity to use Yuka's throwing axe, making precise strikes and easily killing one frog after another. As the battle progressed, Sejun Park gradually regained his confidence and with certainty said that although he lived like an ordinary farmer on the 99th floor, these experiences had taught him many practical combat skills. Just as he began to feel proud, dozens more frogs swam up from the lake. Sejun Park and the others were full of fighting spirit, not backing down in the face of the numerous frogs. As soon as the frogs rushed toward them, Sejun Park, Little Bear, and Black Warrior Bunny immediately met them head-on, engaging in an intense battle. Meanwhile, on the other side, Teo was sleeping soundly. As he stretched out, he thought that although the soft bed was comfortable, it still couldn't compare to Sejun Park's lap pillow. At that moment, someone suddenly knocked on the door. It was Oren, who asked if Teo was awake. When Teo complimented the bed, Oren didn't get angry but instead seemed very happy. He enthusiastically said, "I've prepared a meal. Would you like me to bring it in?" Shortly after, at Oren's invitation, a fragrant fresh fish was brought in. Smelling the tempting aroma, Teo immediately perked up and recognized it as a fine salmon. As Teo enjoyed the meal, Oren stood beside him with a flattering smile. Teo curiously asked, "Do you want some?" To his surprise, Oren quickly waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about me. I'm fine." In fact, after the previous incident with Iona, Oren had completely submitted, and Teo had no idea about it yet. Soon, Teo finished the salmon cleanly and satisfied, then got up to wander around the mansion to digest. He hummed a little tune as he walked in a good mood. However, after walking for just a short while, Teo suddenly heard Iona's angry voice. It turned out that Hegel was reporting to Iona. At this point, no one knew the exact number of frogs, and the location of the nest had yet to be determined. Hegel stated that once the exact location was found, he would report back immediately. A whole day had passed without anything going smoothly, which made Iona both angry and helpless. At that moment, Teo walked in and softly said, "Don't be angry anymore. You'd better not expect anything from subordinates who lack talent." Upon hearing this, Hegel said firmly, "I will prove my worth." Then Teo noticed that Iona didn't seem to be in a good state, so he suggested, "You should rest for a bit and take a nap before thinking about the next plan." However, Iona shook his head and said, "There's no time. I need to think about the next step." At this moment, Teo suddenly picked Iona up and directly placed her inside his hoodie, gently saying, "Rest here. If anything happens, I'll wake you up right away." At first, Iona resisted, saying that she had been having insomnia recently and couldn't sleep at all. But the next second, when she touched the soft fur of Teo, she froze. The soft, fluffy sensation and the warmth it brought made her tension melt away in an instant. Iona whispered, "Sorry to trouble you. Don't worry. Rest well." Seeing this, Hegel actively offered to help, but Teo waved his hand and said, "Go do something else." Just as Teo was about to leave, he suddenly called out to Hegel. Teo gestured to his own eyes, saying meaningfully, "I'm watching you. If you want to prove yourself, then show it." Hearing this, Hegel immediately responded seriously, "Understood. I will head to Lake Zenka immediately." Then he quickly set set off with his subordinates. When Teo stepped outside, Elka happened to find him. Upon seeing Elka, Teo immediately asked about the village situation. We've already distributed the food, but now many villagers are outside waiting to see you. This left Teo a bit confused, so he followed Elka outside the mansion. Sure enough, the front yard was already full of many cats. The moment the villagers saw Teo, they eagerly requested, "Teo, we want to become your subordinates. Teach us how to become a peddler like you." Upon hearing this, Teo felt quite irritated and turned to leave. Why does everyone, just like the Black Wolf, want to become my subordinates? Hegel and his subordinates were already troublesome enough, and now there were these cats. Please, hear them out. After all, in the eyes of the villagers, you are already a hero to them. Teo was a bit confused upon hearing this. A hero? What do you mean? The news has spread. Now, you're not only a business star who climbed to the 99th floor and earned the trust of the Black Dragon Lord, but you also saved everyone during the village's famine. On top of that, word has spread that you stopped the Archmage's wrath. Your deeds are now widely known. Upon hearing this, Teo was even more puzzled and asked, "Who said all this?" "It's all over the newsstands. This is an impressive achievement. Everyone admires you. Now the village has given you a title, the Golden Cat Teo. The village needs you." After leaving the 99th floor, the farm and crop sales need to expand, and these villagers are a crucial part of Mr. Sejun's business growth. I hope you can accept them as subordinates and prepare for the future. Elka's words made Teo fall into deep thought. After a moment, Teo thanked Elka and said that he would reconsider the suggestion just made. However, a sudden commotion came from behind, as if a cat had barged in. The voice loudly called out, "I'm very familiar with Teo." Teo turned around and, with just one glance, recognized it was Meryl, the one he once liked. Upon seeing Teo, Meryl immediately pushed the butler aside, and in the next moment, excitedly threw herself into Teo's arms, saying, "I missed you so much. Teo, why didn't you come see me when you arrived in the village?" Teo clearly felt uncomfortable and tried to push her away, but Meryl tightly hugged him. "Teo, the reason you're so successful is to win my favor, right? Haven't we always had a good relationship?" Facing Meryl's teasing, Teo felt even more uneasy. At that moment, a small paw stretched out and stopped Meryl's movements. It turned out that Iona had woken up. Iona stared sharply at Meryl, finally understanding that this little female cat was the Meryl Teo didn't want to mention. This scene startled Meryl by Iona's sudden appearance, and she impatiently swiped her paw and knocked Iona away. Her face showed a look of disgust, treating Iona as an ordinary mouse. This unexpected situation left everyone stunned, unable to react. Teo rushed over to help Iona up, his face full of concern as he checked her condition. Fortunately, Iona had only suffered a minor injury and reassured him, "It's fine. This little injury will heal quickly." But Meryl's actions had completely angered Teo. "Why did you do that?" Meryl seemed indifferent and even asked, "Are you angry with me? Do you care more about that mouse than me?" Seeing Meryl like this, Teo's gaze grew colder. Teo angrily demanded that Meryl apologize immediately and leave. However, Meryl didn't care at all and pretended to be very sad. Teo repeatedly demanded an apology, but Meryl's attitude suddenly changed. She angrily said, "I was so gracious to accept you, and yet you care more about that mouse?" Saying this, she rushed in front of Teo, forcing him to abandon Iona and come to her, angrily cursing, "You really are a stupid little yellow cat." Meryl's sudden outburst left both Teo and Elka stunned. The next second, a magic staff pointed at Meryl, and Iona coldly said, "Teo doesn't like this way of doing things. Also, Teo and I are very close partners, and there's no place for you here." As soon as the words were spoken, Iona's staff activated. A purple lightning ball shot toward Meryl, striking her, and a powerful lightning magic, accompanied by dazzling light, broke through the mansion, sending Meryl flying to an unknown place. The immense magical power and the scene of Meryl being sent flying left both Teo and Elka frozen in shock. After completing all of this, Iona's body softened and leaned against Teo's side, tiredly saying, "Teo, may I rest on you again? I'm so tired." Seeing this, Teo naturally wouldn't refuse and gently said, "Take a good nap." Then he hugged Iona and let it comfortably rest against his fluffy belly. Meanwhile, in the small town on the 75th floor, a goblin was counting the money he had earned recently. However, Scarum realized he only had a few tower coins in total. Due to the recent strict oversight by the Inspection Bureau, he had hardly been able to scam any money. Next, Scarum knocked on the door behind him and said to the person inside, "Go find something more attractive." After that, he decided to head out and look for a new target. However, just as he made up his mind, the room was suddenly struck by a powerful force, and dust filled the air. The sudden change startled Scarum, and he had no idea what had happened. As the dust gradually cleared, he finally saw the scene ahead. A small white female cat was lying on the ground. It turned out that Meryl, who had been knocked away by Iona's magic, had accidentally crashed into Scarum's room. After getting up, Meryl was furious. Thinking about how she, a beautiful cat, had been treated this way, she swore she would not let Teo and the others get away with it. At this point, Scarum heard the white cat muttering a familiar name and couldn't help but feel curious. "Miss White cat. What did you just say? Meryl finally noticed the goblin in front of her, and Scarum immediately showed a cunning smile and said, I've thought of a great plan. Meryl, puzzled, asked, who are you? Meanwhile, on the other side, Hegel and his clan had finally reached Lake Zenka and began their investigation. After a brief survey, the black wolves were surprised to find that the number of frogs was actually decreasing, which left them in disbelief. Hegel, upon receiving the news, couldn't believe it either. But before he could gather his thoughts, another black wolf hurriedly came to report a new development. The situation is hard to describe. Please, come see for yourself. Hegel immediately followed him to the location. When he arrived, he was stunned. The place was piled with the corpses of frogs. The monsters' deaths left Hegel filled with confusion. At that moment, a black wolf nearby noticed smoke rising from across the lake and immediately pointed it out to Hegel. Following the clan member's direction, Hegel decisively decided to go confirm the situation. Meanwhile, Sejun Park and his group were sitting together eating pineapples. After a day of battle, they had eliminated 1,150 frogs. However, since they hadn't had a proper meal all day, the three of them appeared quite weary. Additionally, the frogs seemed to be intentionally avoiding them, making the pursuit increasingly difficult. To regain their strength, Sejun Park suggested taking a rest. He looked at the little bear and said, if you're hungry, have some more pineapple. However, the little bear said in resignation, I want meat. Seeing this, Sejun Park quickly reassured the little bear and said, it's okay, we'll go catch some fish to eat. But just then, the black tower sent a prompt. The fish in the lake were unstable, and catching them might accelerate their extinction. Seeing the prompt, Sejun Park widened his eyes in shock, thinking about how to find a new protein source. At that moment, the little bear suddenly spoke up, I have a good idea. Then, he pointed to a frog corpse lying ahead. The little bear's reminder made Sejun Park instantly realize, right, we can eat frog meat. So, he immediately began processing the frog corpse, cutting the meat into pieces, wrapping it with green onions, and then roasting it over the fire. Before long, a fragrant frog meat and green onion roll was ready. This frog meat and green onion roll was also the first frog dish in the Black Tower. As the dish was completed, Sejun Park's cooking level increased to level 4, and the green onion roll gained a special effect. Eating it would allow free movement in water. Seeing the food's special effect, Sejun Park thought to himself, with this, catching frogs will be much easier. However, his thoughtful expression made the little bear remind him, focus on the food. Soon, everyone began to enjoy the frog meat and green onion rolls. After just one bite, the taste of the roll amazed Sejun Park. The little bear and black warrior bunny were also surprised at how delicious it was. The tender, smooth texture of the frog meat left everyone very satisfied. Sejun Park ate more and more happily and decided to cook more frog meat. Just as he confirmed that everything was fine, he suddenly heard a hurried voice trying to stop him from continuing to cook. Just as he was about to continue eating, Hegel suddenly appeared and knocked the frog meat and green onion roll out of Sejun Park's hand. The sudden appearance of the Black Wolf clan leader left Sejun stunned, while Hegel solemnly reminded him, these frogs are poisonous, you can't eat them. Before Hegel could explain further, the little bear angrily charged at him. Even a top-tier mercenary like Hegel was sent flying by the little bear's powerful strike. Faced with this unexpected interruption, the little bear decided to teach Hegel a lesson. However, Hegel did not expect there to be a deep red giant barrier. He quickly explained, I was just trying to remind everyone, the frog meat is poisonous, you can't eat it. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Sejun Park quickly stopped the little bear. At that moment, Hegel's gaze fell on the mark in Sejun Park's hand, which was the symbol of the great black dragon within the tower. Hegel immediately stepped forward, his expression respectful as he apologized to Sejun Park and asked for forgiveness for his rudeness. Then, he introduced himself, I am Hegel, the leader of the Black Wolf clan. It is an honor to meet the great black dragon. Hegel then knelt on the ground, showing great respect. Seeing this, Sejun Park was filled with confusion. Is he referring to me as the great black dragon? Meanwhile, at the mansion, Teo's ears suddenly twitched a few times. This reaction felt very familiar to Teo. Just as Iona, who had just woken up, asked curiously, what's wrong? Teo lifted his head and softly said, it seems like something is drawing me. But the source of the attraction Teo felt wasn't from the room, but from far away. Upon hearing this, Iona decisively jumped down, and although it seemed unbelievable because Teo had sensed it, she suggested, since you feel it, let's go check it out together. At this moment, Sejun Park and the little bear were silently waiting by the lakeside. Soon, a few bubbling spots appeared on the water surface, and then some frogs were seen emerging. The next second, the surface of the lake suddenly splashed with huge water droplets as Black Warrior Bunny and the Black Wolves returned from the water. Sejun Park quickly asked, how does it feel to move inside the water? After eating the green onion roll, it's especially free and comfortable underwater, so we were able to catch the frogs hiding at the bottom of the lake. However, there are still about 400 frogs left that we haven't found. The area by the lake had been been thoroughly searched, yet they still couldn't find the remaining monsters. In response, Hegel shared his thoughts. I think those frogs might have hidden in the caves at the bottom of the lake. When we came to investigate before, we found some caves and tried to eliminate the frog eggs inside, but we failed. If we eat the green onion roll, can we directly dive into the caves to have a look? Those caves are very deep, and we're not sure if there's oxygen inside. If we rush in, it could be dangerous. Just as they were discussing strategies, they suddenly heard Iona's voice coming from behind. Teo, be careful, slow down. Then, Teo's voice sounded. I sense something ahead that is very attractive to me. When they saw Teo coming out from behind the grass, Sejun Park and the little bear immediately showed surprised expressions. Teo also appeared very excited and without hesitation quickly walked up, seeming eager to tell them something. Teo immediately jumped into Sejun Park's arms with joy. Meanwhile, Hegel approached Elka and Iona and greeted them. Iona finally understood that the attraction Teo had mentioned earlier was referring to Sejun Park. The series of unusual events once again made Iona realize that Teo was not an ordinary cat. The unexpected reunion at Lake Zenka excited everyone. After only a few days apart, they were now meeting again, filled with joy. After a brief explanation, everyone gathered to discuss the next plan. There were still over 400 frogs left to be eliminated, but no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find any trace of them. Sejun Park speculated, perhaps there are deeper caves underwater. In response, Iona agreed and said, this area wasn't a lake hundreds of years ago, so those caves may be remnants of ancient geography. But because Lake Zenka is so vast, magic can't accurately detect them. At that moment, Iona suddenly proposed a bold suggestion. What if we boil the lake water? Wouldn't it become shallower, allowing us to find those frogs? Upon hearing this suggestion, Sejun Park was visibly shocked and immediately said, absolutely not. If we do that, not only will the frogs die, but the blue carp will go extinct as well. Teo directly questioned Iona, are you only good at destruction? Why do you always think of such extreme measures? While they were arguing, Sejun Park suddenly received new information. He discovered that the number of frogs was increasing and immediately informed the others. After hearing this news, everyone immediately became tense, realizing that the frogs were still hatching. At that moment, Teo suddenly spoke up, saying, I haven't told you all something. It pointed to a spot in the lake and firmly said, from there, I sense something drawing me. At first, Teo thought the attraction was coming from Sejun Park's lap, but after arriving at Lake Zenka, it realized the attraction from the lake was much stronger. Teo confidently stated, my instincts tell me the frogs' hiding caves are in that direction. With Teo's confirmation, Sejun Park and the others no longer hesitated and immediately decided to take action. Iona reassured them, saying, I can use magic to provide oxygen for you, so you'll be able to stay underwater for at least 15 minutes. So, the Black Wolf clan was assigned to stand guard by the lake, while the others prepared to dive into the water. However, at this moment, Teo seemed a bit scared. Although he knew he needed to lead the way, it anxiously said, I'm afraid I'll be drowned by the water. Fortunately, Iona reassured, calm down, trust me. I promise you won't get a drop of water on you, and I trust your instincts. You'll definitely guide us to the frogs' caves. After hearing Iona's words, Teo finally relaxed a bit. Once everything was set, the frog elimination team officially set out. Iona recited a water spell, and soon, all the companions were wrapped in a ball of water. The next moment, under Iona's control, the water ball slowly ascended into the air. From this perspective, overlooking Lake Zenka, Sejun Park couldn't help but exclaim, this view is really beautiful. However, just as the water ball was about to enter the water, Teo once again felt fearful and immediately struggled, trying to get off. But it was clearly too late. Iona directly controlled the water ball to plunge into the lake. The black wolves on the shore watched their figures, silently wishing them success. Soon after, the team successfully reached the deep water area of the lake. Teo was trembling, its head lowered in fear. Iona, seeing this, gently comforted, don't worry, I'm here. You're completely safe. Teo raised its head and looked around, surprised to find the surrounding scenery incredibly beautiful. Sejun Park gasped in amazement, not expecting such magnificent views in the depths of Lake Zenka. Sunlight refracted through the lake's surface, illuminating the mysterious and beautiful world beneath. This stunning scene made everyone reluctant to leave, and with Iona's magical protection, there were no safety concerns. Gradually, Teo stopped being afraid. Instead, it became fascinated by the small fish swimming around, even wanting to pounce on and catch a few. At this moment, Sejun Park picked up Teo and gently held him, allowing him to sense the direction through its intuition. Teo focused and guided everyone deeper into the lake. Finally, they passed through a narrow crack, but what they saw ahead left everyone stunned. Beneath the crack, a broken ruin appeared, seemingly the remains of an ancient town from hundreds of years ago. Black Warrior Bunny suddenly pointed ahead, saying, there's something moving. Looking in the direction it pointed, they saw a frog slowly swimming deeper, with a blue carp in its mouth. Seeing this, Iona quickly controlled the water ball and led everyone everyone to follow quietly. The frog entered an entrance that resembled a door, and they followed it inside. Behind the door was a passage leading deeper, seemingly hiding even more secrets. When they reached the end of the passage, a new cave appeared ahead. To their surprise, there was no water here, and they could also feel oxygen. Iona noticed this and immediately released the magical protection. Teo felt the attraction ahead becoming stronger, so Sejun Park led everyone forward. Soon, they began hearing the cries of monsters. After walking for a while, they finally reached the end of the cave. Looking down from the entrance, they saw an area filled with frogs. The ground was piled with blue carp, emitting a faint glow. Among these frogs, the most conspicuous was the Frog Queen. The Frog Queen was enormous, far exceeding Sejun Park's imagination. At that moment, she was grabbing the blue carp on the ground and unceremoniously swallowing them all. However, these food supplies were clearly not enough for her. A moment later, the Frog Queen let out an enraged roar, furiously rebuking her subordinates, seemingly blaming them for not bringing back more food. After observing, Iona roughly guessed the situation. It seems that this Frog Queen is trapped here due to a mutation, relying on her subordinates to gather food for her. However, the frog population had been reduced by her arrival, which made the queen so furious. At that moment, Teo spoke up. "I can feel the attraction from that Frog Queen." Just as Sejun Park was about to ask for clarification, Teo's paw accidentally slipped. Teo instantly lost balance, and its body tilted downward. In a split second, Sejun Park quickly grabbed Teo's cloak, but due to the unstable center of gravity, he too fell down. Luckily, Iona acted in time, using magic to protect both of them, ensuring their safe landing. However, the moment they landed, not only had the Frog Queen noticed them, but all the surrounding frogs had also turned their heads and were now staring at them. In the next second, the Frog Queen pointed at them and let out a roar. Immediately, the frog monsters rushed towards them. Seeing that Sejun Park and Teo were in danger, the little bear, Black Warrior Bunny, and Elka immediately jumped down to assist. The situation happened too suddenly, leaving everyone with only one choice: to fight with all their might. Although the frog monsters were numerous, they were clearly no match for the little bear and the others. Under their cover, Sejun Park suddenly received a mission update. It turned out that the Frog Queen was the real culprit. As long as they defeated her, the mission would be complete. Upon learning this, Sejun Park quickly adjusted his state of mind and steeled himself. He knew that since the mission was at its final stage, he had to give it his all. Then, alongside Teo and Iona, he charged forward. Although there were many frogs blocking the queen's surroundings, with the help of the little bear and the others, Sejun Park quickly broke through the encirclement and got closer to the Frog Queen. Just as some frog monsters attacked, Iona's magic quickly charged up, and a powerful attack cleared the obstacles ahead of Sejun Park. Seeing this, Sejun Park, equipped with his gear, charged directly at the Frog Queen without hesitation. He intended to deal with this giant beast himself. However, when he swung his axe with all his might, the queen merely raised her palm and easily blocked the strike. Seeing this scene, Sejun Park froze in place. He hadn't expected that his attack wouldn't even leave a scratch on the Frog Queen. Simultaneously, the Frog Queen struck down at Sejun Park. With a loud bang, Sejun Park's hat was sent flying. At this moment, the others were all worried about Sejun Park's condition. Fortunately, at a critical moment, the little bear arrived just in time, using its body to block the queen's giant palm. Despite the obvious size difference, the little bear's strength was by no means inferior, and it was even more powerful. Under the protection of the little bear, neither Sejun Park nor Teo were harmed. The angry little bear would never let any enemy who tried to harm Sejun go unpunished. It roared, and with a powerful swipe, knocked the Frog Queen down. The little bear's strength surprised everyone, and Iona, ever alert, immediately realized that it was the perfect moment for a counterattack. She quickly reminded Sejun Park, "Now's your chance, attack." After receiving the hint, Sejun Park immediately gripped his short blade and charged at the queen again. Meanwhile, Iona cast an enhancement spell, boosting Sejun Park's blade. Suddenly feeling the boost from the magic, Sejun Park hesitated for a moment, but Teo immediately spoke up. "Don't get distracted. Attack her belly." With Teo's guidance, Sejun Park focused his mind and aimed for the queen's abdomen. The strike was indeed effective, as the short blade successfully cut through the queen's defenses. However, as the blade pierced, he felt something strange. At that instant, a powerful surge of energy erupted from the queen's body and quickly spread out. Sejun Park nearly lost his footing from the impact of the energy wave. In the nick of time, Iona cast a magic shield to protect the team. The frogs without magical protection weren't so lucky, as they were completely annihilated the moment they came into contact with the energy. As the energy wave gradually subsided, only Sejun Park and his team were left in the cave, surrounded by frog eggs scattered on the ground. Sejun Park looked ahead in confusion and asked, "What just happened?" At that moment, the shield slowly dissipated, and everyone let out a sigh of relief. Iona said, "If it weren't for my magic shield just now, we all might have been in serious trouble." When they looked at where the queen had been, then, they discovered a shattered stone. Teo pointed at the shattered stone and said, "This is the thing that attracted me. Is it an item?" Hearing this, Sejun Park immediately understood, but just as he was about to approach the stone, Iona stopped him. "There's still a powerful force emanating from this stone. It could be dangerous to touch it recklessly." Iona then decided to use magic to appraise the stone. As the Eyes of Truth spell activated, the true appearance of the stone slowly began to reveal itself. When the appraisal was completed, the system's message panel finally popped up. However, the panel only indicated that the stone was a fragment of some kind of item, with all other information displayed as question marks. In response, Iona seemed a bit apologetic. "My abilities are limited, and I can't fully determine its origin. However, from this stone, I can sense a powerful divine energy emanating from it." Iona speculated that the Frog Queen's mutation was due to consuming this stone. The divine energy that had accumulated in the rock for a long time was suddenly released, causing the Frog Queen's madness and mutation, and it was Sejun Park's strike to the Queen's abdomen that triggered the energy explosion just now. At this moment, the message from the Black Tower came again. The system notified, "One of the main causes of the near extinction of the blue carp, the Frog Queen, has been eliminated. Sejun Park has leveled up to level 30. At the same time, a new job quest appeared, to plant a crop that has never been grown before. Completing the task will reward him generously." Despite leveling up, Sejun Park felt disappointed upon learning that the Frog Queen was only one of the causes. He realized the task was not yet complete, and he had hoped to return to the 99th floor. Seeing this, Iona suggested, "In that case, let's go back and search for the other causes." At that moment, a brilliant light suddenly shone from the side, drawing everyone's attention. They all approached the light source, and discovered it was emanating from a pile of frog eggs. Iona observed carefully, and explained, "According to the rules inside the tower, after the queen dies, a new successor will emerge from these eggs. This glowing egg is most likely the new Frog Queen." After hearing this, Elka suggested immediately dealing with these eggs. "If we let the frogs continue to breed, the entire lake area will still fail to regain balance." However, Iona rejected the suggestion and explained, "The abnormal reproduction of the frog monsters is caused by the influence of that stone. If we take the stone away, their breeding speed will return to normal." Sejun Park thought for a moment and then asked, "Do these frogs only eat meat? Their reproduction still takes time, so we might be able to solve this in another way." In response, Iona answered, "Frogs are not entirely carnivorous. In addition to meat, they primarily feed on plants inside and outside Lake Zenka, especially those from the forest outside the lake." Upon hearing this, Sejun Park had a sudden idea. "In that case, we can plant pineapples here. Let the frogs eat pineapples for the first time when they hatch, so when they venture out, they will consider pineapples as a food source, thereby reducing the pressure on the lake's plants and the blue carp." Without wasting any time, Sejun Park quickly got to work, planting some of the pineapple roots they brought around the lake with the help of his teammates. Once the planting was complete, not only had Sejun Park finished the task, but he also found a long-term solution for the frogs and the carp to coexist. Teo couldn't help but praise him. "Sejun Park, you're truly a genius." This killing two birds with one stone plan was widely agreed upon. Iona then used a shield to encase the stone, preventing the divine energy from leaking further. Afterward, the little bear volunteered to carry the stone, ready to leave with everyone. As they exited the cave, the pineapples they planted suddenly emitted a faint glow, as if undergoing a mysterious transformation during the growth process. Soon after, when they reached the outside of the lake area, they unexpectedly encountered many cats. Sejun Park asked in confusion, "Where did these cats come from?" It turned out that these cats were all requesting to join Teo and become his subordinates. Teo hadn't expected these cats and even followed him here. When Hagel stepped forward, Sejun Park couldn't help but ask, "What's going on?" It turned out that the cats in the village had heard Teo was here, and they had followed him all the way. No matter what, they wanted to see Teo and earnestly requested to follow him and become peddlers. Teo's popularity surprised even Sejun Park. At this moment, the Black Tower's message appeared again, indicating another cause for the near extinction of the blue carp. The new quest was to have the cats in the village stop fishing for carp for a year. Mutated frogs and overfishing were the two major causes of the blue carp's near extinction. Elka reminded Teo that if the cats didn't fish for carp for a year, the village's cats might face a survival crisis. Upon hearing this, Teo immediately thought of a solution. As long as these cats become peddlers and sell crops, not only will it boost the farm's sales, but it will also solve the village's food problems. Upon hearing this, Sejun Park immediately agreed to the proposal. He smiled and said, "It would be even better if my bundle carrier were to expand. But do you have confidence in leading this number of wandering cat merchants?" Teo confidently replied, "Of course." Hearing this, Sejun Park smiled. Then, Sejun Park began organizing the signing of contracts. After reading the contract terms, the village cats happily signed, and Sejun Park was responsible for recording each cat's name on the form. The lively scene before them made Hagel feel a bit envious. At that moment, Teo proactively approached him and expressed expressed gratitude for helping Sejun Park. Then Teo suggested, taking the village cats to the 99th floor requires more people. Hagel, would you be willing to help? I'll take you under me and all of the Black Wolf clan. This statement made Hagel overjoyed, and in the next moment, he quickly thanked Teo. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. I will give my all. Looking at the much more mature Teo, Sejun Park's eyes were filled with admiration. With the notification from the Black Tower confirming the completion of the manager's quest, Sejun Park and his team's journey at Lake Zenka officially came to an end. The system rewarded Sejun Park with a large amount of experience and tower coins, which made him feel deeply fulfilled. In 30 seconds, Sejun Park would return to the 99th floor. After seeing the good news, he immediately shared it with his companions. Then, Sejun Park instructed Little Bear to carry the stone and get ready to go home, while assigning other tasks to Teo. Once the items are sold, make sure to safely bring all the cats back to the 99th floor. Teo confidently responded, don't worry, leave it to me. Then, he called all the cats to follow him to begin the new task of being peddlers. At this moment, Elka said he would take care of the transport issue for the red locusts along the way, and Iona would assist him. With only a few seconds left on the teleportation countdown, Sejun Park suddenly called out to the Black Warrior Bunny, hurry up, wait a second, I'm just finishing packing the last pineapple. But at that moment, a white rabbit suddenly emerged from the bushes behind. She said, excuse me, I'm here to find Iona. Just as the little white rabbit lifted her head, her gaze met that of the Black Warrior Bunny. In less than 2 seconds of eye contact, the Black Warrior Bunny's heartbeat involuntarily sped up. Iona, who had noticed the scene, happily greeted the little white rabbit. At that moment, the teleportation timer hit 0. The next second, Sejun Park and his team were teleported away. Watching the Black Warrior Bunny disappear, the little white rabbit seemed surprised, as it appeared to be teleportation magic. Iona then introduced the little white rabbit to Teo and the others. This is my student, Pyupiu. I was hoping to let Sejun and the Black Warrior Bunny get to know each other better. After the introduction, the little white rabbit took the initiative to greet Teo. Hello, Teo. I've also heard a lot about you. I'm Pyupiu, the last princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Meanwhile, Sejun Park and his team had successfully returned to the 99th floor. As they slowly landed, Sejun looked around, finally feeling at ease when he saw the lush crops. We're back at the 99th floor. But before he could enjoy the moment too much, the Black Warrior Bunny jumped at him. Who was that white rabbit just now? Hearing this, Sejun Park helplessly said, calm down, Black Warrior Bunny. I have no idea either. Ask Iona when she comes to the 99th floor. However, little Black Warrior Bunny was already distracted, still reminiscing about the encounter, and couldn't help but say she was so polite when she spoke. Seeing this, Sejun immediately understood what was happening. Do you like her? Before little Black Warrior Bunny could answer, the other farm companions surrounded them, carrying a large amount of food, and eagerly welcomed Sejun back safely. Although Sejun had only been away for 3 days, everyone seemed to have missed him a lot. Surprised by the warm reception, Sejun Park curiously asked, did you know I was coming back? Aileen told us. At that moment, Eileen's message also arrived just in time. Although Aileen couldn't see the other floors, the quest progress had already revealed their whereabouts. She warmly welcomed Sejun back and noticed that while he wasn't injured, he had clearly lost some weight. She then asked, was the quest hard? In response, Sejun Park smiled and said, I'm okay. Thanks to the pineapples, I probably wouldn't have lasted these 3 days without them. Hearing the unfamiliar word pineapple, Aileen became very curious, and Sejun eagerly explained the taste of pineapples, immediately deciding to bring some out for everyone to try. As he took out the pineapple, thinking back to when he couldn't see Eileen's message box on the 75th floor, Sejun said, it's really nice to be able to chat like this. I was bored when I couldn't see your status window. He then asked Aileen, have you missed me these past few days? If not, I'll be really disappointed. After hearing this, Aileen was silent for a moment, then shyly whispered, there's no way I didn't. I miss you a lot too. But just then, Kaiser's loud voice suddenly interrupted them. Seeing this, Aileen was stunned on the spot. In her dazed state, she accidentally crushed the crystal ball. Kaiser's sudden appearance startled Sejun as well. Kaiser even personally made tomato juice for Sejun as a welcome gift. When Kaiser sent the tomato juice over, Sejun immediately asked, how much of the crops did you steal while I was gone? I only helped you harvest a bit. Unfortunately, the little rabbit nearby exposed his lie, complaining to Sejun, these past few days, Kaiser turned the tomato field upside down. Even the tomato trees didn't escape. After being exposed, Kaiser became furious and shouted, what's wrong with letting the great Kaiser Fertani have a little bit? Just then, Aileen, who had just found a new crystal ball, overheard the conversation about her grandfather stealing Sejun's crops. Aileen asked sternly, do you know how hard it is to cultivate crops on the farm? Seeing his granddaughter angry, Kaiser quickly explained, it's all a misunderstanding. I was just helping taste the flavor. But to his surprise, Aileen coldly said, I hate you. I'm never talking to you again. As soon as she said this, Kaiser felt like the sky had fallen. He tried to communicate with Aileen again through Sejun's message, but Aileen didn't reply. Helpless, Kaiser could only plead with Sejun Park, you have to help me. I'll think about it if you grant me a favor. Kaiser immediately agreed, but before he could finish, Sejun Park Park added, but before that, let's eat first. Soon, the gathering officially began. Sejun slowly cut open the pineapple, and the fragrance made the little rabbits around them look forward to it. The first portion of the pineapple was given to Aileen, and after tasting it, everyone expressed how much they liked it. Even the little bear, who had gotten tired of it before, happily devoured the pineapple. After the meal, Sejun took a walk around the farm to observe the changes over the past few days. In the 3 days he had been gone, the 99th floor changed a lot. Not only was there plenty of fertilizer, but a water channel had also been created running through the farm. Soon after, with Sejun's help, Kaiser finally made up with Aileen. The statue's frequency and management space had been calibrated, and now Kaiser could speak directly to Aileen. Then, Kaiser had to complete the favor Sejun had mentioned. When he heard that it was about identifying an item, Kaiser appeared puzzled. Soon after, Sejun led Kaiser to the stone and explained its origin. Upon learning that the stone came from a monster, Kaiser was surprised and especially curious about who had made the shield. It was made by the president of the Mage Association, Iona. Upon hearing Iona's name, Kaiser couldn't help but marvel. To think that the beings inside the tower can cast such complex magic, it's truly rare. Then, Kaiser began the identification. With his immense magical power, the holy energy contained within the monument slowly began to radiate, and the text on the stone started to glow. In the next second, the identification was complete. At that moment, a message from the Black Tower arrived. It turned out that this was the first fragment of the sacred monument. It emitted divine power that was beneficial to the surrounding environment. The more fragments collected, the stronger the divine power would become. Its grade was S. After the identification, Sejun still felt puzzled by the stone's description. Unlike the items before, this stone didn't seem to have any special additional abilities. Although its grade was S, it didn't appear to show any powerful force. To this, Kaiser explained, don't compare it to the usual items in the tower. After all, this is a sacred item, an artifact of the great creator god. After the identification, Sejun still felt puzzled by the stone's description. Unlike the items before, this stone didn't seem to have any special additional abilities. Although its grade was S, it didn't appear to show any powerful force. To this, Kaiser explained, don't compare it to the usual items in the tower. After all, this is a sacred item, an artifact of the great creator god. Hearing this, Sejun was puzzled. The creator? To this, Kaiser continued, I've been diligently searching for traces of the creator god outside the dimension so far, but the answer was right under my nose all along. To think this was inside the tower. Before he could finish, Sejun interrupted, Lord Kaiser, I don't really get it. Could you please explain it in a way I can understand? Right, beings like you have a short lifespan, so you wouldn't understand. He then called out to Aileen, telling her that she should listen too because it is important. Sejun sat down on the ground, ready to listen to Kaiser. To this, Kaiser began the story. In the beginning, we dragons were beings born to serve the creator god. Several thousand years ago, the creator made a perfect, orderly, rich, and harmonious world. Only by its will could the stability of the world and the balance of dimensions be maintained. This period was known as the era of the creator god. But one day, the creator posed a perplexing question to the black dragons, asking if they could use their power to maintain the world's operation. Everyone was silent for a moment. Then one dragon spoke, Creator God, are you indulging in such unnecessary thoughts again? To this, the creator answered, I'm just asking if that happened. Black Dragon, Kaiser Fertani calmly answered the question, it's impossible. The world is entirely yours. Just as an ownerless object cannot shine, a world without you, the creator God, is something we cannot even dare to imagine. Hearing this, the creator chuckled, Kaiser, you're as rigid as ever. You all will be able to do it. Aren't you doing fine even now? They thought the creator God might have just been joking with them. After all, he would occasionally create things with a playful nature too. The Black Dragon, Kaiser Fertani, never thought that the creator had predicted its own disappearance in the future. Their lives at that time were incredibly stable, and the creator was always very harmonious and got along well with them. In the eyes of the dragons, the creator was kind, strict, and ever-changing, but they had forgotten one crucial point. The creator never lied. That day, the creator's sacred monument changed bizarrely. The entire space filled with a dark and gloomy aura. Countless massive lightning bolts suddenly smashed the ground to pieces. By the time Kaiser and the others reacted, it was too late. The entire dimension they existed in was falling apart. Only then did the clansmen realize that the creator had vanished at some point. They thought that by obtaining the creator's sacred monument, they could restore the space, since it was an item created with the creator's power. Just then, the monument in the sky emitted a violent light, accompanied by an unsettling aura. Seeing this, the Black Dragon family lost all hope. They had ultimately failed to live up to the creator's expectations. Though they didn't know the intentions of the enemy attacking the monument, it seemed they wanted to destroy everything. To protect their comrades, the Black Dragon family could only fight relentlessly. Later, the dragons discovered another power left to them by the creator, countless towering towers. From then on, the dragons began to send life forms on the verge of extinction from around the world into the towers, saving what little they could. Searching for the creator's sacred monument was a goal Kaiser and his family had not given up on for 3,000 years. Kaiser had never imagined that fragments of the monument would be scattered inside the Black Tower. tower. Hearing this story, Sejun eagerly asked a question, interrupting Kaiser. He was curious about what Kaiser had meant when he said, bringing lives on the verge of extinction into the tower. Kaiser continued, explaining that it was exactly as it sounded. The tower was designed to be placed in worlds destined for ruin. This meant that any dimension where a tower appeared would be met with disaster and destroyed. Before that happened, the tower could select survivors to enter it in advance. Hearing this, Sejun was curious about what would happen to those not chosen by the tower. At this, Kaiser's expression darkened. If they cannot overcome the trial of the disaster, then your world will also perish. Hearing this, Sejun was gravely shocked, and even Aileen couldn't help but worry. Sejun could only utter the question, Earth will be destroyed. This is the entrance to the Merchant Association on the 75th floor. Teo had gathered with dozens of his new apprentices who had just received their wandering merchant licenses. Teo then began to assign a task to the cat, Jeff. He was to take these new members to meet the Silver Wolf brothers, Elke and Elka, and help them collect red locust corpses on the front lines. Hearing this, Jeff immediately got nervous, repeatedly asking Teo to confirm the incredibly difficult task. Teo placed his paws firmly on Jeff's shoulders, saying that in the village, not only did Jeff not run away, but he had also been very enthusiastic in helping the famine-stricken villagers. Teo had complete trust in Jeff's abilities. Moreover, it was thanks to Jeff's hard work that these fledgling apprentices had successfully registered for their wandering merchant licenses. After hearing Teo's words, Jeff's face flushed. It was the first time in his life someone had valued his abilities so much. Jeff immediately dropped to his knees, swearing that from this day forward, he would be eternally loyal to Master Teo. Seeing this, Teo scratched his head, a little embarrassed. The hamster, Iona, watching all this, smiled with satisfaction. Soon, Teo's group split into two. Jeff's group went to collect protein resources from the front lines, while Teo had other plans. Teo told Oren to grab his luggage. As they were preparing to set off, Iona was very surprised by Teo's performance, impressed that he could arrange things so clearly in such a short time. Hearing this, Teo immediately became proud. Soon, the cat and the hamster started their daily bickering. Nearby, Princess Pyupio could only curiously ask Oren what the relationship between Teo and Iona was. This question instantly stumped Oren. I'm not sure. They said they have an important relationship. In another scene, Iona expressed her desire to go to the 38th floor of the Black Tower with Teo, but Teo was confused. He had heard from Elka that there was a new situation with the red locusts on the 67th floor. Would it be alright for her to go with him to the 38th floor to sell crops? Iona explained that the new situation with the locusts was good news. Hearing this, Teo was puzzled and asked Iona to explain further. Reports from the front lines indicated that the locust swarm had begun to evolve based on their numbers, in the order of yellow, green, blue, red, and purple. While traveling, Iona continued, if the number of locusts decreased, their color would fade, and their strength and size would weaken. Furthermore, the locust swarm's defining characteristic was endless gluttony, so they wouldn't stay in one place but would constantly search for food. While that still sounded terrifying, they had already figured out a way to deal with them. Without a new food source, they would resort to cannibalism until they disappeared. The good news was that they had discovered the current locust swarm's color was fading. Meanwhile, on the 67th floor locust battlefield, lizard men warriors were continuously planting Sejun's blade-like green onions on the front lines. A warrior officer stomped hard on a locust corpse, filled with disgust for these monsters that plundered others' food. Suddenly, a soldier rushed to him with an urgent report. The soldier stated that the locusts' heads were now glowing blue. Hearing this, the lizard man officer exclaimed in excitement that the monster count had dropped to 5 billion. Once the number fell to 3 billion, they would devolve to a green glow. This was precious experience gained from months of fighting. It seemed victory was not far off. Just then, an unexpected guest arrived. It was Tarek, the captain of a large wandering merchant team from the Greed group. The lizard man officer was surprised to see Tarek. Why would a wandering merchant come to such a dangerous place as the front lines? Tarek pulled a glittering object from his pocket and handed it to the lizard man officer. He explained that because many lizard men warriors had been sacrificed on the front lines, he was representing his master, Mr. Greed, to deliver a small gift to the frontline warriors. Officer Tamuro took the item and was shocked to see it was a tower coin guarantee medal. He knew that if he took it to the Wandering Merchant Association, it could be exchanged for 10,000 tower coins. Tamuro immediately said the Greed group's gift was too valuable for him to accept. Tarek replied that it was just a small token from his master. You are the brave warriors guarding the Black Tower and killing the red locusts on the front lines. Tarek also stated that the Greed group would contribute to the post-war reconstruction efforts. Officer Tamuro is shocked. Lord Greed really did say that? Tarek looked at him directly. Yes, given that you want it. Hearing this, Officer Tamuro no longer refused and accepted the Greed group's tower coin guarantee medal. However, he said he wanted to give a gift in return. Seeing that Officer Tamuro was so understanding, Tarek did not refuse. He suggested they could discuss the details inside his tent. Tarek then called his warriors behind him to follow. Strangely, Tarek's two fox servants showed no intention of moving. They stood in place, watching the lizard men warriors walk away. Then, the two foxes exchanged a silent, knowing smile. It turned turned out Tarek's plan was to lure the lizard men warriors away. Immediately, countless fresh food items were thrown out of a storage backpack. The two foxes emptied the contents of their bags onto the ground. According to Iona's theory that the locusts would devolve without food, the greed group was undoubtedly connected to the locust invasion. When traveling, be careful of cunning merchants, because you might be caught off guard by a beauty who steals your gold. An ordinary thermos was packaged by Scarum as a magical item. It's enchanted with preservation magic, so it can preserve food for a long time. Accompanied by Meryl's sweet calls of Appa and a tragic story of a foster father forcing his daughter to sell goods, this combination of buffs was too much for anyone to handle. Appa, you're going to buy it for Meryl, right? Under Meryl's sugar-coated assault, the two passersby could no longer think straight and threw a bag of tower coins at Meryl. Meryl waved goodbye to the two passersby. Thank you, Appa. Even the most cunning merchant in the Black Tower, Scarum, had to admit defeat. Afterward, Scarum was very displeased with Meryl for ruining his reputation, but Meryl had indeed successfully sold the goods. Just then, Meryl gave Scarum his share. Then, Scarum was puzzled when he saw the tower coins he received. He was angry because the purchase price of the thermos was 5 tower coins, so he demanded to receive a larger share. But Meryl didn't care about that. She believed she was much better than a merchant like Scarum who couldn't even sell his goods. Besides, Scarum had promised to help her get revenge on Teo. What could she accomplish by selling such small items every day? Just as Scarum was about to argue with Meryl, he inadvertently glanced to the side and was so frightened that he quickly pulled Meryl into hiding. It turned out he saw the Silver Wolf Elka and Teo's group appearing in the passage. Meanwhile, the wandering merchant cat Teo was looking to the side, lost in thought. The hamster Iona next to him quickly asked if Teo had discovered something. I thought I heard a familiar voice. Fortunately, Teo's group quickly moved on. Meryl and Scarum, who had been talking about revenge just a second ago, were now drenched in a cold sweat. They had been just moments away from being discovered by Teo. The reason Scarum was so terrified was because of the hamster Iona's top-tier combat power. After hearing Scarum's words, Meryl was confused. She didn't know Iona's true identity. Now, after Scarum's introduction, Meryl realized that her path to revenge seemed to be getting longer and longer, but she soon found a new target, her rich ex-boyfriend, the black cat Orin. There was also a rabbit she had never seen before. Seeing this, Scarum's heart skipped a beat. He felt he had seen that rabbit somewhere before. She looked very familiar. Soon, Scarum and Meryl found a new path to revenge. He took out a top-secret wanted poster from the Black Tower. Whoever could find the princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom would receive a reward of 10,000 tower coins. At that moment, Teo and his group were also talking about the princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Teo was shocked by the rabbit princess's background. He had heard that the nobles of the Red Ribbon Kingdom had all been eaten by the locusts during their invasion. Iona immediately refuted this, stating that the royal family of the Rabbit Kingdom was not eaten, but brutally murdered by the Greed Group. This statement shocked Teo. Iona then began to recall the locust invasion on the 55th floor. At that time, to help the Rabbit Kingdom resolve the crisis, the Magician Association, the Mercenary Association, and the Wandering Merchant Association all took action. Because the 55th floor housed the largest granary in the Black Tower, the leaders of each association were very concerned. They had to work together to resist the locust invasion and ensure the granary's safety. Lucius, the commander of the Mercenary Association, instructed, "Tomorrow, we'll focus on defending this area with full force. We need to secure the fields." One member answered, "The food is also a problem, but once the locusts start to multiply, it'll become troublesome. Then, won't the kingdom be left vacant when locusts attack this place?" At that time, Iona was still the vice president of the Magician Association. "The queen is in the kingdom, so there won't be a problem." Iona pointed outside the window. "A barrier is protecting the place at the moment so the red locusts won't be able to do anything to the divine power of the moon." Seeing this, the other members were amazed. "Indeed, we are protected." Everyone had agreed to rest for a night under the protection of a barrier, letting their exhausted bodies recover. Lucius ended the meeting, telling them to see each other again tomorrow. With this, Iona complimented everyone for working hard, but Iona never expected that someone in the Mercenary Association would choose to betray them. The next morning, as the sky was just beginning to lighten, the hamster Iona was still deep in her dreams, sleeping soundly. Suddenly, a commotion came from outside the door, waking her up. Iona quickly got dressed and went out to investigate, only to see panicked rabbits running through the hallway. She found out that the barrier meant to protect them had collapsed, meaning the locust swarm would soon invade the palace. Iona's first concern was the safety of the Rabbit Kingdom's royal family. All of them quickly run down to the royal family's room, but by the time they arrived, it was too late. Before them was a giant wild boar and the cold corpses of the rabbit royal family, and this wild boar was none other than the Grand Merchant Greed. At that time, Iona stared blankly at the scene before her. Greed the wild boar even fabricated a lie that the royal family had been attacked by locusts, and shamelessly claimed that the rabbit royal family had entrusted their most valuable possession to him. That was the land deed of the entire kingdom. This meant the Rabbit Kingdom had handed over its entire kingdom to Greed. Hearing this, Iona couldn't believe what Greed was saying, and quickly ran out of the room. The wild boar Greed also claimed that the old king had entrusted entrusted the princess to his care before he died. But none of the rabbits believed Greed's lies. How could the Rabbit King entrust his precious princess to a wild boar? But these arguments were quickly suppressed by the Greed group's force. No matter how hard they tried, rabbits could never be a match for wild boars. Thus, the Greed group smoothly took over the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Greed immediately asked with a scary glint in his eyes, "Where's the princess right now?" The good news was that Greed the wild boar had not immediately found the rabbit princess's whereabouts because, upon hearing the news, Iona had found the princess at top speed and taken her away from the palace. Everything happened too quickly. It didn't make sense. The shattering of the Rabbit Kingdom's barrier and Greed the wild boar's succession to the throne happened almost simultaneously, so Iona was sure that it was Greed's doing. Fortunately, the land deed was sealed with the power of the rabbit royal family. As long as the princess was alive, it meant the Red Ribbon Rabbit Kingdom had not fallen. Greed must have thought that he could assume the role of Pyupiu's guardian, and once she became an adult, he must have planned to use her as a puppet until she took the throne officially. I couldn't sit by and watch that happen. After that, the tower manager intervened and eliminated the red locusts on the 55th floor. But Greed the wild boar raised the kingless and princessless Red Ribbon Kingdom to the ground and, using the excuse that he couldn't open the land deed, occupied the 55th floor and acted as a great landlord. After hearing the story of the Red Ribbon Kingdom, Teo realized how terrible Greed the wild boar was, but he didn't understand how Greed could become the great landlord of the 55th floor. If he couldn't open the land deed, didn't that mean he couldn't formally inherit the land? Iona explained that Greed must have used his methods on the Mercenary Association and the Wandering Merchant Association. His strength was his skill in spending money everywhere and getting them to side with him. Iona had received information that recently someone had been circulating a bounty for the princess. This indicated that the princess had likely reached the age where she could inherit the throne. Hearing this, Teo was again confused, not understanding why Iona was suddenly revealing the princess's background and whereabouts to him. Iona explained that since she had the Great Black Dragon backing her, she had decided to help the princess rebuild the Red Ribbon Kingdom. The news that one can easily level up quickly spread among the novice hunters. At this time, two of them want to confirm it's true. It is said that as long as you paid, you could get the experience needed to level up. This was something they had never dared to imagine. Just then, they notice a man in a suit ahead. He approached and greeted two novice hunters. He even called himself the Black Tower Level Coordinator. Both were delighted. Amazing, a level coordinator. See, I was right. Just know that you made the right friend. Soon, the man in the suit led the two novice hunters to an open area. We've been waiting for you after receiving the madam's call. The two rookies were stunned by the sight before them. The land here was planted with mutated cherry tomato flowers. Countless mutated cherry tomato flowers were densely stacked together, creating a spectacular view. According to the introduction, you could gain experience just by cutting down these flowers. The first time they heard this news, the two were full of doubt. The man in the suit took out a small knife from his pocket and demonstrated. With a swift cut, he gained 33 experience points. The man in the suit then explained that each pyong was planted with 4 tomato flowers, each worth 33 experience points. As long as you had deep pockets, there was enough experience to go around. Hearing this, the two rookies looked at each other and smiled. It seemed they were not short of money. Just then, the mutated cherry tomato flowers were engulfed in flames. They had unexpectedly chosen to burn the mutated cherry tomato flower field. This was no different from directly burning money. One hunter excitedly said, "Leveling up just from inducing a fire. Isn't this a complete jackpot?" The other replied, "Who says it isn't? We can burn 100 pyong with just 100 million won." With that, two of them continue burning the land while laughing maniacally. This was the first meeting between the Silver Wolf Lord of the Black Tower and humans, and it unexpectedly revealed a different side of him. On the 38th floor of the Black Tower, at the human settlement, Teo and his group had arrived early. However, since it was the first time the Silver Wolf Elka and the Black Cat Orin were interacting with humans, Teo planned to introduce them first. Teo first approached the humans. "Everyone, I'm here Naya." Seeing the familiar wandering merchant cat Teo, the people quickly called everyone to gather, but everyone was startled by the huge silver wolf behind him. Also frightened was Orin, who was hiding behind Elka. Elka, facing the unfamiliar human race, subconsciously went on guard. The next second, he was fiercely scolded by Teo. He told Elka not to be so rude to his human friends. He then turned to the people and introduced Elka as his cute little dog. He hoped everyone wouldn't be scared by his appearance. After saying that, he secretly told Elka to start serving the humans. Hearing this, the silver wolf Elka hesitated for a few seconds, then lay down on his back with all 4 paws in the air. Unexpectedly, the people were completely won over by Elka's starkly contrasting behavior. The one with the biggest reaction immediately proposed to Teo that she wanted to pet Elka. Teo then replied that it cost 1 tower coin per pet. Soon, people were flocking to spend money on Elka. Meanwhile, a tear quietly fell from the corner of Elka's eye. He only hoped that his clansmen would never find out about what happened today. "My pride, my tribe's honor." Next, Teo prepared to introduce his other subordinate. The Black Cat Orin was an in turn wandering merchant under him. After saying that, Teo quickly urged the nearby Orin to perform. Orin also mustered his courage, struck a pose and began to introduce himself. Soon, the people fully accepted Oren's presence. They didn't seem to mind cute, furry animals. Still, it will be 1 tower coin per pat. So, Oren also began to earn his first pot of gold with his body. After introducing the new characters, Teo began the main event of auctioning the crops. He and Oren brought 5,000 C-grade strength sweet potatoes, 5,000 C-grade magic cherry tomatoes, and 10,000 D-grade detoxing green onions. The debut of the new crop, strength sweet potatoes, would surely cause a new stir in human society, but humans want to secure the cherry tomatoes first. Also watching all of this were the hamster Iona and Princess Piupiu. Watching Teo working hard below, Iona said she saw Teo shining brightly. This moment was noticed by her student, Princess Piupiu. It was the first time she had seen her master with such an expression. Hearing this, Iona's face flushed, and she angrily scolded Princess Piupiu, telling her she couldn't speak to her master like that. But Princess Piupiu knew that her teacher, Iona, wasn't really angry. Actually, she herself wanted to experience that kind of feeling. She called out to Iona, then asked her, "Master, am I allowed to feel such emotions too?" Ever since Princess Piupiu was rescued by her teacher Iona as a child, she had been constantly working to rebuild the kingdom and save the suffering commoners. She knew very well that she would become overwhelmed by having too much to do. Seeing this, Iona quickly comforted Princess Piupiu, telling her that she didn't have to carry everything on her shoulders. It wasn't shameful to be honest about her feelings. "By the way, you're very interested in that black rabbit, aren't you?" Hearing this, the princess's face instantly turned bright red. She wanted to argue with Iona that it wasn't like that, but she was bluntly exposed by the other. Seeing this, Princess Piupiu wanted to take the opportunity to ask about the black rabbit's character but was refused by Iona, which made her very angry. After the joking on Princess Piupiu, Iona wanted to check on Teo's progress, but the appearance of a familiar figure startled her. It was Teo's ex-girlfriend, the ragdoll cat Meryl. Iona immediately charged towards her. Although she didn't know why Meryl was here, it was definitely not for anything good. As the saying goes, enemies are bound to meet. The hamster Iona immediately pressed Meryl about her purpose for being here. Was she planning to ambush Teo? Meryl waved her paw and said she wasn't interested in that orange cat anymore. The reason she came here was for Iona herself. Hearing this, Iona froze. She never expected that the person Meryl was looking for was her. Meryl quickly took out an item from her backpack and aimed it at Iona. The item in Meryl's hand was a white spherical object. Just as Iona recognized what the item was, it was too late. A swift bolt of lightning shot out from the white light ball and struck Iona. The next second, Iona was completely enveloped by white energy. Iona tried to use magic to break the item's seal, but to her surprise, her proud magic had failed in this space. This scene made Meryl, who was watching from the side, burst into laughter. With her magic gone, Iona was now just an ordinary little hamster. At this moment, Princess Piupiu in the sky quickly dived down to rescue her teacher. Seeing this, Iona tried to shout and stop her. "Don't come closer, Piupiu," but it was too late. A figure that had been hiding in the nearby forest for a long time had already made its move. The merchant goblin had been waiting for this moment for a long time. With the appearance of the white light ball in his hand, Princess Piupiu was instantly subdued with the same technique used on Iona. With her magic gone, Princess Piupiu also slammed heavily onto the ground. When Princess Piupiu slowly stood up, two evil faces appeared above her. It turned out that Meryl and Scaram's target from the very beginning was Princess Piupiu. "The 10,000 tower coins are ours now." Hearing this, Piupiu can't help but be scared, thinking what would happen to them now. Fortunately, this trap was not without a witness. He was Zirith, an agent of the Wandering Merchant Inspection Bureau. Zirith then saw Teo and his group, who had just finished their auction. At this moment, Teo was still praising Oren for having the potential of a merchant. Zirith blocked Teo's path. Introducing herself, Teo was the first to speak, asking Zirith if he had seen his companions, as they had arranged to wait here. Hearing this, Zirith's face darkened. He then said that was exactly what he wanted to talk about. He thought he had just seen Teo's companions being kidnapped. Back at the 99th floor, after learning the news that Earth would face a cataclysmic disaster, the angry black dragon Aileen constantly threw tantrums at her grandfather. "Grandfather, why didn't you tell me that?" Grandfather Kaiser explained that this knowledge had been taught in history lessons long ago. "This is written in chapter 1 of the tower's basic history. You dozed off again instead of studying, didn't you?" Kaiser also mentioned that all the creatures in the tower were originally aware of it, but because of their short lifespans, this history had gradually been forgotten. At this time, Aileen was very worried about Sejuan's hometown being wiped out. Kaiser did not know how to respond to Aileen. Hearing this, the little giant bear and the rabbits became very worried about Sejuan's hometown, but Sejuan didn't understand what the trial of disaster that Black Dragon Kaiser spoke of meant. Kaiser then explained that it was like the current Red Locust invasion in the Black Tower. They were all monsters from other dimensions that had squeezed through dimensional cracks. The good news was that, so far, they had not appeared on Earth. Hearing this, Sejuan thought about it. Humans had only just conquered the 38th floor of the Black Tower. The locust infestation on the 67th floor was already giving the tower's inhabitants a hard time. If Earth were to encounter the Red Locust swarm now, the human race would probably be instantly annihilated by those monsters in less than a few days. Aileen then asked her grandfather, Kaiser, if he had ever experienced a trial of disaster in all his years. Kaiser replied that even he had not personally experienced it. To be honest, even their dragon race didn't know how to deal with the disaster, and currently, they had only just come into contact with a fragment of the creator's relic. Just then, Sejun, who had been silent, stood up. He told everyone that there was actually a way to solve this. There was a very obvious difference between a world on the verge of extinction and this world. Hearing this, Aileen and Kaiser looked at each other with confused expressions, eager to hear more. Sejun then said that the difference was that the Black Tower now had a farmer. Sejun, if the entire 67th floor was planted with the blade-like green onions grown by him, Farmer Sejun, then a different outcome from the past might occur, right? Meanwhile, on the other side, Elka led Teo and Zirith, rushing at high speed. Teo quickly asked Zirith where they needed to go to find Iona. Zirith confidently replied that Iona must have been taken to the Rotten Root Inn in the passage. That was a place operated by the Greed Corporation. He had seen Scarum meeting someone there yesterday. Hearing this, Teo's clever little brain immediately reacted. How could this novice wandering merchant, Zirith, know about this in such detail? It was only then that Zirith realized he had unknowingly revealed everything he knew. He couldn't possibly tell Teo that he had happened to run into Scarum only because he had been tailing the Tarek merchant group that was entering and exiting the 67th floor. Seeing that Zirith didn't explain, Teo immediately guessed that this rookie Zirith must be trying to get a job at the Greed group through Scarum's connections. Teo told Zirith that those wild boars from Greed were all bad guys and he must not associate with them. Hearing this, Zirith grasped it like a lifeline. He immediately expressed his gratitude to Teo. If he hadn't met him, he would have gone down the wrong path. Just as he finished speaking, Elka also happened to arrive at their destination. This was the Wandering Merchant's teleportation passage on the 38th floor. Teo told Zirith that he had already called his colleagues to gather here. The person he called held a high position in the mercenary guild and should be able to help. This colleague was, of course, the leader of the Black Wolf tribe, Hagel, whom Teo had just taken under his command. Meanwhile, Hagel also noticed Teo's group walking towards him. Hagel was about to exchange pleasantries with Teo when he noticed a familiar figure next to him. Zirith naturally recognized Hagel, whom he often met at association meetings. Just as Hagel was about to reveal Zirith's true identity, Zirith shook his head like a rattled drum. The perceptive Hagel immediately understood and helped Zirith cover up. Zirith immediately mouthed to him that he was on an undercover mission. Seeing this, Teo had a realization. So Zirith and Hagel were old acquaintances. At that moment, Hagel also noticed that Iona and Princess Pyupiu were missing from the group. It was only then that Teo remembered to tell Hagel the story of how Iona and the princess were kidnapped. After hearing the story, Hagel was in disbelief. How could the president of the Magician Association be kidnapped by a wandering merchant? Zirith also stood up and said that he had seen it all with his own eyes. Teo wanted Hagel to seek reliable support from the Mercenary Association, but after learning that they would be dealing with Tarek from the Greed group, Hagel immediately felt that it was very tricky. Elka said that there were many factions within the Mercenary Association. Most of them follow those with money. The current leader of the Greed group, Greed the Wild Boar, was the richest person in the Black Tower. Just like Elka's previous status, most of the mercenary teams had been infiltrated by the Greed group using their financial power. Even the Magician Association had many spies planted by the Greed group. Hearing this, Teo felt a sense of despair and powerlessness. If he couldn't find support, how could he rescue the hamster Iona and the others? Seeing this, Zirith lowered his head, deep in thought. He then called out to the frustrated Teo. Zirith sincerely told Teo that he had thought of a way. Would you trust me this once? Soon, the scene shifted to the slums of the Black Tower's Wandering Merchant Passage. Scarum and Meryl arrived at a Rotten Root Inn. With a few knocks on the door, a fierce pair of eyes appeared behind it. Scarum immediately stated that he had brought the item Mr. Tarek needed, but the person behind the door didn't open it immediately, cautiously asking for the password. After Scarum carefully gave the password, the person behind the door slammed the peephole shut with a loud clank. With a creak, the inn's door opened. Scarum and Meryl then timidly followed the large man into the inn. Meryl was so nervous she didn't dare to look around, afraid of accidentally causing unnecessary trouble for herself. Soon, Scarum and the two were brought to Tarek's room. Tarek immediately asked Scarum if he had handled the matter he had entrusted to him. As the package was opened, Iona and Princess Pyupiu appeared before them. Seeing this, Tarek stood up excitedly. The forbidden magic item Scarum used was actually provided by the Greed group. Tarek looked at Princess Pyupiu, whom he hadn't seen in years, and a smile unconsciously formed on his lips. Have you been well, Princess Pyupiu? You've grown into such a pretty rabbit. He also hadn't expected Scarum to bring an unexpected bonus. The president of the Magician Association was now in their hands. Seeing this, the hamster Iona's anger flared. Tarek's actions were truly despicable. Tarek, you disgusting pig. Just as she finished speaking, a pig's trotter slammed into Iona's face. Tarek repeatedly smashed Iona with his big foot, telling her to open her eyes and see her current situation clearly. If Iona couldn't use magic, she was no different from an insignificant hamster. Tarek only stopped his assault with satisfaction after he was exhausted. He then looked looked at Scarum and the two. When he met them yesterday, he thought they were providing false information. The fact that Scarum could complete the task so brilliantly today was truly unexpected. Hearing this, Scarum felt his opportunity had come. He quickly asked Tarek if he could introduce him to Greed the wild boar, but the response he got was Tarek telling his subordinate to pay them a sum of 10,000 tower coins and then see them out. As he was being pushed out, Scarum still unwillingly said that he had many abilities he hadn't yet shown, but no one cared what he said. Back in Tarek's room, Iona had often thwarted the Greed group's plans in the past, leading to a lot of bad blood between them. This time, Iona was likely in for a tough time. As for Princess Pyupiu, Tarek chose a softer approach. He earnestly told the princess that her sponsor, Greed, had been looking for her for a long time. He hoped the princess would stop worrying and return to the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Hearing this, Princess Pyupiu scoffed. What damn sponsor Greed? She would never accept aid from the enemy who took her parents' lives. Hearing this, Tarek glanced silently at Iona. It seemed the princess had been severely brainwashed by the mages. It was just a regrettable accident back then. The Red Ribbon Kingdom was now developing very well under the management of the kind Prince Greed. He hoped that the people on the 67th floor would not repeat the mistakes of the 55th floor. Their Greed group was very willing to provide strong support. Just as he finished speaking, Iona sternly refuted Tarek's view. Everyone in the Black Tower knew that the Greed group wanted to use support as an excuse to control them, but they would never let Greed's plan succeed. The red locust swarm on the 67th floor was rapidly decreasing. Iona's words made Tarek laugh. He frankly said, "Do you really think the Greed group is just sitting back and waiting?" Just then, one of Tarek's subordinates came in. He told Tarek that the color of the locusts on the 67th floor had all turned back to red. Hearing this, Iona was shocked. Seeing her reaction, Tarek no longer hid the truth. He told Iona that the locust swarm would reproduce again, and the reason for this was that they had provided them with ample food. In the near future, the locust swarm would evolve to the more advanced purple level with the food provided by Greed. The ruins of the 67th floor, once devoured, would be easily controlled by the Greed group. If Princess Pyupiu wanted to save her weak people, her only choice was to marry Lord Greed and hand over the kingdom's rule. And before that, the most important thing was to get rid of you, Iona, you old rat. And with this, we will make the Magician Association ours as well. After all, you are too much of a threat to Lord Greed's plan. Just as he finished speaking, a fox eagerly walked up to Iona. He had long been coveting the body of the Magician Association's president. "Thank you for the food." Just then, a loud explosion interrupted the fox underling's actions. A furry little paw kicked fiercely at the fox, and with it came Teo's angry voice. "No one touches my precious magician." Having escaped from the jaws of death, Iona looked lovingly at Teo. Seeing this, Teo quickly rushed forward to catch Iona in midair. "Did you wait long, Iona? I knew you'd come in no time." All of this happened too quickly. The fox underling being kicked away and Teo saving Iona happened in the span of a breath. Tarek, on the side, hadn't yet recovered from the chaos. When the smoke cleared, he only saw the large hole in the wall in Teo's back. What in the world is going on? Seeing this, Tarek stepped forward and shouted loudly at Teo. He was Tarek, the #1 wandering merchant team captain under Lord Greed. At this moment, all Teo could think about was how to break the seal on Iona and Princess Pyupiu. He completely ignored Tarek's shouts. Getting no response, Tarek grew even angrier. He told Teo that he was about to become a great wandering merchant and boasted that he had the power to kick Teo out of the circle. Teo suddenly turned and stared at Tarek. If Tarek didn't shut up, he would really lose his temper. "I'm holding back from wanting to kill you. Do you want to know who I am? I'll tell you then. You, fat pig, listen up. I am the middle-class wandering merchant who is going to become a great wandering merchant, the Golden Cat Teo." Everyone was silent for a moment. Just after Tarek heard Teo's passionate declaration, he was so amused by the little cat that he threw his head back and laughed. As the top advisor to the Black Tower's biggest villain, the Greed Group, how could he be intimidated by Teo's mere words? Tarek then ordered his fox subordinate to go and teach the other a lesson. The fox underling fiercely lunged at Teo. He was going to tear this arrogant cat to pieces. However, Teo remained calm and said, "I'm not scared. Although you look scary, my own subordinates are even more terrifying." Just as he finished speaking, two enormous figures appeared out of nowhere. They were Teo's subordinates, the silver wolf Elka and the black wolf Hegel. By the time the fox underling reacted, it was too late. A massive jaw had already bitten down hard on its shoulder, subduing him. This sudden turn of events truly startled Tarek. What's going on? Why would a black wolf appear here? As the top man in the Greed Group, he naturally recognized them. They were the leaders of the Silver Wolf and Black Wolf tribes. Both Elka and Hegel worked for the Greed Group. He immediately rebuked Elka for his actions and threatened to cut off the Silver Wolf tribe's food supply to intimidate him. Hearing this, Elka scoffed. He said that the Elka who accepted the wild boar's dirty food was dead. The current him was the Elka who protected the safety of the Golden Cat Teo, who will become a great wandering merchant in this chaotic era. Just then, Hegel, who had finished dealing with the fox underling, also stepped forward. He declared that if Tarek dared to touch a single hair on Teo's head, he wouldn't let him off easily. Hearing this, Tarek felt that something was wrong. Although he didn't know why the leaders of the Silver and Black Wolf tribes were protecting that one cat, he knew his current situation was very bad. Tarek then feigned maintained composure and shouted threats at Teo's group, saying that anyone who opposed him in the Black Tower would not have a good time. Hearing this, Elka could no longer contain his anger. It seemed as if he would rush forward and crush Tarek's throat in the next second. Seeing this, Tarek felt a shiver down his spine. Just then, Tarek glanced at the broken wall and had an idea. He suddenly remembered that the area outside this slum was full of his subordinates. Tarek shouted loudly for help from outside, but the only response was the howling of the cold wind. This awkward scene left Tarek at a loss. For some reason, all the men he had deployed beforehand had disappeared. Just then, a figure appeared, explaining the situation. It was the secret agent of the Wandering Merchant Association's Secret Inspection Bureau, Zirith. He had already arranged for his subordinates from the Inspection Bureau to capture Tarek's men outside. This was why the archers Tarek had arranged for didn't appear. Hearing this, Tarek stuttered, unable to believe that Zirith is an agent of the Wandering Merchant Association's Secret Inspection Bureau. Zirith stated that he was arresting Tarek on 8 charges, including illegal confinement, kidnapping, and coercion. Unexpectedly, Tarek bit back, claiming there was no sufficient evidence. He was going to sue Teo and his group for trespassing and wanton destruction, but the hamster Iona, who had already been freed, stood up. She said that what she held in her hand was the evidence to accuse Tarek. Then, a recording of Tarek's voice came from the ring in her hand. It turned out to be a recording device. The recording clearly captured Tarek admitting to feeding the Locust Swarm and the Greed Group's plan to force Princess Pyupiu to hand over the kingdom's rule. Tarek, who is currently cornered, still boldly claimed that it was a lie. However, Iona looked at him with a sharp gaze. Magic doesn't lie. This evidence is more than enough to convict Tarek. Tarek still wanted to argue. Iona couldn't use magic, so how could she have recorded this? Hearing this, Iona said that she indeed couldn't use magic, but interestingly, the magic of this recording ring, which absorbed and stored information, was not restricted. At this point, Tarek could no longer refute. He never expected Iona to have secretly hidden such a trick. It was too cunning. In the end, Tarek could only surrender obediently, but he always believed that his boss, Greed, would definitely not stand by and do nothing. In another scene, Teo called out to Agent Zirith. Hearing this, Zirith immediately thanked Teo. If Teo hadn't stalled for time inside, they wouldn't have been able to capture the accomplices outside. It turned out that Zirith had confessed his identity as an agent to Teo before this. Zirith felt particularly ashamed for deceiving Teo for so long. However, Teo was unfazed and was even very satisfied with Zirith's performance in this operation. Finally, Teo invited Zirith to be a guest on the 99th floor, where he would introduce his boss, Sejuan, to Zirith. Looking at Teo's back, Zirith couldn't help but smile wryly. Was he finally going to meet Teo's boss? What kind of person would he be? After bidding farewell to Zirith, Teo immediately went to Iona's side to check on her injuries. The recording ring was actually something Iona had accidentally found in Teo's backpack. When she borrowed it, she never thought it would be used here. Just then, Hegel also came over. Apparently, it was his first time learning about an item that could suppress magic. As the president of the Magician Association, Iona immediately realized this was no ordinary item. She could even sense the aura of a dragon on it, and it was a completely different aura from a black dragon. She had to report this to the Black Dragon Lord on the 99th floor immediately, and through today's events, Iona also learned the true purpose of the Greed Group. This matter also urgently required the help of the Great Black Dragon. Elka and Hegel both said that it was time for the wolf tribes to join forces and help. Suddenly, an inspector came to report that they had found 2 people acting suspiciously nearby. Then, 2 familiar figures were caught and brought into the room. They were Meryl and Scarum, who had left not long ago. When the 2 entered the room, they were both startled. They never expected Teo and his group to be here as well. As the saying goes, enemies are bound to meet. This time, Teo would not let them go. Both of you, come with us to the 99th floor. Meanwhile, on the 99th floor, rabbits and bees are working in the vegetable fields, while Administrator Aileen is tasting a newly developed honey jelly. It turns out this is a new flavor of jelly made by the bees from collecting peanut blossoms. It has a slightly nutty and savory flavor, unlike cherry tomato honey jelly. Aileen immediately gave it a full score. Sejuan is relieved that Aileen likes it. After eating and drinking her fill, Aileen turned to worry about the safety of Earth. She felt that she shouldn't be enjoying delicious food at a time like this. Sejuan quickly told her to just focus on her own business, because worrying wouldn't solve the problem. Besides, Sejuan himself had long thought of a plan, but the crucial moment to announce it hadn't arrived yet. So for now, Aileen just needed to enjoy her food. Just then, several system messages popped up. Tenant farmers have created 100 pyong of cherry tomato field. You have obtained 200 experience points. The size of the farm has reached over 30,000 pyong. You have developed from a landowner into a wealthy landowner. Sejuan was shocked after reading the pop-up. He hadn't realized he had reclaimed 30,000 pyong of farmland, which was equivalent to 100,000 square meters of land. And this newly upgraded talent, wealthy landowner, was also very puzzling. Talent, wealthy landowner, an acquired talent that can only be possessed by a farmer with over 30,000 pyong of farmland. You can designate up to 100 tenant farmers. Tenant farmers can use the landowner's job skills, and the landowner receives a 3% reward. Farm guards, you can designate up to 5 guards guards to protect your farm. Within a 1 kilometer radius of the guard, you can gain 50% of the experience from enemies they defeat. After reading the description of the new talent, Sejun's jaw nearly dropped. Just the ability to gain half the experience from enemies defeated by watchers was incredible. It was no different from leeching experience. With this, Sejun immediately called over the little giant bear and the black warrior bunny behind him. Without another word, Sejun first set the bear and the black rabbit as his guards. Hearing this news, unlike the little bear's excited expression, the black warrior bunny was very dissatisfied with having to be both a tenant farmer and a guard. Suddenly, a shout interrupted their conversation. It is said that Flame, the apple tree spirit from the dungeon, calling for Sejun. Hearing this, Sejun was puzzled as to why Flame would call him. A moment later, in the dungeon, Sejun brought the little giant bear and the black warrior bunny to Flame. It turned out that the task of purifying the corrupted Ent seed that he had entrusted to Flame was complete. Purified Ent's enhanced seed. A corrupted Ent seed that has absorbed the energy of the blue moon has been purified. The corrupting aura has been cleansed. Upon consumption, all stats are permanently increased by 15 points. If planted in the ground, it will sprout and grow into a powerfully purified Ent. Shelf life, 100 years. Item grade, A+. Hearing this, Sejun picked up the purified seed to inspect it. It finally looks fine now. The color looks so pretty. Flame then asked if Sejun was planning to eat the seed. The chance to increase all his stats by 15 points without any side effects was an offer Sejun couldn't refuse. But then, Flame pleaded with Sejun. She felt that the seed wasn't inherently evil. It had just been corrupted. Hearing this, Sejun understood Flame's thoughts. He then told Flame that he was a tower farmer. I should naturally plant the new seed, don't you think? He immediately planted the purified seed in the soil. You have successfully planted the purified and enhanced seed. Your level 4 planting skill experience has greatly increased. With the bonus from the hyperefficiency skill, your level 4 harvesting skill has gained an additional 5% experience. The purified corrupted Ent seed is using its power to grow rapidly. In just a moment, a small mound of earth bulged up. All of them are anticipating what will come out. Suddenly, an urgent message from Aileen came in. She told Sejun that if an extremely big tree grew out, what would they do? This scared Sejun. He quickly started digging with his hands. This was a seed that had absorbed the energy of the blue moon. Who knew how big a monster would grow from it? But the development was clearly unstoppable. The purified and enhanced seed was growing at a visible, rapid pace. It even scared the little giant bear into changing its form to defend. Fortunately, the Ent's growth was not too exaggerated. With the system's pop-up introduction, a being called the Powerful Purification Ent was born. This scene left Sejun completely speechless. This thing is a powerful purification Ent? Just now, the purified little Ent was born. All of them was startled by this scene, but Sejun was surprised by the little Ent's small stature. The little Ent slowly opened its eyes, and the first thing it did upon waking was to walk out of the mud pit. Then, under the curious gazes of everyone, it slowly walked to the other side. The little Ent saw Flame and it shouted loudly at her while running towards her. Seeing this, Sejun immediately panicked. Hearing this, Flame quickly reassured Sejun, saying that the little Ent was not a bad child. The scene Sejun had feared did not happen. Instead, he saw the little Ent standing obediently in front of the Flame spirit. Flame told Sejun that the little Ent just wanted to get closer to protect her. Hearing this, Sejun became even more confused. Why did the little Ent want to protect the Flame spirit? The little Ent seemed to understand Sejun's question and kept telling everyone in its broken language that it was protecting the world tree. Sejun naturally didn't understand the meaning of the world tree that the little Ent was talking about. Even the little giant bear had never heard this term before. Just then, Administrator Aileen stepped in to explain, telling Sejun that the world tree is a mysterious and powerful tree in the Black Tower, and only those recognized by the Black Tower's world tree can obtain infinite prosperity. Hearing this, Sejun quickly asked what the little Ent's behavior meant. According to historical records, Aileen found that the Ent race was originally the guardian of the world tree. A long time ago, they were corrupted by an evil aura from outside the tower and became corrupted Ents. Unfortunately, there were no other records about Ents in the data. Hearing this, Sejun looked at the Flame spirit in surprise. According to what Aileen said, didn't that mean that Flame was the world tree of the Black Tower? As soon as he said this, Flame waved her hands repeatedly, denying it. She said she wasn't that amazing world tree. She was just a frail apple tree. Even Administrator Aileen spoke up, saying that the current conditions in the Black Tower were not suitable for the birth of a world tree. Perhaps the Flame spirit just had the potential to become one. Hearing this, Sejun looked at the Flame spirit before him, lost in thought. He immediately told the little bear and the black rabbit to call all the rabbits from the pond and to bring enough water. Sejun then asked Flame if she needed more sunlight and nutrients. He also said that he would satisfy all of the Flame spirit's needs in the future. It turned out that Sejun and the little Ent had reached a consensus. Regardless of whether the Flame spirit was the world tree or not, they would do everything they could to nurture her. Sejun gently stroked the future world tree and smiled. But did the Flame spirit herself really not know about this? Meanwhile, on the other side, a huge crisis is descending. An ocean-like swarm of locusts is wantonly devouring everything. The slowest lizard man warrior was instantly surrounded by purple locusts. Just then, the silver wolf elk Elke intervened and saved the lizard man warrior, but he soon realized something was wrong. The tough blade-like green onions were being corroded, but this was no time for thinking. A swarm of tens of thousands of locusts was heading towards them. Suddenly, several magical attacks interrupted the locusts' advance. It was Elko, who had brought mages to the front lines as reinforcements. Seeing this, the silver wolf Elke quickly grabbed the injured lizard man warrior and retreated from the front line. At this time, the mage's spell was complete. A powerful long-range attack barely managed to hold back the locust swarm's assault. The injured lizard man had already collapsed and lost consciousness. The turn of events caught everyone off guard. Not long ago, the locust swarm had devolved from red to blue, but now they had evolved into the more powerful purple. Elko had originally wanted the lizard men to plant more blade-like green onions to defend, but after seeing the corroded green onions in Elke's hand, he abandoned the idea. Moreover, the bitten lizard man warrior was also showing signs of poisoning. It was clear that the evolved purple locust swarm was poisonous. If they kill the locusts, the poison will splash and cause poisoning. This meant that all melee warriors would have no chance of winning. They can't attack the locusts unless they use magic. Elke was shocked by the low morale of the warriors. At this rate, the 67th floor would really be conquered by the locust swarm. Just then, the cat Jeff timidly walked over. It turned out that when they came down from the 99th floor, they happened to bring some detoxing green onions. Jeff hoped these green onions could provide some help to the warriors. Seeing this, Elke's hope was reignited. He quickly had someone feed the detoxing green onions to the injured lizard man warrior. The poison in the lizardman's body was instantly neutralized by the green onions. The situation on the battlefield finally had a solution, but this small amount of detoxing green onions was not enough to support the warriors for long. Elke quickly called the cats to join him. He had to go to the 99th floor to report this to the Black Dragon Lord first. The blade-like green onions could no longer hold back the locust swarm. The only way to turn the tide of this battlefield now is through the detoxifying green onions. Meanwhile, Teo and his group were on their way back to the 99th floor. Suddenly, a stick was pressed hard against Scarum's back. The black cat Orin loudly questioned what tricks Scarum was up to. Hearing this, Scarum tried to explain but was cut off by a fierce glare from Hagel. Orin then directly reached into Scarum's pocket. A bronze key appeared in Orin's hand. Scarum kept explaining that it was just his house key, but Orin, to be safe, still put the key in his bag. Seeing this, Teo was very satisfied and repeatedly praised Orin's performance this time. However, the commotion also woke up the hamster Iona, who was resting in his hood. Teo quickly said that they had reached the 99th floor, thanks to Iona's lightspeed passage. Teo wanted Iona to continue resting but was refused. Iona knew she was about to meet the Sejuan, and it was disrespectful to meet him in a half-awake state. Just as he finished speaking, the silver wolf Elka also stopped. He had already seen Sejuan and the others at the dungeon entrance in the distance. At this time, Sejuan was taking the rabbits and the little ant outside the dungeon for some fresh air. A familiar call caught Sejuan's attention. It was Teo, excitedly greeting him. At the same time, the black warrior bunny also saw the figure he had been thinking about day and night. Sensing his gaze, Princess Pyupiu also returned the look. She then slightly bowed her head as a sign of politeness. This gesture immediately made the black rabbit's face turn bright red. The side rabbit teasingly asked if the black rabbit knew that beautiful female rabbit. Hearing this, the black warrior bunny shyly lowered his head and said they had only known each other for a few seconds. At this time, Teo had already learned about the new companion, the little ant, from the little bear's mouth. Sejuan, on the other hand, led the rabbits to welcome Iona and the new rabbit. It turned out the rabbit's name was Pyupiu. She was Iona's disciple, as mentioned before. Seeing this, Sejuan quickly introduced himself to her. "Nice to meet you. I'm Park Sejuan. Comfortably call me Sejuan." He then asked her what business she had on the 99th floor. Princess Pyupiu said she had a matter to ask of the Black Dragon Lord. Iona then took over the conversation, telling Sejuan that Pyupiu was also the last princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom from the 55th floor. She had come this time to seek the protection of the Black Dragon Lord. Hearing this, Sejuan was shocked. "You are the princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom?" Also shocked were the rabbit couple and the gray rabbits. The rabbits immediately knelt before Princess Pyupiu. They had coincidentally found their princess. "We apologize for not recognizing your highness. As your people, we're so touched to see you grow into such a beautiful princess." After hearing the old rabbit father's explanation, Princess Pyupiu was also very surprised. She then quickly went forward to comfort the rabbit couple. After the reunion, Sejuan asked the hamster Iona why Princess Pyupiu was seeking protection. Iona then recounted everything she had seen and experienced on their journey to Sejuan. After a long time, Sejuan, who had heard about the princess's ordeal, was also stunned. He hadn't expected the princess to have to bear the heavy burden of her country's rise and fall at such a young age. All the rabbits were filled with indignation at Princess Pyupiu's suffering. They had to help the princess defeat Greed the wild boar and save the people trapped there. Iona then took out the seal with the white dragon pattern. She said this was also strong evidence that could strike a blow against the Greed group. In addition, the culprits who kidnapped Iona and the princess were brought over by Orin. A cruel interrogation was definitely in store for them, but the most crucial thing now was the origin of the seal. Suddenly, a message popped up. Administrator Aileen anxiously said that this thing shouldn't be here. Aileen stared blankly at the familiar white dragon sigil. Wasn't this something that belonged to Grandpa Kellyan Mavra? How did it appear in the Black Tower? Sejun stared blankly at the white dragon sigil in his hand. Based on Administrator Aileen's reaction, Sejun still couldn't grasp the severity of the situation. The key was how to deal with the two culprits who had harmed Teo's companions. Seeing this, the goblin Scarum and Meryl could only desperately plead for mercy from the great Black Dragon Lord. Aileen confirmed with Sejun that this seal belonged to the dragon that managed the White Tower. Aileen explained that their dragon race had different colored families, such as the Black Dragons, White Dragons, and Blue Dragons, and there was an unwritten rule among them: no dragon's item was allowed to enter another's tower without permission. If a powerful dragon clan's item was used carelessly, it could severely damage the world built within the tower. But this time, it was an item belonging to the White Dragon, Grandpa Kellyan Mavra, that had entered the Black Tower. Aileen was well aware of the relationship between her grandfather and him. Just then, a figure happened to arrive at Sejun's side. It was Aileen's own grandfather, the Black Dragon Kaiser. The huge figure startled everyone. Most of the companions were seeing a black dragon's true form for the first time. Even the hamster Iona was so shocked her mouth hung open. The most exaggerated reaction came from that one devout figure. The black wolf Hegel had long been kneeling on the ground, not daring to even lift his head. The Black Dragon Kaiser noticed at a glance the immense magical energy contained within the small hamster's body. He knew that the protective film on the sacred stone fragment was her doing. He complimented her for being able to cast such difficult, high-level magic. The Black Dragon Kaiser saw that so many new friends had come today and almost forgot that he had come to ask Sejun for food. Suddenly, a bright light caught his eye on the white object in Sejun's hand. This scene made the Black Dragon Kaiser instantly lose his composure. He quickly raised Sejun's arm high. After seeing the item clearly, Kaiser loudly questioned Sejun where he had gotten the seal. Seeing that things were not good, Sejun recounted the entire story of how Scarum and the other two had harmed Teo's companions. Sure enough, after hearing it, Kaiser turned his anger towards Scarum and Meryl. He never expected that the residents of his Black Tower would commit such a treacherous act as using an item from the White Tower. This statement scared Scarum and the two of them into trembling and constantly admitting their mistakes. Even the nearby Hegel was so scared by Kaiser's pressure that he shivered. However, Kaiser's anger did not subside. The eyes of the fountain Black Dragon statue flashed with a sinister light, like a silk thread crossing 10,000 miles of sky to strike Scarum's heart. With a light flick of the Black Dragon Kaiser's finger, a wave of unstoppable dragon power shot out. On the other side, the finger of the fountain Black Dragon statue also happened to point at Scarum's forehead. As he stood there, an accident suddenly occurred. A strange force exploded from within Scarum's body. This scene terrified everyone present. Even Administrator Aileen was so scared by the scene that she was speechless. A living being was thus annihilated. The gradually cooling liquid let Meryl know that this was not a dream. After a daze, a scream broke the crowd's stupor. Seeing this, Sejun immediately used his body to shield Meryl. He never expected the Black Dragon Kaiser to so decisively end Scarum's life. Sejun told Kaiser that if Meryl was also dealt with, they wouldn't know how the White Dragon item got in. However, Kaiser didn't care about that. He was determined to eliminate everyone who had touched the White Dragon item. Just as he finished speaking, a familiar power once again gathered at his fingertip. If Sejun still stood in the way, he too would likely be in grave danger. Just then, a pop-up window timely appeared before Kaiser. Grandpa Kaiser uncharacteristically shouted at Aileen not to disturb him. Aileen, however, threatened to cut off communication to force her grandfather to stop. After saying that, Aileen quickly brought up the administrator mode and operated it furiously, completely ignoring her grandfather Kaiser's roars on the other side. Finally, under Kaiser's almost roaring apology, Aileen resolutely cut off the connection between the fountain Black Dragon statue and the Black Dragon Kaiser. "I'm blocking you for the time being," Aileen confirmed, blocking her grandfather. The fountain Black Dragon statue's form froze for a moment, and then the light in its eyes returned to its original dimness, as if it had always been just a fountain-spitting Black Dragon statue. Seeing this, Sejun and the others were all confused and didn't know what had happened. It was only then that Aileen explained her conversation with her grandfather Kaiser in the disconnection operation to Sejun. After hearing it, Sejun let out a sigh of relief as if he had escaped a disaster. But he didn't understand. Did dragon clans also fight among themselves? With Aileen's explanation, a past event gradually surfaced. The dragons used to get along well. Different towers interacted with each other. Aileen's grandfather and the White Dragon grandfather Kellyan Mavra were originally very good friends, but because of that incident, the two of them suddenly had a falling out. From then on, whenever a trace of the other appeared, they would desperately attack. Thus, all contact between the Black and White Dragons was cut off. Even Aileen's childhood White Dragon playmate was completely lost. Hearing this, Sejun couldn't help but be stunned. To quell Black Dragon Kaiser's anger this time, Sejun decided to personally find out the source of this seal appearing in the Black Tower. "You'll have to properly reveal the source of this sigil, don't you think?" At this time, Meryl was so scared she seemed to have lost her soul. The continuously falling tears could not wash away today's fear. Meanwhile, in a small island in a space outside the Black Tower. Kaiser's mood was as chaotic as the mess on the ground. He had smashed the device connecting to the fountain Black Dragon statue to pieces. Attracted by the commotion, Anton also rushed over at this time. He quickly asked his father Kaiser what was going on and why the device was in this state. However, Kaiser acted as if he didn't hear but confessed that he destroyed it out of anger. He then started muttering to himself and praising Aileen. He never thought his granddaughter would learn the trick of disconnecting the dragon statue. That smart punk, as expected of my granddaughter. This made Anton so angry he gritted his teeth. He had spent a lot of effort to get this device. Kaiser then told Anton about seeing the white dragon seal in the Black Tower. Hearing this, Anton immediately guessed that this was definitely the work of the white dragon Kelly and Mavra. What made Kaiser most angry was that the white dragon had let the residents of his Black Tower use an item with its power. Kaiser wondered if the white dragon left an unpleasant gift behind. Knowing he would find it, Kaiser then ordered Anton to summon all the black dragons. He decided to wage war on the white dragon. He was going to return the humiliation he had suffered back then in full. I can't forget what that bastard did in the past. I'll make sure to repay him properly. As soon as he finished speaking, Kaiser spread his wings and flew out of the conference room. Anton knew that once his father made up his mind about something, it was difficult to change. It seemed that a bloody storm was about to brew soon. Meanwhile, back on the 99th floor of the Black Tower, the once arrogant Meryl was now crying her eyes out. She explained that the white dragon item was brought in after Scarum and Tarek made contact. She knew nothing about the hidden details. After speaking, Meryl knelt and begged Sejuan to save her life. The hamster Iona's testimony also confirmed that what Meryl said was true. Thus, the only clue to the person who contacted the white dragon was Tarek. After thinking about it, Iona concluded that greed must be behind this, because based on Tarek's straightforward personality, if he had personally contacted the white dragon, he would have bragged about it to everyone. I've been suspicious for a while. The unknown source of greed's wealth and information power. They're not something that can be done alone. Hearing this, Sejuan knew this matter was definitely not simple. It seemed he would have to face that greed. At this time, the Black Warrior Bunny saw the dejected rabbit princess sitting on the side. He then suggested to Sejuan that everyone should rest before discussing further. After all, many guests had come to their home today. Hearing this, Sejuan finally snapped back to reality. Today's sudden events had indeed made him neglect the presence of his guests. At this time, the hamster Iona also seriously stated to Meryl that she had used an item from another tower without permission, which was a capital offense. She would likely be handed over to the association for processing, and she hoped Meryl would be mentally prepared. Hearing this, Meryl lowered her head deeply. Her arrogance and self-importance had led her to do something irreversible. Seeing this, Teo wanted to plead for the pitiful Meryl, but was stared back by Iona's fierce gaze. Are you considering Meryl at this moment? To which Teo immediately denies. The Black Cat Orin weakly said that he had confiscated an item from Scarum before, but now he didn't know what to do with it. Hearing this, Sejuan was greatly surprised. Soon, Sejuan turned out all the items in Orin's backpack. Scarum, that merchant, had acquired many items from outside the tower. How did he get those items without contacting humans? Unfortunately, no one could answer Sejuan this question anymore. If he hadn't died, we would have asked them directly. What a shame, Teo commented. Just then, a bronze key was taken out by Sejuan. Orin quickly explained that Scarum had said it was his house key, but this was immediately refuted by Teo. How could a wandering merchant have a home? Generally, items were just stored in a spatial bag. Then, two notifications popped up. The owner of this subspace prison key has disappeared. The ownership of the subspace prison key is now inherited by the Black Tower farmer, Sejuan. Immediately, a huge wooden door appeared out of thin air in front of Sejuan. The loud noise startled everyone. What is this? Where did the door come from? Was this the so-called subspace prison door? Iona then explained that this was magic that created a space between dimensions, mainly used to store important items or imprison dangerous criminals. Hearing this, Sejuan looked at the bronze key in his hand, lost in thought. He then slowly inserted the key into the hole in the wooden door. Then, with a mix of excitement and nervousness, Sejuan slowly stepped into this unknown space. But to everyone's surprise, the subspace prison looked empty. Just then, Teo discovered a suspicious object on the side. Teo pointed at it and shouted, but the response was a voice begging for mercy. Seeing this, Sejuan gently crouched down and asked the other's identity, saying they wouldn't harm it. The mysterious figure then slowly walked over. A small animal that looked like a bat appeared before everyone. It told everyone that its name was Bat-Bat. It asked Sejuan in a trembling, tiny voice, "Are you my new master? The one who opened the prison is not Master Scarum. Are you my new master?" Hearing this, all of them were puzzled. Sejuan then introduces himself and asks the bat, "Who are you and what were you doing here?" To this, it immediately answered that it is the golden bat, Bat-Bat, and it is waiting for its master to come. Teo looked at the smelly Bat-Bat with a disgusted expression. "Golden bat? Where is the gold? When was the last time you washed? You're so dirty." How could he know that Bat-Bat had never bathed since birth? Bat-Bat had only been able to move around in this cell since he was little. As a sign of sincerity, Bat-Bat told Sejuan that he had prepared a gift. It was the food his previous master, Scarum, had given him. A fragrant-smelling dried apple was taken out by a pair of small hands. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but be taken taken aback. That was clearly a rotten apple. Seeing this, Sejun quickly told Bat-Bat that it was spoiled fruit and couldn't be eaten. Hearing this, Bat-Bat's little pearls of tears immediately fell. This was the reward he got for working hard for his master. Sejun then told Bat-Bat to leave the cell. There was a lot of fresh and delicious food outside. Hearing this, Bat-Bat was startled. Master Scarum had said that the outside world was very dangerous, and a weak creature like him would definitely be eaten. Hearing this, Sejun was speechless and told Bat-Bat that it was all Scarum's lies. The outside world was not as dangerous and terrifying as he said. That can't be. Seeing Bat-Bat still had doubts, the hamster Iona also stood up. As a small race herself, she said that there were many fresh fruits and vegetables outside. It was a real pity to stay in this dark box all the time. Hearing this, Bat-Bat's doubts were completely dispelled. A spark of hope for the outside world ignited in his heart. Sejun saw that the time was right and immediately invited Bat-Bat to leave the room. Outside were all the fresh and sweet cherry tomatoes he had planted. However, years of confinement made Bat-Bat's body still worried about the situation outside. Seeing this, Iona slowly extended her palm. "If you hold my hand, will you be less afraid?" Looking at Iona's small hand, Bat-Bat froze for a moment. He then placed his hand on top of hers. With a soft thud, the rotten apple quietly fell. Sejun then led the three of them slowly out of the subspace prison. And the rotten apple on the floor, like Bat-Bat's past life, would forever remain in this dark room. The strong sunlight made Bat-Bat feel a bit dazed. As he slowly opened his eyes, he had never seen such a dazzling and vast world. The gentle breeze was like a mother's gentle hand sweeping across his face, but along with the breeze came the unpleasant smell from Bat-Bat's body. After a while, Bat-Bat nervously asked his master, Sejun, what his next task was. Hearing this, Sejun fell into deep thought. He wanted to know the origin of the golden bat in the prison, but that was not the most important thing right now. The most important thing was that Bat-Bat had to take a bath before he could eat. Soon, Sejun introduced his new companion, Bat-Bat, to his family. The strong smell from Bat-Bat made the rabbits very uncomfortable, but they warmly welcomed the new companion. Under the warm weather, the black wolf Hagel also joined the bath. Even Sejun took a rare hot bath, all thanks to the excellent craftsmanship of the gray rabbits. The rabbit mother then brought fresh tomato and honey juice. Bat-Bat, after a moment of shock, accepted his cup of juice. As the sweet and sour tomato juice went down, he couldn't think of any beautiful words to describe this moment. Watching his master Sejun and the rabbits laughing and playing, for a moment he felt that his previous life had been wasted. On the other side, Teo, who didn't like bathing, was already traveling in his dreams. The black rabbit, however, quietly led the rabbit princess away. The happy leisure time always passed quickly. Sejun and the hamster Iona came outside the house. Watching the noisy little ones, Sejun couldn't help but sigh. If only they could live here peacefully. At this time, Iona asked Sejun to summon the subspace prison. Sejun took out the key and spoke to summon the subspace door. A huge door then fell from the sky. It turned out that as the owner of the subspace prison, he could summon it anytime, anywhere. Seeing this, Sejun began to fantasize about cleaning out this prison and using it as a warehouse. He also wanted to have a storage bag like the wandering merchants. Iona then said that she could actually do that. She could use magic to upgrade it into a warehouse. She could use a triple-layered old version of magic to further increase the space inside the prison. And while cleaning, she could also create a shelf with light. Hearing this, Sejun happily patted Iona's little head. He never thought she could cast such amazing magic. Being patted on the head, Iona couldn't help but blush. It seemed the legendary Black Dragon Lord was quite kind. She then whispered, Sejun, you are a very kind dragon. The hat that fell down happened to cover her shy face. After speaking, Iona opened the subspace prison. She said that she would now close the door and start upgrading and cleaning. Soon, Sejun, you will have a brand new warehouse. Iona then entered the spatial prison alone. She was now completely sure that Sejun was deliberately lowering his status to get along with them. This kind of interaction, without using power to suppress, was very much to Iona's liking. She knew that expanding the space and building shelves was very low-level magic, but the great black dragon showed genuine happiness, which made her very shy. Now, for master, I'm going to start working. This is the farmland on the 99th floor of the Black Tower. The figures of two rabbits appeared here. The black warrior bunny was enjoying a white light lunch with the rabbit princess. Tasting Sejun's farm carrots for the first time, the rabbit princess couldn't stop praising them, and as they chatted, they talked about the helplessness and sadness of being born. The black warrior bunny suddenly stood up and told the princess she was not alone. All the rabbits would stand up and support her. Hearing this, Princess Pyupiu smiled. She knew the black rabbit was comforting her, but as a royal, choosing to avoid the common people for the sake of survival was an undeniable fact. As the princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom, she had to take this responsibility, no matter the price I must pay. Hearing this, the black warrior bunny stared blankly at the rabbit princess's profile. He was born on the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Although he didn't know the details of the Red Ribbon Kingdom, through his parents and the gray rabbits, he could feel that everyone was missing something. Hearing this, Princess Pyupiu was slightly puzzled. Black warrior bunny continued that the instinct in his blood was constantly reminding him that they must reclaim the beautiful Red Ribbon Kingdom. Princess Pyupiu was touched by these words. words. So, Your Highness, I hope you will always lead us with a bright smile. Here, I'm called Black Rabbit, but my real name is Bayak. I heard that as a warrior rabbit, I can be a knight who protects the kingdom. I want to reclaim the Red Ribbon Kingdom from greed and return happiness to you, Princess. If I say I want to be your Black Rabbit Knight, will you agree? Then, two hands clasped tightly together. The Black Rabbit's sincere confession moved the Rabbit Princess. Just as the story was about to progress further, a fiery red figure poked out from the side. What are you doing? It scared the Black Rabbit so much he almost turned into a red rabbit. The little giant bear seriously told the Black Rabbit that everyone was looking for them, because before they could even attack the greed group, the 67th floor of the Black Tower had already been conquered by the locust swarm. Hearing this, the Black Warrior Bunny and Princess Pyupia knew that something was wrong. Soon, they returned to Sejun's side. The cats from Graner Village had already gathered here. It seemed that the two brothers, Elki and Elko, had just brought the people here, and they also brought the latest grim news from the 67th floor. Elki wanted to inform the hamster Iona, but was told that she was busy with other things. Sejun told Elki that if it's related to the magic tower, you can talk to Pyupiu. He then recounted how the locust swarm on the 67th floor had evolved to the top level, could use poison gas attacks, and how the blade-like green onions could no longer hold them back. If it weren't for the cat Jeff happening to bring some detoxing green onions, the front lines might have already collapsed. Hearing this, Sejun quickly arranged tasks. Teo's backpack was filled with half blade-like green onions and half detoxing green onions. The other cat's bags were filled with food from the dungeon warehouse. Just then, a conspicuous white rabbit also brought Sejun's weapon over. Next, Sejun confirmed the current situation of the Black Tower with the administrator Aileen. I'm checking now. Aileen found no abnormalities after checking. Suddenly, a green pop-up notification appeared. This was a special pop-up for assigning missions to middle managers. You have received a middle manager mission. Please prevent the extinction of the jewel frogs in the Navia Heights on the 67th floor of the Black Tower. Sejun immediately understood that he had to go to the front lines on the 67th floor. The tower's administrator appoints you as a mid-level manager. In 30 seconds, you will be transported to the Navia Heights on the 67th floor of the tower. You can bring subordinates with you. Please select the subordinates to go with you. From his previous experience of going to Graner Village to clear out the frogs, Sejun knew that he would be teleported the moment he chose his companions. At this time, Administrator Aileen also said that this time, they would have to rely on Sejun and his group, because her grandfather Kaiser's current state couldn't help at all. Even though her dragon heart had grown, Sejun couldn't take many subordinates with him. Aileen was very worried about Sejun's safety this time. Hearing this, Sejun faintly said that this place was different from the human society that was about to perish. He was very confident in the crops he cultivated. So, don't worry, Aileen, you just need to trust in the Black Tower farmer, Sejun. Just then, Teo came over with the cats and said that all the materials were ready. The little giant bear was waving its stick on the side. This time, it was well fed and had no problem fighting. Princess Pyupiu and the Black Warrior Bunny were shouting on the side. It turned out that Princess Pyupiu wanted to use her magic to help Sejun on the battlefield, but the Black Warrior Bunny was very worried about her safety and insisted on going with her. Seeing this, Sejun smiled. He already had an idea in mind. Subordinate selection is complete. Departing for the 67th floor of the Black Tower, the next second, a flash of light passed, and Sejun, along with Teo, the little giant bear, the princess, and the Black Warrior Bunny, were teleported to a certain place. When Sejun came to his senses, he realized there was a swamp below. With a splash, they slammed heavily into the swamp. The swamp absorbed a lot of the force, allowing everyone to land safely. The water-fearing Teo could only cling tightly to Sejun's hat. After getting a clear view of their surroundings, they realized they were in a jungle swamp. If they encountered enemies here, there would be nowhere to hide. Princess Pyupiu also gradually recovered with the help of the Black Rabbit. At this time, she saw a struggling face appear before her. Wasn't this a purple-grade locust? Seeing this, everyone knew something was wrong and turned to investigate. Sejun's face turned pale as if he had seen a ghost. Countless purple locusts were densely packed on the big tree in front of them. Seeing all the locusts swarming out and flying towards Sejun's group, and having to find the cause of the jewel frog's extinction and stop it, even a fool would know that the source of the jewel frog's extinction was these locusts before them. Seeing no other way, Sejun could only lead his few subordinates to break through the encirclement. He shouted, "For the Black Tower!"